Seeing that Manison fell into deep thought, Han Xiao smiled secretly in his heart. This is not a lie. He has indeed advanced using the Void Spirit National Tool. It works, but he only hides half of it. He does not intend to disclose the specific conditions of the stabilizer. As for what Manison would do after he targeted the Zuling National Artifact, Han Xiao ignored it. He didn't cheat anyone anyway. After all, he has not figured out what can replace the Zuling National Artifact. Therefore, the Zuling National Artifact is indeed the only choice at the moment, and it is definitely not just intentional urging. It's easy to use. Han Xiao flashed all kinds of thoughts, shrugged, interrupting Manison's contemplation, and smiled and said, I can also give you a piece of advice. This is just one of the conditions. If you don't have absolute certainty, don't try to advance. Manison came to his senses and nodded absent-mindedly. Han Xiao didn't say much and changed the subject. Okay, the conditions have been told you, and you have fulfilled the transaction. Upon hearing this, Manison calmed down and finally summoned the entire intelligent life civilization, quickly unblocking the immortal army and the host. He was about to modify the underlying logic chain, but suddenly he remembered that Han Xiao had virtual purification. So he did not move and nodded. A group is here. You can turn them back by yourself. I won't waste my energy. You are lazy than before. Han Xiao shook his head and raised his hand to make a virtual purification. The halo spread and quickly swept through the neatly ordered immortal soldiers. The next moment, this group of intelligent lives immediately got rid of the manipulated state and quickly recovered from their original consciousness. They were confused and became turbulent. Han Xiao didn't say much to them, and a suction suddenly burst out from his body, like a black hole suddenly opened. The divine body fortress directly packed all the targets and took them away. He planned to leave them to Rista after he went back. After sucking away the entire AI civilization, Han Xiao silently counted the list, suddenly paused, and said, If you miss one, Finnet has to return it to me. Forgot. Manison remembered it and summoned Finnet out. This was the ancestor of AI civilization. He had not been transformed into an immortal weapon soldier and had always acted as his intelligent assistant. Han Xiao stretched out his fingers, and the flashing light merged into Finnet's body. Finnet was shocked, and the distorted and rewritten logic quickly returned to normal. I'm recovered. Finnet was stunned for a while before he sorted out his chaotic memory and understood what was happening in front of him. He was moved and performed a grand etiquette toward Han Xiao according to the records in the database. His Excellency Haixing, thank you for your rescue. On behalf of the entire tribe, I would like to thank you for your help. If you want to thank you, Sierrista. He has been pestering me for nearly 100 years for this matter. Han Xiao waved his hand, not caring about it. Yes, I really have to thank him. Finnet sighed, then glared at Manison and said angrily, Armed Kingdom, you capture my tribe, transformed my thoughts, and drove me as a tool for so many years. I will get this account back sooner or later. When AI civilization was invaded by Manison, he stood up and led his tribe to resist, suffered a devastating defeat, and he was almost wiped out by Manison. Virtual purification will not delete his memories over the years. He can almost shoot a movie called 300 Years of Slave. If he hadn't been able to beat him, he would have wanted to kill Manison, the former master. Manison glanced at him and ignored the scene. Han Xiao didn't care. Without his help, this AI civilization ancestor had basically no possibility of revenge on Manison. He said casually, At least you are free. Come with me. I'll take you back. When Finnet heard this, he no longer grinned at Manison. He accepted Han Xiao's mechanical force and turned into a stream of light and attached it to his spaceship. Okay, the transaction is pleasant. I will send you the funds to rebuild the immortal army soldier in the future. I'll leave first, so you can continue to stay. Han Xiao raised his hand to Manison, boarded the spaceship, and turned around and saw Manison standing on the dock watching him, moving further and further away until he disappeared. Ding! At this time, there was a sudden movement on the panel. Han Xiao opened it and looked at it. It was the prompt to complete the restart task. tens of billions of experience rewards, 2 awakening points, and a milestone Friends of Intelligent Life. The introduction is to obtain a certain degree of improvement in virtual technology, and it is easier to gain the favor of intelligent life. The effect is basically an enhanced version of intelligent affinity. The more expertise, the better. Han Xiao naturally accepted it with a smile, and this restart mission, which had been accumulated in the list for many years, ended with the liberation of AI civilization and disappeared. I cleared another task. It's comfortable. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Although he did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, he still felt satisfied as the task list became cleaner and cleaner. After using the Emperor's teleportation back to the base camp, Han Xiao released Finnet and a group of intelligent lives to reunite with another tribe led by Resta. After some explanation, many intelligent lives were grateful to Han Xiao again. Resta and Finnet both said that if Han Xiao had any assignment in the future, they would not refuse. Han Xiao's panel also had an AI-civilized camp relationship, which directly climbed to reverence. However, now that he has the magical skill of life transformation virtual, AI civilization is not of great use to him. He does not need this group of intelligent lives to work for him. Watching these intelligent lives leave happily, Han Xiao stopped smiling and pinched his chin and thoughtfully. With my current strength and status, some things are easy to do. Perhaps the Dark End mission also has a chance to complete. Dark End is the most difficult task he has ever encountered. The experience reward is enough trillions, and the requirement is to end the population trade phenomenon in the interstellar society. If it were normal, this requirement was basically impossible to complete, but now the interstellar pattern is under strong impact and is in a tense period, maintaining the wartime form, and freedom is restricted. Most interstellar citizens are taking refuge in centralized shelter. Liquidity plummeted by more than 90%, and black market trade is almost shut down, which is a stage suitable for reshuffle. The difficulty in dealing with population trade is mainly due to decentralization and secrecy. In this centralized period, both difficulties were greatly weakened. Due to the decrease in demand and the increasing difficulty of collecting goods, most human traffickers had to stop their business. At this time, cracking down on population trade will undoubtedly be twice the result with half the effort. Han Xiao calculated that with his current status, it was enough to leverage billions of times his own resources. If he shouted the slogan to end population trade, basically all civilizations would respond, and the 3 major civilizations would not object. After all, it is not a bad thing to rectify the public security atmosphere before the war. In fact, he knew that the 3 major civilizations had always had the idea of cracking down on population trade, but they had never made any efforts. Most social ills were like this. Only when a person like him, who was a big shot, would he be taken seriously and vigorously rectified. Otherwise, as long as the problem does not affect some core aspects, the priority will be delayed. The management department does not have the instructions from its superiors and is rarely willing to take the initiative to cause trouble. This kind of thing is still difficult to avoid even in the interstellar era, and the troubles of population trade are even more complicated to think about. However, even if the population trade is terminated now, it can only be maintained for a while. When the interstellar pattern stabilizes, this kind of business will rekindle again, and it is difficult to forever ban it. But that is the future. As long as there is no population trade in the entire interstellar society for a period of time, Han Xiao feels that the mission will be completed. Whether the rebound in the future will not affect a settled mission. Anyway, except for the front line harassing the troops that are entering the world tree, there is nothing to do from other forces, so I might as well pull them out to maintain public order. Han Xiao secretly wrote this on the plan and decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to complete this task in one fell swoop. Anyway, there is no need to supervise it personally, and his research time will not be reduced. After solving the historical problems of AI civilization, he re-emphasized his energy into mechanical renewal and strengthening, and was addicted to it and could not extricate himself. It soon passed for more than half a month. On this day, the Temple of the Gods in the Zuling sect. A large number of fleets protected the area where the Temple of the Gods were located, and the military was strictly guarded. Over the Temple of the Gods, Erno's figure was suspended in the universe, surrounded by 4 direct descendants, and hesitated. God Selector, are you sure this will help you advance to the super god level? A direct descendant couldn't help asking. Ernos glanced at him and said calmly, I'm not nervous. Why are you nervous? The Zuling sect has been preparing for almost a month, found all the helpers, and planned to help Ernos advance today. Ernos also continued to adjust his state during this period. Now that his physical strength, spirit, and will have reached the fullest, in his opinion, the success rate of this advancement is at least 70%. Selective God, are you ready? The voice of the head of the Su Ling sect came from the communicator. It is worth paying attention to the fact that its own superpower pillar tries to break through to higher levels. The Zuling sect first arranged a schedule 1 month in advance and specially released some itineraries in these days to witness Erno's advancement. Whether we can compete with Black Star in terms of individual power in the future depends on this wave. I can advance at any time. Have I arranged the surroundings? Ernos replied lightly, his tone containing the confidence that has been preserved for many years. All breath cover devices have been activated. Try not to let the outside world sense the surge of cosmic energy. You can start. Wish you success in advance. Su Ling's sect's head nodded, secretly sweating, feeling that he was even more nervous than the victim. Hearing this, Ernos breathed a breath, suddenly activated his strength, and launched another attack towards the threshold that had blocked him for many years. Boom! The next moment, an amazing energy storm burst out with him as the center, and a dazzling white light penetrated his body, as if it had taken away all the colors in the world. Here you come. The head of the Zuling sect widened his eyes and felt eager expectation. The 4 direct descendants looked at each other, and according to Erno's instructions, they raised their hands to release their strength and integrate it into his body. The situation in the field suddenly seemed to add fuel to the fire. The energy storm rose and became more and more fierce. Ernos, who was in the center, could no longer see him. Only a dazzling light was left. The aura belonging to Ernos was rising step by step, and the 4 of them couldn't help but feel their hearts. It seems to be really good. I am worthy of being the recognized strongest man in the past. Although he was taken first by the Black Star, he can still follow him. The 4 direct descendants exchanged their spirits, both surprised and happy. On the other hand, the senior executives who were paying attention to the Zuling sect here all had their hearts in their throats, and they felt a sense of tension as their children went to the exam room. They stared at the scene of advancement without any moment, and they didn't want to miss a second. They all heard Erno say that this advancement is risky. So many senior executives of Su Ling were worried. In addition to expectations, they were also filled with worries. The existence of Ernos makes the Zuling sect overwhelm the other 2 in terms of individual power. It is very important. If this pillar is sacrificed for this, it will be a heavy loss. The fleet's induction radar beeps continuously, and the energy detection value is rising. This process lasted for a long time. In full view of everyone, the energy storm finally began to slowly contract and was sucked back into the body. Ernos's breath climbed to the top and slowly became stable. Is this going to succeed? Seeing this, the senior executive of Su Ling was overjoyed and looked at this scene with hope in his heart. It seems that the first super god-level direct line is about to be born. The head of the Zuling sect was very happy and breathed a sigh of relief. However, just when he thought that the advancement was about to be completed smoothly, the shrinking energy storm suddenly stopped. The next moment, with Ernos as the center, a violent energy exploded and the energy storm sucked into the body rolled out and burst out at a faster speed. The dazzling light turned everyone's vision into white with a loud sound, but it seemed to have a shocking sound in everyone's hearts. Boom! The surrounding guard fleet was ignited with shields. Before long, it was hit with cracks. The four direct lines closest to the center of the explosion were caught off guard and were blown away by this violent energy shock wave, like shrapnel flying when the bomb exploded, rolling out of the universe and far away. What's going on? Why did it suddenly explode? The head of the Su Ling sect was a remote projection, which was not affected, but was shocked and became nervous in an instant. Could it be that Ernos failed to advance, unfortunately sacrificed, and exploded into pieces, right? The leader of the Zuling sect immediately became anxious and quickly ordered the four direct descendants and surrounding fleets to be ready to save people at any time. Fortunately, there is only one wave of energy explosion, which did not cause continuous damage to the surrounding fleet. When the energy was poured out, the strong light in the center slowly faded, and Ernos was finally revealed. I saw him floating in the air, and every pore was continuously seeping out of golden blood beads, falling into the universe environment and quickly condensed, turning into golden crystals, crystal clear, like snowflakes floating. The energy reading of the inductive radar fell rapidly. Ernos's breath was sluggish, looking very severely damaged, and was shaking. The spaceships around quickly surrounded him for rescue, but Ernos waved his hand and signaled no use. He stretched out his fingers to point out the temple of the gods in the distance, grabbed the divine nature of a god statue from the air, summoned a god incarnation in a gorgeous long skirt, and separated from his body. The prototype of this god incarnation is obviously a woman, but he has his face. Although his facial features are softened, he still looks like a macho man in women, quite eye-catching. As soon as the god incarnation was born, it sprinkled out the light of the sky and merged into Ernos's body. His injuries were quickly curbed and did not continue to deteriorate. Although his aura was still sluggish, it slowly stabilized. It was obvious that the prototype of this god was a god who was in charge of a certain religious sect. At this time, the head of the Su Ling sect reconnected with Ernos and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" "It's just that the vitality has been lost a lot, and I can't die." Ernos spit out a mouthful of golden blood and coughed weakly. "You failed to advance." Su Ling's sect's tone hesitated. "Yeah." Ernos nodded weakly. "Didn't you say there is a 70% success rate?" "What?" Before the first question of the Su Ling sect was completed, Ernos interrupted him. "I deliberately made it possible to advance smoothly, but I temporarily stopped it." "What?" This answer was beyond the expectations of the Zuling sect leader and was shocked. He thought that he had failed after encountering obstacles in advance, but he didn't expect that it was Ernos who did it on purpose. No wonder he seemed to be so seriously injured. The cells have been sublimated successfully, and they have interrupted the transformation and forced the genes to return to their original appearance. It is like repentance surgery and repentant halfway through sexual intercourse. It will definitely not benefit, and it will extremely deplete vitality, and the cells will also suffer great damage. "What do you mean?" The leader of the Su Ling sect was extremely surprised. He knew that Ernos would not do such a blood loss for no reason. "When I advanced, I found that something was wrong. The life level did not change significantly, which was too far from the situation when Black Star advanced. I must have problems with my operation," Ernos said in a deep voice. "So what you mean is that this advancement method is wrong?" The head of Zuling's sect frowned. "Yes, the method of advanced supergod level seems not as simple as the surface. Black Star must have concealed some important conditions." Although Ernos was severely injured by backlash, his eyes were still sharp. He was very happy that the advancement was smooth at the beginning, but the closer the advancement was to the end, the more he felt something was wrong. Although this advancement can indeed become stronger, his own strength growth is far from meeting his expectations for supergods, which makes him feel suspicious. He had a vague premonition that this advancement could not reach the supergod level. If the advancement was completed, then he would have to reach a new boundary if he wanted to advance next time, and his potential had almost reached its end. I don't know how long it would take to obtain a new opportunity for advancement, and maybe even no chance again. In this way, I am afraid that the super god-level dream will turn into a bubble and will never be able to set foot on it. After the war between heaven and man, Ernos finally made up his mind. When he succeeded most of the progress, he decided to cut off his arm and would rather risk his life to end the advancement than to end the advancement and stop the loss decisively. Generally speaking, the progression process of a superpower is irreversible, but at the level of Ernos, it is feasible to have a perfect control of everything in itself, and it is feasible to interrupt the advancement and reverse the transformation. Of course, normal people do this may lead to genetic collapse, but the stable characteristics of the Zuling National Tool are one of Erno's confidence in taking risks, and even if there is damage, it can be greatly reduced. In this way, although he is seriously injured, he can recover as before as long as he is recuperated for a period of time. This precious opportunity for advancement will not be wasted. Just like he has failed to hit a higher level, this is not the first time he has experienced this situation. If Han Xiao was here, he would immediately understand the meaning of Ernos' operation. If Ernos succeeded in advance with his level, it would be undoubtedly difficult to reach the next advancement threshold by level 20. If you take the initiative to make advancement fail, there is no waste of opportunities. According to the rules of advancement at this level, if you want to advance, you only need to complete new advancement tasks again. However, people without a panel should not have the rigid requirements for advancement tasks. Perhaps just exercise for a while and get their state back to their peak. But this approach is very dangerous. If you accidentally encounter vicious mutations, it will only benefit future generations. However, simple advancement failure is not fatal in itself, and vicious mutations during advancement are fatal. The odds of the two are separate and independent. Most of the super A-level people are lucky, and Ernos is one of the best. With his deep precipitation and good luck, he did not encounter vicious mutations this time and was not scattered by his own operations. At this time, another onlooker couldn't help but say angrily, Haixing had known that there was something tricky inside, so he deliberately concealed it. Maybe he would wait to see your progress failed. He used this to trick us into trying to indirectly kill the important direct line of the three major civilizations, so that we could not get super god-level combat power and could not threaten him. Ernos shook his head. It's not his fault. I was anxious. This time it was quite thrilling. He was still a little scared, and he couldn't help but think of the short advice after the advancement of Haixing. Unfortunately, he didn't take it to heart and knew that he couldn't blame others. Ernos still has this courage to get to where he is today, so he will not be angry with Han Xiao. On the other side, the head of the Su Ling sect was silent for a while and sighed. If you say so, we still can't reach the super god level. In a short period of time, only Black Star the universe has such great power. This is not a good thing. Should you ask Black Star for ways to advance to the super god level? Forget it. Put yourself in your shoes. He either doesn't say it or lie. When we talked in the past, we not only had to be gnawed away some of the benefits, but also had to be fooled by him again. Ernos waved his hand. What I said is, forget it. Just live. Let's do it slowly in the future. The head of the Zuling sect looked helpless. He had high hopes for Ernos, but at this time the hope was dashed, and he was naturally disappointed, but it was not suitable to show it in front of Ernos, who had escaped from death. In this way, they and the other two civilizations returned to the same starting line, and their intelligence advantages were gone. Oh, the head of the Zuling sect sighed, not saying much, but just instructed Ernos to have a good rest, and then removed the remote projection. He originally wanted to solemnly celebrate the birth of Su Ling's super god-level direct line. Since it ended in failure, he no longer had the interest to stay here and had to go back to Rili Wanji. The guard fleets dispersed one after another, and the four direct descendants also surrendered. This area was lifted from military martial law and returned to seclusion. Ernos returned to the Temple of Gods alone and licked his wounds. He recalled Han Xiao's advancement process over and over again in his mind and whispered to himself, "What am I missing?" A few days later, the office of the three major civilizations. It's exactly that. I'm going to invite representatives of major civilizations, including the three major civilizations, as well as various famous and surnamed forces, to hold a meeting on interstellar social security, specifically to discuss the matter of eliminating population trade. In the room, Han Xiao's remote projection talked freely. He took time this day to come and find all the leaders of the three civilizations to prepare to complete the end of darkness. The attitude of the three civilizations is very important. This is a good thing, and we agree in principle. Lewis nodded. But the foreign enemy has not yet been resolved. Is it too early to care about this issue? It will be too late to get the war. There is no harm in rectifying public security before the war. Anyway, many troops are on standby now, so it's better to pull them out and do something. Han Xiao said casually. Lewis pondered for a few seconds, then turned to visit the other two. What do you think? I have no objection. I'm the same. Bruce and the capital of the Zuling sect nodded and exchanged glances. They were quite curious about why Black Star wanted such an unimportant thing during this period. After analyzing it, they all felt that this was mostly a behavior of Black Star's desire to earn public reputation. If this happens, its reputation will definitely increase greatly. The three of them were not unacceptable. At least Black Star has this demand, which means he is quite confident in this war. Moreover, under the influence of many factors, they're not able to curb Black Star's behavior of increasing its reputation. Since that's the case, I will send a unified invitation letter to the major forces in the name of the association and the three major civilizations in a while. Han Xiao nodded. This matter requires the cooperation of many forces. He is preparing to hold a conference this time to invite forces from all star fields in the universe to participate. After completing the goal of this trip, Han Xiao was much happier. He turned to look at the Zuling sect leader, suddenly remembered something, and said curiously, By the way, has Ernos tried to advance? The Zuling sect's first glance twitched. What do you care about this? Depending on your appearance, you probably tried it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said playfully, Has he failed? Is the person still there? The Zuling sect leader immediately became less beautiful, and he just felt that this was a ridicule and didn't want to speak. Well, it seems that he's not dead. Otherwise you wouldn't be so quiet, but I advised Ernos not to rush to advance. It was his business if he didn't listen, not my problem. Han Xiao didn't care, and his tone was joking. He is still alive, but he just took the initiative to terminate his advancement. After suffering some backlash, he will recover for a while. The head of the Zuling sect calmly faced. This was meaningless. With Han Xiao's intelligence website, this kind of thing will be found in no time. Maybe Ernos told him personally. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. If Ernos had made an ordinary advancement, then he would not have the qualification to reach the super god level for a long time. If he failed to advance and did not die, then he still had a chance. In fact, he didn't care whether it was the former or the latter. In the former, Ernos will never threaten him again. In the latter, it means that Ernos still has a chance to become a super god's legacy. He is not losing money anyway, monopolizing the advanced method and sitting firmly on the Daitai. But he actually took the initiative to terminate the advancement, which was a bit courageous. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and nodded secretly. It seems that such a small plot is not so easy to make Ernos fail. After all, it is a big shot who has been standing at the peak of individual power for so many years, and there is still something. He and Ernos had no grudges and had no intention of targeting others, but they did not persuade the other party to give up their obligation to advance temporarily, so they didn't care about this result. However, Han Xiao was somewhat gloating when he saw this guy suffer a loss by imitating him. Hey, if you want to learn from me, you will suffer a heavy blow. The Zuling sect did not deliberately block the news, and the information about Ernos' failure to advance soon spread to the top. The Glorious Federation, the Red Empire, and many super-level people learned about this and had different reactions. Some were surprised, some were regretful, and many were gloating. Originally, after Black Star opened up the Super God level, many Super A levels were also in a state of mind and had the idea of advancement. However, Ernos's past lessons made many people temporarily suppress their desire to move. Even Ernos, the current second place, failed, so it would be better to wait and see. Because of this incident, many Super A-level players have also confirmed that in the short term, only Blackstar is the only one who is Super God-level strongman. No one else has the ability to impact this level yet, and their status cannot be shaken, which makes them even more itchy about the advancement methods that Blackstar has not disclosed. However, these things are only circulating at the top, and the public and the interstellar community knows nothing, and they're still living a tight wartime life, worried. But a few days later, a news from the Blackstar Army quickly spread across the interstellar community, causing a network shock and attracting the attention of countless interstellar citizens. Blackstar, who had been low-key for a while, suddenly made a big move. In the name of the Super A-level Association and the 3 major civilizations, he issued an invitation letter publicly. The target was a force in the entire universe, including civilizations and civilized organizations, and the number was amazing, covering almost all regions. In his letter, Blackstar stated that he was preparing to hold a conference to invite representatives of various forces to attend and discuss the development prospects of the universe and the shortcomings of population trade. Now Han Xiao's every move has attracted the attention of interstellar citizens and major forces. This action suddenly set off a wave of discussion. Countless people were puzzled by this and speculated about the profound meaning of Blackstar's move. At present, foreign enemies are approaching step by step, and the war situation is not optimistic. Many people do not understand why Blackstar emphasizes the issue of population trade at this critical moment. Isn't the most important thing now? Even if you must first settle the country when fighting foreign countries, it seems that it has nothing to do with population transactions. Moreover, this level of conference almost covers all the famous and surnamed organizations in the universe, and should be led by the 3 major civilizations. Why is it that Blackstars came forward this time? The meeting location is even in the territory of the Blackstar Legion. Many people can't help but think too much. Does this mean that Blackstar and the 3 major civilizations have the right to speak? Has the status of Blackstar been so high? No matter how confused they are, major forces are still very proud of their face. All civilizations have responded publicly that they will accept invitations to attend the meeting. Countless private organizations have also expressed through various channels that this is their honor and regard receiving invitation for Blackstar as an honor. For a moment, the Interstellar Society, which had been quiet for a long time, was surging, and it felt like a black star responding to it, as if it was the leader of the Interstellar Alliance, and its reputation was unparalleled. With Han Xiao's current status, few forces who want to stay in the Interstellar Society dare not give him face, and the skills of Face Fruit have been greatly improved. With the attention of the crowd, time passed day by day, and the day of meetings came as scheduled. Around the Black Star Palace, a large venue was suspended between the fortresses, like a flat gyro, and a silver-gray shell reflected the light of the stars. Streams of light gathered from all directions to form light dragons. Spaceships with different symbols of different forces sailed into the airport one after another, walking down delegations with different shapes and clothes. The dock platform is already overcrowded, with countless reception robots passing through it, guiding the representatives of different organizations. Some forces that are too far away use remote projection, and many forces send personnel to present themselves to give Blackstar face. There are so many people coming. The mission of the Amethyst civilization walked off the spaceship, and the leader of Lever looked at the crowded scene in front of him, and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. At this time, a young diplomat next to him came up curiously and whispered, "Old leader, I heard that you had a good relationship with Blackstar before. It's okay, but I haven't seen him for a long time. So many years have passed, and he's doing really well. He is no longer on the same level as me." A complex look flashed in Lever's eyes, and he waved his hand, feeling a little sigh. During the secret war of Red Tide, the Blackstar Army, as one of the mercenaries, accepted the invitation of the Amethyst civilization to fight against the invasion of the Krent Empire in the war field. At that time, he served as the chief of the Secret Service No. 0 agency and had been responsible for the contact with Black Star. Both sides had known each other for many years. Because of this relationship, Amethyst asked Lever to lead the team to attend a meeting. However, decades have passed. He is now old and is about to retire. The power in his hand is about to end. However, Black Star, who worked with him at the beginning, has become more and more active, from a small mercenary to an existence that Amethyst civilization cannot afford. The two lives have made him feel mixed in his heart. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came from the side. Isn't this the representative of the Amethyst civilization? You can meet you. The Amethyst civilization delegation turned around and saw a group of people just got off the spaceship next to them, and they were the mission of the Krent Empire. The two families still did not deal with each other after the end of the Secret War, and there were many grudges. At this time, the delegations of both sides met and immediately met with each other, as if they could not stand each other. It turns out to be Krent's messenger. Lever glanced at him and said calmly, "Decades have passed, and you still have the same virtues. You hate Black Star in your heart, but you dare not refuse to accept the invitation. I advise you to keep a low profile and be a good boy in Black Star's territory. Don't make trouble." The Krent's messenger's forehead was veins, and he was about to fight back, but he saw the Black Star Legion's reception robot flying over, and hurriedly closed his mouth, and only dared to wait for Lever with a hateful look. Lever has been in a high position for many years and has dealt with Krent countless times. He does not take a young messenger seriously at all, and turns to glance at the different delegations around him. Compared with the civilized mission, the number of delegations from private organizations in various industries has increased by thousands of times. Most of them are representatives of various private forces. I saw that many people were restrained in their expressions. It was obviously the first time they participated in an event of this scale, pretending to be calm and not wanting to show their timidity. A letter of invitation called almost all the forces in the universe. The status of Black Star is really unparalleled. What does it mean to be a world-shaking universe? This is a world-shaking universe. Lever sighed secretly and followed the reception robot into the venue. At this moment, countless representatives were sitting in the venue, whispering to each other, noisy, and looking strange, like an interstellar species fair. The news media was not absent, and were debugging the instruments and preparing to broadcast them. The Super A level, which is rare in normal times, is now sitting in front of you, leaving behind a series of backs, attracting frequent attention from delegations, and the messengers of various high-level civilizations and important private organizations are also staying in the core area. The most famous and surnamed forces have arrived, and the grand occasion has been unprecedented. After waiting for a while, all representatives of the forces sat down, and the seats were filled and no one had arrived. Only then did the gate of the venue slowly close. The venue slowly became quiet, and soon it became silent. At this time, a figure walked out from the shadow on the stage, quickly turning from dark to light, appeared in everyone's sight, and immediately attracted everyone's gaze. Han Xiao came to the speech stage, glanced at the seat that was almost out of sight, smiled, and slowly spoke. "Thank you all for accepting my invitation to participate in this meeting. On behalf of the Super A-Level Association and the three major civilizations, I welcome you all." The conference was held in this special period, mainly to discuss the development prospects of the Interstellar Society. Papa! Everyone applauded at the right time, and at the same time raised their ears, curious about the purpose of Black Star. Han Xiao raised his hand to press down, put away his smile, and said solemnly, "To date, our civilization has created countless brilliant achievements in various fields. The Interstellar Society is extremely prosperous, but at the same time, it has accumulated countless ills. Population trade is a difficult problem that runs through history. Other people's obedience is one of the core cornerstones of power, so enslaving others is an eternal desire, and demand brings the market. No matter how it is hit, population trade cannot be eliminated. After failures again and again, we got used to it tolerated it, and finally convinced ourselves that this is an unsolvable problem and gave up the idea of completely solving it. But now that the interstellar pattern changes, our control over various galaxies is highly condensed. This is an opportunity to rectify the source, so I hope to get help from you to solve the ills of population trade together. After hearing this, many representatives were a little stunned and looked at each other. They thought Black Star had other plans to hold a meeting, and population trade was just a reason, but they didn't expect Black Star to really want to solve this problem. Everyone was quite puzzled. It seems that the existence of population trade cannot affect Black Star at all, right? Just for this matter, is it necessary to use reputation to call them all over? What is the Black Star map? What are the benefits of such a thankless thing? If it is just to increase reputation, then there are some ways. Why choose this troublesome path? On the stage, Han Xiao took all the doubts of the crowd, let out a sigh, and said solemnly, I know, you may think that interstellar population trade has nothing to do with me, and wonder what benefits I can get from it. Not to be humble, with my status, whether population trade exists or not is qualified to affect my interests, and is optional. But why did I hold a meeting on this matter? Everyone, although the progress of the times mainly comes from the promotion of a few people, the main body of the world is still the most ordinary interstellar citizens. Because of their existence, our universe is so prosperous, and we have the name of civilization. Over the years, population trade has caused countless tragedies. Although it cannot threaten us, we should not ignore it. We're used to standing at a high place, but no matter how high we stand, we have to lower our heads at the right time, look at the dark corners, and see the situation of ordinary people. The meaning of our existence is not only for ourselves, but also for the mission of promoting the development of the world. We have the ability to make the interstellar society better and create a better world. As soon as the words fell, many people present were shocked, as if they did not expect Black Star to say such a thing. For a moment, everyone was actually stunned, and they felt that Han Xiao on the stage seemed to be emitting the light of human nature. Some people are excited, some admire them very much, some sneer at them, and some are in suspicion. Is Black Star serious? Is it the noble sentiment of boundless love, or the show that wants to leave its name in history? After a while of silence, an envoy of the superstar cluster civilization suddenly spoke and asked in a deep voice, the war situation is still very serious. Is it too early to mention this matter now? If you cannot drive away the foreign enemies, everything will be in vain. Han Xiao just glanced at him lightly and said calmly, it is precisely because we are confident of winning this war that we don't want to miss this opportunity to eliminate ills. Everything is for the future. As soon as the words fell, everyone was immediately excited. Heixing's tone was calm, but it seemed like a reassurance, which made most of the people present excited. Nowadays, forces in the entire universe are worried about where the war will eventually go. At this time, a big man of the Black Star level comes out to express his opinion. Whether it is the truth or comfort, it will boost morale at once. Especially when thinking about Black Star's goal this time, they felt a strong sense of confidence. If they had not had hope for the future, why did they spend a lot of effort to target the interstellar community's years of ills? Isn't this all for winning the post-war rule? All kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Suddenly, a representative of a private force stood up and shouted, His Excellency Heixing, you have the people in your heart. We admire your kindness and are willing to serve you. For a moment, many representatives of forces woke up like dreams and expressed their opinions enthusiastically. The venue instantly became lively, with buzzing waves, as if people gathered with arms raised and echoed. Although what Black Star said is nice, it is unrealistic to try to convince the vested interests based on just one word. Many forces finally agreed to cooperate, but it was for the sake of Black Star's face. The main reason for the success is that Black Star uses his reputation to gather everyone, break through the barriers to communication between each other, and with enough appeal, things will be done. If Black Star didn't take the lead and replace someone who was not worthy of weight to say this, even if they were touched, they would not take action. Everyone can say the great truth, it doesn't matter whether it sounds nice or not, but whoever says it is important. Many forces are willing to help Han Xiao achieve this goal. On the one hand, it is politically correct, and on the other hand, it is to join in the grand event. There is no need to miss this opportunity to win reputation. The last point may be mixed with some respect for Han Xiao. This scene also fell into the eyes of countless interstellar citizens through the broadcast of countless media. My God, what is Black Star doing? Countless interstellar citizens were stunned. Black Star's statement was completely beyond the expectations of countless people, but he did not expect that Black Star had such a lofty pursuit in his heart. They don't know the twists and turns behind them, and they only see appearances. Seeing that Black Star can pull so many forces together to end population trade, it is a response, and such influence is enough to be comparable to the three major civilizations. In the eyes of interstellar citizens, Han Xiao's image immediately became taller, radiating glory all over his body, completely confirming his position as the first person in the universe to explore. Create a better interstellar society. Black Star actually has such a spirit. Well said, this world should become better. Countless people were shocked, and they couldn't help but feel moved. Unexpectedly, people like Black Star were still thinking about them. Such ordinary people. Population trading is like a deep nightmare, enough to wake up any ordinary person at midnight, sweating in cold sweat. There are millions of star sea races, and aliens can always arouse curiosity, and no one can guarantee that they will never become prey in the eyes of others. In their opinion, no matter whether the motive of Black Star is pure, sincere, or false, as long as he stands up and does something practical, he is a well-deserved great man and deserves respect from the heart. If it weren't for the Black Star's rise, there wouldn't be what happened today. The news has been broadcast again and again, leaving a deep impression on the hearts of more and more interstellar citizens, and Han Xiao's reputation has also been brought to an unprecedented height. The existence of people like Black Star may really make the world better. One interstellar citizen after another couldn't help but think like this in his heart. Some people even think that it seems good to let the Black Stars rule the interstellar society. Somewhere in the sea of stars, a large starship sailed slowly in the universe. In the beautifully decorated captain's room, Carlazzo lazily leaned against the soft and comfortable captain's chair, with his legs overlapping on the table, his arm drooped on the armrest, carrying a bottle of expensive craft liquor, allowing it to sway, and a thick cigar in his mouth, burning blue smoke, and a virtual screen floating in front of him, and an entertainment program was playing. Carlazzo has a thick brown skin, like the skin of a lizard, with facial features similar to human spirits, but the distance between his eyes is quite large, and the jaw is protruding, similar to the orc. In addition, his eyes are blind, and the dark holes are exposed, like scars left by the energy gun, adding a fierce aura. He looked very rough, but his outfit was a noble-style dress with exquisite and complex workmanship. He seemed to have carefully ironed it, without many wrinkles. He wore a small, aristocratic round hat on his head, covering his sparse and messy yellow hair. Only a few strands of hair hung down from the seams of the hat, with a strong contrast. Most of the time, population trade is affiliated with the interstellar black market, but it also has an independent ecology, forming a hidden trade chain. Because this industry is not suitable for seeing the light, all sellers with a certain scale rarely act in the name of an organization. They usually give themselves a code name to make friends with customers in their personal name, forming a trade network with the identity of the Tao as the link. Carlazzo is a big seller with a good reputation in the population black market. He is nicknamed Lord. He has been in the industry for many years and has excellent performance. His business has even crossed several star clusters. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is a population trading giant in the sea of stars. Glue. Carlazzo took a sip of wine, and the bright red wine flowed out from his lips and slid along his jaw. He ignored the joking sounds of his subordinates coming from the cabin outside, and while smoking the volume of the virtual screen, he kept changing the channel with his gestures, sweeping through one show after another boredly. At this moment, an encrypted communication interface suddenly popped up on the virtual screen, and a number marked buyer number 178 was called. Carlozzo's eyes flashed, pausing the show and answering the communication. A black shadow without a specific appearance appeared on the screen, and a string of encoded numerical codes were reported. Carlozzo also replied to a string of numbers and made a few cuts right, confirming that each other's identities were fine. After getting the code, the buyer number 178 went straight to the point. "Lord, did you get the goods I ordered last time?" Carlozzo took out a note and flipped through it, saying, "Sorry, we haven't got the goods yet." "How long has it been?" "It's just a group of silver spirits. Your efficiency was not that slow before, and my owner was already impatient." The buyer number 178 said, dissatisfied. Carlozzo shook his head. "The environment is different now. You know that due to that kind of war, the whole universe has been under martial law in the past 2 or 3 years, and a large number of ethnic groups have concentrated in the Central Star Sea to take refuge. Our business has dropped by 90%. Now it is not as easy to get goods as before. The population black market hidden under the deep sea of the interstellar society has been very prosperous. But with the outbreak of the World Tree War, this industry has fallen into a cold winter. Generally speaking, war should promote population trade, but the war has not broken out in the local area. In order to prepare for war, the 3 major civilizations implemented high-pressure controls on various star fields, with a large number of people taking refuge in centralized shelter, and the circulation of interstellar citizens plummeted, which is equivalent to cutting off the supply of many human traffickers. Most of the arrests of human traffickers are ordinary interstellar citizens, usually lonely interstellar travelers, cheating and kidnapping tourists, or buying prisoners directly from star pirates. They rarely attack the lane spacecraft at will, and it is even more impossible to land on civilized colonial planets to catch people in a large scale. They do not have such armed forces. Due to the 3 major civilization controls, Carlozzo has not opened a purchase for a long time, and this business is becoming increasingly difficult to do. Although I can't get the Silver Spirit Man here, there's some other goods. Do you want to look at the list?" Carlozzo asked. "Forget it. I'll find another family." The buyer of the number 178 went offline. Carlozzo curled his lips, not caring about it. The deal failed, but he didn't feel regretful at all. Because of the war, Carlozzo had made up his mind to no longer purchase goods. He just wanted to clear the inventory and wash his hands after washing his hands and stop doing this job. As for whether he can stop safely and leave the venue, Carlozzo is not worried. Sellers who have been operating for a long time have a set of survival rules. Pay attention to their identity confidentiality, and most of the time, they only do regular customers' business and maintain good communication with some armed organizations. Some powerful customers can even provide convenience for them, so they can get along on the road. As long as they keep a low profile, do not expose or provoke big people, then no one will care about them, and they can leave after making a fortune. In fact, it is very safe. Carlozzo turned off the communication interface, continued to change channels, and randomly pass programs, but his mind was not on it, immersed in the excitement of looking forward to the future. "I will be able to retire after this batch of inventory is cleared." Carlozzo was in a comfortable mood. The money he earned over the years is enough for his life. As long as he retires successfully, he can change his appearance and enjoy his life with the wealth he has accumulated. There are too many such examples in this industry, which would be said to be the dream of every seller and also the goal of Carlozzo. When Carlozzo thought of the beautiful life finally waved to him after so many years of hard work, he couldn't help but feel excited. But at this moment, he moved to a news station and was broadcasting the conference held by Black Star. Carlozzo also paid attention to the invitation incident not long ago and couldn't help but stop by a tragic act. Soon, his eyes widened and his body trembled involuntarily. Heavy fear gradually spread across his face, and the cold air penetrated his bone marrow, and cold sweat was pouring on him. Seeing countless major forces in the picture responding to Han Xiao's call, Carlozzo was panicked. His mind was blank, and a sentence he once sneered appeared unconsciously. He always has to pay it back when he comes out. Cracking. Many subordinates who were shouting and playing cards in the cabin suddenly heard the sound of frequent throwing things from the captain's room. Just listening to the movement, everyone could almost imagine hysterical, as if they were trapped in despair. Endless Nebula, a certain interstellar free city. A luxurious mansion villa is located in a scenic area with pleasant scenery, surrounded by green forests and clear lakes. There is such a special area in the interstellar city with a very high degree of artificial transformation. Obviously, the people living here are very powerful. In the living room that covers a vast area, a man in a nightgown sits on the sofa. On the ground beside him are several female creatures of elf blood. His head is low, his jaw is next to the ground, his neck is tied with a collar, and a rope is tied to the pillars beside him, like a pet being kept. In front of the few people was a huge virtual screen, and the show was playing. The man was eating breakfast while looking up at the screen, and from time to time he used his fingertips to stroke the purple bruised back of the elf woman bent beheaded by the elf woman next to him, as if he was simply stroking a pet. The elf woman subconsciously shrank, but her eyes were stagnant, without any fluctuations. She looked at the virtual screen in front of her without any spirit, like a walking corpse whose soul was pulled away. At this moment, the man in the nightgown changed the station and saw the news recording of the Black Star Conference. After watching for a while, he sneered, with disapproval on his face. This Black Star, he has nothing to do all day long. He should fight against foreign enemies when he is so idle. That is his duty. What's the matter with worrying about population trade? Do he care? Do you really think he is the leader of the interstellar society? Well, what's the matter? As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of several elf women lying on the ground trembled suddenly, and their silent eyes suddenly regained a little. Since they were caught by human traffickers and sold as slaves, their lives have only been left with deep darkness, as if they could not see any stagnant water of hope, and they thought that the rest of their lives would be like this. But at this moment, the Black Star was like a dawn piercing through the darkness, suddenly shot into their desperate hearts, stinging their numb hearts, and awakening their broken personality. Several people stared at the black stars on the screen blankly, and couldn't help but feel hope. Is there really someone coming to save us? But at this moment, the man in the nightgown noticed the eyes of several pets, and his eyebrows frowned. Huh, where are your eyes? As he said that, the man in the nightgown glanced at the black star on the screen again, and suddenly a burst of anger surged. He picked up a short whip with electric edges from the side and made a crackling sound. It seems that I have not trained you enough. Are you still thinking about running away? Why? After reading the news, I thought that Black Star could save you. Keep watching him and see if he can save you now. Several elf women were so scared that they were stiff all over, lying on the ground and trembling, but they did not dare to avoid it, and they did not dare to beg for mercy. Without the permission of the man, if they pets spoke, they would only cause even more tragic torture. The man in the nightgown looked gloomy and raised his whip to make a move. But at this moment, the door of the mansion burst open. Bang! Fragments splashed, and the walls were covered with dust. The man in the nightgown was startled and turned around and saw a group of people walking in, wearing familiar uniforms, but it was the security patrol of this interstellar city. Seeing the person clearly, the man in the nightgown relaxed immediately, then furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Trespassing into my house, looking for death." The security team leader came out and showed an electronic arrest warrant and said coldly, "Hisser and Xiao, we have received a reliable report. You have violated the law for raising interstellar citizens as pets. Please come with us." The man in the nightgown widened his eyes, looked disbelief, and pointed at himself in surprise. "Just arrest me because of this little thing? Do you know who I am? You have violated the regulations on the prohibition of population trade under the interstellar general law." The security team leader was expressionless. "Catch me. Can you take on this responsibility? Go back and ask the lord of your free planet whether he doesn't want his planet management franchise." The man in the nightgown felt it was ridiculous and ridiculous. With his identity and background, this crime is a joke. No one dares to hold him accountable for how many interstellar species he has raised as pets. He didn't expect that such a low-level security police officer would dare to challenge him. A small person with such an identity usually does not even have the qualifications to talk to him. Please cooperate with our law enforcement. The security team leader frowned. What is your security police number? Believe it or not, I will strip your clothes tomorrow. The man in the nightgown laughed in anger and walked up to him, grabbed the captain's clothes with a stern hand, and looked down at the number on his nameplate. The security team leader was not polite, pushed the man in the nightgown, and said in a deep voice, "If you continue to resist arrest, we will take violent measures." The man in the nightgown was pushed and staggered, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he didn't expect that the person in front of him would dare to attack him. His expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. He picked up the communicator from the table, dialed the number of the Lord of the Planet City, reached out to click the security team leader, and said angrily, "Okay, wait for me. I'll see who can take me away today." Soon, the communication was connected. "Oh, isn't this Your Excellency Han Xiao? Why did you suddenly have the time to find me?" The figure of the planet lord appeared on the screen, with a polite smile on his face. The man in the nightgown immediately exclaimed his anger on the planet lord's head and sneered, "Okay, your man has grown his skills now. He dares to break into my house, take me away, and even dares to take action. If you don't give me a satisfactory reply today, your planetary business franchise will be invalid." "Oh, why are you so angry? What's going on?" The planet lord was surprised. "Huh, ask your people." The man in the nightgown stuffed the communicator directly to the security team leader, took 2 steps back, with an expression of watching the show. The security team leader was unafraid and picked up the communicator, reported the situation just now, and showed several elves women. After hearing this, the planet lord said lightly, "So that's it? What's your name for the security team, Captain?" "Bell." The security team captain replied calmly. "Is the thread reliable?" "There are both evidence and physical evidence." Upon hearing this, the planet lord nodded and said slowly, "Then what are you waiting for? I've captured this guy. If he resists arrest, don't bring it back and kill him on the spot." After the words came, the man in the nightgown was stunned, thinking that he had heard it wrong. The normal situation, shouldn't it be, to order this group of security police to retreat and then fire this group of people to calm his anger? It was like this before. Why is it different today? "What do you mean?" The man in the nightgown was stunned. The planet lord shrugged. "I should have expressed it very accurately. If you violate the law, you will naturally be arrested." "Are you crazy?" The man in the nightgown widened his eyes. "Did you forget who I am? I know you have a big background and have a background." The planet lord suddenly changed his tone and stopped pretending, and his tone became quiet. "But so what? It's the will of His Excellency Black Star. We're doing things for Black Star. What do you think you are? You." The man in the nightgown was stunned, and his whole body trembled. It's not fear, but irrepressible anger. Since his birth, no one has dared to talk to him like this. However, before he could make a furious move, Bell suddenly pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger without saying a word. Bang! A laser flashed, and the man in the nightgown's head exploded and the burnt flesh spilled all over the floor. The headless corpse seemed to be on the spot, shook twice before falling to the ground. It had no dead nerves, and it was still causing the body to twitch slightly. Seeing this, the planet lord smiled inexplicably. If it weren't for his secret instruction, there wouldn't be a bold move for the security team. This person has resisted arrest many times, and our team received an order from superiors to allow him to be shot dead on the spot. Bell put away his gun with a cold face, glanced at the headless corpse, and contempt flashed in his eyes. "Bah scum! It has been several days since countless forces expressed their opinions at the Black Star Conference, and the chain reaction caused by this conference has begun to appear. Most of the interstellar society's resources were almost leveraged by Han Xiao, and the forces in various star fields followed the consensus of the meeting and began to clean up population trade in the territory. The Super A-Level Association controls the interstellar black market, starts directly from the core, pulls out population trade channels, uproots, and has achieved great results. Not only the forces attending the conference, but other forces that did not attend also joined in to participate in the grand event. They were not just taking care of Han Xiao's face, but seeing so many big forces responded. Some small forces tried to join the local large forces by taking advantage of the opportunity of jointly cracking down on population trade. So there was a reason to connect with them. The population trade removal operation is in full swing. With the cooperation of a large number of forces, batches of slaves were rescued, groups of human traffickers were shot dead, buyers were arrested, and retired population sellers were also tracked down by intelligence departments through contacts from the black market and hunted again. The grand occasion of cooperation among so many forces is rare, like an efficient machine, and the efficiency of every day makes countless interstellar citizens marvel at the terrifying appeal of the Black Star. The relevant information naturally reached the ears of many natural disaster-level students at the training base. Training base, dormitory lounge. The virtual screen broadcasts the results of regional combating population trade, and Jatina stares at the picture, her eyes full of dazzling colors. You actually have the same dream as me. Jatina clenched her fists, so excited that she couldn't suppress herself. As the son of the beast ancestor, she hates population trade deeply. Ending the population transactions in the entire universe is her dream, hidden in her heart, and has never told anyone. But she didn't expect that He Xing actually had the same idea as her and had like-mindedness. The difference is that for yourself, this is just an out-of-reach dream, but for Black Star, this is a goal within reach. Black Star, we are indeed destined companions. Jatina's breathing heavily and her heart was undulating. At this moment, she just wanted to give birth to a nest of monkeys for Black Star. For decades, her admiration for Han Xiao has been consistent, and now it is even stronger. Rumors have been saying that Black Star and Dragon are a couple, but so what? I won't give up. So what if the Dragon Pole is Super A level? When I try to reach this level, I will be able to compete with you on an equal footing. Jatina's eyes ignited an unparalleled fighting spirit, as dazzling as a star's explosion. Black Star, wait for me. Dragon Zodiac is not worthy of you. I will definitely snatch you from her. The entire explored universe has an unprecedented crackdown on population trade, with significant results. No matter how gangsters are, human traffickers have no place to live. The protective umbrellas they once relied on are now avoided. Both buyers and sellers are silent. A large number of individuals or forces who have been involved in population transactions have been investigated. Depending on the severity of the circumstances and the scale of the force, they have been fined, imprisoned, and death penalty. Countless human traffickers have ushered in the doomsday. Of course, most people will not wait to die, and the rebels naturally exist. The complex situation of complexity in the population trade ecology has been exposed before the world. Sellers may have no way to escape, but many buyers have the power, scattered in all walks of life, like stubborn stains remaining in the gap. Many forces are willing to kill all human traffickers, but it is impossible to liquidate all the buyers with a large number of buyers, and many cooperative forces will not agree. After all, the involvement is too wide, which can easily distort the nature of the action. Their dark history may also be revealed, and there are many concerns. Han Xiao did not force this. He only wanted to kill the seller cleanly. Even if the buyer was not giving up, he could not find the source of goods for a long time, so he could only think about it. If a bold speculator feels that the population market has no share, he takes risks and tries to develop private customers in a one-to-one confidential manner. The advanced civilization of the regulatory network is not a decoration, and the search program produced by a super god-level virtual mechanic is not a vegetarian. A more detailed approach was jointly formulated by the Association and high-level civilizations, and some new laws and regulations were issued, which did not require Han Xiao to do it personally. As one population trade chain after another was publicly removed, Han Xiao became more and more popular with interstellar citizens. Although the end of population trade gave him a huge reputation, he also offended many people. Black Star Palace, private mechanical workshop. Han Xiao looked through the feedback collected by the intelligence department over the days and said with an inexplicable meaning on his face, "Hey, the movement is even greater than I expected. This kind of thing really doesn't bring much benefit. These powerful guys, no matter how respectful they are on the surface, mostly think that I am meddling in private. I don't know how many guys secretly regard me as an enemy. Buyers who are capable of raising slaves and are not pursued obviously do not have ordinary people. They deprive them of their hobbies. Even if these guys dare not express their dissatisfaction, they definitely have no good feelings in their hearts. If there's a chance to take advantage of the situation one day, they will definitely not mind stepping on it. If I were not an individual power, I would definitely not have a good end in the future." Han Xiao curled his lips. Unfortunately, his fist is big enough. Even if these people are unhappy with him, there is no way to deal with him. When people are in the world, how can they not make enemies? Han Xiao doesn't care. He opened the panel and looked at some task lists. The end of darkness has been displayed as a checkable state, which surprised him a bit. It's actually done like this. The action is not over yet. Han Xiao rubbed his jaw, thinking, now that the turmoil is in panic, no one dares to take risks at this time. The traffickers who have not been arrested still have the intention to conduct business. They're all running away, and the trade chain is basically broken. In a sense, during this period, interstellar population trade was indeed temporarily ended, and as long as the task was settled before the resurgence, it should be fine. In this case, the task judgment is quite relaxed, and the difficulty is within the acceptance range. Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. If the mission is to keep the interstellar trade forever, let alone 1 trillion experience, he feels that the rewards of 10 trillion or 1 trillion experience may not be worthy of this difficulty. This requirement is also very difficult now. It seems simple to complete it yourself. That is because you have accumulated a high enough status. There are very few forces in the entire interstellar society with its own appeal, and there's no way to start if you change someone. Han Xiao didn't want the night to be long and dreamed, so he settled the task directly. The end of darkness completed. You get the experience, random reward X15, blank character card X3. You get milestone, slave liberator, slave liberator. Your relationship in all order camps is forever respect. You get 3 points of Cosmic Legend. Cosmic Legend. Light of Justice. You tore the darkness of population trade, bringing the light of justice to this sea of stars, and countless people regard you as idols of worship. Cosmic Legend. Deeds of Great Man. Your initiative to end population trade will become a monument of humanitarianism, remembered by history, and leave a stroke of the full text in the textbook. Cosmic Legend. Leader of Freedom. You save countless desperate people and unblock the shackles for them. Your existence in the eyes of the saviors symbolizes lofty freedom. Hey, get it done. Han Xiao relaxed and happily checked the harvest. The 1 trillion experience reward is mainly a reflection of the difficulty. For him, he said less or less, and he said less, which was only 6 or 7 old Maitu, but it was also a good fortune. Now experience is still useful to him. Although he has been upgraded to the super god level, his total level is still not at the upper limit, but the upgrade cost is even more exaggerated. 1 trillion experience cannot even be upgraded to 1 level, which is simply a bottomless pit. The most practical reward in his eyes is 15 random reward opportunities and 5 blank character cards. Especially the latter, he can touch people again. As for the effect of the slave liberator milestone, it should be placed in the past and is of great use. But even if it does not have this milestone, its performance will be similar. However, this time's achievements are considered a stronger amulet, standing at the commanding heights of morality. If the 3 major civilizations want to target themselves in the future, the rebound will be even more serious. In addition, this is also a huge political asset. If one day he had thought about the position of the ruler of the interstellar society, some people might directly eat a pot of slurry to welcome the king's army and welcome the great Black Star Majesty to his loyal Central Star Sea. Cough, cough. Han Xiao coughed twice, put away these random thoughts, knocked on the table with his fingers, and pondered himself. I use my influence and call on forces from all over the universe to cooperate to end population trade. Naturally, I cannot change the order every day. That will damage my prestige. Although the task is completed, it is not appropriate to stop immediately. Is it still necessary to continue? It's good. It's not a bad thing anyway. Save people to the end and send Buddha to the west. Han Xiao calmed down and opened the forum to scan and found that many players were also discussing this matter. Most of the posts were mainly admiration and praise. This deed was also added to the Chronicle of Stars C by players. He was generous and praised. He was very comfortable to see all kinds of rainbow farts and did not feel ashamed at all. With a happy mood, Han Xiao suddenly paused and saw a post that he cared about. This is an announcement post, which is the time for the next version update. Han Xiao changed it slightly. It will be about 9 months after Shanghai. Players will receive an offline update. Players' event time in version 5.0 is far from meeting the standards of the previous versions, and even the professional league has not been held yet. However, this update is not a major version change, but enters version 5.5, which is a small update. There were several small version updates in this form in previous life, but in Han Xiao's memory, the 5.0 version of the previous life did not have this update. It seems that it is my butterfly effect again. Han Xiao was helpless. Under my own influence, the plot is completely different now. Even the 5.0 version name has become Black Star Age, so it seems not surprising that the update time has changed. After all, every version update takes some major event as the entry point, which is automatically determined. Now the World Tree will not reach the explored universe territory in 10 years, and he probably is the reason for the small update. I don't feel that it's a favorable change. I want to see if I can upgrade more. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows. Although a small version update can unlock the player's level upper limit again, it is precisely this reason that the player's experience has an important way to consume, and he cannot continue to cut the leaks with the highest efficiency. In addition, the 3 major civilizations are currently scrambling the World Tree to advance, which is the time when the Suicide Squad is most needed. If players go offline, there will be a recyclable armed force here. It seems that you have to prepare for it. Before they go offline, you will cut a hard. The faint light of a sickle flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. He is already familiar with this, and the focus is to give players plenty of motivation to clear the shopping cart. Compared with selling materials and equipment, various professional knowledge and skills are the big part of harvesting experience. So, the skills are unsaleable. Help us. 9 months passed by. During this period, Han Xiao used all his skills and changed his various promotions every day, as if it was double 11 every day. Many Legion players were caught in a shopping spree, and their experience slots and wallets were shriveled at an incredible speed. But they were not sad at all, but were very happy. They just felt that they made a lot of money and were worth the money, and they smiled like a little flower. After spending money, they have to thank us. After squeezing a wave of players, Han Xiao has a lot of experience reserves. As long as he doesn't use it for upgrade, he can use it for a long time. In his opinion, it is enough to afford years of research costs. When a version was updated, many players disappeared from offline, which caught the 3 major civilizations a little off guard, but they quickly adjusted to substitutions to block the World Tree Army, and the combat loss rate inevitably increased. After solving the problem of population trade, Han Xiao did not continue to cause trouble. He cooperated with the 3 major civilizations to prepare for the war, and time passed quickly in the busy life. During the preparation period, no unexpected situation occurred again. The transformation of Shining World Frontier was successfully completed and became a war zone for the clear fields. The Secondary Dimension Expeditionary Force used the territory of the King of Borders as a transit station to continuously search for the whereabouts of the World Tree. Most of the Super A-level students have made progress to varying degrees under the guidance of Han Xiao, and a group of new Super A-level strong men have been born among the natural disaster level students of the training base. leaving their names in the sanctuary. In addition, many super-level forces have also completed their migration. At the warning of Han Xiao, the Black Star Army moved away the territory of the Shining World and the Broken Star Rings, and temporarily withdrew from these two frontier areas that were the first to suffer additional losses in the war. Year after year, the distance between the World Tree and the Shining World is shorter day by day, and the atmosphere of the exploration universe is getting tense, and the storm is about to come. Finally, on February 5th, 797, Shanghai calendar, the shadow of the World Tree spread. The Shining World heads towards the border direction of the unexplored universe, and dense streams of light are coming, turning into an extremely huge fleet of World Trees. Countless World Tree soldiers looked at the galaxy outside the window, and the scene they saw was transmitted along the soul of the World Tree and fed back to the heart of the King of Jinshu, who was in charge of the base camp. King Jinshu sat upright on the throne, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. More than 10 years have passed for him, and the memory of fighting with Han Xiao is as if it was yesterday. Field battles are not the strength of the World Tree civilization. Invading the enemy's civilization's homeland is their greatest advantage. Snowball through the World Tree's devouring ability, eating all resources and consuming all enemies. War is finally about to enter the rhythm we are good at. The King of Tree Town tightened his hand, and he smashed the handrail of the throne with a click, and his tone was low and hoarse. I finally found your territory. It's time for you to taste despair. The huge space fortress is suspended in the universe, with wormhole jumping base stations distributed around it. From time to time, wormhole passages open and close, and groups of ships fly out. Siebert Fortress, the Carter Cluster located on the border of the Shining World, is the strategic command headquarters of the Interstellar Joint Army in the Shining World. In order to fight against the World Tree civilization, the three major civilizations established the Interstellar Joint Army during the preparations, integrating the power of the explored universe, and divided the major star fields of the explored universe into numbered military regions at the strategic level, and carried out different degrees of transformation. Over the past decade, the Shining World has been completely transformed. 5 border star clusters have been firmly built, and only countless defense lines and strongholds are left to watch and help each other, armed to the teeth. Not only the first joint military region represented by the Shining World, but also the star domain in the hinterland is ready for war. After all, the situation of the World Tree invading the country is different from the Interceptor War. When the Interceptor battle, because there's a large area of depth behind, the worries are limited. Now, after Shining the World, the convenience of the country is the country, and it is impossible to retreat. I have to guard against it, and the pressure is completely different. At this moment, countless people gathered in the top-floor conference room of Siebert Fortress with solemn expressions. Not only were there commanders from the Interstellar Joint Army, but also some senior executives of the Super A-Level Association. A three-dimensional projection of a strategic star map shining across the world's borders is suspended on the table. According to the Frontline report, the World Tree's Vanguard Army is not far from the Shining World frontier. It is expected to arrive at the outermost defense circle in 10 days. Each unit is ready to fight. What do you think? Simon spoke while operating the star map, enlarging the area on the border, marking the red location, representing the area that is most likely to be hit by the first wave of the World Tree. Although the World Tree has only one directional coordinate, it will not only take one route, and it will be divided into a large number of vanguards to move forward in different arcs and eventually invade the Shining World from different directions. However, the three major civilizations have long expected this situation and have turned the Shining World into a piece of iron barrel. We have made more than 10 years of preparation. Isn't it just to welcome the arrival of this day? Just fight. That's right. What should be prepared and discussed? The past 10 years have been completed. The next step is to test our results. The current actions of the World Tree have not deviated from our preset situation. Just act according to the strategy. When they really fight in, they will adapt to the situation. Many officers spoke with a sense of fighting. Simon nodded and turned to look at Han Xiao. Her high star, what do you think? Han Xiao supported his cheek with his palm and pondered. We are firm in clearing the world, and the world tree cannot snowball for the time being, so they will not just make a move. They will probably make steady progress, build a bridgehead base in the border area, stabilize the jumping points, and be prepared to fight a protracted battle with us. Compared to more than 10 years ago, his appearance has not changed at all. With his super god-level lifespan, this little time cannot leave any trace on him. No, Simon agreed. So, the time has come to test endurance. The war of attrition is an inevitable direction. It depends on who can withstand it. See whether we are killed first or whether the world tree body is found first. Han Xiao shrugged. At present, the reincarnation mechanism of the world tree is still unsolvable. Han Xiao feels that the super god level should have the power to attack information states, but cannot be unlocked. It can only be attributed to the fact that some preconditions have not been met. In recent years, the secondary dimension expeditionary force has made some progress. Although the world tree itself has not been found, it has figured out the sphere of influence of the world tree in the secondary dimension and has met with the other side's garrison many times. Fortunately, with Harrison's halo, they did not reveal their coordinates and were in danger. However, their behavior was finally noticed by the world tree civilization. At present, a group of family members are searching for the expeditionary forces of the three major civilizations in the secondary dimension. However, this is inevitable. The world tree body is guarded by countless families and guarded strictly. The closer the expeditionary force is to the body, the easier it is to trigger the alert. It is basically impossible to find the world tree body without disturbing any guards. The same was true in the previous life. The team spontaneously searched for the body of the world tree, was chased by the world tree family. In the end, Harrison was full of luck and passed through the alert network and shot into his soul. When will the Super A-Level Association be held to participate in the battle? Simon asked. They can participate in the war at any time, but not me. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. I won't do it before the world tree sends the tree king again. It is still a secret for the world tree to advance to the super god level. He wants to take this opportunity to raid a wave and seal another tree king. If he appears rashly to fight the soldiers, he will most likely scare the tree king so that he dare not show up, and then he will be alarmed. Before he let out the tree king, he didn't want his cannon to kill mosquitoes. Everyone had no objection, so they discussed it and soon finished the meeting and went offline to prepare separately. Han Xiao turned off the remote projection and returned to the square of the training base. In front of him was a crowd of black people. All the training students gathered here, looking at him eagerly. You all know that the world tree is about to invade, and the training camp will end today. It's time for you to use what you have learned, Han Xiao said, scanning everyone. The more than 10 years of high-pressure training, coupled with my own guidance, has given birth to a new batch of Super A levels, with a considerable number of more than 40 people. Apart from the exploration history, no other period in history has ever been born so frequently. Among them, nearly half of the members of the Black Star Legion accounted for. Jatina successfully advanced. Nyoshin also entered the Super A level half a year ago, and even Riki, the salted fish, was successfully promoted. Carlot even advanced to the A level early, but Han Xiao did not let him show up. He was still receiving special training, constantly accumulating insights, and striving to reactivate martial arts wuji and quickly soar to the peak combat power. Many training students were in a state of turmoil, and suddenly, they saluted Han Xiao as if they had made an appointment. Regardless of whether they advanced to the A level or not, everyone was a member of the army or not, and they said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Haishing, for your 10 years of teaching. We remember this kindness in our hearts." No matter what the motives of Black Star's move, at least they knew how much benefit they had gained in the past 10 years, and their gratitude to Han Xiao was from the bottom of their hearts. Han Xiao accepted it calmly and waved his hand. Go to the army to report. Everyone saluted again, walked onto the spaceships that had been prepared long ago, turned into streams of light and disappeared from everyone's sight. At this time, Saori walked up from behind and sighed. I don't know how many people will survive these natural disaster-level seeds next time we meet. We have given the opportunity. We have not been able to get the ticket to the sanctuary for more than 10 years. No one else's fault. Han Xiao shook his head. So I nodded. We should report it too. Remember to find Aurora back. We have no idea who can't see her. I understand. Han Xiao nodded and watched many members of the Super A-Level Association leave. In contrast, many Super A-Level people are not very nervous. They have the recovery of the Black Star Sanctuary behind them as their confidence, and their lives are guaranteed. After more than 10 years of training, many Super A-Levels have made certain progress. Han Xiao occasionally asks them to compete and has also found some abilities from some people. After seeing everyone off, Han Xiao changed into the Emperor and teleported to the place where the Remnant's soul ended. As soon as he came here, Hela, Aurora, and Fording, who were in seclusion, were aware of it. Are you here? Hela stopped absorbing soul fragments, and an inexplicable aura rippled all over her body, which was very powerful. You have made a lot of progress over the years. Han Xiao glanced at her and showed a satisfied expression. The Remnant's soul is the leveling treasure land for Hela and Fording. After more than 10 years of retreat, Hela has successfully entered the peak and Super A level. In history, it has been a cheat-like speed, greatly increasing its combat power, and has steadily entered the first echelon. Fording used the soul-turning instrument to absorb so much soul energy, and he also steadily reached the high-level Super A-level level. As for Aurora's inability to use the resources of the Remnant Soul Land, she has also received special training from Hela Love, and her ability has also increased. Although it is not as good as Shanghai Lan Fording, it is also quite good. You are here to come back to us. Calculate the day, and the World Tree is almost here. A look of fighting spirit flashed across Hyla's eyes. I can finally meet the Tree King for a while. Han Xiao ignored the combat madman and turned to Aurora and said, You are our core figure. Are you ready? Don't worry, I will never miss this time. Aurora clenched her fist with a firm look on her face. Although that spring dream has made her recall to this day, she has vowed that she will not be hit again, causing huge casualties to her companions. Han Xiao smiled and rubbed her head, looked at Fording again, nodded and said, You are already in a high-level Super A level. Using this power to activate the Soul Transformation Gallery is enough to cause large-scale damage to the members of the World Tree. You have a lot of room for play in this regard. The Soul Transformation Gallery is a group battle killer, and its power is no less than that of the Ghost Wave. It is also an army treasure. When it is inconvenient to take action, Fording can replace him and cause large-scale damage to countless fleet crews. I understand. Fording rubbed the mirror of the soul-turning instrument and nodded slightly. Although he doesn't like killing, he is also not ruthless to invaders like World Tree. Han Xiao instructed everyone a few words, changed into another set of emperors, teleported to the underworld, and saw Evans and the strange god who was teaching him fighting skills at a glance. As soon as he saw Han Xiao, Evans immediately stopped practicing and came forward. Han Xiao did not exchange greetings and said straight to the point, The World Tree is here. You go and meet with me. Okay. Evans felt astern and kept his head firm. The strange god followed with his hands behind his back and said, Don't die on the battlefield. I'm still waiting for you to fulfill my dream for me. Although the sanctuary is good to recover, as long as you die once, your ability will be lacking. You will never be able to step into the super god level. Don't blame me for giving up you at that time. Don't worry, teacher, I'm not so easy to die in battle. Evans replied solemnly, his tone containing calm confidence. The so-called old man in the family is like a treasure. The strange god has galloped in the universe for many years and has experienced it very richly. With all his teachings, Evans has accumulated a lot of combat skills. If Evans was at best an ordinary person holding a gun when he first advanced and obtained the energy control, power, and now he has received the teachings of the alien god, He's like a soldier king who has completed all the elite courses of special forces, proficient in all weapons, and his actual combat ability has increased many times. After more than 10 years of getting along, Evans has regarded the alien god as his teacher. Although the alien god did not admit it, he did not refuse this title. "Follow me." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, and without saying much, teleporting away with Evans. The strange god watched the two disappear, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The three major civilizations were ready to fight. 10 days passed by, and the World Tree Pioneer Army finally arrived at the shining world frontier and had a fierce exchange of fire with the Outer Defense Circle. As the General Staff expected, the World Tree invaded from different directions, but they were all within the coverage of the Defense Circle, and battles broke out in multiple areas at the same time. In all battlefields, the individual power of both sides maintained restraint. The Super A-level groups of the three major civilizations only tested a few times, while the World Tree civilization never sent Super A-level powerhouses to fight. With the lessons of the King of Heart Tree, World Tree is very afraid of Black Star, and the first wave of tentative attack did not use Super A-level. After the first confrontation, after more than 10 years, the three civilizations that had been prepared for a long time successfully gave the World Tree army a head-on blow. The two sides did not let the World Tree enter the country, and the two sides remained stalemate at the shining world frontier. But even if we win a battle, the three major civilizations will not be happy, because this is just the first wave of tentative attacks. The World Tree did not consume much troops, and the situation is still serious. And just as Han Xiao said, the World Tree is ready for a protracted war, and the first thing is to build batches of bridgeheads outside the borders of the shining world, garrison troops on a large scale, and stare at them covetously. Because the World Tree marched all the way and the jump points were controlled, the three major civilizations were currently unable to replicate the space anchoring track during the Intercepting Circle War and could not drive away the enemy, and could only guard the territory and endure the impact of the World Tree. This is the future war situation, and it is also a situation where the three major civilizations were mentally prepared and exchanged the entire strategic depth of the explored universe for time. The fierce confrontation between the World Tree Army and the Interstellar Joint Army on the border lasted for 2 months. The World Tree was unable to completely enter the Shining World territory, although it broke through the defense line of the Interstellar Joint Army several times and allowed the fleet to chisel in. The defense circles established by the three civilizations over the past decade were far more complete than the temporary interception circles at the beginning. The support network of watchfulness and help was extremely dense, like an extremely dense elastic network. The deeper it gets inside, the greater the rebound strength, and you can't gain a foothold at all. All World Tree troops that attacked the Shining World were either driven out or encircled and annihilated. The best record lasted for less than 3 days, and even the galaxy on the border did not pass through. The border war reports of Shining World are constantly being transmitted back to the Central Star Sea and spread throughout the interstellar society. Countless interstellar citizens have been frightened for more than 10 years. Now that foreign enemies have truly invaded the country, many people are even more afraid. However, because the Interstellar United Army has always blocked foreign enemies outside the territory and performed outstandingly, this has given most interstellar citizens more confidence. In Siebert Fortress, many Super A-level players are on standby here for 2 months. Hey, didn't the World Tree like to use individual power to share with us? Why are you so cowardly now? You're going back more and more after you live. In the lounge, the Sun Hunter stepped on the table, his tone full of disdain. I guess I'm afraid of Haishing. I caught a tree king more than 10 years ago, and it must have hurt them. Kant said with a smile. In the past 2 months, no matter how they provoke or lure them, the World Tree has never allowed individual powers to fight, and calmly sat down and watched the Super A-level people of the three major civilizations make trouble on the battlefield. The Super A-level guy, who was ready to fight, was a little helpless. No matter how strong the fighting spirit was, others could not help but not accept it. They even seduced them with their bodies. The World Tree powerhouse still stayed in a mess and could not come out of life or death. They were like turtles shrouded. I thought too much. The World Tree is not afraid of me like this. It should be observing the number of individual powers. They will not give up the do-easy tactics easily. So they will probably be about to do it. Han Xiao played with Emmy's hair and answered casually. He has been with everyone here to wait for the big fish to catch. These days, the three civilizations concealed the true scale of individual power. Most of the dozens of freshmen did not play in the field, and the powerful people with special abilities or great progress, such as Hela, Ferdin, Evans, and other powerful people with special abilities or great progress did not take action. At the same time, the Super A level who sacrificed in the last battle of the Interception Circle did not appear, allowing them to continue to maintain their identity as dead in the eyes of the World Tree. In the Covenant organization that others don't know, there are dozens of resurrections who are always ready to participate in the war. The individual power displayed in front of the World Tree is just the tip of the iceberg, in order to make the World Tree think that the do-easy tactics are effective and fall into a trap. After more than 10 years of collection, the swearing man accumulated several keys to the sanctuary, which Han Xiao never used, and used them as a strategic reserve, which is all the capital of the waste. Buzzing, while everyone was chatting, the alarm suddenly sounded loudly, and the World Tree once again launched an impact on the outermost defense circle, persevering. Everyone paused, but before they could take action, a long-range projection of an officer suddenly appeared in the room and spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, the Super A-level World Tree has finally appeared. Please arrive at the battlefield as soon as possible. Hearing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed. I've finally come. Are there any Tree King's figures this time? Yes. Which one is here? 2. The master clones of the Tree King and Ding Shu King. Xui couldn't help but smile and interrupted. With the lesson from last time, World Tree did not dare to let the Tree King go out alone, but this time the configuration is similar to last time. I'm afraid they think that as long as they are more cautious, they will not be hit like the Tree King of Heart. At this time, a freshman Super A-level spoke curiously. The Tree King has appeared. How about it? Is Mr. Blackstar going to fight? Only one Tree King. Forget it. I'll leave it to you. Han Xiao touched his chin, thought for a while, and tickled. He hopes to catch a big fish, and no matter how bad he is a Tree King, and it is better to be the ancestral Tree King. He exposes his strength for a mere Tree King, and it feels not worth it. He just dislikes the martial arts master of the Tree King, which has 2 single functions and is far less important than other Tree Kings. Besides, there are many powerful people in the Super A-level association nowadays. If he doesn't need to take action, it's enough to kill the Tree King. As long as he kills this tool man and fails to resurrect in the short term, he should be able to lead out the ancestral Tree King and the secret Tree King, which is the better prey in Han Xiao's eyes. Hyla's eyes lit up, as if she was afraid that someone would take away the opponent, so she immediately said, "Then I'll leave this guy to me." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and poured cold water without mercy. Although you have made a lot of progress, it's still early to kill the Tree King. I'll find out after trying. Hyla's eyes flashed with cold light. Okay, just don't let him go. Han Xiao curled his lips. Originally, Ernos was the most stable dealing with the Tree King, but this slinger has not left the Temple of Gods for more than 10 years and still has no intention of participating in the war. However, now that he has the big brother of the underworld, there is no shortage of strong men. At this time, Han Xiao found that Evan's palm trembled slightly and couldn't help but wonder, "Are you scared?" The first time I went to the battlefield, it was still a Star Wars of this specification. I am indeed a little scared. Evans was calm. Locking next to him muttered in a low voice, "What's the use of being afraid of? Are you afraid that you won't die in battle?" I didn't expect that I had just become a Super A level for a few years, and I was about to die. Alas, it turns out that a person like me doesn't have the qualification to enjoy life. Shut up. Han Xiao spoke up unhappily and interrupted the chat genius. If it weren't for how much combat power you counted, I would have locked you, the bastard who lowered your morale. into amber today. At this moment, the border front, the huge World Tree fleet, is in a strong attack and defense circle. The fleet of the Interstellar United Army cooperates with various space fortress strongholds to counterattack. Countless rays containing terrifying power shuttle back and forth in the vast universe battlefield, forming a dazzling but deadly rain of light, shooting into each other's arrays, causing spacecraft to explode into fireworks in space. This was not the first time the two sides fought, and they were soon red in their eyes. The battle situation quickly became fierce. The troops acted under the command of various military intelligence. From a macro perspective, it seemed that they were just large-scale shooting. In fact, both sides were adjusting their tactics and performing micro-operations every moment. In the battlefield, a group of World Tree Super A-level people emitting amazing energy were observing the battlefield from afar under the protection of their own starship group. King Jinshu was holding his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes scanning the array of the Interstellar Joint Army. Not long after, the Super A-level groups of the three major civilizations also arrived on the battlefield one after another, and the two sides confronted each other. Because only a few people appeared, they seemed to be less than those of the World Tree Strongman. The group that appeared at this time were mainly Super A-level who had participated in the Interception Circle battle, and others were hiding in secret. Seeing this, King Jinshu narrowed his eyes and nodded secretly. They died last time, and this time they're not our opponents. In the past 2 months, he has been observing the situation of the three major civilizations being Super A-level. Most of the people he sees are old opponents. Although there are some new faces, the number is limited. It is estimated that the freshmen in recent years have exceeded A-level. He didn't find it strange. World Tree has been vigorously cultivating superpowers for more than 10 years, and has also spawned some new Holy Tree messengers and ancestral spirits, and the scale of individual power has also increased. Some of the enemy's individual powers died in the battle more than 10 years ago, and the dead of their World Tree have now been resurrected. The combat power of both sides has increased and decreased, and the King of Jinshu is quite confident. However, King of Heart Tree has already been planted. With him as a martial artist, it is difficult to kill the enemy's nanny in seconds. He tried it once last time and fell into the trap of Black Star and was unfortunately killed. Therefore, King of Jinshu did not intend to repeat the same mistake. This time, he gathered the World Tree powerhouses and had no intention of doing easy immediately. Scanning the enemy, the King of Jinshu suddenly stared and found that there was no trace of the Black Star. That guy didn't even come out? No, he must have hid and planned to attack. King Jinshu became alert. The only thing he was worried about was the Black Star. The King of Heart Tree was sealed. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps and was secretly on guard, afraid that Han Xiao would jump out and give him a knife. The so-called enemies were particularly jealous when they met. The Super A-level meeting between the two sides met, rushed towards the other party without saying a word, and immediately fought on the battlefield, forming a large area of chaoticness. The King of Jinshu opened the liberation form without saying a word, and his whole body was shining with green light. He originally wanted to abuse the vegetable and force the Black Star to produce it, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by a red-haired woman. Your opponent is me. Hyla stopped in front of the King of Trees, with a cold expression and a strong, murderous aura in her eyes. The King of Jinshu's eyes moved, and he had an impression of Hyla, and said lightly, "It's you? Well, the self-healing ability is not bad, but with your combat power, he wanted to stop me." Apart from Black Star, the King of Jinshu was not afraid of Hyla's performance on the battlefield more than 10 years ago. He even ignored it. Hyla had no habit of making jokes. He snorted coldly when he heard this, and directly burst out with a powerful aura, and bright red death energy whistled out. The King of Town Tree suddenly felt a threat. His face suddenly changed, and he looked at Hyla's eyes and showed a look of surprise. Has it become so strong? There's no doubt that this red-haired woman has reached the peak of Super A-level, and her energy fluctuations are still the peak of Super A-level. I haven't seen her for just 10 years. Has she made such a big progress? The king of Jinshu's expression became solemn. Although there was still a gap between the two, he had to admit that the woman in front of him was qualified to fight him. He sensed the battle situation of other companions and found that the enemy's super A-level progress was much higher than that of their world tree. Although he suffered a little loss in terms of number of people, he did not lose. How do they practice? The king of Shu was shocked. In just 10 years, there have been such conspicuous progress. How can Super A-level be so easy to improve combat power? Could it be that the enemy's territory is so outstanding that they are all geniuses? Super God Mechanic before the king of Shu did anything, Hela had already taken the attack. A red light flashed in his eyes, and clusters of death energy that had brewed into the ocean shot out, containing the aura of destructive vitality, sealing all dodge angles of Shushishu. King Jinshu suppressed his inner surprise, and his body flashed green light. The powerful martial arts aura burst out like a supernova, bursting out a circle of thick light waves. The approaching death energy stagnated in the air and shattered one after another, but more death energy surging, continuously filling in the gap. The power of the dead, which was finally enhanced by the remnant soul, has increased the erosion intensity many times. Although the guard air shield of the king of Jinshu blocked the bombardment of death energy, some red airflow remained on it, constantly eliminating the thickness of the martial arts aura. The contaminated aura rapidly lost its activity and turned into star points to dissipate in the universe. This ability has attack attributes such as impact, erosion, weakening of activity, and spirit, and it seems to have some kind of superimposed marks to kill. If the body is hit, it may not be very good. The king of Shushi flashed his mind and inputted more energy into the protective air shield. In addition, he used the authority of the king of Tree to summon the roots of the world tree and rolled it up quickly, as if forming a whirlwind, shattering the coming dead energy. He kept moving, then bent his knees and kicked suddenly. A sudden wave of air shock wave exploded behind him. His whole body shot out like a shell that was out of the cavity, turning into streams of light to charge towards Hela, leaving behind him with afterimages. Come on! Hyla's eyes were fierce, and a red and black energy suddenly surged out of her body, then quickly rolled back, covering her body layer by layer, instantly becoming solidified. The energy of death seemed to have turned into some kind of gelatin, and the whole person turned into a small red and black giant 5 or 6 meters high. At the same time, dense and complex silver-gray patterns crawled over the body of the little giant, looking quite mysterious. The body outline of the little giant is exactly the same as that of Hela, but there are no facial features on his face, only a pair of eye holes burning with white light. The next moment, the green meteor suddenly hit the little giant's abdomen and flew out against her, like a ray of red and green tangled, crashing through dozens of starships along the way, leaving a path of fireworks all over the sky. Dong, 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 dong. The green fish shadows in the sky fell rapidly and hit the little giant like a storm, making a blow to Ola, Ola. However, her red and black body was very resilient, and only shaking ripples burst out on the surface of her body, without any sign of being broken. Suddenly, the fist shadow disappeared suddenly, and the little giant caught the fist of the king of Jinshu with both hands, and his wrist sank. Bang! The powerful force shook a flowing ripple trajectory from the surface of the little giant, which spread from his palm to his back, and then penetrated out of the body, and a green energy shock wave spread out from the universe behind it, smashing hundreds of battle spacecraft around him. Martial arts are invincible in close combat. Why don't I believe it? With a strong fighting spirit, the little red and black giant suddenly hit the sky spirit cover of the tree-suppressing king. The vibration was transmitted in the two of them, making a loud noise and a cordial meeting between the iron-headed widows. Immediately afterwards, the little giant let go of the tree king, clenched his fist with his palms, and in the blink of an eye, countless red lights flashed. The Tree King's protective air shield suddenly appeared hundreds of fist marks burning with red flames. The huge pushing force burst out and instantly bounced him out. In this form, Hela suddenly repelled the king of Shutu head-on in melee. Interesting. The king of Jinshu, who was flying backward, immediately stopped and rubbed his somewhat stuffy head. The rest of the world was unscathed. He was a little surprised by Hela's melee level. After the fight, just now, he found that the little giant's physical toughness was exaggerated and powerful. If it weren't for the aura of martial arts, he would have thought he was fighting a peak super A-level martial artist. Come again. Hela raised his hand and waved, full of fighting spirit. Although her ability is good at output from medium and long distances, her favorite is still fierce melee battles. After so many years of perseverance in challenging Blackstar, being pressed to the ground again and again, Hela has been abused and has not only liked to be beaten, but also liked to beat others like Blackstar. Aurora has been hit by her many old punches in the past 10 years. Because the power of the dead itself contains the ability inheritance of his former owner and I guess. Hela does not need to focus on developing his abilities to understand the usage of many superpowers. After entering the peak of Super A level, she unlocked many new skills. At this time, transforming into a red and black giant is one of them, and it is a core ability. Hela controls death energy, which is usually mainly used to release it. Now it can condense and compress in the body and transform itself into another form, called Death Liberation, which is one of NI's main combat methods. This skill has multiple transformation stages, and the stronger it goes on, but each stronger stage needs to reach sufficient energy level to unlock. The ultimate God of the Dead requires the energy level to reach more than 90,000 on Earth. Hela has not met the standard yet, and has only unlocked to the Burial Spirit stage. It is the red and black giant that has transformed at this time. After entering the liberation of death, oneself has a higher degree of integration with the underworld dimension, and an additional new feat is activated. The more heroes and the higher the quality in the underworld, the more blessings they can get. The effect is similar to the Leader's Certificate, which is also one of the reasons why Hela's combat power has skyrocketed. At the same time, because the body after transformation is highly condensed death energy, its ability characteristics still exist. Even if it uses physical attacks, it will also be accompanied by mental damage and erosion. And just when it touches her body, the vitality of outsiders will be lost. The two of them looked at each other in the air, and the lightning was emitted. The next moment, the two figures, one red and one green, collided again, punching the flesh, and the aftermath burst out, disrupting the battlefield. TSK Tisk, it's so scary. Han Xiao stayed in the base to watch the battle, and couldn't help but grin at the fierce battle in the picture. He tried this form of Hela, and his melee ability was really powerful. With her recovery, she was so fat that she was steadily in the first echelon. But in his opinion, even with this move, Hela was far from enough to defeat the king of Jinshu in the war form. Before he advanced, even if he fought alone and won the king of Jinshu, he would not be able to do anything to others. Hela's combat power was far inferior to before he advanced, and it was impossible to solve the king of Jinshu alone. However, with her disgusting meatiness, she would not be beaten into a meat pie by the king of Shushi. Han Xiao no longer looked at the two rubbing big meat lumps and turned his attention to another battlefield. King Dingshu and Heibelong are old rivals. The enemies were extremely jealous when they met and were passionately slashing each other. The huge bodies of two mechanical gods rolled across the battlefield and crushed starships. In addition to the two, there are many mechanical gods on the battlefield. Due to their huge body, they're the most conspicuous handsome guys in the A-level battlefield. As for Lao Long, after successfully losing weight, he has already escaped the fate of being a target. At this time, he was chasing a World Tree Army leader and throwing magic like a joyful life. He made great progress, fully reflecting the benefits of recognizing an ancestor. Others, Manison, Suri, and others all found their opponents and fought endlessly. In addition, Golden light was shot from time to time in the field. That was Aurora's precise breasts, and her controllability was much easier than more than 10 years ago, and her success rate was higher. It could be seen that the special training was quite effective. After several rounds of sanctuary recovery, there were a lot of strong people in the first tier of the 3 civilizations, but the top 10 executives of the World Tree, the high-level Holy Tree Messenger, the 13th Ancestor Spirit, the military leader, and others were not vegetarians. However, the first tier of the 2 sides who were put on the battlefield were not members of the army. The World Tree did not allow all the masters to participate in this tentative attack, and the 3 civilizations also hit a group of resurgents and new students. Although the number of people in the 3 major civilizations is inferior, their strength has been enhanced, so they did not suffer any losses and temporarily held the situation. Fudin is going to do it. Han Xiao looked away and looked at Ferdin, who was hiding in the fleet, and squinted his eyes. Although the souls of all the enemies are bound by the World Tree, the soul-turning meter can only carry out destructive attacks on them, and cannot transfer their souls. It is still very sharp. Sure enough, Han Xiao looked at it for a while, and fording in the picture finally took out the soul-turning meter, took a deep breath, and activated this universe treasure. The next moment, the souls of the crew members in the tree starship around the world were instantly torn to pieces and died suddenly on the spot, with no living person left on the ship. The World Tree battleship where this happened was in units of 10,000 and continued to spread far away. Huh? What's the situation? The king of Jinshu's expression changed, and he noticed this abnormality from the spiritual sharing. The strange thing about the soul-turning array is that there is no trace. In the eyes of King Jinshu, a large number of World Tree crew members died suddenly without warning and could not find the source of the attack. But it must be the enemy's work. Although I don't know what special weapons the enemy used, it is obviously not a coincidence that the World Tree fleet immediately began to adjust and avoid this area. Although this move is a stupid method, it is indeed effective. The soul-turning meter does not have an infinite range. Although it can cover the planet, the range of such a range is relatively small at the scale of the interstellar battlefield. Of course, the user fording is not a fixed turret. As long as you wander in the battlefield, you can kill more enemies. The king of Jinshu naturally didn't know these situations. He observed the sudden death of the soldiers, and then looked at the current situation of the super A-level duel, and was in a serious mood. This test is almost over. It's time to withdraw. Although the most difficult black star has not appeared yet, the king of Jinshu has already developed the intention to retreat. He thought that this tentative attack could have the upper hand in individual power, but he did not expect that the situation was not good. This civilization, regarded as prey, was very tenacious. It seemed that even if it hit the opponent's territory, it would not be able to easily defeat the opponent. This time, it is not the main attack. If the situation is good, King Jinshu would not mind changing to do easy, but the situation at this time was not as expected, and he felt that there was no need to continue the battle. The king of Shuchio's eyes narrowed, and his strength suddenly burst out. A cross-star green light shone in his fist. It was lightning thunderous and suddenly hit Hellas' abdomen. Bang! The impact, aura blooms. The two were fighting hard to separate, but this heavy punch suddenly broke the stalemate. Hela was bombarded out. At the same time, the roots of the World Tree beside the King of Town tree were thrown out, pulling Hela farther away, smashing a row of starships like a meteor. The King of Jinshu did not pursue, but turned around and retreated. The other World Tree powerhouses received the order and retreated simultaneously, leaving only a group of master clones of mechanical powerhouses, such as Dingshu King. Although he will not be able to beat dead Hela for a while, the gap in hard power is not so easy to smooth out. If he wants to leave, Hela can't stop him. Chasing, Saori shouted in the spiritual network, and the people who were fighting chased and killed each other. Hela finally stopped her body, but when she looked up, she found that the king of Shu was already far away. She immediately chased after him, but the distance was still getting farther and farther away. She couldn't help but let out a fluctuation of her spirit and shouted, "Don't run. Keep fighting with me." The king of Jinshu turned a deaf ear and didn't want to pay attention to her at all. He flew through the area where the fleets between the two sides were fighting, getting closer and closer to her own formation, leaving only her farther and farther back. At this moment, Dilrin, who had become physical, suddenly emerged from the battlefield. He looked at the figure of King Jinshu from afar and sneered disdainfully. "No. Is it you still call him king? The useless thing that fled in the desert is not worthy of even the most useless martial artist." After the words came, King Jinshu's escape suddenly stopped, with a look of surprise and suspicion on his face. "What's going on? It's just a mere sarcasm. With my nature, I actually stopped by God and couldn't help but turn around and beat this guy who is owed a hammer to death. Could this be some kind of mental control, similar to the word spirit? Super God Mechanic, what are you doing?" The king of Dingshu, who was wrestling with Haebelong in the rear, immediately noticed the abnormality of the king of Shushi and was immediately shocked. What the hell is it? Are the stopping actions serious? Originally, many World Tree powerhouses were treated simultaneously to form front linkage and assist each other, and could efficiently resist the pursuit of the enemy group. However, the king of Jinshu stopped and fell to the end in an instant, leaving the team directly, and was exposed alone on the enemy's super A-level pursuit route. King Jinshu was shocked, as if he had woken up from a dream, suppressing the urge to turn around, glanced at Dilrin deeply, and hurriedly wanted to follow the army again. But before he could speed up, Dilrin raised his eyebrows. "What are you looking at? Why do you want to go back and hit me? Do you have the courage?" King Jinshu paused, gritted his teeth, ignored him, and continued to speed up. Seeing this, Dilrin sneered and said in a judging tone, "That's right. Keep running away. The martial artist who doesn't even have the courage to even look at me." King Jinshu stopped unconsciously again, and his heart was filled with shock and anger. This kind of verbal competition would not be a little turbulent in his heart, but for some reason, these words came out of this man's mouth, and he could not control his emotions. The waves of anger hit the brain's rationality. Wang Chong, the king of Shu, suppressed himself and was about to start again. Dilrin's sarcastic voice came again. "You really stop. You can't stand these 2 sentences? Haha, there is no endurance at all. You are worthy of being a martial artist. Apart from stupidity, there is no second adjective suitable for you." It seemed as if an invisible big hand grabbed the body, and the king of Jinshu froze and wanted to continue evacuating, but he couldn't move his legs, and a demonic murmur echoed in his heart. "Beat him to death! Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" The king of Shu changed drastically. His expression was distorted, as if he was fighting against heaven and man. Suddenly, the king of Dingshu was unbearable and shouted in his heart, "Do you want to retreat?" The king of Dingshu really couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't know what kind of demon king of Dingshu was obsessed with. He ran on the road intermittently, just like kidney deficiency, and he was getting out of the team more and more. "That guy is weird. His words can arouse my anger." King Jinshu's tone was gloomy. "Can't you block his spiritual message?" King Dingshu roared, so angry that the oil pipe hurt. Even such a simple thing is something he wants to remind him he is really a martial artist. The king of Jinshu was stunned for a moment and immediately realized, "Yes, I can still block him. Why didn't I react just now?" It must have been affected by anger and lost his mind. The king of Jinshu convinced him like this, so he was unwilling to admit that although he was scolded so much that he wanted to hit people, Dilrin seemed to have a magical power when he was scolded, which made him want to hear the more he was scolded. He quickly solidified his mental barriers and blocked the external mental fluctuations. At this moment, the king of Jinshu felt that the world was pure. He suppressed his inexplicable reluctance and hurriedly continued to run away. Go back to support the king of trees. King Dingshu took over the command, endured his anger, and ordered the world tree to turn back to respond. The battlefield changed rapidly. Although the king of Jinshu had only delayed for a short time, he had already set a long distance from the evacuated large troops and was finally alone. Originally, many World Tree powerhouses had already run away and were able to get rid of the super A-level pursuers of the three major civilizations with very small casualties. However, because the king of Jinshu was ridiculed and held back, everyone had to turn back to support and fell into the mud again. The Great Retreat formation was torn by the king of Jinshu. The king of Dingshu was also unfair. If these World Tree powerhouses were not allowed to return to the rescue, the lonely king of Dingshu was trapped in the siege, and 80% would be lost on the spot. Black Star has not taken action until now and may attack at any time. He is afraid that the king of trees will repeat the same mistake and will be sealed like the king of hearts, causing another tree crown to disappear. In addition, King Dingshu doesn't want the tool Manjinshu to die in battle and go to dormant. Wouldn't he have to take charge of the overall situation by himself? How can he stumble on the fish? He would rather let other World Tree powerhouses lose their money than save the king of Jinshu. The evacuation of the World Tree powerful man was interrupted, and the Super A-Level 2 sides fought again. On the other side, the Sun Hunter flew past Dilrin and laughed. I did a pretty job. This trick is good. I'll restrain him. What kind of provocation is that I just want to scold him? Dilrin looked disgusted, and his eyes looked at the king of town trees, and he was a little angry. Hearing this, Super A-Level flying around him all cast strange gazes. It's nothing to scold the enemy. If you chat privately, it's okay, but the public screen curses people. We can hear clearly when we open map cannons to the martial arts. Well, if it's not a provocation method, wouldn't even our martial arts be scolded? At this time, Ciaran just flew past the side with a dissatisfaction on his face and said in a deep voice, "Insult the enemy. Don't take us martial artists." Dilrin glanced at him, and his tone was natural. It's also a waste. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him now. Ciaran was furious. The important thing is important. Don't pay attention to him. The Sun Hunter quickly grabbed Sierra's finger and dragged him away without much strength. Now Dilrin has completely adapted to the identity of the heroic spirit of the underworld, and has no longer any scruples when speaking. To the core, many Super A-Level people are no longer as familiar with him. After all, what are you going to care about with a dead person? In the battlefield, King Jinshu fought and retreated. His fists and feet were full of anger, and his attack power increased. Hela chased after him again, and the red and black giant's fist hit him rapidly, and his arms kept pulling back and popping out like rubber. The force of each blow kept rising in the process. However, the king of Jinshu now has no interest in stalemate with her. He burst out with force in every move and vented anger, and bombarded Hela with anger, which was extremely heavy. After a few rounds, Hela was beaten to the point of bleeding, falling into a disadvantage, and was suppressed to make it difficult to fight back. Although she's also good at melee combat in this form, there is still a gap compared to the king of Jinshu, who has exploded. After all, no matter what, the martial arts profession still has a little meaning. Bang! The fist shining with a green cross light hit the red and black giant deeply, sinking deep into it, and the surging martial arts aura penetrated into the little giant's body. The next moment, a green light suddenly lit up in the red and black giant's body, which expanded in the blink of an eye, dyeing the whole body into a dazzling green color, and exploded from the inside out. Just like a balloon exploded, the high concentration of death energy that formed the transformed body exploded directly, turning into red light chips all over the sky, and Hela's body was exposed. Before Hela could retreat, the king of Jinshu grabbed her neck, clenched her fist with his other hand, and heaved it heavily on Hela's face. Blood and broken bones splattered. Here's powerful. A flash of golden light flashed, and Hela's severely injured face instantly recovered as before. The severe pain did not affect her movements at all, condensing death energy, and was about to use the injury to exchange for injury to give the king of Shushu. However, the king of Jinshu understood her plan, raised his legs, and kicked her hard on her abdomen, interrupting her movements, directly kicking her body up and flying backwards, and his spine was already kicked by huge penetration force. Ahem, cough, cough. Hela sprayed a mouthful of blood mist, controlling the muscles to correct the position of the spine with a click, reconnecting the disconnected nerves with blood vessels, and drawing a trace of life energy from Aurora's soul link, allowing the injury to recover quickly. The liberation of death form has been broken up and is still cooling down. Although Hela has no intention of admitting defeat, he has to face up to the reality that he cannot beat the King of Town Tree and analyze the current situation. Although I can continue to fight with King Jinshu, I can't hold him back, as this will make him escape. Hyla's eyes still revealed her eager fighting spirit, but she was afraid that Han Xiao's target would be damaged, so she could only suppress it. Did I hurt you? Seeing that she did not continue rushing up, King Jinshu narrowed his eyes slightly and did not pursue him. Although he accidentally left alone, a large number of 3 civilizations over the A-level surround were surrounded by a large number of World Tree powerhouses. Many World Tree powerhouses returned to help in time, disrupting the unformed surrounds, dragging the situation back into a melee, so the King of Jinshu is in a good situation and is not trapped in a heavy siege. King Jinshu observed the situation and felt a lot more relaxed. Although Hela was not easy to deal with, he could not stop him at all. With his ability, as long as he did not have super A-level like Black Star to drag him down, the success rate of escaping back is still very high. Because of my own reasons, the evacuation was interrupted, but I was still at ease. The negative consequences were just to sacrifice more companions. Although it was a bit of a loss, as long as my Tree King returned, all these losses could be accepted. After all, his dormant period was much longer than that of ordinary World Tree powerhouses. I didn't expect that a simple test would be so dangerous. I can't take action casually next time. King Jinshu's thoughts flashed and did not pursue Hela and retreated. But at this moment, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose, as if a big hand was grabbing the heart. The King of Jinshu's face changed slightly, looking at the source of the sensing. I saw a figure appearing next to Hela out of thin air. It looks nothing special on the outside, looks very ordinary with a calm expression, but is filled with an unhidden evil and crazy temperament, as if it seeps out of my bones. The strange god tilted his head, looked at the roots of the World Tree beside the King of Jinshu, showed a subtle smile, and sighed in a tone. It's been so many years I finally saw this thing with my own eyes. Hey, if I hadn't seen it, maybe I wouldn't have been in jail for nearly 100 years. King of Jinshu frowned and felt a strong threat from this stranger. He had blocked the mental fluctuations of outsiders and had no idea what the alien god was saying. He turned around and ran away without hesitation. This strange super A-level suddenly appeared is obviously not a simple character. It will be estimated that the winner will not be able to be decided for a while. If you're dragged here, it will be dangerous, so the King of Shizu will not fight at all at this moment. However, before flying far away, the smiling strange god had teleported in front of him. The King of Shu's eyes sank, his fist condensed a strong aura and shot at the strange god, intending to use the X-body fluctuation to knock back the guy head-on. The green martial arts light wave shot out with a powerful force that was enough to destroy stars and destroy the world. However, the strange god just raised his hand lightly and activated the energy-skewed supernatural power and refracted the light column and swept out a large number of starships like a laser. Superpower. The King of Shu's eyes flashed. He didn't intend to stop. He quickly approached, and his fist shining with green light was chiseled out heavily. Bang! The fist hit the chest of the strange god without any obstacles, but all the power disappeared without a trace like a mud bull entering the sea. The King of Shujin changed his face. Just as he was about to withdraw his fist, the strange god slapped him with a backhand, and the green light gushed out, bounced back the power of the King of Shujin's previous attack. Boom! The huge shock wave exploded instantly, and the King of Shushu was beaten to fly backwards. He urgently stopped his figure, looked at the strange god in surprise, lifted his mental blocking, and couldn't help asking, "What ability is this?" Guess. The strange god smiled softly. Even if you have the blessing of superpowers, you will be injured if you suffer such a blow head-on. In the past, he had to worry about the load on his body, so he dared not play like this, and he rarely fought head-on. But now his body is just temporary, and he doesn't have to care about any consequences at all, and he does it casually. The strange god rarely felt a sense of pleasure without worries and hooked his finger at the king of Jinshu. Come on, let me see the skills of the Tree King. The ability is good, and I can absorb my strength and rebound, but with just these few moves, I am not qualified to show off my power in front of me. The Tree King quickly stabilized his mind and looked at the strange god coldly. After a brief battle, he had already noticed the difficulty of the strange god and thought that the opponent's superpower was rebound or refracting attack and was good at defense just to hold him back. But at this moment, the strange god smiled inexplicably. Is that true? What about this? Buzz. The next moment, 60 or 70 clones suddenly separated from the body of the strange god. Each clone was equipped with different abilities and released a super A-level aura, instantly attracting the attention of the field, attracting countless shocking, horrifying, and excited gazes. This is... King Jinshu made a big alarm in his heart. His face changed drastically. He originally thought that this strange, strong man was just difficult to deal with, and at most he could hold him back. The real danger came from the siege of other enemies at Super A level. But at this moment, the sense of danger brought to him by the strange god was almost like the Black Star. It turns out that this civilization actually has a strong enemy of this level. King Jinshu was in a serious mood and was ready for battle. Faced with such an opponent, he did not dare to think about running away. In the next second, the strange god and all clones launched an attack at the same time, and various superpowers took action to form a perfect match, which brought the body into action, exuding a special beauty like one by one. Fighting forward, perhaps the strange god is not the strongest among the Super A level, but due to his unprecedented diversity of abilities, he can be called the top of Super A-level skills. Oops! The endless sense of oppression came, and the king of Jinshu suddenly widened his eyes and found that he could not find any flaws at all, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. The strong enemy in front of me is somewhat unexpected, and it seems that he has the ability to kill me alone. Super God Mechanic, the fierce battle between the two broke out. Dozens of clones equipped with different abilities cooperated perfectly. As soon as they fought, the strange god suppressed the king of Shushu. The combinations and combos of various abilities were dazzling. A delicate and complex operation made the king of Shushu unable to find Bei and was dizzy. Before, when the strange god had just summoned his clone, all the Super A-level attention of both the enemy and us on the battlefield was attracted. At this time, seeing that the king of Tree Town was so embarrassed, everyone could not help but show a strange look on their faces. What a strong psychic, with so many clones above the A-level assisting the battle. Although the king of Jinshu has the advantage in the frontal explosive power, any action is interrupted by a large number of clones, and he cannot seize the rhythm of the battle at all. He is finally in a passive position. King of Dingshu wrestled with Heibelong while observing the battle situation on the king of Jinshu. The more he looks, the more he becomes more and more afraid. The king of Shu was entangled by a large number of strange gods and could not control the situation. He was like a group of weak boys forced into the alley with their chest muscles. He couldn't help but leave the large army more and more. This strong enemy does not have the terrifying, crushing hard power like Black Star. But King Dingshu feels it is also difficult. A Superman with a single ability faces this type of opponent. If the hard power of both sides does not have an insurmountable gap, then the innate disadvantage is a martial artist who can only hammer people, is an example. Luckily, I am a mechanic. The king of Dingshu subconsciously came up with this idea. On the other hand, many of the three civilizations' Super A-level people frequently looked at the powerful gods, and a look of surprise flashed in their eyes. The alien god without restraint is really terrible. His real combat power is so strong. Many people were shocked. Most people know the name of the strange god, and many people have fought with him personally, but at this time the strange god's combat power was much stronger than they thought, and it was not so fierce before. It seems that the netherworld is very suitable for him. Manison's eyes flashed, and his tone was complicated. The strange god has been imprisoned for nearly 100 years, and has been wasted for so many years. But once he enters the underworld, he is like a fish in water, and his stubborn disease has gone away, and his combat power has increased sharply. He has been studying hard for so many years. Due to the persistent targeting of Black Star, his combat power has actually regressed, which is not as good as his peak period. As one goes up and down, he found that he was not sure of dealing with the strange god at this moment, which was not as good as before. After such a comparison, Manison felt sad and disgusted for himself. Seeing the battle between the two, everyone was shocked and quickly took action. The World Tree powerful man tried to go over and support, and the morale of the three major civilizations was greatly boosted, and they became more and more obstructed by the enemy and prevented the enemy from leaving the team battle to help. The two of them did not care about their teammates' actions for the time being, and focused on fighting, focusing on dealing with their opponents. The green meteor rushed around the battlefield, but it was like a small insect falling into a spider web. All the attacks were resolved by a group of strange god clones with various strange defensive superpowers. The King of Trees could not escape the encirclement of the strange gods, and could only be moved by the way. The King of Shushu bombarded another close-fitting combo, but the heavy punch shining with green light easily penetrated the body of the strange god, not hitting the real object, as if passing through a phantom. Before he could make a new move, a strange god clone suddenly appeared in the slant, floating like light smoke, turning into a cursed power to attach to him. He suddenly felt sore and could not use half of his strength. The King of Shushu had no time to clear the negative state, and more than a dozen alien god clones around him released different types of energy attacks at the same time. Some spray high-energy lasers from their eyes. Some cross their hands to emit X silver rays. Some rotate the electromagnetic field like mahjong to radiate lightning chains. And some push out dark red energy waves with their hands, which are diverse and strange. Bang, bang, bang. Colorful energy bombarded the King of Trees, and the light in the field expanded and exploded, causing the King of Trees to roll and fly, covered in dust. Before he could fly far, the King of Shu felt his waist tightening. It turned out that a strange god clone had already been waiting on the road and hugged him in the waist. He reacted quickly and turned sideways with a powerful elbow hitting the head of the strange god clone, but he did not repel the opponent. The head of the strange god clone suddenly became blurred, as if there was a high-frequency vibration, and all kinetic energy was absorbed. The next moment, the strange god clone pushed his hips, and the kinetic energy rebounded, and he rushed into the King of Jinshu's body without missing a miss, which shocked him to a severe pain all over his body. Get out! King Jinshu's expression was distorted. His arrogance burst out and broke free from control. He threw the strange god clone away with a throwing skill. But before he could take further action, more than a dozen mental impacts from different abilities suddenly exploded in his brain. The King of Shushin suddenly burst into blood from his mouth and nose. His soul was traumatized, and a lot of mental negative states were added, and he was dizzy. He endured it hard and was about to use the roots of the World Tree to escape, but found that the roots of the World Tree had been controlled by another group of strange gods with their powers, such as space and force fields, as if they were trapped in a quagmire and could not move. How many supernatural abilities are there? King Jinshu was completely shocked. After fighting fiercely for a while, this opponent has used hundreds of superpowers, such as attack, defense, control, dodge. All kinds of fields are all included, just like a bottomless abyss, with no limit. Since the battle, the strange god has never used any ultimate move to cause heavy injuries to him in one move, but this kind of fighting style is like eroding his life bit by bit, causing minor injuries, causing his injuries to accumulate again and again, which is extremely disgusting. I haven't counted it. Ishin calmed down and continued to attack. His superpowers are endless. and he can be called a power. He has finally controlled the rhythm of the battle and has no chance to breathe. His lethality is still second. The strongest is the near-perfect control chain, which almost played with the king of 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 the applause. While the king of Jinshu was undertaking an intensive offensive, he was struggling to observe the situation. Seeing the large army getting farther and farther away, he couldn't help but feel a chill. My teammates were dragged down, and it was difficult to rush over to support him. If I continue to fight with him like this, my condition will continue to decline, and my chances of evacuation will become increasingly slim. The King of Trees' expression changed, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed. By the way, Black Star hasn't appeared yet. How could he not participate in the war? He must be squatting me secretly now. The Heart Tree King was planted, and Black Star knew that other Tree Kings would be more vigilant. So he hid for the time being, pretending not to participate in the war, and wanted to use this to numb my guard. When this supernatural person consumed my state to a certain extent, he would suddenly attack and seal me. At this moment, King Jinshu felt his thoughts suddenly clear. That must be the case. This is a trap. It's so dangerous. If I'm not decisive enough, I'll probably be hit today. I must not be hit by his trick. He believed that he had learned about Black Star's plan, and he was determined immediately. The strange god had no idea about the psychological activities of King Jinshu. He was about to instruct his clone to launch a new wave of offensives. And at this moment, a heart-wrenching energy suddenly released on King Jinshu. This feeling is... Ishun's eyes shrank and hesitated and retreated without hesitation. The king of Shujin looked fierce, and his body suddenly burst into bright light. I would rather self-destruct than let them succeed. Bang! His whole body exploded, and a fierce energy shock wave spread out. The clones of the strange gods around him were shot out, and the roots of the world tree also turned into light chips inch by inch and disappeared. King Jinshu always thought he was a rational martial artist, and his choice was based on his interests. He was entangled by a strange god, and there were black stars in the dark, and his chances of running away were slim. He simply blew himself before he was in a state that he could not fight back. On the one hand, the enemy's sneak attack and seal tactics fail, and on the other hand, other teammates do not need to support them and try to stop losses. Between chatting and laughing, killing two birds with one stone. Just one word, wonderful. Saw this strange god flashed, avoiding the shock wave of self-destruction, with an unexpected expression. He finally met his opponent, but he wanted to fight happily, but he didn't expect that the enemy would explode and ascend to heaven on the spot. In his opinion, although the King of Trees was at a disadvantage, it was at least the Tree King's level combat power. Even if he had the advantage, it would be extremely difficult to kill the opponent. His current situation was far from when he needed to self-destruct. Forget it, at least the goal was solved. The strange god suddenly shook his head and laughed. The battle situation is changing rapidly. If the King of Jinshu resists to the end, he may still have a chance to escape. But if he doesn't know what kind of wind he has been sucked, he will explode now. So there's no need to worry about unexpected situations. Heixing's instructions were to kill this guy, and his opponent cut off himself, but he saved his energy. On the other side, the King of Dingshu noticed that the King of Dingshu exploded and was shocked. He felt that although the situation was not good, he was not without a chance. Why did he give up the hope of survival like this? He could still save it. King Dingshu quickly accepted the mental activities of King Jinshu before his death and immediately understood. It turned out that he was worried about being trapped by the enemy, so he did this. King Dingshu was speechless. Because of the mechanism of resurrection for the World Tree Powerhouse, this kind of fighting method to prevent self-destruction by being captured by the enemy is very common. The last time the Tree King exploded and died, but I didn't expect it to be the same this time, and it was surprisingly similar. The King of Dingshu didn't know whether it should say that the Tree King was decisive, or that the Tree King planted in the same place twice, which was really a chicken and a vegetable. With just one test, He broke a tree king, and he felt tired. Oh, it can't be said to be a bad thing. He died a little faster, but he guaranteed that he would not suffer like the king of Heart Tree. King Dingshu sighed in his heart, and could only think about the better. At least the sacrifice of King Jinshu was not worthless, and at least he tested the opponent's background. This strange psychic who is no less than Black Star, and the traceless large-scale life instant-kill device must be the enemy's trump card. With this information, he can prepare in advance next time he fights. This battle is finally rewarding. He feels that the king of Jinshu died at least, and it is not too much of a loss. It's a pity that this tool has disappeared, so I can't be lazy next. Thinking of this, King Dingshu lost his mind to fight, suppressed his anger, and immediately ordered his retreat. Let's go. Many World Tree powerhouses stopped entangling and retreated while fighting. After paying some price, they finally returned to the main formation in shame and were protected by the fleet again. Seeing this, the three major civilizations did not pursue them again and retreated to the inside of the defense circle. Seeing this scene, the three major civilized leaders who were watching the battle from a distance relaxed and were secretly surprised. Without Black Star taking action, some of the Super A-level players gave the World Tree strongmen a head-on blow, causing the enemy to be defeated. In their eyes, this is undoubtedly the result of Black Star training for more than 10 years. Although Black Star is elusive, he is still trustworthy in this regard. The entire interstellar society should not find an expert who knows how to cultivate superpowers than him. Black Star has made great contributions with such great progress. His more than 10 years of hard work have given us the advantage in individual power. The three of them were somewhat relieved. At the same time, in the base, Han Xiao immediately raised his eyebrows when he saw the king of town trees blowing into the most beautiful fireworks. I actually chose to self-destruct at this time. Could it be that I was afraid that I would attack him? Ha! Isn't this smartness, but was mistaken for intelligence? In martial arts, he is quite stupid. Han Xiao couldn't help laughing. He didn't plan to take action, but unexpectedly, the king of town Shu scared himself and died decisively. It can only be said that we left a considerable shadow in the heart of the World Tree. This time, without him helping, the other teammates suffered a loss in the World Tree and undoubtedly made significant progress. Hila and others could stand on their own, and he was very satisfied. The most important thing is that some of the revived and the newborn were suppressed until the end of the battle and never showed up to participate in the war, which means that the revival of the Covenant has not been exposed. In Han Xiao's opinion, this is a great thing. The World Tree's attack was obviously just a test, and its side only revealed the tip of the iceberg, without revealing the depth of the part. Without retaining some of the trump cards, the king of Shu killed the tree, sending the hangman home to hibernate, which is more cost-effective than the expected result. In this way, the World Tree did not get more information and still maintained the effective misjudgment of Duizi's tactics. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, rubbing his jaw, his smile a little playful. It seems that the gift I prepared for us is not even qualified to enjoy. It's good that we will send a tree king with enough weight to give us this surprise. Super God Mechanic, when Han Xiao was thinking, the individual powers of both sides had withdrawn from the battlefield, but the fleet was still exchanging fire. The dense particle beams crisscrossed, killing countless warships with shields and armor torn apart. Various large war weapons took turns to fight. The border defense circle used extremely strong firepower to resist the World Tree Pioneer outside the territory. After repelling the World Tree Powerful, many Super A-level players temporarily retreated to Siebert Fortress for rest and returned to the lounge happily, greeting Han Xiao, who was watching the game here. Beautiful job. Thank you all for your hard work. This is a big victory. Han Xiao nodded and praised. Haha, I used to think that the World Tree Powerhouse was very difficult, but now I feel it's just average. The Sun Hunter jumped to the table and laughed like a hero. Of course, we haven't wasted our time in vain in the past 10 years. We take all our progress in our eyes. Han Xiao smiled. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but smile, obviously in a good mood. When they confronted the enemy again, everyone found that it was much easier. The enemy's progress was limited, but their own progress was huge, which was undoubtedly the result of the 10 years of special training for Your Excellency Black Star. Many Super A-level students deeply experienced the growth brought by special training, and their gratitude for Han Xiao became deeper. At this time, everyone looked at Han Xiao with admiration and respect. More than 10 years ago, the World Tree powerhouses put a lot of psychological pressure on them. They felt it was very difficult to deal with several battles. But now with the Black Star as the confidence, everyone no longer has psychological shadows. After more than 10 years of fermentation, Han Xiao has received more respect. Because there's an essential difference between the Super God level and the Super A level, he subtly improved the attitudes of many Super A level towards him. Nowadays, the Super A level group's perception of him is a bit like the natural disaster levels, awe, and support for Super A level. The concept of superiors and subordinates is more deeply rooted in people's hearts, and most Super A level groups have already accepted the changes in relationships. It was thanks to Aurora who was able to win this big victory. Bioni spoke with a very respectful tone. Hearing this, everyone didn't go through the process and started licking it. This time, there were no casualties. It was naturally Aurora's credit for defeating the World Tree powerhouse because of her breast strength. Her breasts are stronger and more accurate than more than 10 years ago, and many Super A-level people are more eager to hold their thighs. It's okay, I just did my duty. Aurora was used to being modest, saying that she was afraid of taking the MVP, and secretly glanced at Han Xiao with her eyes, secretly looking forward to Han Xiao's praise. Han Xiao didn't see her little eyes, and smiled and interrupted. When it comes to credit, this time the strange god killed. Cough, forcing the tree-storing king to death is also the most important thing. Everyone was slightly suffocated, turned their heads, and looked at the calm, strange god with different expressions. Although they have made contributions, the strange god has a rift with many people here. Now they're fighting side by side, and everyone has a complicated view of him. The strange god glanced at Han Xiao. If the king of Shushi was not a fearful ambush, he would not easily explode himself. The king of Shushi is indeed well known and not so easy to deal with. Well, although he is modest, when I think of playing with the king of Shushi, I feel that I am pretending to be. Han Xiao secretly complained and waved his hand. That's also a contribution. The strange god smiled faintly, without taking the blame. Giving merit is useless, and he will not allow him to recover. He doesn't care whether he has made merit or not. It's just a mission in the underworld. At this time, Xui touched his chin and pondered, it's a pity that the king of Shunshu exploded too decisively, which caused the enemy to retreat in time. We failed to cause greater casualties to the enemy. We only killed more than 10 enemies, Super A level, among which only king of Shunshu. Only one of them is worthy. This is not a big problem. It might be a good thing to change the angle. Han Xiao waved his hand and smiled. Think, king of Shunshu died in battle, and the one who presided over the overall situation must be replaced. If our wave of damages their Super A-level group, then even if the king of Shunshu wants to go into battle later, he may not have enough power. Now we have left relatively complete advanced combat power for the World Tree, and the new king of Shunshu will have chips to take action in the short term. Can you still explain this? Xui was surprised. What's strange about it? My goal is to seal a tree king with enough weight. If they shrink, how can they do it? I wish we didn't seriously damage the enemy this time. This is called fishing for a long line. It's enough to kill a tree king. Han Xiao nodded. Hearing this, a resurrected person smiled and said, fortunately we remained calm and did not participate in the war this time. Otherwise we would have destroyed the plan. Of course, we can't be tentatively tested by the enemy and just lift the trump card. Next time we hit them off guard. Han Xiao smiled. Many resurgents and some freshmen were Super A-level, but they were a pity that they did not take action this time, and they were relieved at this time and put the overall situation first. After gathering together to analyze the results of the battle, everyone dispersed in groups of 3 or 3, doing their own things. From time to time, they looked up at the live war broadcast. At this time, The situation was dominant, and basically no one needed to take action again. Han Xiao chatted with Emmys all the time, browsing the deployment of the Interstellar Joint Army. Suddenly, he felt a squeeze around him. Jiatina walked over, sat down next to him, and leaned over directly. Han Xiao turned his head and found that Jiatina was staring at him with her eyes full of fiery, as if she wanted to swallow him alive. "What are you doing?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I want to stay by my side." Jiatina licked her lips. "Then sit down and don't lean over." Han Xiao was helpless. He knew that Jiatina had been greedy for her body and had rejected her many times, but she was always persistent and pestered him like a dog's skin plaster. In the past, the gap between the two sides was too big, and Jiatina would restrain herself. But since she was promoted to the A level, she has become more and more unscrupulous, especially during the time when everyone was on standby on the front line. This woman has harassed him a lot. "No, I'll lean on it." Jiatina did not hide at all, and did not shy away, and boldly hugged his arm. Han Xiao had to pull out his arm, but Jiatina leaned her head against his chest muscles and wrapped her hand around his waist. "Don't you think the occasion is wrong? Can you be careful about the impact?" Han Xiao's mouth twitched. No matter what, Jiatina is willing to stay in the Legion's Super A level, and it is not convenient for him to beat someone up here. "It's okay, let's continue." Many Super A level glances here. Looking at it, they're used to it. "We think I'm air." Emmys looked at the two of them pulling and tugging, and couldn't bear it anymore, and spoke up. If Jiatina sat on the other side of Han Xiao, it would be fine, but this guy snatched her position and squeezed her aside with his butt. "Isn't this a provocation? Is this an exclusive seat? Can't I sit?" Jiatina looked back at her, showing hostility. Emmys was too lazy to pay attention to her. This was not the first time Jiatina had targeted her, and she was speechless. She hugged her arms with her hands, looked at Han Xiao, and snorted. "It looks very comfortable." Nothing happened. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly, pulled Jiatina away from her body, got up and sat down on the other side of Emmers, and pulled Quirky, who had a bitter face, to her side and occupied the position next to her. Seeing this, Jiatina snorted, did not come back, turned her head and sat aside, staring at her. Emmers raised his hand and pounded Han Xiao's chest and said with a smile, "It's so popular now. How many people want to snatch it from me? Will you have to have a new love one day?" Han Xiao touched his chin and pretended to joke. "I think the reason why some people covet me is because there are still gaps in our relationship. If we form a family and have offspring, others will be tactful and give up. Let's talk about it." Emmers leaned his head on Han Xiao's shoulder and replied softly. The relationship between the two has been made public, and this is not the first time Black Star has mentioned the offspring, but it would be so troublesome that she simply doesn't want to have a child. After more than 10 years, Emmys' tone has gradually become hesitant from the beginning, and the threat from Jiatina made her more and more shaken. Han Xiao did not force him when he heard this. In recent years, he tried to use life energy and bioengineering to cultivate the ethnic group, but found that the life forms cultivated in such genes have many defects and cannot inherit the 3 inheritance talents and fail to achieve the expected results. This plan to quickly expand the ethnic group had to be stranded. There was no way to use the mechanic to take advantage of the method of a mechanic, so he had to start with the inheritance of fertility. Beep! Just then, the communicator suddenly rang. Han Xiao took it out and took a look. It was a message from the person in charge of the Secondary Dimension Expedition Outpost. The content is very simple, but makes Han Xiao's pupils shrink slightly. "Dear Mr. Blackstar, the eggs of the abnormal creatures you told me to pay attention to have abnormal movements. Please come quickly. More than 10 years ago, Han Xiao and the King of Unboundary reached a consensus. He borrowed some of the territory and was transformed into an outpost of the Secondary Dimension Expeditionary Force by the 3 major civilizations. He has been working together for a long time. The so-called abnormal creature's egg is the pivot snake egg. Han Xiao specially ordered the person in charge of the expedition outpost to monitor it. There has been no change in more than 10 years, and this is the first time that there has been a situation today. I have something to leave, and Sui will give orders for me for the time being." Han Xiao stood up without hesitation, told everyone, and the Emperor changed to leave in a hurry. On the other side, World Tree Base Camp, Tree King Palace. The king of Dingshu sat upright on the throne, and 2 rays of light appeared on the other 2 empty seats, and soon turned into the figures of the ancestral Tree King and the secret Tree King. As soon as the entity was restored, the secret Tree King said impatiently, "What are you fighting? Why are you dead again?" "It's just a small accident." The Dingshu King had always been inconsistent with him and answered in a deep voice. The secret Tree King snorted coldly. "Accident? Ha! Don't make excuses for your incompetence. Look at your achievements. I participated in the battle twice and lost the Heart Tree King and the Jinshu King. It's simply a shame for us. This time it's different." The enemy showed a new trump card. The Jinshu King so decisively self-destructed because of the lessons of the Heart Tree King. King Dingshu refuted. As the Tree King, he died in battle so easily. I think he is not worthy of endorsing the Tree Crown position, so it is better to change someone. The secret Tree King ridiculed him. "Okay, stop arguing. The choice of King Jinshu is fine. At least it has not been sealed by the enemy." At this time, King Zushu raised his hand to stop the 2 of them. Although his tone was calm, he was actually depressed. The king of Shuzhen died too quickly. He was simply self-destructive after leaving the factory. If it weren't for the trouble of replacing the king of Shuzhen, he really wanted to cut off the king of Shuzhen. Upon hearing this, King Dingshu did not entangle anymore and continued. "The sacrifice of King Jinshu is valuable. He has tested a new, strong enemy for us." He shared the battle process with the 2 and specifically emphasized the combat power of the strange god. After reading it, the ancestral Tree King squinted his eyes and said, "The enemy actually has strong people of this level. In addition to Hai Bolong, 3 of them already have the fighting power of the Tree King. Among the other superpowers, there are also strong people who can compete with the Tree King. Their individual power is too developed, so we may not be the advantage. The main reason is that the foreign power cannot take action, otherwise it will be much easier." The Dingshu King was helpless. The existence of Black Star directly destroyed a large number of foreign powerhouses. The advanced combat power that can be invested in the battlefield is not the only one. Otherwise, how could it be so passive? The Zushu King nodded. "Well, that's true. Our only advantage now is endless resurrection. It's just that the opponent's recovery abilities are not simple. Although the Duizi tactics are effective, it is difficult to use them. In contrast, their on-site treatment is an immediate combat power, while we are just an after-effect method, which is not very helpful for frontal combat, so we are at a disadvantage. What should we do? Well, our advantage is that the cost of trial and error is nearly 0. Today's test can be done a few more times, and you don't have to pay too much attention to casualties. As long as you can get more information from the enemy's strong men, it's worth it." The Zushu King pondered. King Dingshu coughed and said, "But ordinary temptations cannot make the enemy feel pressured. I think it is better for us to do it together." King Zushu did not doubt that he had him. He thought for a while and said, "That's right. The 2 kings of Tree suffered a loss today. It seems that only the 3 of us can force the enemy's background to be forced out. It is best to kill the supernatural person today on the spot. I think it's safer to descend the Tree God," King Dingshu suggested. The ancestral Tree King frowned slightly and shook his head and said, "The Tree King's crown position of the Heart Tree King is gone. Even if we use the Tree God to descend, it will be incomplete. Besides, I don't like that feeling. If it is not necessary, he is unwilling to use the Tree God to descend. This is not a comfortable thing." King Dingshu agreed deeply and changed his subject and said, "By the way, the enemy has established a defense circle on the border, which seems to have destroyed several star clusters. What should we do?" King Zushu didn't care and said casually, "It's normal. Since they know our advantages, they will naturally make such a choice. Find a way to steal their network intelligence and confirm the specific territory of the enemy. It's best to obtain coordinate points of other star fields, so that our troops can jump over to open up new fronts and avoid their border defense circles. In addition, they seem to be looking for the main body of the mother tree, and they don't know where this information comes from. Anyway, let us search for their traces in the secondary dimension. Also, find ways to confirm the entrance of the enemy civilization to enter the secondary dimension and open up the secondary dimension front. Now is not the time to fight in the interception circle. Since we are near the enemy's territory, there are more offensive options. Compared to strong attacks on the Shining World Defense Circle, the Ancestral Tree King is more inclined to collect intelligence, open up more fronts, and amplify the advantages of the World Tree. I understand. King Dingshu nodded, secretly happy. He deliberately emphasized the difficulty of the enemy just to attract two other Tree Kings to join the group. In this way, he would not have to have a headache alone. Perfect. The three Tree Kings were discussing, and suddenly stopped at the same time, and fell silent together, and they all sensed a message from the Mother Tree consciousness. The Ancestral Tree King's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he slowly said, "The Mother Tree sensed that another natural enemy was born. Let us kill it. Is it that strange creature again? It is not yet extinct." The Secret Tree King was a little interested. The Ancestral Tree nodded to him. "Well, the secondary dimension is suitable for your performance. You can lead the family to solve this problem and try to search for its natural enemy before it enters adulthood." "I'll try." The Secret Tree King did not comment. This is not the first time that the World Tree has discovered natural enemies. In the early days of civilization, there were records of natural enemies' invasion. The restraint relationship between the two sides comes from abnormal entanglement at the information state level, and there is two-way sensing. Therefore, the World Tree civilization has always attached great importance to the existence of natural enemies. The World Tree's sensing of natural enemies is divided into two stages. When a natural enemy is in a juvenile body, the World Tree only knows the other party's existence and cannot sense the specific direction. As the natural enemy's juvenile body gradually matures, the sensing will become stronger and stronger. When any natural enemy enters adulthood, the World Tree can track the other party's orientation and accurately chase, thus eliminating a large number of natural enemies. However, the World Tree can only sense natural enemies after birth and cannot find embryos given by natural enemies, so it has never been able to kill them all. There are always fish that miss the net. They can only settle for the second best, with the main goal of killing young bodies in advance. In fact, the World Tree has been expanding in the secondary dimension, part of which is its commitment to extermination of natural enemies. Once a sensing occurs, the Tree King will be notified immediately to kill the natural enemy's juvenile body as soon as possible and prevent the natural enemy from entering adulthood. This is a matter of extremely high priority, and only the Tree King knows the details. King Dingshu couldn't help asking, "What about the frontline war?" Preferring to the priority of eliminating the natural enemies of the Mother Tree, it seems that our actions are going to be suspended. King Zushu glanced at him, thought for a while, and added, "Don't forget to water the King of Town Trees." Secondary Dimension World, Expeditionary Force Outpost. A huge circular portal is suspended in the dimensional space. This is the portal for the three major civilizations entering and leaving the main universe. There are continuous subdimensional dedicated fortresses distributed around them, and batches of expedition exploration teams come and go. A ray of light flashed, and Han Xiao, wearing the Emperor, appeared on the dedicated teleportation platform. The person in charge of the outpost was already waiting here and immediately came forward. "His Excellency Haixing, you are finally here. How is the situation now?" Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at him and asked. The rate at which the embryo absorbs dimension energy suddenly increased by tens of millions of times. "I don't know whether it is good or bad. You should go and see it yourself. I have prepared the vehicle for you." "Okay, by the way, what is the reaction of the King of Unboundary?" He went there one step ahead, and now he should be observing the changes in the embryo at close range. "Okay, then I'll go too." Han Xiao nodded. After more than 10 years of development, the secondary dimension that the King of Unbounded has been borrowed has been transformed by the three major civilizations. At present, the three major civilizations have used this outpost as a springboard to significantly increase the strength of the expeditionary army. In addition, the three major civilizations have developed the traditional custom of being hooligan and persuaded the King of Boundlessness to take out more territory for them to establish a base. At present, this area has turned into a shallow dimension. The three major civilizations can enter and exit directly from the main universe, almost occupying the nest. Even if the King of No Realm was unwilling to provoke the World Tree, he was vaguely tied to the same chariot by the various actions of the three major civilizations. Han Xiao sat on the vehicle, set the dimension coordinates, and started the engine. The heavy particle thruster ejected a surging tail flame, which quickly turned into an invisible wake, transitioned from a conventional engine to a dimensional shuttle engine, accelerated to a critical point, and suddenly disappeared from the spot, making a dimensional jump. The shuttle entered a colorful, streaming tunnel. Not long after, the vehicle suddenly shook and the light outside the window disappeared, turning into a dark secondary dimension space, and had arrived at the destination. I saw the gray-white embryo suspended in the center of the dimension, and a large number of mechanical troops were guarding it. The projector of the King of Unbounded was right beside him. He sensed the vehicle entering. He couldn't help but turn around and look over. After finding it was Han Xiao, he came up. "Hey Xing, you are here too. Tell me about the situation." Han Xiaofei came to his side. The energy in this dimension is pouring into the embryo at an extremely high speed. If this continues, it will collapse soon. I think this embryo is about to be born. King of Unboundary explained. Han Xiao nodded and turned his head to observe the embryo at this time carefully. The gray mist wrapped under the membrane was very stable, but at this time it was like boiling water, fluctuating wildly, and the increasingly clear long black shadows inside became restless, impacting the membrane from the inside again and again, causing bulges to appear on the embryo. In Han Xiao's induction, the embryo seemed to have turned into an energy black hole. Everything in the secondary dimension, such as mass, space, energy, etc., were collapsed in the direction of the embryo and swallowed by a large mouthful. When some egg animals are born, they will eat eggshells to supplement nutrition. In Han Xiao's view, the parasitic secondary dimension of squeezing the eggs of the pivot snake is a similar behavior. Not long after, the secondary dimension became riddled with holes, and the remaining remains were quickly eaten by the pivot snake eggs, and the embryo was directly exposed to the space storm. Han Xiao had already taken back the mechanical forces and did not interfere with the changes of the pivot snake egg, and watched with the King of Unbounded. Swish! The membrane suddenly cracked, and the gray-white mist inside leaked out and spread out. The turbulent space around could not penetrate the layer of mist. Han Xiao sucked a stream of mist, and, after a little analysis, he found that the constituent substance of this mist is a specific biological particle that can isolate space storms and seems to have the effect of breaking through space, and it seems to have the function of dimensional shuttle. The membrane quickly shriveled, but the fog was still increasing, covering the appearance of the pivot snake. Only a black shadow could be seen looming in the gray fog, like a giant dragon hiding in the clouds. At this moment, the pivot snake suddenly flew in the opposite direction of the two at an extremely fast speed. "Is this going to run?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he raised his hand, and the space device directly fixed the pivot snake from the air, making it unable to move. He slowly approached and flew into the gray fog. The panel prompted him to be continuously attacked. The gray fog around him was spontaneously repelling outsiders, but his attack power was too low and he could not break the defense at all. He did not lose any blood. Entering the center of the gray fog, Han Xiao finally saw the true appearance of the shoe snake. This is a huge, dark, and golden snake-shaped creature without an outer shell, and the whole body is flowing with a metallic luster. The skin is constantly releasing more gray fog. This seems to be the substance he automatically generates, which should be the external protective layer. There are two pairs of huge wings on the back and a pair of sharp claws on the abdomen. The head looks like a snake's head, but it has no mouth or nose holes and only a pair of cold golden vertical pupils. Compared with the casual long appearance of the hollow lice, the appearance of the shoe snake is much more beautiful. Although the name is snake, it looks more like a dragon no matter how you look. Han Xiao murmured in his heart, took out a spiritual communication device, released his own mental fluctuations to the shoe snake, and tried to communicate with the god's fluctuations to the shoe snake smoothly. Han Xiao felt the shoe snake's cold emotions, but the shoe snake did not respond to his temptation. Hey, the newborn animal treats the first creature they meet as parents. Isn't it like this? Even if it's not the way, with my extraordinary charm and affinity, this animal shouldn't be so cold to me. Han Xiao was secretly curious and tried it a few more times, but the snake just stared at him indifferently with his cold golden eyes and never answered, as if he was keeping a strong guard against the outside world. Seeing this, he simply stopped communicating and raised his hand to poke the snake. The next moment, the other party's attributes popped up on the panel, and Han Xiao quickly browsed it and was stunned. I saw that in the attribute panel of the shoe snake, there was a talented ability to sense the world tree itself, but it was in a gray frozen state at this time. The ability introduction must enter adulthood before it can be activated, and the shoe snake is still a juvenile body at this time. I actually have such a talent. I am worthy of being the nemesis of the world tree. Han Xiao was surprised and immediately became surprised. This is an unexpected surprise, which means that the three major civilizations have a stable way to find the world tree itself. And finally, there is no need to place all hope on the misty luck. Well, it seems that it is not right. If it weren't for Harrison, he wouldn't have touched the king of unboundedness, and he wouldn't have been able to touch the egg of the snake. So in a final analysis, it was Harrison's luck. His aura of luck is even stronger than I imagined. Han Xiao was secretly shocked, and his mind immediately became active. He didn't expect that the Shushi had such ability, so that the plan could be improved. With such a killer weapon, the most urgent task was to feed the shushed juvenile body and let it enter adulthood as soon as possible, so that it could directly hit the heart of the world tree. But the expeditionary army cannot stop. Who knows how long it takes to become a snail, to become an adult? Han Xiao was determined and continued to try to communicate with the snail. However, the snail still refused to respond coldly, and had a very positive attitude of to kill and to cut. You should all be obedient. He had no choice about this. After all, it was his first time to come into contact with the snake. I wonder if all the newly born snakes are like this. He didn't dare to revoke his control of the juvenile body of the snake. Judging from the behavior of this thing running away from birth, it was probably a waste of time. Han Xiao had no choice but to put the communication aside for the time being, grabbed the snake, and came to the king of the Unboundary, thought for a while, and said, "It is a very wonderful creature, which is of great use to me. It feeds on the secondary dimension. Since you are known as the Lord of Millions, the task of feeding will be handed over to you." When the king of the Unboundary heard this, he immediately burst into criticism. Those secondary dimensions are all the territory he collected. It is already very depressed to lend them to the three major civilizations. Now, I still have to feed this creature? Do you really think I am a big dog owner who can be slaughtered at will? Seeing that he did not respond, Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Are you unhappy? I'm honored. The king of the Unbounded decisively agreed to Han Xiao's unreasonable request in extreme anger. Stop talking, I'm cowardly. Don't worry, I won't let you feed you in vain. The three major civilizations will take out some main universe matter in exchange. Han Xiao smiled and comforted him. Since the king of Unbounded likes to collect garbage, the three major civilizations will definitely not be stingy with this cost. Anyway, what they lack the least is garbage. After successfully persuading the king of Unbounded to donate generously, Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the young body of Shu Shi, his eyes shining, as if he had seen the dawn of breaking the deadlock. The snake looked down at him, and his golden vertical pupils flashed through humanized rejection, like a prisoner's hostility towards the guardian. Seeing this emotion, Han Xiao couldn't help but squint his eyes. The first impression is not very good. The snake is not naturally boring and unruly. It seems that it will not be so easy to raise this creature. Into this chapter, Han Xiao did not continue to stare at the Shu with big eyes, leaving an observation mark, summoned 2 apostles and a bunch of elite mechanical warriors as bodyguards, and then took it back to the outpost and notified the 3 civilized leaders. When the 3 civilized leaders learned about the situation of a Shu, they were overjoyed and did not care about supervising the frontline war. They immediately asked the expeditionary force to cooperate with the king of Unboundless to feed the Shush juvenile body to provide strict protection and regard the Shush's ability as the #1 secret. The juvenile body of the Shu snake shows strong vigilance to the outside world, but when it is just a time to be born, it is when it is eager to intake more nutrients. When the king of unreality is reluctant to take out a new secondary dimension to feed, the Shu snake calms down a little and buries its head to collect the dimensional energy and eat obediently. Han Xiao did not leave immediately, but stayed here for a while, trying to communicate with his feelings. However, Shu always ignored other people's love, so he had to give up the idea of giving up his favorable feelings for the time being. After staying in the secondary dimension world for 7 or 8 days, the frontline war also came to an end. The world tree failed again on the offensive, and the shining world border defense circle repelled the enemy again, and the 2 sides continued to be in a stalemate. The results of this battle were promoted by the 3 major civilizations, and the great victory at the level of individual power was emphasized. Interstellar citizens were even more happy. Their sense of security increased greatly, and their confidence in the war was improved to a certain extent. The frontline war reports also spread to the Covenant organization, arousing the amazement of many Covenant recoverers. The power of the Super A-level association is getting stronger and stronger, and even killing a tree king doesn't require all your strength. It can be seen that they are much stronger than 10 years ago. It's really not simple. Alas, I also want to participate in the Black Star training camp. It's a pity that we can't easily expose it. Many people who resuscitated their covenant looked complicated inside in their hearts. These resurrected people who lived in seclusion in the Covenant organization have never appeared in the outside world and are still black people. Although they had reached an agreement with Han Xiao to take action when it was time to take action, they had not been recruited yet. For more than 10 years, they had to continue to stay in Shangyue to hide their own existence and did not participate in the training camp publicly. Some of them wanted to participate, but Han Xiao did not allow them to expose them. So these people had to give up. They lost this opportunity and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If they had known that they would join the war, it would be better to choose to go out with those who were resuscitated at the beginning. Hey, swearing, when will we join the war? Someone couldn't help but turn his head and ask. The swearing man looked expressionless and said coldly, "Don't ask me. I don't have the final say." Then you urge the Black Star more. Otherwise, what's the use of you? The swearing man took a deep breath to calm down. Since Black Star advanced to the super god level, he, the leader of the Covenant organization, has been useless. Most decisions have to ask Black Star for instructions and cannot make their own decisions. What is even more excessive is that these Covenant resurgents who dislike the poor and love the rich. When they first recovered, they were grateful to him and called him Xiao Tian Tian. Now a new generation has replaced old people. All of these people have become Black Star's licking dogs. They don't take him as the nominal organization leader seriously and take him as a real chi. However, Black Star is the only super god level in the interstellar society at present. What else can he do? The swearing man has already put off his idea of competing with Black Star. His younger brother's position has become more and more stable, and he will accept the reality obediently. At this time, a Covenant reviver rubbed his hands and pondered, Black Star has such a great advantage to the 3 civilizations. According to the current situation, we may not even have a chance to take action. The association and the civilized line alone are enough to solve the enemy's advanced combat power. With Black Star's personality, if it can suppress the enemy, it may continue to hide our existence and use it as a trump card. It makes sense. Then can we have a chance to recover from the sanctuary in the future? Everyone's eyes lit up. The secondary dimension world, the World Tree territory. Countless World Tree clans gather here, and each spacecraft emits a bright green light. The search corps has been assembled. Please give me instructions. On the main ship bridge, the secret Tree King was reviewing the troops, and the executive officer on the side walked over quickly and reported in a low voice. The secret Tree King nodded and said casually, "Since you're all here, let's go." In order to search for the natural enemies of the Mother Tree, he came to the secondary dimension world to preside over the overall situation and spent a few days summoning a large number of family members. Although the natural enemy was not long ago and the Mother Tree senses were very vague, the World Tree has a very powerful force in the secondary dimension world, with countless troops stationed and sufficient manpower, so is not afraid of spending time looking for needles in a haystack. At this time, the secret Tree King remembered something and sneered. By the way, the enemy seems to have been searching for the original body of the Mother Tree. And by the way, we solved this matter together. Seize the enemy's team and obtain their intelligence. I understand. The order was conveyed quickly, and the search corps composed of the World Tree clan began to set off, turning into streams of lights and scattering and escaping. Looking at this scene, the secret Tree King narrowed his eyes and raised his palm, and a misty magic power flashed between his fingers. He decided to take action personally this time. If he is lucky enough to encounter the enemy's fleet in the secondary dimension world, he will not let any member of the three major civilizations go away. The universe has been explored, a desolate universe belt. A small spacecraft slowly landed on a barren planet, and the Earth automatically cracked, revealing a mooring orbit. The spacecraft successfully connected with it, slid in along the orbit, disappeared into the black hole. Soon the hole closed again and returned to its disguise. After gliding in the dark for a while, the spacecraft stopped and arrived at a secret underground base. The hatch doors slid open and a figure walked out. On the other side, another person was waiting on the platform. When he saw the visitor, he spoke in a deep voice. "How is the situation outside?" Another Tree King was killed, and the three civilizations and the World Tree were stalemate. According to this trend, the World Tree could not break through the border defense circle for a long time and could not make substantial progress. Is that true? It seems that the three civilizations are still very tenacious. With the Black Star here, who wins and who loses is still unknown. The biggest weakness of the World Tree now is the lack of intelligence. If they are allowed to obtain enough intelligence, the situation of the war will inevitably undergo drastic changes. What do the superiors say? The superiors have issued instructions to find ways to provide interstellar social intelligence to the World Tree on the premise of hiding ourselves. The most important thing is to provide the coordinates of each star domain under the jurisdiction of the three major civilizations, so that the World Tree can obtain a detailed strategic map. The Star Alliance also agreed to this action. They have always wanted to eradicate the threat of the three major civilizations. They have observed quietly for so long, and finally waited for an excellent opportunity to kill people with a knife. I can't remember how many years have been lurking here, and I can finally take revenge. It's time for the three major civilizations to pay the price for what they did back then. The two of them spoke in a stern tone, with strong hostility towards the three major civilizations. The universe has not been explored, the capital of the Star Alliance. Savinis quickly walked into the office of the head of the Covenant. The head of the Covenant was waiting for his arrival. When he saw him walking into the room, he put down the report in his hand, raised his head, and slowly spoke. "How is the situation?" "I have conveyed the instructions, and the lurker will take action soon," Savinis said in a deep voice. "Well, this piece has been laid out for so many years, and now is the time for them to play a role." The head of the Star Alliance paused and changed the subject. But be sure to pay attention to the way of providing information. Everything is based on concealing its own existence. The three major civilizations and the world tree are huge threats. If our existence is exposed to their eyes, the clouds of war will also cover us. With our strength, no matter which one we have to bear, they will not be able to catch it. Don't worry. We are now in a relationship of prosperity and loss, and we will never joke about the safety of the Star Alliance. Savini's was solemn. Well, you have been in the Star Covenant for many years, and we are already one. This action is not only to eliminate potential threats, but also to your revenge. The Star Covenant nodded. Yes, when we were defeated by the three major civilizations, only a few tribesmen left to escape, which was almost impossible to continue and became a wandering civilization in the universe. If we had not met the Star Covenant's team, perhaps our civilization would have long disappeared. To this day, we have always thanked the Star Covenant for its help over the years. Savini's lowered his head and spoke respectfully. When the Lori civilization was defeated, his ancestors gathered the remaining tribesmen and gathered a bunch of loose sand to continue the difficulties. Now Savini's has taken over the power of his predecessors and is the current leader of the Lori civilization. The history of Lori civilization is quite ancient. It was once a member of the exploration of the universe and one of the competitors in the exploration of wars. Unfortunately, the civilization was broken and the home fell. Only a few survivors were left to escape on spaceships. Because they were worried about being wiped out, they resolutely entered the unexplored universe, went far away, and became a cosmic wanderer. After many twists and turns in the wormhole, this wanderer happened to come to the territory of the Star Alliance. Star Covenant is a large-scale joint civilization composed of 46 civilizations. It entrenched in a corner of the unexplored universe and reproduction silently. By chance, it picked up this wanderer. The information carried by the Lore civilization immediately attracted their high attention. This is the first time that the Star Alliance learned about the existence of powerful civilizations outside the territory. The information provided by the Lore civilization shows that the strength of the three major civilizations is enough to destroy the entire Star Alliance, which aroused the Star Alliance's strong fear and vigilance. In their eyes, the three major civilizations may bring a catastrophe to the Star Alliance at any time, and annexing them is a huge hidden danger, making them unable to sleep or eat. Faced with a strange and powerful civilization, Star Alliance did not dare to expose its existence and communicate with the other party, so they could only observe silently. If it were normal, Star Alliance would be helpless even if it knew that the strong enemy was on the side, but the Lori civilization provided a way. When the Wanderer fled his hometown, he brought a large number of coordinate records. This was a priceless wealth and also gave Star Covenant the opportunity. Based on this intelligence, the senior management of the Star Covenant finally set up a strategic action called the Observer Project, sending lurking personnel to teleport through wormholes to the explored universe, hiding their names, collecting intelligence, waiting for opportunities, and monitoring the every move of the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations do not have an information state alert network like the World Tree. Because of their huge territory, there are always omissions in external screening and alert mechanisms. As long as outsiders operate properly, they can successfully lurk. The World Tree in the previous life has been lurking like this for many years, collecting enough intelligence. And then a surprise attack in the entire territory made the three major civilizations bloody. Star Alliance is self-aware and does not feel that its small body can withstand the ravages of the three major civilizations. Therefore, the lurking personnel are only responsible for observation, not taking other actions, and not participating in any force. Just like the lowest level interstellar black man, it is inconspicuous at all. It only collects public information online, does not seek any secrets, and is very cautious. This is why it has been hidden until today, and has secretly witnessed the development of the three major civilizations one after another. After undergoing repeated inspections by the Star Covenant, The Lori civilization eventually became a new member of the Star Covenant and was able to reproduce. He never forgot history and always thought about revenge. He vigorously cooperated with the Observer Plan to help the Star Covenant lurk in the already exploring the universe and is the real leader. This time, the three major civilizations were invaded by the World Tree, which gave Star Alliance hope to eradicate the threat. They could not defeat the three major civilizations themselves, which just fueled the fire and drove the tigers and swallowed the wolf. The head of the Star Alliance stroked the back of his hand and pondered. We use the hand of the World Tree to eradicate the three civilizations, but the World Tree itself is also a new threat. The ideal situation is that they both suffer losses and we will get a bargain. Savini's focused on the focus. The technological level of the three civilizations is very high. If they can annex their civilized achievements, we will enter the fast lane of development. But this is very risky, and it is possible to expose themselves. We need to make a long-term plan. If there is a chance, we cannot miss it. The Star Alliance's eyes flashed, and he naturally coveted the technological achievements accumulated by the three civilizations. Although the risks are great, the benefits are also tempting. The three major civilizations have now stabilized the situation and kept the World Tree out. This is not the situation that the Star Alliance wants to see. It is in line with their third party's interests to destroy the good situation of the three major civilizations, introduce war into the entire interstellar society, and make the situation chaotic. The leader of the Star Alliance did not mind taking advantage of the situation and secretly participated in this gluttonous feast while hiding his origin. The world of secondary dimensions. A three-level civilization expedition team is driving in the secondary dimension, recording the dimension coordinates. This place is not far from the stronghold of the World Tree. There may be family members appearing at any time. Everyone is ready to shuttle and evacuate at any time. In the bridge, the commander stared at the radar seriously, with a serious tone. In recent years, as the expeditionary army explored more and more deeply, the chances of encountering the World Tree clan became more frequent. Fortunately, they ran fast enough, and most of the time they were shocked and safe. But always avoiding risks is not a big deal. The family's search network is very dense. The expeditionary army does not want to have conflicts and goes around them all. So the exploration progress is getting slower and slower, and there are not so many loopholes to take advantage of. If this continues, I don't know when the result will be achieved. The World Tree has arrived in the local area. We have not had much time. The commander sighed in his heart. Oh! Suddenly, the radar sounded a harsh alarm, like a thunderous explosion, scaring everyone. I saw a hive-like crack suddenly open up in the dimensional barrier not far away, and green light came through. It's the World Tree family. Retreat. The commander's face changed, and he immediately ordered. The expedition team immediately turned around and locked in the preset route plan for evacuation. The shuttle engine buzzed, then turned into a stream of light, instantly leaving this dimension and fleeing to another secondary dimension. However, before the expeditionary team could stop, the radar alarm sounded again. The space crack opened again, and another World Tree clan rushed towards him. This is a premeditated attack. The commander immediately reacted with a heavy expression and directed the fleet to continue to flee. The fleet traveled through 5 secondary dimensions in succession, and each place had a World Tree family following closely, as if driving a sheep. Suddenly, the commander stopped running away, took a deep breath, made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Prepare to self-destruct." Hearing this, the crew members in the bridge felt a stern heart, without saying anything or objection, but just started the self-destruction procedure in silence. The soldiers of the 3 major civilizations are not as resurrected as the World Tree. Without the protection of the underworld, they will be truly killed if they die. All the expeditionary squads are mentally prepared when they go out. Once the situation is wrong, they will sacrifice the entire fleet and decisively explode and die for their country. The stabilizer of the energy core disintegrates, and the lost control of the secret energy has a tendency to expand, casting a strong light. I'm honored to work with you and wish the Empire will last forever. The commander glanced at the many crew members with a firm face, saluted a military salute, and then looked at the World Tree pursuers who had just arrived here outside the porthole, closed their eyes slightly, ready to welcome their death. But at this moment, everything was frozen in an instant. All crew members could not move. The progress of the self-destruction program stagnated, and the secret energy that was about to lose control stopped for a moment. The figure of the secret tree king appeared in the cabin without realizing it. He looked at the determined faces of everyone, sneered, and said, "It's quite strong, but unfortunately I'm here in person. No matter how determined you are." The secret tree king maintained the magic effect of the time and space stop. He gently rubbed his palms, and the green tree king's power dispersed, turning into a gap in space, and a python-like world tree root stretched out from it, which penetrated all the battleships of the expedition team and divided more tiny tree whiskers and inserted them into the bodies of all crew members. Immediately afterwards, these roots were constantly absorbing the essence like straws, and at the same time transforming this team at the information level to turn it into one of its own. The expeditionary team slowly integrated into the roots of the world tree, as if sinking into the deep sea. This process lasted for a long time before the world tree sucked the entire expeditionary team in. Then a flash of light and spit it out again, but it was different from before. All the crew members were filled with green light, which was transformed into members of the world tree. Hisser, king of trees. All the soldiers who were originally from the Red Empire lowered their heads and saluted respectfully. The secret tree king ignored it, and his mind sank into the spiritual network, sharing the memories of these people and the spacecraft's navigation log. After browsing for a while, the secret tree king's eyes flashed, revealing a playful expression. "Ah, it turns out that I've been hiding here and found your nest." At this moment, the secret tree king suddenly moved his mind, noticed some special changes, and looked into the distance from the sky. "Forecast me? I don't know how to live or die." A cold look appeared in the eyes of the secret tree king. When his gesture changed, his magic power surged out along the mysterious induction impact source. At the same time, somewhere on Long Tanfu Island, puff! Aesop was feeling the sudden passive prediction, and suddenly his mind was shocked. His brain seemed to be hit suddenly, and his whole body was on the ground, showing a look of shock. A sharp magic power shattered the predicted scene in his mind and severely damaged his spirit. Those who can make the predictors backfire are basically magicians. The predictive ability is different, and the difficulty of rebound will also change. Aesop's predictive ability is extraordinary. Over the years, he has experienced countless passive predictions and has predicted super-level magicians many times. The worst case is nothing more than the failure of prediction. This is the first time someone has caused him a backfire. Expeditionary Force Outpost. A fleet of exploration was parked at the airport dock, and Harrison and a group of teammates walked off the spaceship, took off their survival helmets, and took a deep breath. "I'm suffocating. It's better to have the air in the large, ecological hood of the base." These days outside, the spacecraft's gas filters have smelled. Is there any? Why don't I feel it? I wonder if we ancient Cape people have a more sensitive sense of smell than most interstellar species. It's a pity that I've been out for so long, but I still have no gains. Listening to the team members chatting, Harrison rubbed his forehead, a little worried. Since he discovered the ally of the King of Unbound, the senior management allowed him to lead an expeditionary team alone, from a member of the squad to a commander of the squad, with a certain degree of power to make exploration plans. Blackstar has always said that Harrison is lucky, and Harrison is willing to believe that this is true. He secretly hopes that his misty luck will help again and find the World Tree entity as soon as possible to end the war. But after so many years, the luck of being highly anticipated seemed to have subsided. Apart from occasionally escaping from the World Tree family, there was no new achievements in exploration. The Expeditionary Force's exploration progress has stalled, and Harrison is anxious and worried. As the saying goes, There is no way to get wet when walking by the river. The expeditionary force wanders around the World Tree territory, encountering pursuers again and again, and he feels that there will always be a car accident. At this time, a team member patted Harrison on the shoulder and said, "Captain, how long will we take a break this time and then go for the next exploration?" 10 days. Harrison came to his senses. "I understand. Let's go to the base cafeteria for dinner." "Are you here?" "No. I will report to the logistics department first and ask them to inspect and maintain the spacecraft and write a routine report later." Harrison waved his hand. "Okay, we bring you a portion of food. What do you eat?" "Then I want—" Harrison was about to say something when he heard this. He suddenly stopped. At this moment, a palpitation suddenly appeared. Before waiting for the answer, the team member blinked in confusion and asked again, "Why don't you say it anymore? What to eat?" Harrison was restless and a strong sense of alertness in his heart. He couldn't help but come back to his senses, looked up at the scene outside the airport, and stared at one place. "What are you looking at?" The team member turned his head and looked at Harrison's gaze. He saw only the dim scenery like the afterglow of the sunset in the secondary dimension, like an oil painting with a historical atmosphere, but he did not see anything unusual. Something is wrong. Harrison became more and more alert. The team members wanted to ask again, but at this moment, a blue light suddenly lit up in the distant dimension barrier, quickly turning into a huge space vortex, as if a hole had been torn open. The green world tree family surged out like locusts, covering the sky, like dense small green dots, and then quickly enlarged in everyone's sight. Well, wow, warning. The space barrier has been broken. The enemy attack. A harsh alarm suddenly rang out across the base. All the members of the expeditionary army who were resting and recuperating in the base were shocked. The nervous shouts, eager running sounds, and messy falls formed a concerto of riots. Everyone evacuated at full speed. The base is ready to self-destruct. The defense team died and left behind. The roar of the outpost leader sounded in the wide-area communication channel. Half an hour ago, an expeditionary team self-destructed and lost contact. He was still checking the matter, but it was not clear whether the news had been leaked. Unexpectedly, the World Tree came so quickly. The World Tree has a huge power in the secondary dimension, and the defense power of this outpost is limited, and the dimension coordinates have been exposed. If you continue to fight hard, you will attract more World Tree family members. Among the preset plans formulated by the three major civilizations, if this outpost is attacked, the primary task is to self-destruct and clear the traces and ask the expeditionary army to evacuate quickly. If it is not a last resort, do not choose to fight head-on. Go away. Harrison's face changed drastically, and he ignored everything else. He quickly called the horrified team members to board the ports car and start the engine. The outpost suddenly became chaotic, and the automatic defense team rushed to fight against the continuous World Tree clan and buy time. The members of the expeditionary army behind rushed to the shipyard and quickly found the car to take off and evacuate. Streams of light shot out from the base, evacuated in dispersion, opened the space crack and escaped, and fled to different secondary dimensions. Soon, the vanguard troops of the World Tree clan fought head-on with the outpost defense force, and in an instant, countless warships exploded into fireworks on the spot. At the same time, fortresses at the outposts activated self-destruction procedures and exploded with a bang. The entrance portal connecting the main material universe was also blown up by physical missiles fired from the base. Fires soared into the sky, black smoke rolled in, and countless wreckage fell. The defense team was quickly broken, the outpost exploded violently, and fell rapidly. The same scene happened in multiple subdimensional dimensions. The World Tree obtained the precise dimensional coordinates half an hour ago, quickly assembled, directly positioned the endpoint, and carried out a large-scale blitz attack, caught off guard. The bridgeheads established by the three civilizations on the territory of the King of Unboundary were knocked out one by one, and a large number of expeditionary squads fled. On the other side, the residents of the King of Unbounded A magic portal shining with green light suddenly opened, and the secret tree king slowly walked out, and at first glance he saw the black mountains and the huge throne in the center of the dimension. However, at this moment, there was no figure of the king of boundlessness. Am I a step late? Or is it just not at home? The secret tree king activated the perception spell and found that the king of unbounded was not hiding here. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. The stable area controlled by the king of unbounded is some of its reputation in this subdimensional area, and the World Tree family has also heard of it, but has never paid attention to it. When I learned from the expedition team that the 3 major civilizations were cooperating with the king of the unboundary, the secret tree king wanted to go straight to Huanglong and went directly to the king of the unboundary to transform it into a member of the World Tree, but found that the king of the unboundary was not at home, so I had to give up this plan for the time being. The secret tree king raised his hand and held it, and magic runes ejected out, turning into surveillance spells and rooted in this secondary dimension. If the king of no realm returns to his lair, he will come and take action again. After arriving at the spell, the secret tree king summoned out of the portal and stepped in one step. The vortex quickly contracted and disappeared with his figure. At the same time, the secondary dimension at the edge of the king of unbounded territory, the space was slowly collapsed, and a dimensional energy was swallowed by the juvenile body of the pivot snake. On the side, the king of unboundless, who was responsible for feeding, suddenly stopped, and his mood suddenly tightened. He had a basic perception of the territory he controlled. Just now, he noticed that the World Tree Army had raided the subdimensionality of the 3 major civilizations one by one, and the outposts were almost completely destroyed. The most terrifying thing was that the old nest welcomed an uninvited guest, obviously for him. The World Tree is still here. The king of unbounded suddenly panicked. Although he used the intelligence of the 3 major civilizations as bargaining chips, he was unwilling to disclose it to the World Tree unless he had to. The risk was too great. Now, the World Tree is obviously aiming at him and goes directly to his nest with a super A-level trip. Even if he expressed his willingness to cooperate, he would still kill him to ensure that the intelligence was reliable. Luckily, I came out. If I were staying at home, I would probably have become a puppet of the World Tree now. The King of Realm was scared and looked at the snake, who was feasting in a complicated mood. When Blackstar asked him to take out his territory to feed the snake, the King of No Realm was still unhappy. Now when he saw it, he was only glad to be left. If Blackstar hadn't given him this errand, he wouldn't have come out to walk the snake today. He would have been blocked by the World Tree powerful at home, which would have been broken. Rounding it, Blackstar saved my life. I can't go back anymore. I can only go all the way to the end. The King of Unbounded thoughts turned, and he quickly made up his mind. He did not want to be involved in the war between 2 cosmic civilizations, but a subordinate of a confidant, a big trouble, provoked the 3 major civilizations first, so he had already pulled him into the Bureau. After that, his cooperation with the 3 major civilizations was forced to do so. It is difficult to get out of it today, and even if he wants to stay out of it, he can't do it. Since the World Tree has set its sights on itself, now we can only place a complete bet, hold the thighs of the 3 major civilizations tightly, and overturn the World Tree. Thinking of this, the King of Unbounded turned to the mechanical envoy who was monitoring the snake and reported the situation in detail. The battle did not last long. The World Tree families destroyed the Expeditionary Army's outposts. The raid was soon over. A large number of expeditionary teams fled in various places. Some of the World Tree fleets were pursuing along the dimensions. The remaining troops had begun to clean the battlefield, summarize the results, and carry out the final work. The roots of the World Tree extend out from the space rift, and there are strings of Expeditionary Force spacecraft hanging on it. The secret tree king floats aside, sharing his memory with his eyes closed. Not long after, the secret tree king opened his eyes again, and his originally relaxed face was now extremely solemn. I didn't expect that the natural enemies of the mother tree were actually controlled by the enemy, and the situation was dangerous. Eliminating the enemy who was searching for the main direction of the mother tree was just a matter of convenience. But he didn't expect that he found the traces of the natural enemies of the mother tree because of this. This is not good news. If the natural enemies of the mother tree enter the maturity stage, they can induce the direction of the mother tree body in reverse. If they only act independently, it is not a big threat. However, if they're controlled by the enemy, the threat will soar to the extreme, which means that the enemy can find the mother tree body in this way. The secret tree king knew the seriousness of matter. This means that the world tree, which had no pressure to fight attrition, had to seize time. Either kill the shoe snake before it became an adult, or completely defeated the three major civilizations before this. The only good news is that the pivot snake is just born, and it takes a long time from childhood to adulthood. He immediately passed this incident to the ancestral tree king. The next moment, the voice of the ancestral tree king, Chun Ning, sounded from the spiritual network. You did a good job, otherwise we will still be in the dark. You mobilize some of the advanced combat forces to chase the natural enemies of the mother tree together, and be sure to get rid of them. Okay, I happen to get the other coordinates of the other in the secondary dimension world from these people's memories, and have a new offensive target. Well, King Dingshu and I are ready to respond at any time, and the others are left to you. The ancestral tree king nodded. It just so happens that this time we can successfully open up the secondary dimension front and solve the problems together. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the secret tree king. He was not satisfied with destroying the outposts of the three major civilizations. He was focusing on the base camp where the three major civilizations had developed for a long time in the secondary dimension world. The two sides fought and tangled for more than 10 years. Until today, they have mastered some of the overview of the three major civilizations and are no longer led by the nose. Finally, there's a breakthrough in the battle situation. The universe has been explored, the frontline base. Han Xiao was listening to the combat meeting when suddenly the report of the mechanical envoy came to his mind. Oh, the World Tree found the outpost of the expeditionary force and launched a raid. It has succeeded, right? Han Xiao frowned. He was a little surprised, but not too surprised. As the expeditionary force explored more time, the risk of exposure also increased simultaneously. He was mentally prepared, and the only thing that made him feel strange was the subtlety of time. After returning from the expeditionary army outpost, just a few days later, he was still thinking about the follow-up action plan. World Tree broke through the outpost. It seemed just a coincidence, but Han Xiao felt something was strange inside. The secondary dimension battlefield has been opened up, and it is the home court of the World Tree. Their attacks probably have obtained the coordinates of the shallow dimensions. The two-line combat is not good for the situation of the three civilizations. However, the three civilizations have also prepared for the future in the secondary dimension. No matter how the situation is, it will not be as bad as in the previous life. Han Xiao pondered secretly. At this moment, Simon, who was talking about tactics, suddenly paused. A long-range projection of a senior military executive appeared on the conference table, with an extremely serious expression, and spoke in a deep voice. According to the situation, the outpost of the secondary dimension expeditionary force was suddenly attacked by the World Tree and almost completely fell. Some intelligence leaked. The World Tree is very likely to have obtained the coordinates of a shallow dimension and is expected to open a second front. We urgently need advanced combat power to rush to help. The notice of the three major civilizations was one step slower than the mechanical god envoy. After the words came, all the officers present were shocked, and they all subconsciously turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao nodded slowly when he heard this and asked, "Who leads the enemy?" According to the information sent back from the front line, he is a Superman who has never appeared before. The figure of the secret tree king was projected on the virtual screen. This was a snapshot before some bases exploded, and it was transmitted back to the main intelligence. King of Secret Tree, Han Xiao recognized the identity of this person at a glance, narrowed his eyes. "Okay, leave this matter to me." At this moment, Simon spoke, frowned, Dual-line combat will involve our advanced combat power. Aurora's clone is not capable, and the enemy may deliberately avoid Black Star to use foreign powers. I definitely agree with the assistance of the secondary dimension, but the frontier of the border is an important battlefield, and it is necessary to maintain a sufficiently large-scale advanced combat power. This is not a big problem. I have enough Imperial mechas to quickly transfer on both sides, and I have more people. Han Xiao did. Compared with the terrifying interstellar battlefield, the secondary dimension world has extremely serious battlefield division due to its own specificity, which in disguise strengthens the importance of individual power in the secondary dimension battlefield. The dead homemakers who have been salted fish for decades in the Covenant organization are now time to play their role. Moreover, this secret tree king is worth taking action by himself. A strong light suddenly flashed over the white desert where the radiation storm was raging. An expedition exploration starship blazed out of the cracks, falling as if it had lost its power, hitting the ground, shaking the white sand all over the sky, and the remaining momentum was endless. A deep ravine rolled on the ground and plowed out a white dragon wherever it passed. The azure blue particle shield, which was on the verge of breaking, was subjected to the impact force and flashed a few times like a light bulb with poor contact, then suddenly disappeared. The spacecraft suddenly sank. Its head slanted into the desert. Its tail was raised high, and the twisted and deformed propulsion nozzle flashed out with electric sparks. It was a sudden shock, and finally it malfunctioned and sprayed out black smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The spacecraft cabin door was stuck, and there was a sound of impact inside. The metal door panels were raised, and then they were knocked out with a bang. The deformed cabin door hit the sand and slid out for more than 10 meters. Harrison and his group walked out with their injured parts covering their bodies, shaking their bodies, as if they had drunk fake wine. The spacecraft's gravity stabilization device and gyroscope failed, and everyone fell to death. A team member looked at the paralyzed spacecraft and said in a panic, "It's over. The spacecraft has been broken. We can't run away." "Don't panic. The enemy has not chased me. Hurry up and repair it." Harrison covered his dizzy head and gritted his teeth to direct the panicked team members to repair the spacecraft. The outpost was attacked, and a large number of expeditionary squads fled in scattered areas. The World Tree family chased and killed them. They also encountered the enemy. The team lost only the last spaceship. They finally got rid of the pursuers, but the car that had suffered a fierce attack was overloaded and was trapped here. "I don't know how the outpost is now," a team member murmured to himself. "It must be gone. The World Tree is ready." The armed forces at the outpost were not likely to survive. When we fled, the commander was still giving orders in the main control room. I'm afraid he had already died in self-destruction and lived and died with the base. The crowd was filled with sadness. After more than 10 years of working together, many members of the Expeditionary Army were already familiar with each other. At this time, so many colleagues and comrades in arms had a hard time and were in danger. Everyone was worried. The situation of the World Tree attack should have been transmitted back to the main universe. Before I evacuated, I had already sent a message to Mr. Blackstar through the quantum network base station of the outpost. He should have received it, but he had not come to rescue yet. I don't know. Harrison hesitated. As soon as he was attacked, he sent a message for help. During the escape, he had been protecting the throne left to him by Blackstar and had been waiting for Han Xiao to arrive, but he had not responded until now. "Can you contact him again?" someone asked quickly. "Not yet. There is no base station that can be connected, and it is temporarily impossible to communicate with the outside world." Harrison was halfway through his words, and suddenly a space fluctuation appeared on the spacecraft. Han Xiao, who was teleporting, walked out of the damaged hatch door. Everyone was immediately surprised when they saw him. "Hello, Hei Xing. You're finally here. We're saved." Han Xiao raised his hand and signaled everyone to control his emotions. Then he looked at Harrison and looked up and down. "It seems that you are in good condition and have not been hurt." Harrison came up with a little disappointed expression, saying, "You're late. The outpost has fallen, Han Xiao interrupted him and nodded. Okay, I already know these situations. If the outpost is gone, it's gone. The three civilizations have arranged people to pick up other soldiers of the disbanded expeditionary army. This time I'm mainly picking up you and your teammates. As early as when the Siebert Base Operations Conference Room received an emergency notice from the three major civilizations, Han Xiao had already received a request for help from Harrison. The reason why he came here is because he spent time to dispatch the high-level combat power of the association and went to the king of non-border to protect the snake and hide it in a hidden place. After doing these important things, he came to pick up Harrison. Han Xiao was not afraid of Harrison's accident and had been monitoring Harrison's situation with observation marks. Seeing that he was in danger, he did not teleport over immediately. What should I do with the outpost? Don't you go and support it? Harrison asked. No need. The dimension coordinates of each outpost have been exposed and are not suitable for rebuilding the base. Even if the outpost is to be rebuilt, it is still in other places. The loss this time is not too great. The outpost has played its due role in recent years. Han Xiao waved his hand. The meaning of the existence of outposts is to facilitate the expeditionary force to explore deep-level dimensions. The coordinates of the dimensions positioned in recent years have long been entered into the database. The coordinates of the King of Borders and the areas around the World Tree have been controlled by the three major civilizations, which means that these places have become new shallow dimensions. Thanks to the special structure of the secondary dimension world, the coordinates have been mastered. Even if there is no outpost, the subsequent troops can jump over quickly without having to drive for many years like conventional exploration. This is the most important achievement. As for the outpost itself, it does not have irreplaceable value. With these coordinates in hand, you can rebuild it at any time without it. Therefore, this loss is not much in the eyes of the three major civilizations. They are more concerned about the degree of intelligence leakage. Harrison nodded and asked, Then what action should we do next? I will take you to the base area of the three major civilizations in the secondary dimension world. They have gathered troops there to prepare for the possible attacks of the World Tree. This time, the coordinates may have been leaked. The World Tree's opening of the secondary dimension front should be a foregone conclusion. The next three major civilizations will face the situation of fighting on both sides. After sending you off, I will have to go to the leaders of the three major civilizations to hold a short meeting to discuss this matter. Han Xiao said casually, his tone calm and without any worries. At this time, the World Tree is likely to be entrenched in various outpost dimensions to clean up the battlefield, but he has no intention of killing a shot. Even if he passes, the secret Tree King may not appear. He will still be alert to the snake in vain. It is better to wait for the secret Tree King to start a two-line battle, wait for the rabbit to take the lead, and give him his favorite big mouth. If the World Tree masters the coordinates of the shallow dimension, it will not take much time to jump over, and is even qualified to start another blitzkrieg. So Han Xiao guessed that the secret Tree King would not delay too long. Han Xiao explained briefly, without saying anything more, raised his hand to call out the new vehicle, set the coordinates of the destination, and invited everyone to board the ship, set sail, and evacuate. Everyone accepted the arrangement obediently. Compared with other expeditionary soldiers, this group of people was lucky enough to get Harrison's glory and get Han Xiao's personal response and quickly escape from danger. The Interstellar Joint Army is divided into multiple armies. The Border Defense Army is complexly guarding the Shining World front, and the secondary dimension guards are responsible for defending the base area of the shallow dimension. This is the foundation of the three major civilizations in the secondary dimension world. If they are removed, they will lose most of their control over the secondary dimension. A few hours after the outpost was attacked, all the war zones in the shallow dimensions had completely entered a state of combat readiness, and the garrisons were ready for combat. At this moment, one of the shallow dimensional war zones. During the blue energy, the scene was like the ocean. An Imperial fleet belonging to the secondary dimensional guards was suspended in mid-air, standing quietly. All warships were special models for the secondary dimensionality. Compared with the heavy military starships in the conventional style of the Empire, They looked much longer and more symmetrical. Just got the news. War broke out again on the front line of Shining World, and the World Tree Army launched another attack. At this critical moment, it is very likely that it is the enemy's two-line linkage tactic, so the enemy will appear at any time, and everyone will be cheered up. In the main ship, the commander spoke on the entire army channel. The Imperial soldiers of each ship were in awe of heart and did not dare to be distracted. After waiting for a while, the fleet commander suddenly received a command from other troops. His eyes froze, and he shouted in a deep voice, "The World Tree Army has arrived, and 34 war zones have been invaded, and other guard are exchanging fire, and it is almost here." As soon as he finished speaking, the space wall suddenly opened one beehive-like jumping point, and the World Tree family swarmed out, like a green tide discharged from the flood. "Attack!" The fleet commander roared and ordered. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, countless energy beams lit up in the field, forming a dense network, and one encounter with each other shattered a large wave of warships. The two troops were fearless, as if they turned into two giant beasts, one with one green, and one with 101 with 100 fiery bites. Regardless of their own injuries, they only took care of swallowing each other's flesh and blood. The same scene occurred in hundreds of shallow-dimensional war zones, and the war broke out. The war mode of the subdimensional world is different from the main universe. Each war zone is a divided battlefield. With the help of a special geographic structure, countless fleets exchanged fire while shuttled through various subdimensionalities, performing operations such as restraining, pulling, encircling, and counter-encirclement. The situation changes rapidly, and the fire of war swept across countless small worlds. Subdimensionalities were bombarded into scum, and the wreckage was swallowed by a space storm. The advanced combat powers of both sides also began to collide and fight, and the battlefield went one dimension after another. In a shallow-dimensional war zone full of holes, the portal hangs high in the sky, spitting out several three civilizations, and each of them is injured. Not far away, a green portal opened immediately, and more holy tree messengers chased after him. Several super A-level players didn't care about resting, so they quickly turned around and faced the challenge, and once again, the situation worsened. Don't think of leaving the secondary dimension world alive. Several holy tree messengers had a fierce, murderous intent, fierce attacks, and their eyes were flashing with pleasure. In the past, I fought with the three major civilizations, but because of the existence of the healing psychic, all the enemy's advanced combat powers were like suicide squads, which made them miserable and very uncomfortable in fighting. I could not feel the joy of the infinite resurrection of the World Tree. But now it is different. In the secondary dimension battlefield, due to the special battlefield structure, the healing psychic will inevitably be greatly restricted and cannot take into account every battlefield. What's more, the healing psychic has not even had time to come. The main universe launched an offensive, dragging many hostile advanced combat forces on the front line, and the healing psychic was also among them. Now that I saw the enemy being restrained again, the Holy Tree envoy finally felt relieved. At this time, Austin was in the list of super A-level besieged, with half of the magical treasures on his body blowing up. He struggled to resist the offensive. His face tightened, and his expression was solemn. The situation is not good. If there is no support, we will inevitably suffer losses. Even if there is a sanctuary to recover, most people do not want to fall to this point. Aurora has only one, and everyone wants to stay on the front line to fight side by side with a nurse. So there are very few advanced combat powers willing to rush to the shallow dimensions. Except for the direct line, none of the others voluntarily and were ordered to support them. There is a larger gap between them and the enemy in terms of quantity, and the situation seemed not very good. Vigel, who was standing beside him, was fighting with a high-level holy tree messenger, and he was in a difficult situation. He whispered, "Don't panic, we still have reinforcements." "What reinforcements?" Austin frowned. At this moment, the space wall in the distance of the battlefield suddenly opened, and an unmarked fleet broke into the battlefield, and directly launched dense, pointed cone missiles at the World Tree family, hitting the shield and bursting. The next moment, the place where the missile exploded turned into a space turbulence, directly dragging a group of World Tree clans into it and disappeared without a trace. This is... Austin's pupils shrank. The dimension of the Covenant exile bomb. Bigel continued. Covenant? What is that? Before Austin could ask, a stream of super A-level fluctuations surged into the sky. Boom. This mysterious fleet flew out several strange super A-levels, quickly approached, joined the battle, and launched a fierce attack on the Holy Tree envoy. Austin felt less pressure and hurriedly pulled back for a while. He watched the two sides fight and looked at the shocked face. Is this what you're talking about, reinforcements? Who are they? Don't you think they look familiar? Bigel raised his eyebrows. Austin looked at him, and his face changed immediately. He recognized several people, all of whom were famous in history. Thinking of Bagel's identity again, he suddenly realized and became suspicious. They are resuscitators like you? I thought Black Star did not resuscitize them. When did this happen? You will know the specific things in the future. Now is not the time to explain in detail. Bagel did not explain much, avoiding the enemy's counterattack, and a forbidden ray penetrated the enemy's chest. Austin was shocked, looked at the few people deeply, and did not ask any more questions, and joined the battle again. Similar scenes occurred in many war zones. Dozens of resurgents who had been hiding in the Covenant for many years finally joined the war for the first time, assisting various super levels, and quickly stabilizing the situation of advanced combat power. Not only was World Tree surprised by this wave of new forces, but even the three major civilized fronts were confused and could not figure out the origin of these reinforcements for a while. At the same time, the three civilized leaders who were monitoring the battle situation in the secondary dimension turned their heads and looked at Han Xiao, who was watching the battle together in the office. His expression was very subtle, mixed with complex emotions such as surprise and pain. Black Star, don't plan to explain it. Han Xiao didn't look back and replied casually. As you see, these are the reinforcements I brought to fill the combat power that we lacked in two-line combat. The head of the Zuling sect knocked on the table with his knuckles and said in a deep voice, "Don't pretend to be confused when you understand. I asked them how they came and when did you resurrect these people?" Hearing this, Han Xiao turned his head and glanced at the three of them with a faint tone. Do you think all the resuscitators are willing to appear publicly? I have never said that all the resuscitators in the association are. As for whom I have resuscitated, I have no obligation to tell others. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. The three of them choked and looked at him deeply. They could guess that this was Black Star's backhand without thinking, and a group of resurgents were hidden in secret. It is likely that the arrangement was made during the confrontation that year as a trump card for the three major civilizations. If he had been voluntarily launching a cleanup, it would have been hard to say. Now Han Xiao has revealed his trump card, which almost scared the three of them, somewhat scared. However, after knowing each other for so many years, the three of them have a good understanding of Black Star's unfathomable habits and have become accustomed to Black Star's laying dark spells everywhere. Perhaps these sudden resurgents are just the tip of the iceberg of his underwater forces. The three of them were in a serious mood and looked back. This is not the time to care about such things, but the three of them still have a deeper awe of Han Xiao. Now Black Star is on an equal footing with them. Seeing that he didn't want to explain, the three of them were conscious and did not continue to ask. Moreover, compared to the importance of Black Star himself, it doesn't seem like a lot of more resurgence. With Han Xiao, a super god-level Pearl, and Jade, the hidden resurgents have limited impact on the three. Han Xiao naturally would not take the initiative to explain the origin of the Covenant. Looking at the three of them with stern expressions, he couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. The power of the Covenant organization was to leave a way out for the association, so that the super A-level groups could be divided into two parts, the open and the dark side, and to watch over each other. He originally planned to unveil the tip of the Covenant at the right time and let the three civilizations be afraid of the weapons. But his plan could not keep up with the changes. Now that he has entered the super god realm, A person's deterrence is comparable to the entire Super A-level group. The trump card of the Covenant recovery is not as important as before, but it still has its uses, and it is not a bad thing to make the three civilizations more afraid. Han Xiao refocused on the battle situation. After watching for a while, he suddenly locked in a secret Tree King and Claudia who were fighting in the surveillance screen. His eyes flashed. My prey appears 3. I'll lose my companion first. As the words fell, the remote projection disappeared. It was not until this moment that the tense bodies of the three major, civilized leaders relaxed. They looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. A shallow dimension battlefield, a certain war zone. Bang! The rainbow-like magic flash penetrated the surging dark energy and shot on Claudia, leaving a new wound. The powerful annihilation power pushed him away, falling all the way to the dark brown earth, rumbled through hundreds of strata. Ahem! The cells in the body withered under the influence of the annihilation magic. Claudia quickly used his strength to stabilize his injuries, then looked up at the enemy at high altitude with a solemn look. The secret Tree King was floating in the air, looking down at him from a high place, and a cluster of forbidden techniques were brewing around him, forming rapidly, falling like a storm. Claudia gritted his teeth and suppressed his injuries and controlled the dark energy to meet him. However, for a moment, he was bombarded again, with many new injuries on his body. This Tree King is a little too strong. Claudia covered her wound, her eyes flashing with a shock. His judgment on the strength of the Tree King comes from the master clone of the Tree King, the Heart Tree King and the Ding Tree King. He originally thought that even if he could not beat this new Tree King, he would at least have a stalemate for a long time. But Claudia didn't expect that this guy who claimed to be the secret Tree King was significantly stronger than the other three. He was also the pillar of the country at least, but when he hit him, he was like beating his younger brother, with ease and relaxed. Among all the targets that have been fought, only Black Star and Ernos can easily need him. If other super-level A-level mages are ordinary spell turrets, then this secret Tree King is a spell nuclear bomb rapid-fire cannon, and the casting intensity, frequency, and speed are far greater than all magicians Claudia has ever seen. In the sky, the secret Tree King suspended the offensive, moved his fingers, and played with a magic ribbon at will, and said carelessly, "You dare to fight me one-on-one. Should you say that your courage is commendable, or you are overestimating yourself? Unfortunately, if you change to that mechanic or that supernatural abilities, you are qualified to fight me. Your strength is a little worse. If you continue to fight like this, you will not be able to arouse my interest in killing you." The secret Tree King's opponents were Han, Xiao, and Ishan. Although Claudia's combat power is not low, the ability to control dark energy is quite sharp, but it is not very threatening to him, a supreme magician who masters multidimensional energy. Feeling the other party's contempt, Claudia calmed her face, silently gathered her strength, ready to give her all her strength. However, at this moment, a space fluctuation appeared in the senses of the two people. The space wall in the distance opened, and a figure hidden under the black robe of the hood rushed over. The robe danced, the edges were like black flames, and the whole body was filled with a peak super A-level aura, attracting the attention of the two people. "Who are you?" Claudia turned his head and looked, not knowing whether it was an enemy or a friend, and immediately became vigilant. "Our own." The swearing man glanced at him, then stared at the secret Tree King, his aura locked in from afar. "One more." The secret Tree King narrowed his eyes. "You are in the same group of strange reinforcements, probably their leader. Interestingly, you are still hiding a group of advanced combat powers." "Ha, but so what? You can't save the situation. Sooner or later we will destroy all your forces in the subdimensional world." Through the spiritual network sharing, he has learned about the situation where the Covenant resuscitators support the three major civilizations in Level A. In the view of the secret Tree King, facing opponents of the nature of the World Tree, the three major civilizations felt huge pressure and should have been fully dispatched, but until now, the other party still has some reservations, which is really a bit unfathomable. Moreover, with the character of the Secret Tree King, he was a little unhappy about this. Why? Our world tree is not worthy of your efforts. Without paying attention to the Secret Tree King, the swearing man communicated with Claudi's spirit and sent a voice to his heart. I've left it to me here. You go to help others. Can you do it? This Tree King is very strong. We'd better work together to deal with him. Claudi expressed doubts. This Tree King is a magical system. It can be seen that his spells have bonuses in the secondary dimension world. I should not be his opponent, but I just need to hold him back. In this regard, I am more suitable than you and don't waste combat power on him. The swearing man responded. Not long ago, the expeditionary army was attacked at the outpost. Han Xiao finally notified the Covenant organization to participate in the war. Many Covenant resuscitations have long been mentally constructed and do not need to be mobilized. They set out consciously. On the one hand, it is for the qualification to recover the sanctuary, and, on the other hand, it is also because of the loss of lips and teeth. In addition, Han Xiao also asked the Covenant to bring special technologies such as dimension banishment bombs, advanced life force disorder waves, and interplanar detection radar to support it. The swearing man had to act according to his words because the Covenant forces were always on standby, so he quickly supported him. Claudi had not responded yet, but at this moment, the Secret Tree King suddenly took action, and various powerful forbidden techniques were cast in a series of fire at the two of them without any difference. Bang, bang, bang. The magic light flashed all over the sky, gorgeous and deadly. The swearing man and Claudi immediately reacted, circling and moving in the light curtain, dodging endlessly. On the other hand, the Secret Tree King was dedicated to multiple purposes. While quickly building spell models and smashing out forbidden techniques, he communicated with the Ancestor King in the spiritual network. There's no such mechanic in the frontline battlefield and the secondary dimension battlefield. He has that kind of sealing ability and is likely to stare at a Tree King, so his target should be me. Maybe he is observing secretly. While I fight with these two opponents for a while, he should jump out and attack me. The Ancestor King expressed his agreement in the spiritual network and said in a deep voice, "Your judgment makes sense. If you continue to fight, as long as you lead that mechanic out of the mind, I will immediately descend and catch him off guard." Okay. The two quickly made plans and prepared to use the Secret Tree King as bait to lead the snake out of the hole. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. Since the Black Star is likely to have set his sights on the Secret Tree King, the Ancestor Tree King also chose to take action and carry out a wave of ambushing, with two main targets. One is to find an opportunity to kill Black Star, and the other is to find a way to save the King of Heart Tree. If Black Star is not dealt with, it is impossible to unseal it. At least it is necessary to snatch the sealed person's universe treasure. It's not that he attaches great importance to the Tree King of Heart. Even the stupid king, the silly man, escaped the sealed end with two decisive explosions. Only the Heart Tree King was caught, and the Ancestral Tree King just wanted to take back the sealed Tree King's crown position. Otherwise, there would always be a vacancy in the 5 Tree Kings, and would not even be able to replace them. With the joining of the swearing man, the two finally stood stalemate with the Secret Tree King. The three of them fought fiercely, chasing each other and shuttled through each other. The battlefield changed again and again. One was a black and purple space like an abyss, the silver country like a holy land, the prototype of the new dimension of nothingness, and the other was an unstable secondary dimension of the last years, without exception, the aftermath of the Three People's Battle, and the fleets were swallowed by the space storm. The three of them moved to a shadow dimension. Suddenly, the space wall in the distance opened and a new figure entered the battlefield. It was Han Xiao. The Secret Tree King noticed Han Xiao at a glance, and immediately threw the other two opponents behind him and stared at Han Xiao tightly, with a strong fighting spirit and a fierce, murderous aura in his eyes. "You finally give up?" Han Xiao glanced at him, waved his hand, and let the swearer and Claudi stop and retreat aside, and then he spoke to the Secret Tree King in the wide area channel. "There are 3 people here. Don't you run?" "Run?" Who do you think I am? The secret tree king suddenly blew his palm, and the invisible space fluctuations swept across the space. The entire secondary dimension suddenly turned into a mirror space, as if trapped in a certain crystal, with silhouettes of the battlefield scene flowing in the sections of the space, overlapping, making people dazzled. The space barrier suddenly took shape, isolating Claudia and the swearing man. He could only see what was inside the barrier, but could not participate in it, as if the two sides were in a parallel space without intersection. In the barrier, there are only the secret tree king and Han Xiao, looking at each other from afar. Are you going to fight me alone? Han Xiao glanced at the barrier and laughed strangely. I always wanted to fight with you. Why did you run away? I thought you would attack, but I didn't expect to show up openly. But it doesn't matter. This barrier is your duel arena. If you have the ability, don't use that teleportation technology to escape. Today I will kill you. The secret tree king's eyes flashed. He knew that Black Star had teleportation technology that ignored control. So this barrier was just to prevent other enemies from disrupting the situation, creating the illusion of a one-on-one fight. As long as Black Star did not teleport and stayed with him one-on-one, the plan would be successful. He did not hesitate and immediately cast a spell. Various magical effects of magic headed towards Han Xiao. On the surface, it seemed to be a one-on-one fight, but he had secretly used magic to guide the ancestral tree king into the barrier and prepared to launch a pinch attack. However, before the spell could hit the target, a strong high-level pressure swept across Han Xiao like a storm, causing the instinctive mind of the secret tree king to shock. Boom! Countless machinery surged out of the divine body fortress and instantly condensed on Han Xiao's body, turning into a giant mechanical god. It was the supreme heavenly lord, and the super god-level energy fluctuations burst out without reservation. The secret tree king changed his face instantly, and his ferocity instantly turned into fear and disbelief. Is this the level of the tree god? He was not mentally prepared, and his soul was so scared that he was full of souls. At this moment, all tactics and plans were left behind. The secret tree king built a portal without hesitation and was about to escape. There was no point in arrogance, and only panic was left. However, Han Xiao was faster than him. The huge body flashed and teleported behind the secret tree king. He reached out and teared the roots of the surrounding world tree. Then the Emperor's cracked air blade slashed down, and the invisible secret energy wave burst out like a blade wave. Crack, crack, crack. It seemed as if the sound of the mirror shattered. The space barrier, various forbidden techniques, portals, and other things built by magic power collapsed like collapsed sandcastles. There is no slight resistance. What? The ancestral tree king, who had just teleported to a sneak attack not far behind Han Xiao, instantly froze in place, and his face suddenly changed drastically. The Emperor's Skyblade and the Phantom Wave Launcher have been strengthened and transformed by Han Xiao to artifact level with Surprise Artifact. It is just a single A, and its power is no different from the ultimate move that destroys the world. Facing the terrified gaze of the secret tree king, the Emperor's Skyblade pierced out, and the huge sword blade quickly expanded into his pupils, unable to react at all. Boom! The huge sword blade was facing the secret tree king, and suddenly stabbed on the space wall of the secondary dimension, bursting out countless cracks, like cracked porcelain. The power of one blow was transmitted to the entire secondary dimension, which had exceeded the upper limit of endurance. The entire shadow space exploded, all darkness dissipated, and countless space storms poured back. However, the secret tree king was not knocked out, but was firmly stuck to the tip of the blade by a strong traction field. At the same time, the supreme heavenly lord stretched out a finger and pressed against the body of the secret tree king. The invisible space-time amber power was transmitted along the fingers and began to make amber on the secret tree king. The soul link of space-time amber has reached the highest 5th level in more than 10 years. There is no need to touch the target with the amber body. You can launch the seal by just physical contact, which means that space-time amber no longer needs to be carried with you, and you can put anywhere. At the same time, due to the specialty of the super god mechanic, basic power god of all machines, its basic existence is not limited to, and the combined mechanical god is also the main body, which means that the body of the mechanical god is used to contact the target, which also satisfies the judgment of the time and space amber launch. The secret Tree King was fixed in place by a bunch of cosmic treasure-level control devices. The extremely lethal phantom wave rushed into his body along the sword blade, crushing large pieces of cells. The energy in his body was blocked by the super god-level power, and even self-destruction could not be done. What's more, he did not dare to self-destruct in front of the super god-level level. That was the real seeking death. Black Star's speed was too fast, exceeding the level of Super A, which made him unable to react much, as if he had fallen into such a field in one's own sense. How could someone break through this boundary? This kind of power cannot be controlled by a single individual. The secret Tree King was panicked and his face was pale. He never expected that this civilization would have a superpowered individual at the level of the tree god. How could such a big change occur in just over a decade? The world tree has been reproducing to this day, and I don't know how many years have passed. Except for the ancestral Tree King, the other 4 Tree Kings have changed positions. Although the ancestral Tree King has the power to abolish other Tree Kings, it rarely uses it. Generally speaking, unless the Tree King dies, the candidate will not be replaced. But the Tree King can be resurrected. Why does it die? The problem is here. Some Tree Kings have tried to hit higher levels, and all died without exception. They thought they could be resurrected through the World Tree. However, after the mutated death during the advancement, the information state will directly escape from the link of the World Tree, unable to resurrect and die completely. After failures again and again, there was a lesson from the previous ones. Later, no one in the superior Tree King tried to advance again. In their eyes, the super god realm is a natural barrier that individuals cannot cross and is the limit of a single living body. Only by using an alternative method can one temporarily enter a higher level. The arrival of the tree god is a way. This idea is not uncommon. Having a strong system of extraordinary power does not mean that it can become stronger endlessly. Although some works of art from many civilizations like to confuse the differences between the two, these are two concepts. Whether it is the World Tree powerhouse or the 3 major civilizations that are super A-level, they all have this common sense and recognize the existence of individual limits. The difference lies in the individual strength limit standards judged by both parties, because until now, no one has explored the true absolute limit, so there are different definitions. We must break free from his control, otherwise. The secret Tree King was furious and madly stimulated the cell reactor. He ignored the damage of the cell and violently squeezed all mana power and violently impacted the power blockade. Under the consequences, the control force field finally loosened. There is still a chance to escape. The secret Tree King was overjoyed and was about to accumulate strength to explode, breaking through Han Xiao's control. However, at this moment, the power of the Tree King in his body suddenly passed away like a flood and was suddenly pulled away by the invisible force. His body suddenly became soft, and his accumulation of power was interrupted, and a sense of weakness spread throughout his body. My tree-crowned throne. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked in horror in the direction of the ancestral Tree King. I saw that the figure of the ancestral Tree King had been wrapped in a ball of rapidly expanding green light, like a giant egg, with a huge figure looming inside, and the energy fluctuations were soaring. The secret Tree King did not recognize this kind of scene. The ancestral Tree King had already activated the arrival of the tree god, and instantly took back his tree crown position and pulled away his power. He obviously regarded him as an abandoned son and decisively stopped the loss. Not only did he have no intention of rescue, he even destroyed his hope of breaking free. No. The secret Tree King widened his eyes, frightened. Han Xiao noticed the changes in the ancestral Tree King. looked back, and immediately moved his heart. He looked down at the secret tree king and jokingly said, "The world of two people. I didn't expect you to secretly pull the third party. Okay, you can sleep peacefully. I'll have fun with him." After the words came, he suddenly moved his finger away, and the time and space amber suddenly took shape. Throw! The shock of the secret tree king was frozen, as if he couldn't believe that he was taken down so easily, and his whole body was frozen in amber. Success! Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The secret tree king is very strong at the super A-level level, but he can't make any storms in his hands. Although it is a sudden attack, it is mainly because the strength gap is huge, which makes the secret tree king fall into a sudden situation without having time to use various means. Compared to the various calculations when sealing the heart tree king, this time sealing a stronger secret tree king is easy to paint, surpassing a large level power, and it is completely a slap. Although it is not as simple as not as fighting against the natural disaster level, as it is not as simple as it is beyond the ill level battle, it is also a crushing force. The next moment, a passage was cracked on the tip of the mechanical finger, swallowing the secret tree, King Amber, into his body and preserving it. After doing this, Han Xiao officially turned around and faced the rapidly expanding green light of the ancestral tree king, which also exuded a super god-level pressure. Seeing this, Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he probably guessed why the secret tree king escaped so decisively and was so afraid of him. So that's the case. The world tree also has super god-level power. The secret tree king has no fighting intention because he has seen this power. Maybe the super god-level world tree has unlocked the ability to kill information states. So, in his opinion, whether self-destruction or not, I can directly attack him at the information state level, completely kill him, break the mechanism of the world tree, and deprive him of immortality. So the secret tree king is so afraid of me. Han Xiao thought in his heart and became alert. If this is the case, wouldn't that mean that the super god level of the world tree can threaten me? He fired directly at the green light without saying a word, without the habit of waiting for others to transform. At this moment, the green light suddenly exploded, and a huge tree with mixed roots stretched out from the strong light. The green light surged out of the palm and turned into a barrier to block the pouring of firepower from the mechanical troops like a rainstorm, withstood the continuous impact without moving and indestructible. The figure of the ancestral tree king had disappeared, replaced by a giant tree man, with green light all over his body, and countless world tree roots were wrapped around his body, like a vine armor woven from world tree roots. Many small roots grew in various parts of his body, like small snakes dancing wildly, tearing open space cracks and absorbing matter and energy at the other end of the channel. What's this? Han Xiao glanced at the panel, and the other party's name was shown as Tree God, incomplete. A lot of information was a question mark. Obviously, the total level was higher, and the level was the super god level. Interesting, the world tree still hides this method. Why haven't you used it before? Han Xiao frowned secretly and felt doubtful. In a war in the previous life, the world tree had never used this method. Logically speaking, the old nest was beaten and all the cards should be open to stop the enemy. However, until the three civilizations shattered the body of the world tree, the tree god never came. He originally thought that the world tree did not have super god-level individual power, but now it seems that this is not the case. There must be some secrets that he has never known about. At this moment, a spiritual signal came from the tree god, without clear content, only messy thoughts and strong hunger, like a hungry beast. Is this what I'm meant to eat? Han Xiao realized the meaning of the other party's expression from the thoughts of the tree god, and couldn't help but feel moved. It seems that this tree god has a very chaotic mind and does not have a rational leader. Before he could observe for a while, the tree god rushed up and couldn't wait to fight with the supreme heavenly lord. The roots of countless world trees rolled up green light, throughout again and again, bombarding Han Xiao's body, and were constantly cut off by the Emperor's Skyblade, but new ones quickly grew. One machine and one tree, two giants fighting in the space storm. Dozens of mechanical gods led their troops to fire around the tree god. Every moment, there were countless attacks falling on the tree god. However, its blood volume seemed to be without limit. The body composed of the roots of the world tree not only had extremely high resistance, but also had extraordinary regenerative power. The Swearer and Claudia had already dodged far away. The aftermath of the two super god-level powers was too terrible. They had no room for intervention, so they had to follow behind and watch from afar. I didn't expect that the World Tree also has super god-level combat power, and it was indistinguishable from the Black Star. If they had used it earlier, Claudia widened his eyes, surprised. Didn't you see that this super god-level combat power does not seem to be a single individual? What price should the World Tree civilization pay to produce a super god-level combat power? The swearing man shook his head and analyzed calmly. And he and Black Star are not evenly matched. Look, he has begun to fall into a disadvantage. Due to the incomplete position of the tree crown, the arrival of the tree god this time was not complete, and the combat power did not reach its peak. After a fierce battle, the tree god gradually fell into a disadvantage in Han Xiao's fierce offensive. He was just relying on his strong flesh to resist the attack, and his attack was getting less and less attacking. Han Xiao also felt the weakness of the tree god and felt a little moved. Although he is at the super god level, his combat power seems to be a bit insufficient. It should be because of the incomplete suffix. It is not the complete body of the tree god. Will there be my relationship with it? Han Xiao's thoughts flew around. Although he didn't know the conditions for the arrival of the tree god, he thought of his advancement to the super god level. One of the requirements was to find another 4-series superpower as a helper, so he had a vague guess. The composition of the 5 tree kings is exactly similar to the requirements of advanced supergods. Could this be the birth condition of the tree god? In this way, I sealed the heart tree king and the secret tree king, so the complete version of the tree god cannot descend. Han Xiao felt more and more likely and couldn't help but feel excited. So, did we inadvertently weaken the opponent's important trump card? It's amazing. Who dares to say that I am not lucky in the future? I am unlucky in normal times, and I have never lost the chain at critical moments. Rumble. The battle between two super god-level powers became more and more intense. The battlefield moved quickly in the space storm, as if it had divided into two groups of light, one black and one green, entangled with each other, eroding each other's space. The roar of energy shock continued to sound, bursting out round after round of strong light, as if destroying the world, and like the birth of the world. Endless mechanical warriors flew out of Han Xiao's divine body fortress. From a distance, they looked like a wisp of black smoke released by the supreme heavenly lord, turning into thousands of trainees, part of which was like a whip, constantly fighting with countless dancing world tree roots, and part of which emitted billions of rays in the shaking, bombarding various parts of the tree god. Among them, dozens of dust-sized light spots jumped alone on the tree god, tearing apart one root after another. They were the many mechanical envoys under Han Xiao's command, with different abilities. With the blessing of mechanical power, they had the strength far exceeding normal combat soldiers, and were all elite units. Under the continuous stack of mechanical warriors, the body of the supreme heavenly venerable seemed to have become larger endlessly. On the other side, the tree god's body condensed the roots of the world and became faster and faster. Under the heavy entanglement, his body size also increased rapidly, and the two huge objects became larger at a rate of similarity. It is so big. The swearing man and Claudia looked at the two people fighting fiercely in surprise. The aftermath of the super god-level battle became more and more fierce. In order not to be implicated, the two have retreated further. However, the bodies of Han Xiao and the tree god still occupied all their frontal vision, and they could not even see the whole picture, as if they were endlessly extended. With the level of the swearing man and Claudia, he naturally does not have the phobia of giant objects, But at this moment, he looked at the two huge creatures emitting terrifying pressure in his every move, and he couldn't help but feel aroused from the instinct of biological instinct. That was an indescribable fear of existence beyond the scope of understanding. A strong sense of danger lingered in their hearts. The more they looked, the more they felt that the energy in their bodies was unstable. The heart seemed to jump out of their throats, as if they were exploding with all their strength, which was even a scene that could not be seen directly for them. Waves of horror that came from nowhere hit the brain, making them want to look away, but their eyes seemed to be independent of their bodies and no longer under control, and their eyes were firmly stuck to the two super gods. Brush! At this time, the Emperor's cracked blade burning with deep blue secret energy tear apart a large space storm, stabbed into the tree god's body, and penetrated it back and forth. However, the roots in the tree god's body were quickly kneaded, filling the wound like a needle. At the same time, the tiny roots like granulation near the wound grew out, entangled and connected with each other, and in the blink of an eye, the wound was restored to its original state. In addition, part of the secret energy covered by the sword blade was sucked away by the tree god's body. He also possessed the devouring characteristics of the world tree, and he would not refuse any energy. At the same time, the scaling marks left by the Emperor's sky blade in the space storm spread rapidly, turning into a space gap, tearing open a channel to a certain secondary dimension. However, not only did the two of them not be pulled in by the attraction of the secondary dimension, but the anti-gravity carried by their bodies pulled out the secondary dimension. The internal matter poured out thousands of miles away, sprinkled out along the space cracks, sprinkled on the two people and on the battlefield. This scene was like a fruit with a hole in the skin, being held tightly, trying to squeeze out the juice and flesh inside through the hole, turning into a mess of mixture. Brush and brush. Han Xiao's slashing trajectory will tear open a space crack and lead to different secondary dimensions. Soon, many colorful space channels will appear in the battlefield. Countless secondary dimensions will burst out here, shooting out streams of matter, and all kinds of strange things will sprinkle all over the sky, including various strange creatures, which will be smashed into powder in the aftermath and merge into the energy storm of the two fighting. Looking inside these spatial channels, you can see that these secondary dimensions are rapidly shriveling, as if the body is hollowed out. Such a fighting momentum has exceeded the ability range of Super Level A, although their combat aftermath can also blow up the secondary dimension. Super Level A is the party sucked in by the secondary dimension, destroying the secondary dimension from the inside. With its own gravity, the Super God level not only makes the secondary dimension unable to absorb, but can also take out the intestine of the secondary dimension in the reverse direction. The tree god has been carrying Han Xiao's offensive. As the roots rolled, the almost endless power of the world tree was released like green rolling, with an integrated attack and defense, with endless magical uses, and invading this area, causing the space to be stained with a faint green light. Fight! At this moment, with the tree god as the center, a special spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, a layer of green world phantom seemed to overlap with this area, spreading out a continuous stream of light green light, quickly completing the routing. The next moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a powerful force of restraint, and part of his own power was inexplicably suppressed. Not only did the Supreme Heavenly Lord slow down, but the power of all mechanical troops also declined simultaneously. The power of the tree god in turn rises, and can teleport freely in this area, and its mobility immediately surges. It seems to be a dimensional projection. After taking a look, Han Xiao recognized what the phantom of this green world was, and he couldn't help but feel moved. The super god level has formed an inner space and an inner universe in his body, and a second void dimension has been born in his body, and the tree god should also have an inner dimension in his body. The scene in front of you should be to open the inner space, summon the dimension projection, turn the area of a certain range of outside the body into an environment of the inner dimension, and form your own domain. so as to gain home field advantages, improve yourself, and suppress your opponent. And this field moves with itself. Even if the battlefield position continues to shift, it will not be affected. Han Xiao's heart moved, and he moved the void dimension consciousness in his body, summoning the projection of the inner space, as if it were. The field with blue light, shining in gray, suddenly rotated and opened, suddenly squeezing the green field of the tree god. The negative impact brought by the tree god realm suddenly disappeared. Han Xiao not only returned to normal, but also felt the huge increase brought by the field. Moreover, the field around him moves with his will, like a new sense. In the space storm, gray, blue, and green eroded each other, and the void domain and the tree god domain were clearly separated. Before Han Xiao could savor it, he felt the pressure on the domain and couldn't help but increase his investment. Buzz! The void domain immediately expanded outward, squeezing the tree god domain to a smaller circle. At the same time, Han Xiao keenly realized that the growth rate of his own domain had become a little stronger, while the tree god domain had become a little weaker. Is it a fight in the inner and outer space? It turns out that this is the normal style of super god-level battles. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and a faint joy flashed. Over the years, he has gained some gains, but he has no opponents at the same level and no object to learn from. Although the tree god is incomplete at this time, he is still quite skilled in the use of super god-level methods, which is enough to give him a lot of inspiration and imitate the other party's skills. Just fighting a super god-level individual who knows things has many benefits for him. Han Xiao's mind moved and launched a virtual creation. Various materials in the Divine Body Fortress were consumed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a super giant live ammunition cannon suddenly appeared behind him, with a caliber that almost reached the size of an asteroid, and his muzzle was as deep as a pitch-black abyss. This size of giant cannon has already belonged to the Interstellar Giant Structure Project. If it is being built, it will take a lot of time, but with the virtual creation pseudo, it can be built in an instant, and the efficiency has been greatly improved countless times. In Han Xiao's view, the biggest feature of this ability in combat is to adapt to changes, adapt to local conditions, and draw out different devices you need on the spot according to the battlefield situation. Even if you have not prepared before, it doesn't matter. Even if the mechanic has a background, he dare not say that his family can adapt to all situations. For example, he would not be idle and build such a live ammunition artillery. Now he found that the energy resistance of the tree god is a bit abnormal, and he happened to have a demand. He directly used virtual creation to combine it, which is convenient and fast. Except for the temporary creation that will not return the materials after it disappears, there are basically no shortcomings. Buzzing, the surging energy accumulates in the cannon barrel, and strong light flashes. A giant projectile as big as a planet ejects out, carrying huge kinetic energy, shattering the tree god's chest and abdomen, embedded in it deeply, and large pieces of shattered roots fly all over the sky. The next moment, the strong light almost flashed the eyes of the swearing man and Claudie. The projectile exploded and instantly exploded the tree god into two pieces in the waist. Countless bomb fragments with magnetic acceleration shot out, cutting the two bodies of the tree god into shape and riddled with holes. Han Xiao was about to pursue, but at this moment, the tree god's body suddenly shrank rapidly, from real to virtual, merged into the roots of a world tree, and disappeared directly from place to place. I'm only halfway through. Why did I run away now? Han Xiao shattered the roots of this world tree, but did not sense the energy of the tree god. At the same time, the other party's domain also disappeared, and he immediately understood. The tree god realm is also equivalent to the rooted area of the world tree, so it is connected with the world tree territory, which means that the tree god can teleport directly back to any corner of his hometown anywhere. From this perspective, it has a very good style of a royal teleportation. Forget it, I can still run so much. TSK, this must be imitating me. Han Xiao knew that the tree god was beaten away by himself, and shook his head secretly. The main reason is that the appearance of the tree god was a little sudden and he was not prepared for him. However, he sealed the secret tree king, had already completed the goal of this trip, and unexpectedly unveiled another trump card of the world tree, and he did not lose. Moreover, with the flesh of a tree god, I am afraid that I can't kill this guy before I master the killing power of the information state. But speaking of this tree god, why didn't this tree god attack him at the information level just now? Is there any use conditions? Or is it that the incomplete version of the tree god cannot use this trick? Although this tree god seems to be no match for me, it seems to have the ability to kill information states and needs to be handled with caution. Moreover, after this battle, my combat power has been exposed. I don't know what the reaction of the world tree is, and I have to make a long-term plan. Han Xiao pondered secretly. He calmed down, then opened the panel and took a look with a strange look. But I didn't expect that this would trigger the task. I thought that the challenge was the highest until the Super A level. After all, it was understandable to challenge the Super A level. Let the player challenge the Super God level. Is it so weird? There is no success rate at all, and it will trigger the task. At this time, the swearing man and Claudia in the distance relaxed until this time. Their tense body was cold. Their hands and feet were still beating violently. Although the battle has ended, the terrifying pressure of the two super gods fighting just now has been deeply imprinted in their memories. It is like the helplessness of an ordinary person riding a boat in a storm. The instinctive, indescribable horror still lingers in my heart, impressed and indelible. I didn't expect that even a superpowered person of my level would be so scared. The gap in life levels is too big. Is this the super god level? The swearing man wiped the cold sweat that did not exist. At this moment, he suddenly felt that being a little brother seemed good. Now the outer halos are not around, and it is not a good time to settle the task. Han Xiao turned off the panel, turned his head and looked at the swearing man and Claudia next to him, and issued a fatal 3 company. What are you doing? Is the war over? Is the enemy repelled? No. The swearing man and Claudia came to their senses, suppressed their inner fear of Han Xiao, and shook their heads. Then why are you staying here? Not going to deal with the enemy? Let's go now. The swearing man stepped into the space crack without saying a word and found a shallow dimension battlefield to join in. Claudia glanced at Han Xiao deeply, followed closely, and disappeared. The battle between the 2 super gods in the space storm was not monitored by the 3 major civilizations, but he recorded them all. Whether it was the terrifying combat power of Black Star or the World Tree with super gods hidden, these important information needed to be reported to the top leaders. Han Xiao did not put away his troops, but reduced the size of the Supreme Heavenly Lord, and then tore open a space crack leading to a battlefield, and then controlled the mechanical god and walked in. The warships were shooting and fighting each other, with their formations intertwined. Their lights flashed brightly and darkly, and the battle was very fierce. The situation of the 3 civilized defenders was critical, and they were surrounded and annihilated. When the World Tree family saw a mechanical god wrapped in black clouds descending, she immediately changed the direction of the attack, and the overwhelming artillery fire poured out. The Supreme Heavenly Lord did not move. The mechanical warriors condensed into black clouds immediately split into a stream, blocking the front. At the same time, the shield was activated, and the energy was connected together to form a giant phantom shield, protecting the entire Supreme Heavenly Lord. All the fleet artillery fire was blocked, and the surface of a shield was blown up, shaking like ripples. Han Xiao raised the Emperor's sky blade and pointed at the large World Tree fleet covering the sky. He twisted his arm gently, causing the sword blade to rotate for half a circle. The next moment, an invisible phantom wave spread out from the tip of the sword, swept away quickly, covering most of the fleet. The next moment, countless warships flashed at the same time, and the shield shattered and disappeared, all of which failed, falling in different directions as if they had lost power. Wherever the secret waves pass, the warships fall like rain. Nowadays, Han Xiao no longer needs to use human sea tactics to consume. The Phantom Wave is a killer weapon for group battles. Today, it is finally used on the official battlefield. The number of fleets has almost lost its meaning in the face of this technology. This black technology is more useful than I expected, and it's worth it. I'll strengthen you into a magic weapon. Looking at the spectacular scene of the spaceship falling all over the sky, Han Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. This time, he showed his strength to seal the secret Tree King. Now he does not need to continue hiding, so he naturally chose to join the war. Master, there are too many battlefields. You are alone, and you are unable to do anything. Do you want to take action? Yozu stood on the shoulders of the Supreme Heavenly Lord with a group of mechanical divine envoys and asked respectfully, "Take your men and women to help." Han Xiao did. After the words came, dozens of mechanical envoys took action immediately, each leading a group of mechanical troops to different shallow dimension battlefields to support the three major civilizations and attack the invading World Tree Clan. With the support of Han Xiao's mechanical power, the combat power of the mechanical forces was extraordinary in leaps and bounds. The mechanical army was thrown into the battlefield and immediately gave the various World Tree family a headache. Han Xiao controlled the Supreme Heavenly Lord to act alone, and the huge mechanical life bodies that were thrust through the sky and the earth wandered in one dimension after another. He waved the giant, double-headed wide sword of the Emperor's slit blade with his hands, constantly activated the full-picture AoE, and the secret wave slashed out like a light blade, sweeping across the World Tree fleet. After a long battle, Han Xiao couldn't remember how many World Tree clans had been eliminated. Suddenly, in the only remaining shallow dimension battlefields, the World Tree fleet ceased at the same time and retreated like a tide. The Blitzkrieg invasion came in full force and wanted to fight quickly, but he kicked the iron plate. Seeing that things were not done, the World Tree family finally gave up the invasion, chose to evacuate, and left in shame. I finally repelled the World Tree's offensive. In the main universe's leaders' conference room, the heads of the three major civilizations looked at the scene of the World Tree's troops retreating and finally relaxed their tense minds that had been in the past few days. The World Tree finally found an opportunity to open up the second front. They will not give up easily. After a while of rest, they may make a comeback. Lewis pondered. The Su Ling sect nodded, his tone of concern. The opening of the second front is very unfavorable to us. The secondary battlefield is a meat grinder that is more terrifying than the border of the main universe. It is mainly due to head-on battles, and the damage of the war will not be low. However, their fleets are constantly flowing, but our damage of the war is real. Although the underworld can accommodate most of the heroic spirits of the fallen soldiers, Aurora's energy level cannot afford the loss of soldiers on the interstellar battlefield. Mar Bruce held his hands and suddenly said, "The problem is not big. The enemy has an army, and we have a black star." Hearing this, the other two looked complicated. When they received a report from Claudia, they realized that their super god-level real combat power had tried their best to increase their psychological expectations, but they did not expect that they still underestimated Han Xiao's strength. Oh, the super god-level combat power is really amazing, but unexpectedly, the World Tree actually has a super god level. The head of the Su Ling sect was surprised. Fortunately, the Black Star stepped into the super god level. Otherwise, no one on our side could counter the World Tree's trump card, and there would be heavy casualties. The three of them were in a complicated mood with some fear. The super god-level Black Stars make them extremely afraid, but they also bring a sense of security. If the Black Stars do not break through this boundary, the interstellar society will be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of individual power. Once the Tree God comes, they will inevitably be destroyed and broken through the defense line and cannot be countered at all. The battle situation is barely stable now, at least half of which is the contribution of Black Star, and the contribution made by the three of them together is greater. But after this battle, the World Tree should have been scared by the Black Star. The next attack on the shallow dimension will probably weigh it and make plans. The three of them nodded secretly and breathed a sigh of relief. The World Tree Territory Tree King Palace. The green lights gathered on the throne, condensed into the bodies of the ancestral Tree King and the Ding Tree King. Both of them looked very ugly, not only because the secret Tree King was sealed, but also because of the sequelae of the arrival of the Tree God. The secret Tree King is gone. Unexpectedly, the mechanic was at the peak of super a level more than 10 years ago, but now he has entered the super god level. The ancestral Tree King rubbed his forehead to relieve the severe pain of the tearing on his soul, and spoke hoarsely, with a rare tone of shock and anger. When Black Star showed his true combat power, he was frightened. He knew that the secret Tree King was in danger of being in danger. So he decisively gave up the secret Tree King and started the arrival of the Tree God without hesitation. The arrival of the Tree God is like stirring the bodies and souls of the 5 Tree Kings, all of which are mixed together, extremely painful. You have me, and I have you, forming a new pan-consciousness and fusion with the will of the Mother Tree. The sequelae are very serious. After the disintegration, the Tree King will experience identity cognitive impairment from time to time, and his thinking will be confused for a long time before he can recover slowly. If it weren't for the love, the ancestral Tree King wouldn't want to use it. He was not trying to compete with Han Xiao, but was worried that if he did not summon the Tree God, he would not be able to escape from the hands of Han Xiao and follow the footsteps of the secret Tree King. In addition, every time the Tree God descends, it will seriously overdraw the Tree Crown position, causing the power of the Tree King to decline and take time to recover. Before the Tree King descends completely, it is a regular cooling period for the Tree God to arrive. If the Tree God descends continuously ignores the load, then 3 times the Tree Crown position will break and disappear, and it will take thousands of years to regenerate, which means that the Tree King will no longer have special bonuses during this period, but is a simple title name. Moreover, the arrival of the Tree God requires special fuel, which is a substance called King's Relic. When a Tree King fails to advance to the Super God level and dies, this special substance will be generated. The Mother Tree cannot be converted and can only be stored. Although there have been accumulations over the years, fewer and fewer Tree Kings have chosen to advance, and 1 less King's Relics is used to reduce the number of King's Relics. Only the ancestor Tree King knows about this. As the oldest Tree King, the ancestral Tree King also knows another secret. Once any member of the World Tree chooses to advance to the Super God level, he will definitely die. This has nothing to do with talent, but comes from the limitations of the Mother Tree. The Mother Tree was not as powerful as it is now at the beginning. Instead, it swallowed countless things through the feeding of civilization, and then it grew to its current level. Only by devouring a new thing and having the information state of this thing can the World Tree unlock the corresponding abilities, and the World Tree has never devoured Super God level life. So Super A level is the individual limit of the superpower of the World Tree. However, this does not mean that the members of the World Tree cannot advance. In fact, as long as the Tree King enters the Super God level, they can regain their information state that was swallowed by the Mother Tree, decoupled from the World Tree, and completely become free people. However, the World Tree does not allow any member to escape from control. As long as someone tries to advance, the Mother Tree will not only not escort, but will also automatically interfere because everyone's information state is under its control and can easily trigger vicious mutations. Therefore, in terms of expression, it will never reach the Super God level. All advanced Tree Kings are dead and turned into King's Relics, that is, Super God's legacy, stored in the World Tree. Therefore, the will of the Mother Tree after the arrival of the Tree God will develop a strong appetite and can't wait to eat the Black Star. As long as it devours this true Super God level life, it can obtain the Super God level information state and unlock the upper limit of individual power. Infinite resurrection naturally comes at a cost. The upper limit is stuck. Only when the World Tree grows can their upper limit be increased simultaneously. But no one except the ancestral Tree King knows this clearly. The ancestral Tree King never chooses to advance, but does not want to make wedding clothes for others. He keeps this secret and does not tell the subsequent Tree King. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind, and the ancestral Tree King spoke in a deep voice. The time for the mechanic to advance was so coincidental. Luckily, I took back the secret Tree King's crown position at a critical moment. Otherwise, the power of the tree god would further decline. The secret Tree King is helpless. Who are you going to let inherit this crown position? The Dingshu King covered his head in pain and gritted his teeth. Let's take a look. The Zushu King's face was calm, and he glanced at the 3 empty thrones, feeling extremely bad. The 5 Tree Kings, one of them was dead, and 2 were sealed, leaving only them. When did they have such a mess during the battle against the universe? It was so miserable and miserable. Moreover, the one who stayed to accompany him was the worst salted fish Dingshu King, and the ancestor Tree King felt tired. The one he wanted to cut off the most was King Dingshu, not only because this guy likes to be lazy, but because he suspected that King Dingshu might have guessed something, so he became so salty, becoming content with the status quo and no longer enterprising. The King of Dingshu did not notice the little eyes of the ancestral Tree King and said worriedly, "The arrival of the tree god is incomplete. He is not the opponent of the mechanic. We are completely suppressed in terms of individual power. What should we do in the future? We can only give up the fight for individual power for the time being. Don't let the advanced combat power take action anymore. Otherwise, we will be sealed one by one, and we may not be able to save the King of Heart Tree. The crown position of the tree may be lost forever." The King of Ancestral Tree was depressed. The King of Dingshu was worried and whispered, "What should I do if the natural enemy of the mother tree? This isn't a regular time bomb. I have to think of another way." The King of Ancestral Tree's eyes became gloomy. Regarding this war, World Tree was originally very calm, unhurried, and fearless, and sat firmly on the Daitai. However, the birth of the shoe snake suddenly hit their vital points, making their good situation suddenly precarious, and they had to race against time to drag them into the quagmire of grabbing time. If the coordinates of the mother tree itself are simply exposed, the ancestor Tree King will not panic. He has always emphasized to the outside world that the body is not moved. In fact, the mother tree itself is not fixed. Although the movement process is troublesome, it can indeed be transplanted to other secondary dimensions. The reason for revealing false information is to leave a way out and to act as a trap by the way. However, until today, no civilization has forced this trump card, so the ancestral Tree King has kept it secret until now. However, the adult pivot snake can sense the direction of the mother tree body anytime and anywhere, which is equivalent to an infinite distance positioning radar. No matter how much the body is transplanted, it is useless. This is a major issue about the survival of civilization, and the ancestor Tree King cannot ignore it. But even if the world tree can sense natural enemies, the snake is protected by the mechanic, and they have almost no chance. This is the biggest threat. After thinking about it, he was still a loss. The only way he can think of is to quickly eliminate the 3 major civilizations regardless of casualties. In this way, even if the Black Star holds the pivot snake in his hand, it is difficult to gather enough power to attack the main body of the mother tree. Even so, it's just a treatment of symptoms, but not the root cause. That mechanic will always be a threat to the mother tree. If there is no variable, I'm afraid. The King of the Ancestral Tree clenched his fists. His heart was covered with a layer of haze, and his face was unstable. The World Tree family failed in the secondary dimension battlefield. The army, which was originally engaged in joint operations on the Shining World front, also stopped its offensive and temporarily evacuated. Compared with the dangers of the shallow dimensional war, the Shining World Border Guard's defense circle is as solid as a soup. In this wave of attack, many shallow dimensions were riddled with holes. Although the enemy was repelled, the battlefield was in the 3 civilized areas controlled by the government, and some of the territory was destroyed. The 3 civilized fleets quickly cleaned the battlefield and repaired various war facilities. Han Xiao took over his magical powers and left some mechanical troops to help clear the battlefield. He used long-range projection to meet the leaders of the three major civilizations. As soon as Han Xiao arrived, he heard a rainbow fart. Black Star, thank you for your hard work. Fortunately, the World Tree Clan has been defeated. If the enemy is allowed to destroy our territory in the secondary dimension, it will be passive and will inevitably affect the front line of the main universe. Thank you for your great contribution this time. Thanks to you on behalf of the entire interstellar society. I didn't expect that the World Tree also has super god-level combat power, but it is still not as good as you. We did not believe in the wrong person. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at the three of them, and saw a kind smile on their faces, and their attitude was more friendly than before. Okay, stop blowing. Han Xiao had no feeling at all. He was too clear about the three of them's urinary nature. He was just afraid of his super god-level strength, so he was generous and wanted to give him a good impression. Upon hearing this, the three of them stopped talking about the scene. Bruce asked curiously, "You have fought with the World Tree super god level. How do you feel? Are you under pressure?" Han Xiao shook his head and said, "The super god level combat power of the World Tree is called the Tree God. It seems that it is not a single life form. It may be an individual created by some kind of fusion method. I found that his combat power seems to be not at its peak. I guess the bad state of the Tree God is related to the absence of the two sealed Tree Kings." He briefly explained his discovery. So, it was such a good move to seal the King of Heart Tree at that time, and it was foresight. Lewis expressed his appreciation. Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't be too happy too early. Although I can deal with the Tree God, it's difficult to kill him. His regeneration ability is as amazing as mine, and he can also return from reality to virtual to return to the inside of the World Tree at any time, as flexible as me. No, wouldn't that be as disgusting as you? Cough, I mean it's tricky." Bruce quickly coughed and changed his mouth, almost saying what he thought. Han Xiao gave him a blank look, too lazy to care, and said, "Anyway, the Tree God is not easy to deal with, but I think this ability may not be used at will, and it should be a price. Otherwise, they would have used the Tree God to kill all sides more than 10 years ago." The three nodded and looked at each other, as if they had reached some consensus. "Black Star, we have an idea or a request. We hope you will be in the secondary dimension alone for the time being." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "It means that except for the fleet, I'm the only one advanced combat power guarding in the entire shallow dimension. No matter how many super A-level World Tree sends, I will deal with it alone. With your ability, one person is equivalent to dozens or hundreds of super A-level people. There is no need to stay here for other combat powers. We believe in your ability. You can completely guard the secondary dimension front alone." Bruce spoke seriously, and his words revealed the meaning of "we are optimistic about you." Han Xiao curled his lips. "If I hadn't known that you dared not fight in the internal struggle now, I almost thought you were trying to cheat me. You must have had a misunderstanding of us. We are not such people." The three of them looked helpless. "I think you have a little misunderstanding of your image. When did you become individuals?" Han Xiao complained, spread his hands, and said casually, "Okay, since you want to be a man as a guard, I will guard the secondary dimension alone. It's not difficult anyway, because the World Tree itself is rooted in the secondary dimension. This must be the main battlefield for further resistance to foreign enemies." Han Xiao originally planned to wait for the opportunity here. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. His tone slightly sank, and he said seriously, "To put it bluntly, the time when the World Tree discovered the outpost of the expeditionary force was a bit coincidental. It happened not long after the snake was born, and I suspected that the two were related." Hearing this, the three of them were immediately excited. "Do you have any guesses? Share it." "I have told you about the ability of the pivot snake. After it becomes an adult, it can track the location of the World Tree itself. So, I suspect that there is a two-way connection between the World Tree and it. With the maturity of the World Tree, it may also be able to reversely sense the location of the pivot snake, so the outpost was exposed. What are you going to do?" The three of them were slightly surprised. Since I am guarding the secondary dimension, I just protect the key card of the Schuster snake and bring it with me. No matter how the world tree rates, I have to pass my level first. Han Xiao paused and said, as for how to confirm this, it depends on the subsequent practices of the world tree. If they have mastered the information of the snake, they will know that they are passive and will definitely strengthen the offensive like crazy, regardless of losses, in order to seize time. Just showing super God-level combat power. They don't need to do this, so once the world tree has such signs, it means that my guess is almost correct. Reliable. Since you have a plan, then do what you want. The three of them relaxed and expressed trust. After discussing the follow-up plan for a while, Han Xiao removed the projection and returned to the room. He first went to check the state of the shoe snake. The shoe snake was not involved in the battle, but he was still the same and ignored him. The king of unboundedness, who has been transferred from a garbage station manager to a breeder, has a more respectful attitude and shows that he will definitely beat the snake seriously. Leaving more mechanical envoys to protect the snake, Han Xiao then replaced the emperor, teleported back to the main universe, and came to the Siebert Fortress on the shining world frontier. He was familiar with the journey and found a group of mascots. Without saying a word, he took a set of unexplained combos from Panlong touching. After taking advantage of a European spirit, Han Xiao closed the door and opened the panel to settle the challenge of the tree god. The task format is the same as the Super A-level challenge task, with persistence time as the evaluation standard, but the reward has increased many times. After the two of them fought for a long time, they had already unlocked all levels of rewards. The accumulated experience rewards have replaced the End of Darkness and become the task he has ever seen the most experienced. It has reached E, more than doubled. In other words, it is about the same as more than 20 old Maitu. Other rewards were also immediately eliminated. You get Character Advent Card, Tree God, incomplete. People Advent Card, Tree God, incomplete. World Tree Devour. Swallows external matter or energy, converts it into the power of the world tree to supplement its own consumption, and can summon the roots of the world tree at will. The maximum number of times used, 0.4. Is it a restorative ability? It's just. But when I used this character card, was it that I devour things myself, or was helping the world tree devour? Han Xiao scratched his head. When I fight with the tree god, if I use this move to summon the roots of the world tree, will this root listen to me or to the other side? Moreover, when the world tree sees that it can also summon the roots of the world tree, I am afraid that they will think they are its half-brother. You get reward. Draw a tree god's ability, skill expertise. Enhanced. Draw is a special living body, and some of the extractable abilities have been adjusted. Random drawing. Drawing is completed. Please choose one of the following 5 abilities as rewards. 1. Tree Crown Position, Liberation, Skill. The fusion of the Tree Crown position can summon the Tree God. When the power of a certain Tree Crown position is further liberated, the energy level of the Tree God will continue to rise at the cost of the destruction of the Tree Crown position too. Information only, concept immortality. Specialty. When there is an information carrier that records your information within the entire universe, and someone recites your name, you will not really die. Even if your spirit and body are destroyed, it will be reborn again through information state disturbances at a certain time and in a certain space. 3. Mind Network, World Tree. Skill. Enter the symbiotic mind network of the World Tree. Communicate without distance and delay with any World Tree life body. 4. Inner Space Strengthening. Specialty. Your inner space field is stronger and difficult to break. 5. Information State Elimination. Expertise. You can ignore spatial limitations and chain damage the other party's information state foundation, causing defects. At the same time, individual memory, network data, written records, and other types of information carriers will also be affected simultaneously. Hiss. Han Xiao took a deep breath, feeling awe-inspiring in his heart. It's true that there is nothing wrong with guessing. The super god level has the ability to kill information states and can target the same level. He browsed carefully several times and roughly understood the mechanism of information state elimination. To explain it briefly, is probably to eliminate all traces of the other party's existence in the world. Not only will everyone forget him, but even the network data and text records will disappear. He specifically restrains information-only concept immortal life, which is quite similar to the information state performance of some children of the Son of Destiny, which cannot be observed or disseminated. The abilities of the World Tree Resurrection and the heroic spirit of the underworld are likely to be directly cracked, and the person who is hit will die completely. As for the revival of the special sanctuary, he is not sure whether it will be affected. However, this expertise is not used at will, and it needs to be judged. One of the most important factors is the state of the target. Even if the strengths vary greatly, as long as the target has the relative ability to resist, information state elimination will not take effect. The simplest trigger condition is that the target is in a state with the concept of death, such as dying, or just dying, or directly killed by the user, which could trigger the effect. Han Xiao also figured it out at this time that this was the reason why the Secret Tree King did not dare to self-destruct. Detonating himself in front of him was equivalent to giving up resistance, revealing his belly, and letting him deal with it. However, this guy didn't expect that he had not mastered this ability before. I didn't know this trick at first, but you personally gave this ability to me. Thank you. Han Xiao suddenly looked. After thinking for a while, he finally made up his mind to choose information state elimination. Maybe he can unlock this move by himself in the future, but he has no idea at the moment. Who knows what conditions can he understand? Han Xiao has always believed that the benefits of getting are meaningful, but this ability is the killer weapon that is urgently needed in the current battle situation and is most suitable for the current situation. Moreover, he also had a hidden layer of worry. Han Xiao always thought that the three civilizations had one, but now he saw that the tree god has information-only concept immortal life. Will it also act on the world tree itself? So is the victory of the three major civilizations in the previous life a one-time and for all, or a short-term piece? Is the world tree really gone, or is it reborn somewhere? Even if the possibility of this kind of speculation is not high, Han Xiao also felt that he needed to take the information state erase as insurance as soon as possible, and he was not afraid of 10,000, but was afraid of if he was not afraid of it. You have gained new expertise, information state elimination. The next moment, a mysterious feeling surged into his heart. Han Xiaoxin felt something and turned his head to look at the metal table next to him. The field of vision changed. He seemed to be able to see the table extending from subtle threads, penetrated the walls, and stretched to the endless distance. Along these threads, he seemed to see all the information carriers related to it. He seemed to see the source of the material of the table, where it was processed, where it was assembled, and how it was transported here, how many people were in contact with it. However, when he wanted to browse carefully, these images disappeared again, as if they were just an illusion. It's interesting. Han Xiao looked around the room, and many silk threads extended from each object, representing the connection with various information carriers. He had a feeling that he seemed to be able to cut off these silk threads. You can only see the connection, but you can't see the specific situation. If this ability goes further, wouldn't it be an omniscience of information? Is this a super god development route? Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt aroused his heart, and he opened the panel, wanted to see the information of the panel, but there were only two silk threads, one connected to himself, and the other extended infinitely, not knowing what it was connected to. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly had a bold idea. What if I kill this? Forget it. Don't make trouble now. Han Xiao shook and collected the information state elimination vision. A wave of pulling force was wrong, and the tree god directly landed in his heart on the third place in the human list and the second budding leader. The first position belongs to Lao Mai, shaken and always dripping god. There are few things in the tree god body. Just a few times, the world tree should use tricks easily, and it feels that the chance is high. Han Xiao touched the BA and pondered to himself. The second extraction force is selected, and the background of the tree god is selected. Its tree crown position, liberation, confirms the speculation that the product of the tree god fruit is a combination of the tree kings, which is suspected to be huge. If you fight the tree god by yourself, the opponent will be able to deal with it with a move. As for the situation, the three major civilizations have become passive, and now they are feeling uncomfortable. Han Xiao smiled at his heart. The situation is now big. It's so comfortable than the world, and work harder. The whole Star Club see. In this way, black flames appeared, quickly condensing the projection of the soul of the oath. Haitian Pavilion. The three major civilizations have cleaned the battlefield. The Covenant organization has taken the opportunity to evacuate, creating intersections, and there is a way to give instructions. Han Xiao glanced at him and saw that the oath was down and pleased, and laughed. "You are getting faster, your heroic figure, afraid?" The oath twitched and said, "Acknowledge a lifetime." When Han Xiao saw the answer, he said, "Don't be restrained. I like the atrocity. Don't joke. Just tease." Han Xiao smiled. Then his face turned right and pondered. The Holy Covenant once exposed the world, but he planned to give way. Cough Mountain. In short, continue to go back to the darkness and call for action to participate in the battle. The three major civilizations are too intersected, and all contacts are most conveyed. How do you explain to the Shibian? You must ask when the person who criticized the resurgence appears, keeps hiding words, and makes suspicious. Said the oath. Worry to conceal the specific situation of the Holy Covenant and give a certain explanation. Han Xiao waved his hand. Right. The swearing man swears. Yes, one thing. The Covenant members took action, but some secondary dimension technical contributions, such as dimension exile bombs, powered disordered waves, etc., use war. Okay, listen. The oath person had been beaten by Han Xiao and agreed without expression. At this time, the Superstar Alliance is holding a discussion, and the leaders of the civilized people have complex expressions, and they are happy and sad. The three civilizations repelled the world tree, secondary dimension, invasion. It's so fierce. According to the trend, the three civilizations steadily blocked the enemy from exploring the territory of the universe, and the situation was chaotic. When the words "our plan," what do the leaders of the civilization know? In this plan, the three major civilizations and the World Tree civilization will be defeated. Taking advantage of the three major civilizations that have no time to take care of them, they will lead the entire civilization away from the exploration universe and escape the ruling scope of the three major civilizations. Now, were the three major civilizations falling into hard battles? Are they obviously a stable group? It's all because the Black Star guy is too fierce, and he has turned on the planning machine. Alas, I have left the exploration of the universe plan and have obtained the free development of the space machine. Let's continue to wait and see. I hope the World Tree is more reliable. The leader of the Star Ark sighed helplessly, and it hurts a little. The plan is very important to the Superstar Alliance. Even if the situation is snobbish and you can easily give up, you are inevitably depressed. A civilized leader squinted his eyes and whispered, "Maybe help the world lead me." After that, the leader of the Star Ark glared and scolded, "Don't let me die. If I'm investigated, I'll die." I couldn't believe that people would make a proposal to commit suicide. Are they tired of living? Even if we hope that the World Tree will disrupt the situation, silently cheer for the World Tree and passively wait for the situation to change. How can we provide substantial help? How can we cooperate with the enemy? One thing, the leader of the Star Ark was in a bad mood. The World Tree performed awesomely, and the three major civilizations were beaten up, but they ended up having a level of Black Star. Just invade? It's so funny. In a few days, the shallow dimensions were greatly won, and the three major civilizations were promoted, spreading throughout the interstellar community. Although Han Xiao emphasized the super god-level battle between the tree gods, it still attracted widespread excitement among the interstellar people. This news began to start the invasion of the World Tree secondary dimension. Most interstellar citizens were afraid and panicked. They continued to successfully defeat the enemy. They breathed a sigh of relief and were excited. They were more confident in winning the war with the three civilizations. Because the security of the universe has been explored greatly, the degree of riots on each refuge planet has been greatly reduced, and few interstellar citizens have been settled, the frequency of parades has decreased, and few people have run away, making it more convenient to manage. The person who suddenly revived the Covenant was promoted to become a hero in the war, but he left after the battle and communicated with the three major civilizations. His actions were very mysterious and made the interstellar citizens very strange. Internet, Su Xingshi citizen recognized some of his identities based on the Veen card deck, and his historical reputation was super A-level. All the seedlings point to master the revival of the sanctuary. Countless interstellar citizens use their brains with enthusiasm, and various versions of speculation are circulated on the internet. Super A-level star, conference hall. All the super A-level gathered together, staring at Han Xiao, talking nonsense. Black Star, always give me a method. We're the people who are resurrected. Just keep hiding it. A thing must be related to it. I know. I will do it for the first time. Most of the people who are asking about the modern Super A level, while some insiders and those who are resurrected start to speak and play on the side. Cough. Suai raised his hand slightly and coughed. Actually, I know a little about it. As he finished speaking, everyone's eyes suddenly sharp and they gathered. Well, when Black Star first showed up, the sanctuary of the sanctuary was revived. I mentioned that how did I know again and helped Black Star hide it. Thick eyebrows and big eyes, big acquaintance. And the one I chose to be the vice president. Now it has completely turned into the shape of a black star. Sierra Ong was envious and jealous. How could the chief vice president know the secret? Just being foolish? Just use it as a decoration. Evil. Be careful. Hei Xing wears a pair of pants. Han Xiao was surprised and turned to Xui. Why do you know? Guess. Xui smiled. During the training camp, Han Xiao once entered the sanctuary and asked the Oath Man to contact Suai. Although the Oath person revealed the situation of the Covenant, Xui first entered the secret of the person who confessed to the Oath, Han Xiao Wai, and reasoned it out. Guessed that Han Xiaoshu kept his hand and hit a group of resurgents. The Covenant organization is now in this life. Xui was surprised, but instead felt like this. Han Xiao thought a little, and he looked around and smiled and said, I was going to explain to the great thing. When the three major civilizations conflicted with the association, I deliberately let a group of resurgents hide and form a special group. If it is accidental, retreat and counter the enemy's means, don't blame the concealment. Things I know that the World Tree invaded and stopped talking with the three major civilizations and fought against the enemy together. The trump card was kept, and the second dimension front was in danger, so I let the mountain support. Everyone clicked and accepted the law and opinions. The Sun Hunter asked carelessly, since it is exposed, why join the association? Han Xiao smiled. The development route involved some super level. They should form an organization secretly and follow each other with the association one by one and stay in the dark unless there is a major event. Some mysterious revivers are the first group of members, and they all obey orders, and their retirement methods are suitable for their tasks. They plan to retain the system, make a super level a retirement place, and wait for everything to be stable. If people are tired of political disputes, they completely choose to retire and restore their wild identity. As soon as they finished speaking, everyone's eyes flashed, capturing Han Xiao's subtitles, forbidden to take a deep look. Black Star was promoted to the super god level and was satisfied with the form of cooperation. When the war ended, 80% of them used the three major civilizations to recognize their official positions and do some big things. War ambition catalyst. Su Chao felt a sigh in his heart. From a human perspective, and to reject a little, the leader of the Black Star position is enterprising and towards collective affairs. Opinion. You are foresight. Everyone expressed their praise, and they were familiar with it. Han Xiao smiled and said seriously. Suddenly, the panel suddenly vibrated. He was slightly stunned, quietly opened the panel, and glanced at the prompt. and his eyes lit up. 5.5 version is enabled. Retrieve data. The data is completed. Playing forum opens. Welcome to Star Sea version 5.5, Black Star Age World War. Oh, is Bo Zhao's update finally over? Han Xiao in spirit. Playing 10 lines, updating the first small version. I love leaks and wait for a while. Han Xiao was happy for too long, and his attention was attracted by the change in the version name. War of the Whole Territory. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. According to experience, the version updates nodes generally have major events that change drastically. Now, the three major civilizations are in a big situation, and the world tree is in a passive state, but the version is named, making the heart feel that things are simple. Who is the whole territory of war, overturning the world tree, and the world tree world 1 attacks the entire territory of the three major civilizations. Now, it is blocked and shining outside the world's borders. The opportunity, well, plan ahead, check the best. Han Xiaoxin thought, his eyes flashed. In one of the bases of the Black Star Legion, white light flashed by, and countless Legion players appeared out of thin air, and soon there was a crowd of people. Many hard-working players are already familiar with each other. While opening the panel to view the version, they opened the quantum network to browse the current time point. Oh, the time span this time is only more than 10 years, much shorter than last time. It's just a small version update, okay? The three major civilizations do not mean that the World Tree civilization has entered the country for more than 10 years. The time should be right now. It seems that Shanghai Times guessed right. This is the time node for the update, and it goes straight to the stage of the war. There was finally a cosmic war. As long as there was no direct version update, I would be satisfied. Many players browsed the events of more than 10 years and communicated casually. There is nothing worth noting about in the past 10 years of preparation. Only the changes in the Super A-level group have attracted many players. No, Lockie is Super A-level? Yi Qingjia. Hardaway. This gambling dog has not yet advanced? Ha ha ha, I just said he can't do it. N.I. Outyan's life is really smooth sailing. Is this the younger wave? Damn. All the strange gods were released, and they killed a tree king? Neopai. Haha, there are too many new students, it's not A-level. The cost of collecting a full set of Veen cards has increased again. Damn, are Black Star and Dragon cards public? Damn it, I have no hope. I'm not born, I'm old. I'm a bitter life. You are thinking about nothing? Black Star is mine. I'm a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and I'm a monster who is against it? Woo-woo-woo. Many Legion players looked through one Super A-level rumors after another, and the heart of gossip was burning. Originally, except for a very small number of Super A-level players, other top-level players actually have fewer intersections with players. Players are not impressed by them deeply enough and will not deliberately remember them. However, the existence of the Veen card has become a bond that maintains both sides, resulting in players being well known to each Super A-level name and deeds, and having a sense of closeness. However, compared with casual players, professional players pay more utilitarian attention to issues. They do not have gossip, and mainly collect useful information and discuss together in groups of 3 or 3. Feng Yu whispered. The updated version name has an additional World War on the suffix. The World Tree is 80% able to enter, and this should be the theme of the version. Well, I checked the internet and found that the World Tree has reached the border, but it was temporarily blocked by the Interstellar Joint Army. And a few days ago, the World Tree invaded from the secondary dimension and was finally defeated. The situation of the three major civilizations is not bad now. Feng Yu looked at the panel and pondered. This time the small version update has been unlocked, so that players in the first few echelons should all enter the natural disaster level. Quang Dao nodded in agreement and said, as the overall strength increases, the ways to improve their strength will be richer, and some abilities will undergo qualitative changes. I think there should be major changes in this professional league. This small version update, the jump time was not long, and the main task did not change. The most important thing for professional players was to unlock the level limit from level 180 to level 200, and there was room for improvement. Let's go to the front line first and let the command center arrange combat missions. Let's go. It's not our turn to do the mission. Many players were in a state of turmoil and finally figured out the current situation. They took the spaceship to the front line and drove out of the base one after another. On the other side, the Super A-level association main star, Han Xiao, has announced the end of the meeting. When he returned to the room, he saw many players online through surveillance. His expression was a bit subtle. Have you unlocked the level to level 200? As long as you don't have many secondary professions and have a slightly normal growth potential, you can almost enter the natural disaster level, which will be a big scale. If it were in the past, Han Xiao would have been afraid, but now he has enough confidence. Even if a large number of players enter the natural disaster level, they cannot cause much chaos to him. Although I have reached the super god level, I have not reached the limit yet, so I still have to cut the leaks. However, before the last update, I have already harvested a large number of players' assets. Now that the players have just been online, their wallets are dry, and they have to wait for them to earn for a while before they can generate enough profits. Moreover, Han Xiao has now found another way to gain experience, which is to use the ghost wave to kill and kill on the battlefield. This speed is much faster than that of the mechanical troops, and it is extremely low in cost and extremely convenient. Even if there is a level punishment, ordinary members of the World Tree can only provide the lowest 1 point of experience, but they cannot withstand the powerful waves of the secret, accumulate small amounts, and win by quantity. The World Tree's people are constantly resurrecting, and they are simply the perfect object of experience. Han Xiao decided to grab both hands and be strong both hands. The player is on track, so there is no need to worry too much. Han Xiao cares more about the meaning of the version name, and he has no idea yet. No matter what, this is a clue. Han Xiao nodded secretly. Under his own influence, the direction of Shanghai is now beyond recognition compared to his previous life. He has also come into contact with many secrets that the player group in his previous life cannot be involved. He dares not say that he has a complete understanding of this universe. Even if the suspicion based on the version name is just a sensation, it is better to be cautious. Han Xiao closed the panel, summoned Philip, and gave instructions. Then he replaced the Emperor and teleported directly to Longtan. Now the Sea Blue Star civilization has moved collectively, and Longtan has followed him and is currently taking refuge in the Central Star Sea. In the huge Dragon Chair Palace, a light flashed slightly, and Han Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air, turned around and walked out, heading all the way to Aesop's residence. Since there are no clues, then ask about metaphysics when encountering problems. He soon arrived at his destination and rang the doorbell. "Are you here?" Aesop opened the door and asked Han Xiao to come in. Han Xiao was not polite and sat on the sofa and smiled. "Why didn't you predict in advance that I came to see you? Prophecy not always takes effect. Since you advanced to the super god level, my prophecy for you has become more and more difficult." Aesop shook his head. "That's true." Han Xiao nodded. He has done the test, and the super god level information state projection has sublimated, as if it has a certain degree of information state obstruction characteristics, which makes it difficult for outsiders to predict him. "What's the matter with me?" Aesop paused and said, "If it's a prophecy, please forgive me for being powerless. I can't use my abilities for the time being." "Huh? What's going on?" Han Xiao was slightly stunned. He looked at Aesop carefully and found that Aesop's face was listless, as if he was seriously ill. "When I was getting a passive prophecy, I was backfired. The object of my prophecy was an unprecedented magician who had hurt me, and my spirit needed time to recover. Before that, I can't help you." Aesop coughed twice, his tone a little weak. "You didn't tell Emmys?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "No, she is too impulsive. If she knew about this, she would not know what would happen." Aesop shook his head. He rarely revealed important foresight information to Emmys. He usually only discussed things with Han Xiao and continued, "I originally planned to tell you, but I was still hesitating about what to say, so you went to the battlefield." "When was this?" Han Xiao asked. "Count the time. I triggered the prophecy. It was just the eve of the attack on the outpost of the expeditionary force." Hearing this, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Such a coincidence. It could be the secret tree king. This guy is indeed a very powerful magician, and he is very suspicious. Do you have other memories of that magician? No. My predicted picture was broken, and I can't remember what he looked like. That's it, Han Xiao pondered. I may have guessed who this person is, and I should be the strong man on the world tree. How is he? Did he cause any danger to you? Don't worry, I've sealed him. If you are so angry, you are welcome to visit him at any time. That's all. I don't have an evil taste of you. Aesop waved his hand. Han Xiao smiled, stood up, and was about to say goodbye and leave. At this time, Aesop suddenly said, "By the way, when will you and Emmys reproduce?" Han Xiao paused and said helplessly, "How do I know this? I could do it any time, but she disagrees. It can only be seen when she will change her mind. Hey, she's just a stubborn person. As long as the atmosphere comes, it will not be natural." Aesop suddenly became energetic and talked. "I thought about the time when I traveled around the Shanghai, and I don't know how many females fell in love with me. If I hadn't been unwilling, my children would have been spread all over the star field. I tell you that I have a lot of experience in this area. Come on, teach you some tricks. You'd better keep it yourself. I don't need it." Han Zhao's eyes twitched. "Hey, why don't you need it? This is all the spiritual wealth left by the predecessors. After you learn these tricks, I will not teach Emmers, even though he was chatting and laughing. Hey, don't leave, listen at least. Get out." Han Xiao didn't want to deal with this old scumbag with rich love history, and replaced the Emperor's teleportation, leaving. Only Aesop was left in the room with a sigh and regret. Covenant Base, Sons of Destiny Laboratory. A flash of light. Han Xiao teleported over. The surrounding Covenant experimenters looked up and said, "It's no wonder that they will continue to do their own thing." Han Xiao was familiar with the passage of time and awakened the Son of Fate. He communicated for a while and let the Son of Fate predict his concerns. After a while, the Son of Fate shook his head, indicating that he could not predict it. Seeing this, Han Xiao knew that the prophecy methods were probably useless, and the other party was likely to use information obscurity. It seems that we can only strengthen the regular screening first and pay attention to any abnormal situations. Han Xiao pondered secretly. The Central Star Sea, the desolate universe belt. In the secret lurking base of Star Covenant, a group of observers are gathering in a large room, staring at the installation in the center of the room. This device is a cylinder with a diameter of about 10 meters and a height of about 15 meters. It is silver gray overall. It is connected to many wires on the surface. Indicator lights are flashing wildly, and the sound of running buzzing sounds is ringing. This is a long-distance material transmission device. After a while, the material transmission device suddenly shook, separated up and down, and the upper column slowly rose up, and the inside of the column was hollow, with a space covered by a transparent cover, and a white suitcase was lying quietly inside. The things were sent here in my hometown. Captain Observer stepped forward and twisted the valve, opened the cover of the material transmission device, picked up the white suitcase from it, and opened it on the spot. He saw 3 white cans in the box without any signs. He took a pistol-like instrument from a team member, scanned the 3 cans one by one, looked at the reading, and then nodded. It's confirmed that it's all microcode particles. As soon as the words fell, everyone present showed joy. The Star Covenant ordered the observer team to secretly leak the intelligence of the 3 major civilizations. They thought of many ways, including using the energy of supernova explosion to transmit wave information to the entire universe, and using the star position to transmit information to the world tree with hidden information. But they were rejected one by one. Finally, Star Covenant chose to encode tiny particles, use microscopic transcription technology to expand particles in low dimensions, record huge amounts of information, and then upgrade the dimension to return to its original form, allowing extremely tiny particles to become information carriers, containing all the information they want to leak. Star Covenant mass-produced a bunch of coded particles, preparing to throw these coded particles out of the border through wormholes causing the storage device to explode regularly, attracting the attention of the World Tree and diffusing the particles at the same time. They believe that with the technology of the World Tree, it should be possible to discover the anomalies of these encoded particles and intercept them. The Covenant has developed for a long time and has a high technical ability. It also has some knowledge about information. It has always provided information obscuration for the observer team and is not afraid that actions will be discovered by prophetic means. They have quietly stole the technological achievements of the Interstellar Society for many years and have long known the Interstellar Society and are confident that they will not be discovered. Suspicion, then go. Han Xiao asked Philip to monitor all kinds of information from the interstellar community. He would immediately report it if the abnormal wind blew. Be careful for a few months, but the situation has not changed. Because of the pivot snake, the World Tree civilization burned its butt, and it was eager to impact the defense circle again and again. Once its troops were put into the field, they were worried about damage. The Interstellar Joint Army was vegetarian, so they would be broken through the defense line. Even in the secondary dimension line, the World Tree family clan invaded several times, and Han Xiao was in charge of a shallow dimension, and a guardian god could not be shaken. The family clan invaded again and again, was thrown away again and again, and countless fleets ran away, making Han Xiao full of money and wealth. At the most miserable physical strength level, the World Tree itself was completely crushed, shining the world line. Aurora Milk, the top power of the alien god and Hebelong species. The World Tree is injured and replaced with Zero, while the second-dimensional guardian is super god-level Han Xiao. The king of Lian Tree dares to take risks, and the person is whiter and has an egg use. In one room, the sacred tree messengers, ancestor spirits, and military leaders were surprised that they were actually used, and they needed a line. If you attack the local area and rely on your physical strength to flexibly move around the universe, you will be the special forces, which will involve the enemy's civilization energy and cause various damages and conditions, and be depressed. How many months have you played tens of millions of dollars? Reintegrated into the atmosphere of competition, choosing lines, enriching tasks, and gradually becoming rich in wallets? I cherish the 5.5 version unlocks the new level limit, upgrade the first target, and spend less money. As you play more and more, you enter the disaster level. Are you changing qualitatively? Are you playing with the group field changing? The more you pay attention to the great civilization. From a high-level perspective, exploring the rich resources of the universe over a long period of time, with strong productivity, and the World Tree civilization has been exhausted. The road is over, and the World Tree is ultimately better. As time goes by, the great civilization recognizes itself sooner or later to become weak. Various hidden dangers of the policy will gradually float. When this situation is half a lifetime, now it is burnt, the great civilization is firmly sitting on the high platform. I hope to consume more than the World Tree, in exchange for a while, waiting for the snake to grow. The disaster level potential it possesses is dead, so the great civilization has more weapons and is afraid of consumption. In what month the situation is getting bigger and the Star Club is gradually full of confidence. Optimism, playing the snake scene, based on the surface situation, you can analyze it. I feel that the big civilization wave is afraid of stability. Black Star operates, and the remaining F2A is over. How can the flying dragon riding his face lose? And just the morale of all the staff is high. Han Xiao made a clue. The members of the Superstar Alliance have set up secret stargates in their territory and gathered a large number of civilians, countless supplies, and long-distance ships. They are suspected of being ready to run away. Han Xiao looked through the information. His face changed, and he thought to himself, when the enemy invades outside the world, the advanced civilization will leave a way for itself and make second-hand preparations. It is natural. Even if the whole people have great confidence, the advanced civilization will still make the worst plans. It is nothing wrong. Han Xiao, the Superstar Group, noticed that it is one. Due to the suspicion of all-country disputes and the calming situation for several months, Han Xiao's suspicion became more serious. Who is suspected? The Superstar League is ready for the future, and it will still be dead. Han Xiao, Star Group, Civilized Forces. Even though he completed the mission, he always felt full of strength. Superstar Group was worried about being used as cannon fodder by the Great Civilization, so she was cautious and was suspected of being sick, so she felt that she was not in it. After all, the contradiction between the Superstar Alliance and the Great Civilization is deeply rooted, and a pattern is rebuilding the invasion of foreign enemies. If the Superstar Alliance holds the opportunity to do it, it will be the wind. I always feel that it's easy to stay, don't plan. Han Xiao mourned the Baba, secretly made up his mind to collect secrets of the Superstar League. If you check the problem, check it out and get the handle. Phillips News, letting attention to information. Han Xiao retreated from the quantum network vision and walked into the room. A huge cloud suddenly jumped into the curtain, hiding in its pivot snake. Next to it was the king of the Boundless King and a group of mechanical forces acting as bodyguards. Everyone is in the first-level dimension, allowing the pivot snake to swallow it. Han Xiao Duanjian has been following the fortress closely. While protecting it, he wonders how to speed up the pivot snake growth. Therefore, this snake did a comprehensive examination. The snake was willing to control himself, and he was cold and sweet, allowing Han Xiao to fiddle with his body. After checking the body, Han Xiaoshu snake and the gender are divided into male and female bodies. In more detailed and in-depth inspection, Han Xiao figured out how the snake reproduction was complicated. To reproduce, the spiral snake needs to use the secondary dimension of the birth consciousness to perform mating and absorb the secondary dimension in another way, transform an embryo, reproduce alone, and cross it, which requires help. The snake has a different kind of life and is chased by the world tree. If it reproduces alone, it will probably become extinct long ago. Question: if you eat a snake flatly, you will have a secondary dimension. Change the conceptual solution. The snake's food is dry, and after sleeping, people eat it when it absorbs nutrients. After talking, just a female mantis? Han Xiaoshan thought of various things, and hoped to say goodbye to the snake and the law. Even if the snake is eaten, it will raise weight and quickly enter the maturity stage. The biological body follows the rules. If the foundation is changed, it will be used. Han Xiao had a bold method in his mind. If the snake is raised, the Taoist, monkey, and horse are wise. If it is used to transform it into wisdom, the birth form will be different, and it will directly instill a large amount of data to ripen quickly. The only question is that the Taoist monk snake changes in form and retains the world tree sensing. Note, if it is sensed from the information state level, the pivot snake transformation type generation should have an impact. Han Xiao dared to bet, and only one of the snakes was used. The method reversed it and made it bad. Get one. Let the experiment be done. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and held the snake's mind. Let a snake live? Talk about young body. Is it a branch? Han Xiao fell into deep thought. For Han Xiao's breeding major, we will further study and establish civilization in the world. The Tree King Palace, the ancestral tree. King listens to the line report and reveals subtle expressions. Confirm that? Is it possible to intercept the particles to record a large amount of information about the enemy civilization? The particles use micro-recording technology involving dimension transformation to decipher and try the original specific content, which is roughly wrong and contains many spatial coordinates and star maps inside the enemy's territory. Question mark? The ancestor tree king shined. The army of both sides is in a stalemate, and the world tree is built and will be the mainstay at the entrance of the great civilization. After a long time, the line reported urgently that the abnormal space reaction and weak signs of explosions were reported in a certain distance from the line-based radar. The detection team was sent to investigate for fear that the great civilization would satisfy the defense and make trouble. After a short inspection, the detection team disappeared quickly. Be cautious. The detection team searched for explosion traces. The microscopic field scanner quickly swept the area of the microscopic field of vision scanner, and it seemed that it was ejected from all directions by the explosion. The detection team collected some of them and actually contacted the Great Civilization. As soon as this happened, the first reaction of the Zushu king was to doubt the military plan and to fake information from the Great Civilization and to use misinformation to pit them. The second reaction is that the internal traitors of the Great Civilization, some kind of vision and a collaboration with enemies. The first time I met the World Tree of Love, the Path to the Universe, the Complex Civilization Alliance, and the internal structure is solid. The first method is to spy on the fur side, to boost the fire, and to catch fish in troubled waters. The World Tree has rich experience. In the variables, the Zushu king's mind flashed in his mind, and his face showed an inexplicable look, as if he had a sigh of relief, and he sneered a little. After a few months of helplessness, the Great Civilization was so exhausted that the sleepy people gave me a pillow. The top priority was to confirm whether the information was true. The Great Civilization deliberately took a holiday, and the Bureau turned around. Decipher the content as soon as possible, and make all of it, and try to reverse the wormhole road. Zushu Wang hesitated and asked the research department to make a quick result. No matter whether the traitor is the first party, no matter what the eyes are revealed, no matter how the World Tree is used, it is heavy, killing the Great Civilization to eliminate the greatest threat to the Mother Tree. As for the problem, the threat is eliminated and the World Tree is defeated again, and the Ancestral Tree King will slowly resolve the conflict. Another, shining the world, Sibbertsy, less command room. Report, abnormal spatial reactions abroad are suspected to have wormholes. Military radar intelligence prompted. The military cadres in the field gathered together, and the abnormal signal habitat defense circle was too far away from the World Tree. Investigate the specific situation in the village, said a staff officer. The information is sufficient, and it is recommended to conduct a practical investigation. The military answered wisely. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and pondered. If the defense forces are stationed in various positions in the defense circle, if they are away from this, the defensive workers are closely connected to the fast support channel, which is difficult to cope with the World Tree Fleet frenzy. The defense forces in the area have been defending and basically attacking. If you're outside the abnormal source defense circle, you'll be able to investigate outside the fleet and only focus on the World Tree. The World Tree will always keep a guard against the defense circle. Once the defense army sends a fleet, the World Tree will send troops to jungle and eat the outer fleet. Moreover, the distance is closer to the abnormal reaction source, and the moon is close to the water tower. Even if you send troops, you will get 8 harvests. Generally speaking, few troops in the country send people to perform low-risk tasks. But it's suitable for a job. The abnormal signal area outside the defense circle of the second mission reconnaissance realm is likely to encounter the World Tree Fleet. You need to make sacrifice preparations. In the cabin, the remote commander's light blue projection suspension podium was playing with the mission details in the room. If ordinary people talk about sacrifice, it doesn't matter if the person who kills them, and they will participate in the entire mission. For the detection mission of Wind and Shadow, most of them are lost, and the Suicide Squad is played, and the command may not be willing to send people to reconnaissance. Most people listen carefully, but Black Tea is in love, and when they meet the crowd, women on the forum play and flirt with each other. I'm in the 1.0 version, and I'm old. What do you think of Black Tea? Nowadays, women's interest in playing is even more important. The task process is different. It's nothing more than charging, burping, taking money, and finishing. If you wait for actual execution, you need to adapt to the situation. Black Tea is familiar with the way you do it yourself. You need to listen to the details. It's like flirting with a few girls. Is it a good girl? After a long time, the flowing light of the cover hull was dissipated. The reconnaissance troops were transferred, and the universe outside the window was a World Tree Squad. It seemed that a small area was searched for one, and half of the reconnaissance troops in the number of ships, and a large civilized reconnaissance troops quickly transferred and fled collectively. World Tree Fleet attack. The commander hesitated. He immediately ordered the reconnaissance force to fire at the World Tree Detection Team in 2 chapters. The interceptor ship accelerated, carry a group of people to chase after the right tails. He quickly bites several escaped and World Tree Detection Team. Bang, bang, bang. Intercept the ship and shoot a charge cabin, bite the hulls of several enemy ships, drill through the outer armor, and embed it. It is equipped with a Charlara boarding ship inside. It intends to control the spacecraft. The high-temperature flames gushed, and the lasers were everywhere. I immediately played the game and killed the detectors. Fighting with the World Tree Men? Can it be called a destruction? A World Tree Men were either burned, pounded meat patties, or shot in a sieve. The body was full of broken corpses. Black T slightly turned sideways. Avoid a laser? With his backhanded sword, a white martial arts power shot out like a practicing white, sharp and sharp, like a sword, piercing through the chest of a famous World Tree soldier. He killed instantly. What? Are you handsome? Little brother? Awesome. He brings a copy. The girl is playing coquettish in the video. Cheer. Han Xiao smiled and said in the private chat channel. Even if he was there, he still flirted with girls, made video calls, and let his sister look heroic. In a few months, I completed the 180-level task, the merit level, and the disaster level. Now the play group is undoubtedly the leader. There is no pressure to board the ship, and I can easily play with girls when I fight. The martial arts profession I chose is because the most gorgeous and powerful version of the 5 series is handsome for the rest of my life. Black T chats with sex, teammates crush the World Tree soldiers, and set off the line, killing further and further. Watching a group of people as far away as they were having fun, Black T followed, laughing and showing a handsome man-like demeanor, pointing to Jiang Shan. Doing a task, people, you can get the opposite example. You can easily get rid of the unparalleled opportunity, and your mission will be rude. He pretended to be stubborn and walked with the large army, turning around, walking alone in the corridor, breaking the bulkhead or board, and going deeper into the abdomen of the boat. It is fast and unobstructed. It uses the World Tree Civilization text to write door signs such as analysis room and research area. Because the spacecraft was invaded, the guards run key areas such as the core protection volume, power engine, control pivot, and bridge. The inside is a simple defense facility, which was removed by Black T5 or 2. Little brother, do it alone? The girl blinked and explained. Haha, brain, the abnormal situation in the area of the mission reconnaissance film, and the World Tree troops took a step earlier, but stayed there, as if they were looking for it, proving the Institute. The World Tree Detection ship is equipped with a simple analysis and research laboratory, and the Institute sets clues. This mission is important to the important goal. If the World Tree Detection results are taken away, you need to risk staying in the detection and leave one. The Black T Solution Institute's defense facilities, as soon as you walk in the room, you will talk. Wow, it's a test. The girl was full of admiration. Okay, see you. Black Xiao was humble and secretly happy. Although he has a lot of experiments, he shows his wisdom and shows his big pig's hooves. He has gained something in the world. Then, the Black T suddenly paused and looked at the transparent experimental cabin, with a glimmer of light floating inside. Looking at the panel, jumped violently and promptly. Touched the hidden mission source of dramatic change. Task introduction. A key clue is changed with an estimated value. If it is brought, it will greatly affect the competition. Task request. Use a container to contain the clue and bring it to the Great Civilization newspaper. Reward. Depend on evaluation. Black T was stunned. Just blow it, real thing. Just have it. There is a clue. Black T was immediately excited and shared the girl with the task interface. Immediately, explore, find a containment button, and press it. Sizzling. I saw a series of tiny electric arcs flashing in the experimental compartment, and a slight light was injected into a large round tube container with a slap. The lid of the container was twisted and closed, and the internal parts were nested with strong magnetic precision components, which were tightly fitted. The pipe immediately slides along the transparent pipe, and one hole in the control table is halfway, which means taking it away. Click, Black T hit the chest of its mecha, stuffed a storage groove into the circular tube container, and connected the armor to protect it. After 2 seconds, we returned along the original route and reported the situation immediately. An encounter did not last long. The reconnaissance force ran away from the World Tree Detection team. Fongkin's defeated general fled. Inley was closer to the World Tree Detection team, and the reconnaissance force pursued it. It was almost like staying in the preparatory plan to detect abnormal situations. So the team changed its plan and directly withdrew to avoid being pursued by the World Tree force. As soon as the reconnaissance force left, the World Tree support force was slow to pursue, and the symbolic pursuit was given up when they approached the defense circle, watching the branch intercept a coded particle reconnaissance force in the Great Civilized Camp. After a long time, the Black T belt container was transported here, and a group of scientific research gradually revealed their true appearance. The head of the scientific research team deciphered the content, stared loudly, showing a look of horror, and took a few steps back, daring to believe what is inside him. Team leader? The officer was waiting for the result and was hurried. The scientific research team leader, God, rushed to the face and grabbed the officer's shoulders hard. His tone was filled with panic and anxiety. Big, quite own great leader, Black Star Pavilion. All the star maps of the territory were leaked. As soon as he finished speaking, the officers and scientific researchers at the venue changed drastically. Another, the Tree King Palace. Shuang Pavilion. According to your instructions, if you hand over some of the encoded particles to the enemy, you should determine that the information will be intercepted. Wrong. The Ancestor Tree King narrowed his eyes. The distance is close, and the line troops have long encoded the special characteristics of particles, so they are negligent. Everything is intentional. The direct civilized reconnaissance unit defeated the World Tree Detection team, and the reinforcements were late, so they were chasing them, which was actually fake. True eyes make the great civilization a less suspicious way, a coded particle. You are wrong. If you leak information, you will half doubt the insider. You will definitely be in chaos. King Dingshu was on the side. The powerful fortress is broken, and I suspect the most weapon. The Zushu King said calmly. Whoever leaks some information, half of the civilization will do the opposite. The King of Ancestral Trees is interested in being used, so that the user is too concerned. Since he uses it, he will bear the corresponding risks. On the other hand, even if you use it, the Ancestral Tree King used such methods to arouse suspicion and even split within the great civilization. After all, the civilization of the whole country is one heart, and everyone is connected to the heart network, and the mother tree is coordinated, and any secrets are kept. King Dingshu smiled and agreed. The King of Ancestors narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. The Taoist's true words were profound. The office of the head of great civilization, Marbruce, Lewis, and Zulincult, emergency report on coded particles, immediately call. The content of the Deciphering of the World contains a number of information to explore the internal intelligence of the universe. The faces of people are ashen and gloomy and angry. Bold, I'm just accomplice. The head of Su Ling's sect slapped the table with anger. No matter who you have to find. Marbruce was furious. The situation is very big. Relying on the Realm Defense Circle and Han Xiao, we can resist the World Tree, and we live a long life and enjoy it. There are traitors in a room, leaking countless information. The coordinates, the World Tree jumps in space, avoids the Defense Circle, directly invades everything, and starts countless lines, breaks the stalemate and remasters. Work hard to maintain the territory and be violated, and now the hard work is in vain. People are angry, eat their flesh and drink their blood, and crush the traitors' bones and throw them into ashes. Han Xiao was invited to project the room remotely, frowned, and said straight to the point. Interstellar information leak? Specific situation? The Marbruce virtual screen was divided into one piece and flew Han Xiao. Han Xiao swept it and quickly figured out the situation, and his spirit changed. The first reaction is that the world has created a divisive plan, using some means to induce internal suspicion. The information is so detailed, and people can explore the universe for a long time, collect, and trust the information leaked by people. The traitor colluded with the enemy, and the first side was fishing for troubled waters. Han Xiao flew around and said, Mar Bruce said gloomily, in comparison, traitors are more powerful. Han Xiao touched the BA and pondered, if the traitor is evil, the target will definitely survive. Due to the situation, the entire Star Society basically believes that it will resist the World Tree. The traitors must not benefit the target, such as revenge, such as taking advantage of the fire. I know it. The god of Lewis flashed cold light. In this way, discussing the suspicion, the most suspicion was the Superstar Alliance and the second-class Star Cluster civilization, and even the Super A-level association was certainly suspicious. Han Xiao was alert. Although the current situation is basically the Black Star, the position of the person makes Han Xiao suspect, because even if the Black Star makes contributions, there is still a case of filing. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he said lowly, a piece of information, maybe the World Tree is deliberately leaking, and his eyes will cause internal cracks. Half of it. Han Xiao stopped and shook helplessly. Even if the World Tree intentionally leaks the information, even if the World Tree strategy is guessed, it will be suspicious and open-minded. Going further, if the intelligence leaks, the first party will make a calculation step, help the World Tree, and use the World Tree to attract suspicion within the stars. Han Xiao stopped guessing, changed his subject, and said, no matter what, the situation changes, prepare as soon as possible, and the World Tree invades the entire line, the most important task. The person's eyebrows were filled with haze. Although great civilizations are ready for the future, and various star fields are preparing for the sake of struggle. Compared with the solid walls and clear fields, the defense of the area is weaker and countless planets are distributed, allowing the enemy to enter the familiar rhythm of raising the enemy. Traitors must be found. Since they have made seeds, they must do some benefit at some point, and sooner or later they will show their strength. Su Ling's sect leader said coldly, the sooner the target is confirmed, the more you will be, and form a special team to thoroughly investigate this. Lewis said. Han Xiao said, you need to study a coded particle yourself, and maybe find a clue. Hearing this, people communicate with God the most. Some of the coded particles are doing research, hoping to find clues soon. Okay. Han Xiao said that he was suspicious of the image, forbidden to shake, and be calculating. If he changes his position, who would believe it? The version name will come true soon. Who is in love with you? It should be true. Han Xiao secretly thought. His mind was sneaky, and the Superstar Alliance flashed, and the figure of Avengers flashed. When Han Xiao's head was in charge of the specific situation, he continued to participate in the guess brainstorming, lifted the remote projection, and transferred to the Research Institute. As soon as I left, the instruments were densely covered with the experimental hall. I smelled the air with anxiety and panic. Countless researchers often sweated heavily and deciphered the coded particles. Haixing Pavilion, head of Marbru's secret order, please follow. An officer and others immediately greeted Han Xiao and took Han Xiao to the corridor. A private laboratory, a group of deciphers in the inside, simply deciphering the content of the coded particles outside, which is responsible for finding the technical specialty of the coded particles. Just as the door was hit, Han Xiao listened to the argument inside. The offset value of the structure of the seed particles is significantly high, and it is proportional to the typical branch ratio of Marvel reading shape. It has the K-Pop warping technology, Siberian space, conversion special, and the application of the space theory model of the absolute particle. Similar end, ignoring the characteristics of dimensional transformation folds and nuclear force attenuation, it is obvious that a great civilization elimination technology. Han Xiao twisted, saw the special group surrounding the experimental table, pointing to the noisy reading of the instrument. One is about extending various applications, but the other is different. Although the form of the technology is similar to the final result, the actual usage process is still there. The explanation is relatively simple, which is roughly similar to the stroke order and calligraphy font. For example, the 4 ways of writing the word fun are written in one way to transform particles, and by studying technical characteristics, inversely deducing the specific technologies used by encoded particles. This research project is focused on trying to narrow the scope of suspicion by using the techniques used by encoded particles. Han Xiao hit his steps and strode. When he saw Han Xiao, he respectfully bowed. He looked up at a test bench to suspend the coded particles and waved his hand. Okay, Noisy, what should I do? If you need it, please give me the instructions. The group of special objections stepped aside and obediently asked to face the experiment bench. Blackstar is only on the same level as the leader, the strongest physical and powerful team of science and technology. Blackstar is convinced by scientific research. A small half of the admirers of people, usually respected senior researchers, are willing to act as assistants. Han Xiao looked at the reading, do some research on encoded particles, quickly analyze various data in his mind. Locking several techniques quickly, his face changed slightly. According to the Institute, several technologies seem to be used by members of the Superstar League, when excluding their imitation of power. If you judge according to common judgment, the suspicion of the Superstar Alliance has increased again and deliberately blamed the blame. Will be even more traitors within the star community. Han Xiao's mind changed. Mechanical force? Connect the encoded particles? Use Bold Explorer. Buzz. Han Xiao's vision changed drastically. A researcher, Su, was a research institute with different styles. A huge device is buzzing. A particle is expanded in low dimensions. Information is entered and re-recovered, and the particles are all injected into a white round tube container. Unable to control the viewing angle, move closely with the white round tube. See the white round tube in a suitcase? It is sent to a groove of the material transfer device. For a moment, his eyes turned again, a secret base, another material transmission device. Immediately after the light flashed slightly, the white suitcase was transmitted by the matter, and he ran away, revealing the white round tube inside. The field of vision changed again, a cosmic space. A blue-black wormhole opened, followed by a white circular tube, passing through the flowing light and overflowing the colorful space tunnel, flying at the other end of the wormhole, followed by a white circular tube bursting, releasing a wave of volume, and all the encoded particles inside were ejected. The most seen in the picture is a team of detection teams entangled in the green light world tree. The illusion ended abruptly, like a water mirror waving, and Han Xiao's vision returned to normal. There are no coded particles until they are intercepted by the world tree. Han Xiao Shuang. Although Bold Explorer provides illusions and involves specific details, Han Xiao basically determined that the first party would make a mistake. The reason is that the researchers were surprised to see all strange species, and the white suitcase personnel should have disappeared from the historical race in the morning. The Lorx people, the wise species of Lori civilization, the Lori civilization, the one who failed in the exploration history, was destroyed by the great civilization and should perish. Han Xiao turned through the information, and as he thought, he constructed various kinds of characters in his mind. The Lori civilization continues. The goal should be revenge, but the army alone is working hard to find helpers. The intelligent species have been a great civilization history, and should be foreign civilization. According to the detailed information of the coded particles, foreign civilizations should explore the universe and spy on it, and it seems that they have been constantly being. TSK once again, explore the old grievances of history. The great civilization will be cut off the debts. Han Xiao rubbed his fingertips. The world is a battle. Foreign civilizations are in harmony. It seems that they have interfered with the struggle, but they are behind the scenes of the great civilizations. Su is in a situation between foreign civilizations, and the world situation needs to be intervened. When Han Xiao determines the world of foreign civilizations, he plays with the group and masters relevant information. When seeing the great civilization dominates, it will destroy the advantages, disintegrate the advantages, and help the world tree invade the entire world. It has the intention of killing people to revenge with a knife, fishing in a messy waters, sitting in the mountains and watching the tiger fight, and fighting with the snipe and clams, fishing with the benefit of the fishermen, and using his intentions to be sinister. Han Xiao secretly guessed the foreign civilization and thought about solutions. Although we have confirmed that the first party is in trouble and the position of the Taoist party is located, we can follow the clues. If we search for it with great fanfare, we can let foreign civilizations withdraw the hidden people and completely cut off clues. Moreover, the evidence is to obey the great gangster. Even if it is his own position, even if it is evidence, the head of the great civilization attaches importance to the law. Now that he is suspected, his confidence will be reduced, and the leader will be the most doubtful. Information state erasing. Contact silk thread, something lethal. Specific situation, trace the origin. Even if the batch-coded particles are erased, the world will be able to resolve the situation. After all, if the technique erases the body, and if a whole concept and collective kills one person, the person forgets to pervert the human emotions. In fact, information state elimination uses the effect of accurate, and the target unexpectedly has too much impact on its information. So a similar whole split part has a relatively unique effect. If some coded particles are erased with information state, Han Xiao estimated that the leader took away something to study, forgot to study the coded particles, and the field group recorded his own research, and the instrument reading records were cleared. No matter how big the civilization intercepted its encoded particles, it was aired, and Han Xiaojue probably forgot to store the encoded particles, and remembered that something revealed the secret of the insider leaking intelligence. The world tree records this something of the Jiaodong civilization, forgetting to intercept the encoded particles, but forgetting to intercept the encoded particles in the hand. Han Xiao made a hypothesis that if information state elimination was used to solve the problem of building civilization in the whole world, the response of the great civilization is likely to be difficult. And how can civilization be called if it is difficult to defeat a cosmic civilization? So, information state elimination. If the information differential bodies, such as organisms, have a wrong effect, pay a batch of collective bodies, such as a desert sand, a batch of standard guns and guns, create information vacancy, use logical inference. For example, suppose that the special group forgets its own research, others study coded particles in the experimental hall, and infers its own research. Even if logical inference is used, information state elimination will still take effect, subtly transferring memory deviation, rapid forgetting, conscious ignorance, common sense fallacy, etc. Just one thing, I suddenly forgot it in one turn. What? It is common to see that the temperature of the bath water of ordinary people is 80 degrees and 40 degrees. So, it is difficult for them to detect common sense deviations, or they may be 99 money. In short, how to catch a group of lurkers, use conventional methods to secretly collect information, and the most surveillance intelligence in the quantum network. Half of the observation tricks continue to kill people with a knife, and the great civilization is severe, so it should be withdrawn. Alas, the World Tree Information Warning Network is saved, and the thing is simply to prevent the territory from being penetrated by black technology. Han Xiao shook, feeling helpless. Compared to the World Tree, the territory of a great civilization is simply a sieve. Others can only leave things in it. Half of the great civilization is simply a difficult configuration. Touching the BA, pondering inwardly. The world-class goal leads to the internal division of the interstellar community, and the most important thing is to let the enemy plan, and half of the lurkers are looking for it. The suspicion of the great civilization cannot be dispelled, so the suspect is started. It seems that the great civilization is the most suspicious of the Superstar Alliance, and they are planning on it behind their backs to find out what. Therefore, they are wrong by both sides, and they are afraid of being severe. Han Xiao was helpless. I have always cheated on the Superstar League, and it is the first time I have to take the blame, but I need to reduce my suspicion and make it a scapegoat. I'm so sad. After a few rooms, the World Tree Army lies dormant, launching any attack on the Shining World Frontier or Shallow Dimension, and then putting pressure on the war. The war will be temporarily suspended. But the three major civilization strategic commands were relaxed at all, and the atmosphere was like facing a great enemy, and they knew the storm was quiet. Originally, the army stationed in various star fields needed to be used, and all entered a state of war, and each was responsible for the vigilance and patrol in the area. The entire coded particle leakage has been explored. The cosmic star map contains counting its spatial coordinates. The enemy chooses the route to where to invade. Han Xiao sent most of the mechanical envoys to the universe to increase the scale of advanced combat power. The three major civilized physical power fields have already dominated, but if the entire world tree invades the entire territory, the advanced combat power will be intercepted head-on, with extremely high flexibility and powerful destructive power. The front line is divided into countless pieces to siege and block the opponent and defend the side. It is enough for your own super A-level powerhouses. In addition to responding to the changes in the situation, Han Xiaoji secretly searched for lurkers in foreign civilizations and was reluctant to find a needle in a haystack. He had no results yet. He investigated the Superstar League and poured out some results. It was originally a matter of taking advantage of the fierce battle, and the three major civilizations had no time to take care of it. They escaped from control in the face of battle, and went to find a piece of freedom to reproduce and develop. Han Zhao's virtual screen information, his face slightly subtle. Only by being bullied by the three major civilizations can one live. I roughly understand the Superstar Cluster Alliance method, staying to explore the universe, being suppressed endlessly, and being constrained by the three major civilizations. No matter how they develop, they cannot surpass the three ceilings. The pattern of foreign invasion is reshuffled. The Superstar Alliance considers the future, makes a decision, and civilization develops freely and decides to take risks and explore the unknown. Is nothing wrong. After all, the three major civilizations are one mind. Bad. The entire world tree invaded the idler? Really? Yellow mud fell off the crotch? Shit. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows and secretly felt ache. The three leaders had already told the result of the incident, and even directly pointed out the Luoer civilization to exist. As expected, the three of them believed it completely, but accepted one of their laws, unless they were given conclusive evidence. Otherwise, the traitor and the inner ghost continued to look for it. The battle situation is chaotic. The three major civilizations draw energy. The Superstar Alliance has implemented the plan, just waited for someone to leak information. Just the truth. Han Xiao knew the truth. From the perspective of the three major civilizations, he felt that the Superstar Alliance Iron Wolf must have run away, which led to the entire territory of the World Tree. The Superstar Alliance did it, and standing by the interstellar community, fighting against foreign enemies together. Let's make interception choices. Perhaps because of the interstellar industry, the decision-making logic is different. Perhaps the situation is subtle and different from the world. Most of them have a butterfly effect, and the Superstar Alliance witnessed the power of the entire invasion of the World Tree with their own eyes and the real threat of the universe disasters, but still feels that they are far away from the war, and as for the loss of their lips and teeth, in other words, they are beaten by the World Tree. The Superstar Group canceled its escape plan, and the internal part was broken, which involved a grand strategy of uncivilized development. No matter how great the face is, the Superstar Group was moved by three words. Han Xiao pondered to himself. On the one hand, let the Superstar Cluster take the blame and make the third party at large. On the other hand, the interstellar community needs the Superstar Cluster's strength to resist the invasion of the World Tree, firmly fight the war, and underestimate the joint combat power. It has explored the reorganized components of the cosmic combat power. Method. As I was thinking about it, A virtual screen of emergency internal information from the three civilized military forces jumped. The Old Star River, Ancient Star Desert, Star Spirit Sea, Black Hole Realm, Endless Nebula, Broken Star Ring, and other star field discovered the traces of the World Tree Fleet. Request support. Request support. Han Xiao sat upright, his eyes flashing cold. In the Ancient Star Desert, a blue wormhole was generated, forming a continuous piece, like a super-large elliptical space crack, like a god cutting the universe curtain, leaving a dark blue scar. Immediately afterwards, the huge space cracks shone green, dark to light from small to large, and eventually turned into a green tide on the cover, pouring in. It seemed as if the endless fleet of world trees shone across the world's borders and descended directly along the wormhole. The densely leapt and flowing light condensed into beams of light, shooting in all directions, breaking into pieces, like injecting plague viruses into the enemy's body, and began to spread in the blink of an eye. Countless world tree warriors showed fanaticism, as if they were holding a carnival feast. A stalemate finally broke into and dismembered their prey. The world tree fleet passes through the planet, and the outer space fluctuates violently. The thick world tree roots drill through the soil, tearing open the space cracks, stretching out nothing, and inserting them into the planets like a straw, and drawing dazzling quantities of the naked eye. The planet's shell softens, flowing into the roots of the world tree like fluid. The mantle and core matter are swallowed by big mouthfuls, and the planet slowly shrivels and rapidly fades into decay. With a green tide the stars slowly fade away, and the planets gradually dissolve, leaving dead silent and desolate. Let the world tree warriors go to the old light, surround the endless universe, taste the delicious taste of the enemy's territory without restraint, and still struggle to cut pieces of meat from the prey, and eat everything from the enemy like a living cut. After all, the top hunter in the universe, or even the only predator. A scene happened in the starfield. In a hurry, the Interstellar Joint Army and the galaxy and cluster-level civilizations launched a counterattack, siege, and blockade, fought bloody battles in the sky, and the fire of war burned all over the universe. The front line was divided into countless ways, and the world tree powerhouses finally used their skills, spreading their own actions, and fully exerted the flexibility of advanced combat power, and causing trouble. The three civilizations were super A-level and could not continue to join the group. They left Aurora and rushed to various regions, and fought fiercely and broke out. Sudden changes, counting down countless interstellar citizens. The overall situation reversed instantly. Foreign enemies raged to the territory, suppressing panic in their hearts and getting rid of the reins of rationality, gushing like a volcano eruption, burning down remaining rationality, and violent riots occurred on the refuge planet. The king of Ancestral Tree looked into the distance. His vision seemed to pass through infinite space barriers, locking the direction of the central star sea from afar, and whispered to himself, "Eat, eat everything, give me a feast, and be desperate." Broken star rings, somewhere the Legion was divided, and the Black Star Legion guards were fighting with the descending World Tree fleet, and the battle was difficult to separate. On the battlefield, the mechanical warrior guards formed a black tide, tearing apart the World Tree battleships. On the planets in the distance, dozens of world trees have been inserted into the star core, absorbing the amount. In the outer space, the three holy tree messengers are chasing the figure of Tao, and 5 streams of light collide again and again. Clang! Luo Tai held a dagger in both hands, one forward and one reversed. The knife was as fast as a flash of lightning, dancing with silver flowers and agile body. He moved back and wandered between the messengers of the 3 holy trees, and had a fierce confrontation. The silver light dagger collided with lasers and magic again and again. Wei Dang is actually full of color, and he is distracted to take care of Carlot's weaker strength, and it is inevitable that he will show his flaws. Luo Tai crossed the 2 daggers and slashed the dazzling light blade, forcing the fighting weapon to retreat the envoy of the Holy Tree of the Holy Tree. A ray of light suddenly shone out from the corner of his eyes and hesitated to dodge sideways. In a flash, the gorgeous and high-level arcane light penetrated through his waist and abdomen, leaving a burning mark. Do you avoid the harm? You react very quickly. The hand magic holy tree messenger spoke with a regret for losing his hand. The 3 Saint Tree envoy, who once appeared on the battlefield, has been suppressing the powerful foreign tribes. Only by directly entering the 3 major civilization territory and dividing countless fronts can the World Tree use foreign powers to increase the scale of advanced combat power. On the one hand, the dispersed actions are flexible enough. Even if the Black Star embraces the way to awaken the powerful foreigners, they're all caught in one fell swoop. The Second World Tree has been doing everything to speed up the aggression and loss of manpower. It has made some strong men clear by the Black Star with information state elimination. Letaire's face was tense. He pressed the wound a little and used his strength to activate the cells to recover quickly. The wound was scabbed and scanned the 3 opponents, feeling anxious. The martial art style is agile, hidden, assassinated, and strong in front of fighting. Being besieged is more powerful, and this is already a bit of a pledge. Is it okay? Carlot leaned over and was covered in injuries. He was back-to-back with Rothel, swaying his fist and staring at the enemy. Only a few games have entered the Super A-level game. When the new stage, Martial Arts Innocent, is activated, the new combat power is over the A-level game. This battle is very difficult. One-on-one single fight will definitely defeat any opponent on the field. Humanistic special training, but the World Tree suddenly attacks and will be involved in the war. Stand up. Luo Taier adjusted his breath evenly, and the martial arts aura clung again and condensed at the blade. The 5 people locked each other's aura, their bodies paused, and suddenly violently fought again. The sword light, aura, and magic power shot, and the 5 streams of light were like 5 silk threads wrapping into a mess. In a sudden moment, Luo Taier paused, cut the cross light blade with 2 daggers, and smashed the magical Holy Tree Messenger's arcane impact. The shattered light chips, and the weapon warrior suddenly appeared, but was thrown by the mage's hand. The back of the mecha suddenly stretched out 8 mechanical arthropod spears like spider legs. The tip of the spear broke through the protective aura and stabbed into Rothel's body. Click! The silver blade flashed, and 8 mechanical arthropods were cut off in unison, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Luo Taier retreated suddenly, manipulating his muscles to squeeze the spear tip inside his body, leaving 8 shallow wounds, and the injury was caused by skin injury. Just as he was about to continue attacking, his body suddenly became stiff and the wound was covered with green. The flesh and blood of the wound was restored to its wound, but suddenly it began to ulcerate. Biotoxin! Luo Taier's face changed. He looked up and saw that the tip of the spear was blasted and was seeping green liquid. Using microscopic vision, some green liquids were a group of dark green micromolecular robots carrying amazing toxins. The nerve pain was like a tsunami, and Rothel suddenly became confused and lost control of his body. He began to tremble consciously, and the cells in his body were eroded on a large scale. A figure flashed, and the most famous martial arts Holy Tree envoy took advantage of the situation, holding a counter-regeneration alloy to cast a sharp blade, and inserted his back straight into Letair's cervical vertebrae, plucking the entire spine. Then, Carlot stabbed the slanted attack and blocked the envoy of the martial arts Holy Tree. He took a step slower and punched him, tried to attack him and rescue him. A mere new student Super A-level. The martial arts Holy Tree messenger was injured and fucked Rothel, but Carlot's fist approached him, and a strong warning horn erupted. Seeing Carlotha's aura flowing like water, all of which were condensed at the tip of the fist, the force was exposed, but the fist's momentum was rising step by step, like a river hanging upside down, and the stars were broken, bursting out without a strong edge. In an instant, The shouts of spirit fluctuations were like thunder exploded. Martial God Fist, the Star River Break. The envoy of the Holy Tree of the Fist and Fist Seal of the Martial Arts Department hurriedly swayed his arm, and a strong light burst out, robbing the people in the venue. It seemed like a freeze in a moment before it began to flow. In addition, the Holy Tree Messenger regained his vision and hurriedly saw that Carlot had already held Rodhel back aside, while the martial arts Holy Tree Messenger remained silent, maintaining his parry posture, but taking action. And for a moment, the body of the sacred tree messenger of the martial arts system cracked like porcelain, withered pieces, and finally turned into dust and scattered in the galaxy, leaving vitality. Killed in one blow. What tricks? The only remaining Holy Tree envoy was shocked and could hardly believe his eyes, and a single servant was instantly killed. If it is a peak Super A-level understanding, will the freshman Super A-level victory be? Rodhel had a breathing opportunity and struggled to suppress the toxin. In a scene, he widened his eyes slightly. Have you created a boxing technique? It's just a creative style. It's long before perfecting the martial god fist. Carlot consumed a lot, and his punch condensed his energy, and his power was far beyond the level. His whole body was sore and soft, and his physical strength was bottomed out, and he had 110 strength. Entering the Super A-level field, Karloff had some special insights. He created a martial arts school suitable for his own, named it Martial God Fist. The name is because of the arrogant name, which includes expectations for himself, hoping to create a Super A-level boxing heifer. These Karlots have been exploring and integrating the strengths of hundreds of directors. Now they understand the style of scattered moves. The power is very exaggerated, but it consumes scarily. It is Super A-level martial arts foundation and has 3 or 4 punches. Rothel's enemy's corpse turned into dust and said strikingly, "I'm really afraid of tricks. I've already surpassed it." "Do you know, teach me?" Carlot smiled shyly. The Renmin martial god fist is powerful, but if Han Xiao, although the martial god fist is magical, it can be used by others to exert great power. Carlot himself is truly powerful. By creating the martial arts god's fisting progress, Carlot will integrate his whole body into the stage. The process almost every few days to understand a new expertise, and his 3 martial arts specialties are extremely powerful. Martial Saint Strong Strike. Any martial arts skill in actual use will increase its basic power by 80% to 40%. Martial God Fist Ancestor. When using the Martial God Fist series of skills, the basic power will be increased by 100% to 300%. One Fist Martial God. Every time you use the Martial God Fist series of skilled opponents, trigger a serious injury judgment / i.e. death judgment. The success rate depends on the power of the skill, the difference between the level, attributes, etc. between the two sides. If the judgment fails, an additional 50% damage will be caused. With a lot of martial arts expertise, Karloff was born in the A-level, but his explosive power was strong and conceivable. He was even lucky to kill the enemy in an instant. Bang bang. Carlot pinched his fist, looked at the scammer of the Holy Tree, and spoke to Rodhel beside him. "Stay some combat power left. Keep going. Don't let go." Rodhel clenched the dagger with sharp eyes. Many people are paying attention to Guangli, and the martial arts sign is taking shape. Somewhere in the Sea of Stars, a refuge planet is tightly entangled by the roots of the world tree, and soil, minerals, and forests turn into liquid and pour into it. In the distance, people carrying planets are running between the stars. On the side of the fleeing fleet, a world tree fleet pursued the front, while the Interstellar Joint Army escorted the fleet to cover the fleeing fleet, killing it away, and breaking the blockade. The two sides exchanged fierce fire, and there were traces of explosions everywhere. The light reflected the fleeing people in panic and pupils. 10 metallic figures escorted the fleets rushing left and right, breaking the ghost cannons and blowing up spaceships as if entering a nobody's land, killing them indiscriminately mechanical apostles, and waiting for the World Tree to pursue the fleet's ship, a slaughtering clone, and controlling the mechanical troops from afar. But when escorting the fleet, any super A-level strongman used a ship to block the 10 mechanical apostles. The enemy's super A-class mechanic is urgently needed advanced forces to rush to help. The commander of the escort fleet defeated the situation and ordered the fleet to retreat, and the military channel anxiously asked for help. The World Tree is all about all the strong people from foreign races, with a large number of high-level powers, and a large number of people in the world are super-large civilization. All the troops are storming, pulling troops, resulting in the great civilization being able to score A-level strong people, and the magic blocks every World Tree with a total gap. After the encounter, the people were escorted to evacuate the fleet and equipped with advanced forces. When the mechanical army head was in charge of the World Tree fleet, he was beaten to the blue face. Please continue to support for a while and put on a super-level A-level spotlight. The channel immediately responded with wisely. The commander gritted his teeth and shouted, ordering the fleet to continue to block the attack. The size of the army did not change from quantitative change to qualitative change. 10 mechanical apostles led the army and swallowed up starships like locusts. The number of casualties is even more shocking. A space in the field is like a wave of water, followed by a flash of light, and a figure rushed forward like a burning meteor. It hit a mechanical apostle in the nearest way and shook it away. Reinforcement. The commander was excited and hurriedly wanted to support the super A-level support. As soon as the person looked, the commander's face froze. What? What's the disappointment tone? Just empty? Happy? Just leave. Cole was annoyed. What's the matter with my little brother? Support. I'm very disgusted. If the enemy's mechanical superstars please support me, the troops. The commander smiled bitterly and expressed his cooperation with bitterness. Kohler, huh? He rushed towards the 10 mechanical apostles. Even if there are thousands of people, I will go. What if the soldiers were hopeful? And how many minutes? The amazing spirit Cole was rubbed by the 10 mechanical apostles. The commander covered his face. Internal rumors are deceiving, and the weakest among the super A-level group. Dislike it, it's too bad, don't fight it. I'll play the Veen card and use it. How many ghost beams do you avoid? Take a busy punch? A mechanical apostle is flying and bullying? I quickly shouted in the channel. Lonely. Help hold the enemy. Continue to ask for help. The remaining skills are delayed. The commander complained. Continue to call for support? Just a wormhole is rotating and spreading in a steep distance. A machine is flying, heavy mecha covers the body, and all parts are loaded with high-tech weapons, fully armed, and a wing-type vector pusher is erected on the back, such as a chess piece, which is connected to the universe to support the Black Star mechanical envoy in various lines, and the flag is under the flag. Black Star Elite Force. Kerr was overjoyed and waved quickly. Our own people. Relay. The lightning arc of the town flag shone, and the pusher squirted light, which instantly increased speed, and when he saw a flash, he rushed to the team. 10 mechanical apostles detected a strong quantitative reaction and immediately divided the 8 weak town flags, leaving Kale to entangle. Seeing the dense secret cannons shooting, the armor of the flag-keeping flag turned into a heavy shield and rushed towards it. The shield's surface was bright and complex, and the thick secret shield immediately bounced, blocking the crackling fire. During the bombing, the distance between the two sides quickly approached. A mechanical apostle used several arms to bounce the wrist blade, slashed it straight to the core of the Han Xiao. However, the Han Xiao swung his body lightly and avoided the attack. When he brushed his body, he wiped his waist, and a huge folding mechanical axe spread out immediately, slashing like a thunder shot, and the blade light instantly slashed the body of the mechanical apostle. At one moment, the semi-mechanical apostle was cut obliquely and flew according to inertia. The fracture was smooth, countless precision components were cut, and the heart was accurately cut into the core. The loss of constraint reactor jumped slightly, and then exploded. The huge explosion light group flag is bright, reflecting the cold, alloy shell. The Jinshi mechanical god messenger is close to the weapon master. His various weapons are like magic tricks, and they can deal with mechanical apostles with ease. They cut melons and vegetables and kill most of the mechanical apostles, and completely cut off the seeds with Kale. Suddenly, the town flag kicked its legs and exploded a shockwave, turning into a meteor to rush straight into the World Tree Fleet, shuttled through the barrage like a swimming fish. The axe blade cut off the light blades and cut off the World Tree spacecraft from a road. In the blink of an eye, the flag killed the ship and slashed the giant golden thunder axe. ZZ. The thick golden electric arc shot from the axe blade, instantly shattering the ship's shield. Melting through the hull armor, the entire spacecraft exploded, and the light spreads. He saw Dao's figure chasing and running for the explosion light group. The clone of the mechanical army ran away, and the town flag chased and killed him. After a few rounds of battles, Jinshi slashed Square Head with an axe, exploded electric arcs, and the body carrying power disappeared, and the slaughter was defeated, with a strong spirit of taking the enemy's head level with thousands of troops. The power of the mechanical god envoy is generally super A-level fundamental hand. Its strength is exactly the same as that of the mechanical apostle stage. It is a unique problem and smooths out some of the gap in the scale of advanced forces. The enemy's advanced forces were eliminated, and the escort fleet immediately stopped the collapse and fought back tenaciously. The town flag continued to help, reached out to remove the enemy's clone and damage the skull, and hung it on the waist to serve as a spoil. Killing the wormhole, Kelify, giving a thumbs up, and his face was full of joy. I did something wrong, joined forces, and finally solved the problem. Join forces? Did you fight just now? Jinshi YY, quite confused and impressed. Help restrain the mechanical apostle. The words are dangerous. Kale patted his chest and said carelessly, "Who is the Black Star friend? Protect the mechanical apostle easily, thank you." Jinshi silently calculated the logic of the sentence, and Han Xiao's anger appeared in the channel. "Shut up, it's really bad." "Hey, that's it." Kulu beat him up and was ashamed. Just kidding. Han Xiao curled his lips. Jinshi, don't continue the mission. Jinshi shook his head, then used Kulu to drill wormholes, and followed Han Xiaoling to support him. The old galaxy, the armed clan leader. The endless world is in full swing, and the army is approaching the defense line of the armed tribe, and the fleets of both sides are hard to separate. The mechanical clan star, Manison and Nifkadizi stood at the highest point. Looking up, the bottom of the mirror slowly approached the green tide. The troops of the waiting tribe were panicked at all, and the back of the leader of the fanatical armed tribe was. The mechanical clan has set the first wave of attacking targets in the world, and I am bullied. Emperor Nafuga stood with his arms in his arms, and the body of the electric arc jumped. Qualification sentence. The military tribe is now showing the steps for the sake of this, said Manison lightly. Emperor Nifga hummed, but retorted and slowly said, "We are in a row in this situation. Don't worry. The battle will take you for a long time." After the words, Manison raised his hand slightly. Boom! The planets and the mechanical clan leader were all buzzing for a moment, as if countless things broke through the ground. Accumulate for a long time. Let the world's mechanical tribe's foundation. Manison flashed with a flash of lightning, and his tone was full of silence. Follow the orders, stay. Rumble. It seemed as if the endless mechanical legion was flying one by one, covering the planets and confronting the World Tree Fleet. Star. The Lurking Star Alliance observers made news about the major star fields, forbidden to smile happily. The whole country invaded overnight, showing that the intelligence was useful, very. Captain Observer clenched his fists hard. His expression was ferocious, and the plan worked easily, and he was excited to revenge. The result of killing someone with a knife is very significant. The achievements make the stalemate and the quagmire are the most devastating. In this way, Even if the great civilization is difficult to distinguish from the world-building civilization, it is difficult to prevent the territory from being eaten step by step. If the trend is unfolding, the great civilization will sooner or later be defeated, dozens or hundreds. One person said excitedly. Captain Observer smiled coldly. The first wave, according to the great civilization lasted for a long time. According to the high-level inference, the world tree used the leak of intelligence to induce suspicion within the great civilization and disintegrate the struggle. To this day, a spirit of spirit supports the morale and belief of the great civilization. When the energy is discharged, it will be defeated. He showed his longing, as if the distant general, the deceased son of the interstellar community. The great civilization has been high for too long. Let the taste of the garden being broken and destroyed. Just take it as one. Another, Superstar Alliance. The World Tree suddenly invaded in full swing, which scared the Superstar League. Although the Superstar Alliance has won a lot of civilization, it only allows strengthening internal protection, but the inside story is not mentioned. Therefore, the Superstar Alliance explores the leakage of cosmic intelligence. Major star fields were attacked, and the superstar cluster civilizations were attacked. Compared with the fierce fighting in their areas, the invasion of the superstar cluster civilization World Tree Fleet was smaller in scale, as if it was a scene. The first wave of attacks on the superstar cluster civilization World Tree was gnawing hard, and I was lucky to be surprised. At this moment, the joint conference room held a reconsideration. Dear everyone, the defense line of the great civilization realm is lost. The World Tree is invaded in full swing, and the reasons are for the inside are for the time being. The situation is expected to be unfolded. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is absolutely wrong. I feel that I will start the Great Migration Plan. The leader of the Star Ark silenced, and everyone was talking, and his face was filled with obscure surprise. Everyone felt magical in their hearts. They were waiting for the opportunity, and they were eagerly waiting for the opportunity to break up. The opportunity suddenly turned out to be the goddess of luck. Super discussion. Okay. Everyone voted one after another, waited for too long, and there were very few refusals. Now the World Tree invades, tearing and exploring the flesh and blood of the universe every minute and second. The great civilization loses one's attention and remains in the field and is eroded, and its troops are exhausted. Everyone lost all their money and decided to give up and fall into the market sooner or later, to withdraw as soon as possible, to preserve their vitality and to nostalgia. Seeing this, the leader of the Star Ark took a deep breath and said, "The big opinions are relatively unified, so I decided to let the great civilization and the World Tree be pulled for a while, and then the plan will be started immediately." He paused and continued to say, "Everyone, once you walk a path, you will no longer be able to do so. Civilization will be yourselves." Everyone nodded slowly. The peak of the tragedy, the blockade of the Chinese economy, trade sanctions, the shining world encirclement. The bullying of the great civilization flashed in his mind, making everyone more determined. After giving a speech by the leader of the Star Ark, he helped his people strengthen his determination, and since Han Xiao communication applied for a virtual screen bullet. Black Star? See, the top leaders of the civilization in the field condensed, and the gods felt tense. As the saying goes, he is guilty of being a thief. Although he has carefully considered the result, he will escape at the last minute. He will feel invisible pressure from Han Xiao's name. The leader of the Star Ark raised his hand to press it down with a calm expression, indicating that he should not be impatient and keep quiet. Click on the communication and listen to Black Star. Han Xiao Yuanqing projected to the conference room, glanced at him, and closed his head of civilization in the superstar group with a stern expression. He smiled softly and joked, "Everyone, I was talking about the topic just now, and the atmosphere was solemn. Talk about how to respond to the invasion of the World Tree." The leader of the Star Ark silenced. According to the source, the world has established a civilized army, and it seems that it has added harassment to the territory and most of the troops are waiting. Han Xiao shrugged. The entire star community is united in hating the enemy and as a whole, and its area is subject to a surprise attack, affecting safety, ensuring local safety, and providing help for oneself. The leader of the star arc declining. Han Xiao's expression became subtle. The words are so strange. The world tree invaded, and his lips were already dead and his teeth were cold. The leader of the star arc nodded. His tone was solemn, pretending to be true. It's the most. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The leader of the Daoxing arc said this half of the scene, not his sincere words. A leader of the superstar group next to him coughed and continued, saying, "Hey Xing Pavilion, are you looking for it to discuss the invasion of the world tree?" Han Xiao, why? Everyone exchanged gods secretly, and the leader of the star arc pondered, "I hope you know it." Han Xiao raised his arm, stood with his arms, and said casually, "The invasion of the world tree is certain, but the reason is less, and it is clear that the world tree was blocked by a great civilization, and the situation is stable outside the world realm. The enemy suddenly invaded in a full-scale manner. Should some method be used to obtain domain information? Understand how to do it." The leader of the star arc frowned. "Tell the inside story. It is not the world tree, but people deliberately leak information about exploring the universe? Boldly collude with enemies? Such behavior is like killing the door. Invite the world tree to burn, kill, and loot." Han Xiao's tone sank. After the words came, the senior executives of the superstar group suddenly changed their faces, showing emotions such as surprise, horror, and disbelief. They were shocked by the news. The leader of the star arc flashed with shock. He emphasized his tone and confirmed again. "You mean a traitor within the Star Club?" "Wrong." Han Xiao nodded slowly and said lightly, "Close the identity of the traitor? Investigate." The room was a little slutty. Everyone was handing over their ears. There was a lot of discussion. Xing Arc civilization was quite confused. He murmured, "It is enough to successfully hand the information over to the world tree. He must have mistaken technical strength and chose to betray him in a critical situation. The final plan." And half of them suddenly stopped and raised him. He was surprised and looked at Han Xiao with expressionless expression. The fierce gods of the top leaders were all expecting Han Xiao to be true. His face changed. "Wait, Black Star is looking for a door and deliberately talking about topics. Should we leak intelligence traders? Sincere? Our superstar alliance and a civilization pay are the biggest suspects, and it is really a relationship. Suspicion." The leader of the star arc star stared wide. Han Xiao looked around and answered, and called a virtual screen, saying to himself, "According to the information 10, we will establish a big migration plan. The specific content will probably take advantage of the chaos, take the people and resources away from exploring the universe and finding another land. And implementing the plan requires a machine, great civilization, and world gum. And halfway through, the senior executives of the Super League Star Group's expression became more solemn. "I think the plan is quite secret, gathering the people and the resources to consider it. On the surface, I have a camouflage machine, but I feel that the struggle is failed and stays. I usually plan to run away at the last moment. No wonder the ability, suspicion, it's difficult to find things." The leader of Xing'an's arc was shocked, and Han Xiao accepted the truth and said helplessly, "I deliberately invaded the world tree to invade the entire world tree, disrupting the situation and making it convenient for evacuation." "Where?" Han Xiao, why? Hearing this, everyone said that Han Xiao was afraid of being punished for his army during this trip, and they were all worried. The leader of the star arc gritted his teeth and said, "Daoju the case," and leaked intelligence traders. Although he ran away, he became an insider and was stared by the great civilization. The big migration plan will surely make up the trends, and the great civilization will definitely allow the traders to escape easily. What is the evidence to prove that love is done? Han Zhao's tone was neither happy nor sad, letting everyone listen to their emotions. Hearing this, the leader of Xingu thought suddenly, but his heart was in a mess. It was because it was proved that the feelings had nothing to do with it, and it was necessary to have little evidence to be enough. After answering, Han Xiao pressed step by step and continued. I promise you the same thing. I promise. What is any civilization in the love zodiac? The leader of the Star Ark was stunned. His face changed unpredictable. He said Han Xiao was wrong, and he promised that he was not a traitor, but he dared to guarantee that his superstar group civilization was small and private. He turned slowly and asked his members to ask, and everyone understood the meaning and spoke one after another. Do it. This feeling. Quickly, the leader of the Star Ark looked the most human, and during the recording, he suggested helping the world tree by the leader of the superstar cluster, which was the most suspected. The head of civilization became popular. Do it. Do it. All the prosperous 1 year will be prosperous, and they will ignore the collective interests of the alliance. The leader of the Star Ark gritted his teeth and turned to Han Xiao. You. Love has nothing to do with. Han Xiao spoke. Wicked, using the leader of the Star Ark inexplicable God Star Ark, with his expression as if funny. Seeing this, the leader of Xingu stopped talking and his face was calm. It's just a circle. Who would admit it? The denied in the freshman year was so funny. It was fundamentally convincing. The humanitarian ally. The leader of the Star Ark knew that Guan Chaoxing group members would never admit it, and he would confirm his identity as a traitor. Han Xiao Malim emphasized his tone. Don't remind me once again. I'm sure I'm going to have sex. The leader of the Star Ark was sweating. His tone was slightly anxious and said, Hey Xing, take the evidence for the time being and do the love. Believe. I hope you will make arbitrary conclusions. If you keep watching, you will let the real traitor escape. The leader of the Star Ark was half aware, and then he suddenly felt refreshed, consciously improving his tone, and said in surprise, Wait, believe it. He racked his brains and prepared to spend some time to convince Han Xiao. Han Xiao changed his words, making him stunned, as if he was stepping on the air. Han Xiao spoke again and said slowly, Credit requires the great civilization to believe in it, and he can prove his innocence. Meaning, should keep your efforts. Han Xiao spread his hands and said, The great civilization suspected the inner demon. Once he left, he would confirm his identity as a traitor. The only way was to give up the so-called migration plan and concentrate on resisting the world tree to clear away the suspicion. Hearing this, the head of the civilization of the superstar group was condensed. The leader of the Star Ark frowned and said slowly, Hey Xing Pavilion, I'm afraid it's the true meaning. He was so stupid, he suddenly realized that Han Xiao's real goal in this trip. The priority is that the Superstar Alliance becomes a traitor, and the migration plan is even heavier. Prove yourself a traitor and give up the migration. Even the leader of the Star Ark doubted that the so-called traitor suspect Han Xiao had threatened the excuse of the relocation plan. Han Xiao smiled lightly and said casually, Haha, Tao, the traitor is real, the great civilization doubts it, and I feel that the traitor is from the beginning. Question mark. Chi, the leader of the Star Ark, I know dozens of times the style of a decision-making level, the calculation, and the situation is actually very good at cooperating with the enemy. From the past, the suspicion is the greatest, a slander tells me. The relationship between love and relationship. When it comes, the representative will be suspicious and confirm whether it will be the opposite. Han Xiao also intends to eliminate the pressure from the superstar group, revealing the bold explorer to expose the first party and only use the name to infer the suspicion limit. In fact, Han Xiao's Superstar Alliance easily gave up the migration plan, so he planned to talk honestly on this trip. At the beginning, he used the excuse of suspected traitors to act as an attitude of committing crimes and taking the lead, making the Superstar Alliance nervous and understand the situation. Even if the overall situation is destroyed, keep your wisdom and be blinded by anger. The leader of the Star Ark was in a complicated mood and said, The traitor's feelings are indeed clear. Let the migration plan be abandoned. If you check the information, you should be planning an intention. Han Xiao said, The great civilization exists, limits the development limit, and has been suppressing it with various excuses to prevent it from entering the technological explosion generation. The top talents and resources of the Star Society flow into the pocket, and the accumulation is stopped, and the gap is wider and wider. Wrong. When the exploration history has just ended, the great civilization has established order and beat the civilized strength. What about? Enjoy the top resources and enjoy the biggest dividends of the entire Star Society and the difference between the technology generation. Once the resistance is, the longer the gap is, the bigger the gap will be. Sooner or later, the total loss of the challenge and vassal. A leader of a superstar group said in a helpless tone. The leader of the Star Ark added, because of the distant general, I took advantage of the resistance and stopped looking for a change of luck. The world shines in one attempt, failed, and the migration is even more ambition. I give up. Solve the demands, really. I am frank. The practice is chronically dead. The lips are dead, and the teeth are cold on the surface. I feel that the area is safe from the competition. In fact, there is no way to escape. The world tree kills the great civilization. It must be found. The information state is extraordinary. Han Xiao explained in detail the world tree tracking the prey information state force to ensure that everyone in the field is clear about the real situation. He continued, so, the only way to live is to leave a destroying the world tree civilization. A simple multiple-choice question. 1. The development may be free enough. At least the civilization continues. The leaders of the superstar group looked at each other, believing and skeptical, and disgusted. The leader of the Star Ark pondered and thought for a while, and slowly said, it takes a lot of effort to put the troops into the field, and even acted as a guest himself. Assuming the truth, one must answer it for a moment. Is the great civilization simple to release? The leader of the Star Art Pond leaned over and said, let's understand better. If you defeat the world tree and win the tie again, how can you ensure that the great civilization is settled? How can you ensure that the identity of a traitor is re-established? And the famous saying is easy. Everyone stared at Han Xiao, and the gods forced people. The great civilization used the Moxu trick for the first time. So the so-called traitor of the Star League. So is hopeful to cleanse suspicion. What about the great civilization? If you put on the hat of cooperating with the enemy, you will almost turn your back and even face a catastrophe. Shut it. Han Xiao touched the BA and said calmly, if you win a battle and move away, stand there so that the great civilization cannot use any means and try to help break the long-term restrictions of the great civilization, so that you need to abandon your hometown and gain free opportunity. Question mark. The leader of the Star Ark narrowed. May the Force do it? Don't forget, if you fight for a major reshuffle, the pattern and ecology will be subverted, the great civilization will be difficult to weaken, and you will lose control and change the great opportunity. In addition, help yourself, foreign enemies invade, the great civilization will nail, and the space will be integrated. Han Xiao said slowly. The leader of the Star Ark said lightly, wrong, hear it. How can you guarantee it? If you regret it? He said, the reputation is too good. You need anyone to guarantee it. Han Xiao continued, casually, tell me which dead end and which way to live, help analyze the interests, and provide an alternative to making decisions, after all. Why accept the suggestions? The leader of the Star Ark said in a calm tone. If you insist on your own, it means regret. If you lose the armed forces of a superstar group, the pressure will be greater, the loss will be more exaggerated, and the winning rate will still be high. Han Xiao rubbed his jaw and said lightly, at the time, is it necessary to escape from the deserter field at the end of the battle? Run farther and look for it. It's a strange opportunity. Everyone's faces changed, and they heard the naked threat. Black Star, one of the leaders of the MO civilization, shouted softly, the Tao is powerful, and the power of the body may be human. If you reach the super god level, you'll be invincible? With the words of a person, you can make decisions together in the civilization? Han Xiao shook and said frankly, Where's the world really invincible? The so-called invincible is invincible when the technological level is invincible and the world is invincible. With the change of generations and civilization steps, technology is always updated. Which one is the wonder of the universe? The super god level has no solution, and even mass-produced super A level and super god level. When the consciousness is in a state of consciousness, it will eventually be copied by the collective civilization and cause fission. Everyone was stunned. Han Xiao refuted, praised the method, and how to deal with it. Han Xiao's move eases the atmosphere and threatens it just now. And for a moment, I said I was wrong. Han Xiao glanced at everyone. His tone changed and said coldly, "It took a long time to fall in love. At least there is no solution to the flesh before he saw it." He regards the words as threats and the ultimatum. In short, don't make a choice to let down. Otherwise you will mind that the civilized people of the Terror are more dangerous than the world tree. As he finished speaking, everyone in the room was silent. For a while, the leader of the Star Ark seemed to make a decision and said slowly, "If the situation is the same, the migration plan will be temporarily shelved and more troops will be taken. If the loss is large, he will definitely move and evacuate, even if he threatens it again." Han Zhao's expression returned to calm. "It's enough to have a wise choice. Shallow dimension base." Han Xiao turned off the communicator, removed the remote projection, rubbed his eyebrows, closed his eyes for a while, and then opened it again. The superstar cluster has reached a consensus that they will not make any trouble in the short term. Han Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, more or less tired. It was both reasoning, analyzing the situation, and coercion and temptation. Finally, it was a long time to persuade the group of slingers who wanted to escape in the battle and finally persuaded them back. Of course, this is just a temporary consensus. The Superstar Group Alliance did not agree to give up the migration, but was just willing to stay and wait and see again and strengthen support. But this is enough. If the Superstar League runs away without giving face, even if he can make the Superstar League pay the price afterwards, he will not be able to stop the negative chain reaction in the war. Now, the armed forces that have explored the universe have not been missing. An internal split will temporarily disappear before it erupts. Will the Superstar Group Alliance take the blame and become a traitor in a short time? Damn it, I am really in C in the interstellar community, and my heart is simply fucked. Han Xiao shook his head and opened the real-time military star map of the explored universe. Areas were exposed in front of him, appearing blue. Inside the star fields, green spots were appearing, expanding at an extremely slow speed, which represents the invasion range of the World Tree. The World Tree is coming in full force, but the territory of the three major civilizations is so large and the depth is too vast. Even if the World Tree blooms at multiple points, it will have to invade slowly. Although the battle is fierce, the threat in the short term will still remain at a low level. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he pondered and analyzed secretly. A sudden change in a good situation will somewhat affect the mentality. The three major civilizations are a little busy when dealing with it at this time, but Han Xiao still maintains a normal mind, ignores the anxiety of the territory being swallowed up, and judges the situation calmly. After all, he has seen a worse situation in his previous life, and now this small scene cannot scare him. No matter how powerful the World Tree is, it has to be eaten slowly. It is impossible to become fat in one bite. Moreover, the interstellar joint forces resisted fiercely, which made their fooding very difficult. In contrast, Han Xiao feels that the greatest effect of the current full invasion of the World Tree is, one is a blow to the hearts and morale of the interstellar society, and the other is an impact on their resource output and productivity. Based on the leaked intelligence and experience in previous lives, Han Xiao guessed that the World Tree's priority invasion targets were the military factories and resource planets of various forces were definitely the first choice, so as to reduce the speed of the three major civilized soldiers. The second is the home star, ruling star of some galaxy-level or cluster-level civilizations, as well as refuge planets with a large population. This way, It caused panic and internal riots in the interstellar society. The world tree invaded many civilizations, which was also clear in this regard. Then there are important bases for some super-level races and private forces, and the wings of the three major civilizations are cut off. Of course, as the core of the interstellar society, the Central Star Sea is the most important target of attack, but Han Xiao speculated that World Tree 80% will not attack this for the time being, because the Central Star Sea will inevitably be strictly guarded. Once invaded in the past, large group operations will break out, which is similar to a border war. The World Tree now has many spatial coordinates. With such an advantage, it should not be willing to continue to carry out inefficient hard work. Instead, it chose to avoid the real and attack the virtual, focus on continuous harassment and encroachment, and give full play to the advantages of high mobility and fighting to support war. These places are areas that need key protection. After this war, I don't know how many more desolate universes will be brought. Unfortunately, the mechanism of the World Tree is too perverted. Otherwise, I can also treat the person with the same way. Han Xiao was a little helpless. With his individual combat power, he could go to the World Tree territory and make a fuss. However, more than 10 years ago, he learned a lot of information from the powerful foreigners of the World Tree. The World Tree's base camp can be taken back into his body at any time and run away. It is useless to harass him in the past, so he can just change his place. This has little impact on the enemy's productivity, because the World Tree itself is the largest violent arsenal, which directly converts resources internally and does not need to build countless factories like normal civilizations. Otherwise, Han Xiao would not think that it is a complementary object of virtual creation, pseudo. Moreover, the World Tree family must be eyeing the pivot snake, and Han Xiao does not want to leave the shallow dimension. Even if he supports the main universe, he only sends some mechanical envoys, and his body still stays in the secondary dimension to guard the home. The World Tree is unwilling to sit and wait for death. He will not give up solving the problem of the three civilized lands. He does not know what the other party has plans, so it is better to be careful. However, although it is not very useful, it is good to make things difficult for them. With my current strength, I don't have to worry about being attacked on a large scale like before. If they're on a rise and fight against me, wouldn't it be beautiful? Han Xiao's eyes rolled, and he felt it was worth a try. The Zuling sect, the Temple of the Gods. Ernos walked slowly in the corridor composed of tall statues of different shapes, holding a handful of spiritual light in his hand. Whenever he walked in front of a statue, he would use the corresponding simple ritual to worship him slowly, and then bounce the spiritual light into the statue's body, which looked quite like he was feeding pets and spreading bait to fish. This is his daily sacrificial process. He is usually the only one, but today there are a bunch of tails behind him, and a group of Zuling senior officials wearing priest robes and officer uniforms follow behind, looking anxious and lowered their voices. General Priest, now the World Tree is invading a large amount of time. Our advanced combat power is not enough. I hope you can help. Aren't you afraid that I will sacrifice on the battlefield and drop my national weapon? Ernos said casually without looking back. Of course we don't want to take risks. During border wars and secondary dimension invasions, we did not ask you to take action. It's just that this time the situation is urgent, and we need you to use some divine clones to help. An officer whispered, "This requirement is normal." Ernos would basically agree before, but now he is abnormal. I refuse. Ernos shook his head. Why? The super god level is only one step away from me, and I can get an opportunity to advance at any time. I need to stay in the best state at all times to avoid missing the opportunity. As long as I don't hit the mother star of the Zuling sect, don't come to me for other things. I don't want to consume power elsewhere. Ernos said lightly, but other direct descendants are fighting bloody battles. Is it a bit if you refuse to participate in the war like this? You don't understand. Whether I can advance to the super god level is more important than these wars. This is the independence granted by the leader of the sect, and I have the right to decide whether to participate in the war by myself. Ernos waved his hand casually, Don't pester me here, go back. The group looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and turned their heads away with dissatisfaction and depression. Ernos didn't care either. The last time he failed to advance, which caused him to be seriously injured, but there were also unexpected benefits. That is, the head of the Zuling sect saw that he was indeed likely to advance at any time. So he simply allowed him to decide when to join the war, so he could listen to the tune or not. So over the past decade, Ernos has not participated in the war, nor has he tried to advance rashly, and has been recuperating, and by the way, he reflects on why he failed. Ernos always felt that he had lacked some key elements. He had been exploring until now, but he had not gained nothing. He vaguely discovered the mysterious ability hidden in his body, but it had not been fully activated. It seemed that he could sense something unknown. Intuition told him that this sense was very important for advancement. When I figure out what happened, I should be able to get involved in super god-level power. Perhaps this is the secret of advancement hidden by Black Star. I will not fail again this time. Ernos's eyes flashed. Somewhere in the endless nebula, two fleets were fighting fiercely, killing the sky and the earth to the darkness. One was the World Tree invaders, and the other was the Black Star Legion troops. A large number of charge pods bite the World Tree spacecraft and transported batches of Legion players to board the ship. The World Tree battleships fell from the inside one after another, and many disaster-level players were wearing mechas and roamed directly on the battlefield. Due to the sudden change in the situation, the combat mission of the player group also changed from guarding the border to blocking the World Tree invaders in different areas, and the mission format has become much richer. The Shining World Border Defense Circle has almost transformed into a teleportation station, with high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters operating continuously, and batches of players are cast to various star fields. Version 5.5 has unlocked a new level upper limit. Now more players have entered the natural disaster level, and their combat power has undergone qualitative changes. The natural disaster level that is fearless and fearless naturally cannot be underestimated. Besides, it is still a large group. Although there are many natural disaster level superpowers on the World Tree, they cannot be created as hard as players. Everyone can be resurrected, but the resurrection interval between the World Tree is longer and must appear in the Mother Tree. It cannot be regenerated on the spot like a player. The on-site effect is simply no match for it. It is equivalent to the player's real force several times the surface, and it is used by one person as a few people. There were undead people on both sides, and the battle was quite fierce, but the superiority was determined, and the World Tree warrior was beaten and retreated step by step. This group of immortals is so terrible. Only the main elite can compete with so many disaster-level players, and we can't stand it at all. The commander in the main ship of this World Tree invader was surprised and amazed. Since the World Tree obtained information from the three major civilizations, these materials have been shared in the spiritual network, from the Tree King to the grassroots soldiers. They all learned about the division of superpowers of the three major civilizations and the strange existences such as the immortal. The adjutant beside him murmured in a low voice, "The resurrection of these immortals seems to have an upper limit. If they kill them several times in a short period of time, they will not be able to be resurrected for a certain period of time." The commander murmured, "I don't know what kind of existence this is, what power their resurrection comes from." The adjutant shrugged and said, "Maybe they have a World Tree too? Who knows?" A few days later, somewhere in the territory of the World Tree, a wormhole slowly opened and a mechanical body was spit out. It was Han Xiao's master clone. Han Xiao twisted his neck and started the body's self-examination. The outer armor opened and closed like scales, revealing the fine gap. He felt the exquisiteness of the mechanical body and made a comfortable and muffled groan. Because of basic power, God of all machines, the super God-level master has made progress in the perception level. The super A-level master has arrived, and there is still a barrier between his own perception and the master's body. Although it is like an arm instructing him, he can clearly realize that it is not his body. As the current master arrives, the feeling of the master's body is almost no different from the body. It is not like a mechanical clone, but like an extra body, which is smoother and more delicate. If you want to give an example, the arrival of the Super A-level Master is like a remote control of virtual reality, which is very real, but you know it is fake in your heart. The feeling of the arrival of the Super God-level Master is like he is reborn again. It feels good. The clone carries more than 94%, which is good. Han Xiao clenched his fists, clearly sensing the rhythm of every piece of alloy, every part, and every biochemical tendon in his body. He nodded with satisfaction, then looked up at the stars and the territory of the World Tree, and a light flashed in his eyes. More than 10 years ago, I was seriously injured by you. I almost didn't run back 100 million points. I almost fell into your base camp. Now I'm just right to settle the score with you. The mechanical legions like black tide swarmed in, layer by layer, covering the slaughter clone, quickly merged, and turned into a concrete huge mechanical god, spreading across the starry sky. Han Xiao drove the huge and supreme body, cruising the galaxy in the World Tree territory, and sailing towards the bright stars. A planet is entangled with roots and looks closer and closer. Han Xiao raised his palm, and a strong light shone in his palm. For a moment, a thick beam of light ejected and instantly penetrated the planet like a spear, a steel needle skewed a meatball. There's a continuous gap on the surface of the planet, and the internal structure fracture is exposed. The shell, the asthma, and the star core are clearly divided layer by layer, like a layer of cake. After a moment of stagnation, the planet suddenly collapsed into the gap. The shell shattered, melted, the soft flowed, the star core surging, the brightness of the star core increased sharply. The heart burst, and the blasted burst in an instant. The entire planet exploded, and the expansion light ball was transformed. Han Zhao's body was blazed, and the shield blocked the planet's explosion with a strong shock wave, and the arc was shining without any damage, as if he was surrounded by hurricanes. One time, you need to be careful and make a big fuss. At a moment, the information state alarm network was immediately touched, and Han Xiao broke out and exploded a planet. Han Xiao was far away, and there were waves in the surrounding space. A batch of World Tree fleets reached the area directly through World Tree Express, and hesitated toward the planet's eyes and fire. The dense light rain bombarded the Gaozuan shield, while the thunder and rain were heavy. It caused a large number of sparks, which could not break the destruction shield. Han Xiao raised his hand and squirted it, storming the ships with his backhand. Although he was surrounded by a fleet, he surrounded the enemy alone. The World Tree fleet arrived at the field quickly with the help of the World Tree territory, and joined the game one after another. Shaoxin gathered the fire ships more and more. Another Tree King Palace? The Ancestor King and Dingshu King Tong pay attention to Han Xiaoxing's spiritual network with a calm expression. How can you run away? King Dingshu was surprised. It's time for one person to counterattack the territory? Really? King Zhu Shumi. Stop it. King Zushu heard this, and he shook firmly. It must be difficult to pay. The efficiency of the human sea technique is poor. Block it. The road is invested in a small amount of troops, and let some invading troops help. If you are in your arms, you will be energized and obstruct the invasion in disguise. What should you do? Do it just cause damage in the territory? If you stop it, let the mother tree collect the territory. Change the base camp. Just throw it away. King Zushu was determined and hesitated. In fact, if you have the method, use the tree god to descend. Super god level. The second time you fight, the Ancestor Tree King finds that the tree god is in full, and it is difficult to defeat the Black Star. So he simply wastes the number of times he uses. So he simply leaves. With the connection between the spiritual network and the special mother tree mechanism, the World Tree civilization is extremely excellent, and the execution ability is amazing. The Ancestor Tree King calls the order, and the territory of the huge World Tree begins to change immediately. The stars vaguely floated and mixed roots of the World Tree, slowly moving, and then lifted up one after another. The soil of the World Tree is the universe in the territory, and the flat roots are hidden, and the bodies are everywhere. The planetary fluids are all integrated into the roots of the world tree, and the roots of the world tree are harvested, and the fissures of the outer space of the planet disappear. In one room, countless stars dimmed until they dissipated. The originally prosperous and brilliant galaxy slowly turned into a dead and desolate universe. The world tree gathered together with the world tree, and the inner star field quickly returned to its original appearance, desolate and deserted, dark and grass grew. Han Xiao, the slaughtering world tree fleet, paid attention to the abnormal changes in the universe. He saw the situation of the world tree migration base camp for the first time. The roots of the world tree must appear, and they have begun to retreat from the rooting state. Yes, are you planning to move? You're so decisive. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. In the rooted state, the World Tree Express Envoy, the World Tree Fleet received the order, immediately ended the siege, and took advantage of the fastest teleportation, intending to evacuate. Han Xiao crushed another fleet, and suddenly he felt like a fierce tree of god characters. Brush, for a moment, the Supreme Lord suddenly burst into pieces of space cracks, and the roots shot steeply. The fleet swept across and swallowed batches of ships into it. Use character cards to summon the roots, flowing blue light, and intercept the body of the green world tree. How to use the power of the world tree. The ancestral tree king kept paying attention, and suddenly he was confused. Is it a member of the Black Star World Tree? Your own person? Oh, what? In one room, the mother tree reacted with consciousness, and the ancestor tree king felt surprised. The world tree itself was confused and surprised that when it was controlled, it would support the power of the source. Han Xiao controlled the summoning and stroking the fleet, feeling novel and relish. Suddenly, there was a lot of tentas. Finally, the Tree King was happy. Just then, a sudden wave of mind spread, and the King of Ancestor Trees was shocked and shouted, "Black Star, how to possess the power of the World Tree? Guess." Han Xiaojin raised his eyebrows. The character card is opened by the tide of the heart and soul. Experiment 1. Whether you must connect to the World Tree by yourself. After trying it out, I confirmed that the character's root must belong to itself and is controlled by the World Tree, and a rootless tree will be born out of thin air. Even if you swallow matter, it will decompose it to fill its own consumption, and the World Tree saves information state and transforms it in parallel, and the character card effect ends, and the root will collapse on its own, and during this period, it will swallow things. Outsiders, blue roots, their power is very similar to the World Tree, but they're independent of the other body, forbidden to let the ancestral Tree King spread. For a moment, exploring information such as the universe's recovery, the destruction, etc., flashed through my mind. The ancestor Tree King stared wide, feeling that he was looking for the truth. Understand. In fact, another world tree in the universe. Let's go. The Star Alliance leaked information including Han Xiao's life. The king of ancestral trees has always been surprised by Han Xiao's shortcomings. He is so open-minded that he can find an explanation. The death characteristics of a destroyer are so similar to those of the world tree. If the destroyer is actually another world tree, it will be connected. The Black Star has always pretended to be in connection with it. In fact, it is a person who is depressed and has a talented person. A world tree? So brave. Han Xiao held back the ancestral tree, king's imagination, and laughed. Continue, there are a few space channels around, and the green world tree roots stretch out, waiting to wrap up Han Xiao's blue roots. Snakes wrap around, twist the twist, and slowly wriggle, squeezing, pulling, and bonding to each other. Seeing this, Han Xiao paused, and his expression suddenly changed and strangely. The picture, how to kiss the tongue, spicy eyes, Han Xiaojiao twitched, and even felt the emotions of the world tree at the intersection of the roots, which was extremely eager and longing, which contained the desire to integrate. The force of the world tree crosses the blue roots and spreads into the blue roots at the intersection of the roots, transporting its own magnitude, as if it is waiting to share something. The blue roots of the world tree are back hooked with power, which seems to be exchanging some special body fluid. Called again Xue is your spouse? Han Xiao stared wide, shocked. The blue version of the world tree is hostile to each other and restless, and only fights, but the world tree is communicated and is very hostile and very enthusiastic. Difficult, because the world tree has always been unique, lonely, and easy to be a kind of. Mating habits are burned, hunger and thirst are unbearable, and it is the wind. The ancients were really bullying, and 2 tigers were cast in one mountain, except for 1 male and 1 female. Han Xiao was interested and secretly surprised. Another thing is that the ancestral tree king is completely confused, and the body tree king feels the endless consciousness of the mother tree and is happy and excited, and he also hopes that Han Xiao will be affected. It was supposed to be the enemy Han Xiao, but his heart became friendly and hostile. Damn, I want to die. Why should you surrender first? The king of ancestral tree quickly shook his head, got rid of the indirect influence of the mother tree consciousness, and said in surprise, "State." Han Xiao smiled and joked. A world tree, male, mother will work when she sees her husband. The king of ancestral tree was furious. Fart. Is it better to be the mother when she sees her husband? Wow. Thick eyebrows are big, and there are many boxing techniques. Han Xiao had a black thread on his forehead, twisting his blue and green roots to death, and suddenly smiled. 2. By the way, Mother Tree is great. Although the king of ancestral tree understood Han Xiao's joke, he said something inexplicably, and felt a sense of grief on his body, and felt that the green light seemed to be brighter. Relieve the spiritual communication, suppress the anger, and make the troops evacuate quickly. The world tree finally settled the base camp, besieged Han Xiao's fleet, and fled to escape, while the crazy puppet world tree roots were collected and the space channel was collected. No matter how teased it, Han Xiao used the character card to summon the blue roots to respond, which was simply a mess. In fact, because the blue roots are about to be born without roots, it is true and castrated, completely controlled by Han Xiao, with self-consciousness and partial achievements. After a long time, the blue roots shattered inch by inch, the light chips dissipated, and the Supreme Lord was left, floating in the desolate universe. The world tree abandoned its territory, and the planet and body returned to the mother tree, completely evacuated. It was simply scared by Han Xiao and moved the base camp overnight. It was really bad. Just 2 words arranged the face. TSK. I feel that it has a strong intimidation. Han Xiao laughed. If the person is replaced, he will run away with half of the face. He is so big that he is scared by a man. He will send enough troops to a large battle, and he will suffer heavy casualties. He will be able to withstand it, and then retreat. The world tree is just about planting love, leaving, and feeling embarrassed, and it will be the most difficult to deal with when planting enemies. Although it is forced to move the world tree a little bit, it can treat the symptoms and root causes. 1 loss is a fun thing. Han Xiaolu smiled playfully and the wonderful effect of the tree god figure. It's a test, and the character card is used for the remaining number of times, which is suitable for a miraculous effect. The world tree moved overnight, and the idea of making a big fuss naturally failed. Han Xiao left a group of mechanical troops in this star field that had recovered from the empty and lonely place, and then took back the dominant clone. With the mechanism of the world tree, as long as it is not disturbed, the base camp can be basically built in any area of the universe. Over the years, they have eliminated many civilizations, mastered the coordinates of many areas, and just found a place that has been turned into a desolate universe built by them to migrate. The migration process had a certain impact on their invasion and offensive on the front line, causing a slight gap in support. Han Xiao told the 3 major civilizations the situation. When he learned that the world tree was so scared that Han Xiao alone carried it to his hometown and ran away overnight, the 3 leaders were surprised and ordered the strategic command to make corresponding adjustments. The entire universe has been exploring wars, and more than a month has passed quickly. Under the blockade of the Interstellar Joint Army, the first wave of full-scale invasion of the World Tree finally subsided. Although the World Tree is coming in full force and has caused considerable panic to the interstellar community, in terms of actual interests, the first wave of invasion of the World Tree did not cause much damage. Most of the invading teams were intercepted by the Interstellar Joint Army. Although it devoured some planets, this number is just a drop in the ocean for the entire explored universe, and it is scattered one piece in the east and one piece in the west, which looks like a lack of climate. Although the three major civilizations do not have powerful home guarding configurations, such as Information Status Alert Network and World Tree Express, the high-dimensional Apocalypse Teleporter is also sharp, giving the Interstellar Joint Army extremely strong military mobility. As long as an invader is found at a certain place, support troops can be deployed in an instant. If other civilizations did not have this fast-supported mobile technology, they would be extremely passive and exhausted in the face of the unpredictable harassment and invasion of the World Tree. This is exactly the war of attrition that the World Tree is good at, and the technology of the three major civilizations restrained the World Tree's usual tactics, making it impossible for it to achieve the best effect. Of course, although the first wave of World Tree invasion was repelled, many World Tree fleets remained in the interstellar community and were secretly dormant. This is the weakness of the three major civilizations. There is no sharp enough monitoring device, although the support speed is very fast. As long as the World Tree fleet hides and does not show up, it is difficult for them to lock in the enemy troops in their territory. After the current emergency situation was lifted, senior officials of the Interstellar Joint Army invited officers from various departments and senior executives of the Super A-Level Association to hold a strategic meeting to analyze and summarize the current situation and discuss follow-up actions. Although the traitor leaked intelligence, causing the World Tree to invade the entire territory, but our current situation is not as bad as we imagined. The vast territory depth and extremely fast support speed are our two major alliances to maintain the situation, and have already shown a major role in the war. Tenny pointed to the three-dimensional star map on the table, summarizing the current situation. The same star map model was floating in front of many participants, showing the strategic deployment at this time. According to statistics, most of the targets of the World Tree invasion are military facilities, resource planets, civilized home stars, and super A-level ethnic territories. From this we can see that the primary strategic intention of the World Tree is to dismantle our productivity and social stability. However, at present, the World Tree has not succeeded many times. We have secretly migrated important facilities in the early years. Some of the information leaked by the traitors is outdated information. Tenny talked freely. The observers of the Covenant are too low-key, which leads to them being able to obtain general information from the internet. Therefore, the information is lagging. So, some confidential information from advanced civilizations? The observers of the Covenant naturally have no way to know. They leaked the most valuable information to the World Tree, or the star map and space coordinates. This proves that the traitor is not very high, an officer said. Not necessarily. Maybe it's just a disguise. Another retorted. Tenny interrupted the two of them. He coughed dryly and said, "Cough? Regarding the traitor, we have other people to take charge. We don't need to discuss this matter. So let's get back to the topic. Our interception efficiency is good, thanks to the strong support of His Excellency Black Star and the Super A-Level Association. Otherwise, the advanced combat power of the World Tree will be raging for a long time." Hearing this, many officers turned their heads and nodded to the representatives of the Super A-Level Association, sending a signal of kindness. Han Xiao nodded and said, "This time we annihilated many World Tree powerhouses. It will take at least 1 or 2 years for them to make a comeback." His mechanical envoy cooperated with the Super A-Level Association, Direct Line, and Covenant, and eliminated a large number of World Tree advanced combat powers. He sent at least 200 or 300 people to water them, and would not be able to come back for a while. Some of the foreign powerhouses encountered Han Xiao's master clone, were captured in virtual purification restoration and exploded into fireworks on the spot. In addition to normal death, some advanced combat powers of the World Tree were used by Han Xiao to test the effect of information state elimination, or were sealed by space-time amber and turned into his collection. The number of people was about 30. The World Tree had permanently lost these powerful individuals and could never be reborn again, which was a loss. Due to the division of the front lines, some of the three civilizations also died in the A-level battle, and they climbed to the monument of comforting the three civilizations and recorded a new death count in terms of their results. Tenny turned his head to look at Madison again and said in a deep voice, "This armored territory is also the focus of invasion. We did not rush to help in time. Fortunately, the armored country defeated the enemy. I apologize to you here. It's all small matters, not worth mentioning." Madison waved his hand and said indifferently. Everyone showed strange looks. If we talk about the outstanding forces in this invasion, Madison is one of them. He has an extremely amazing armed mechanical legion in the territory of the armored tribe. Without the support of the Interstellar Joint Army, he annihilated the World Tree invaders by himself. The troops he showed were eye-catching. Although Madison is no longer a mechanical player, the family foundation accumulated over the years is not a decoration, and it is still very important among the Super A-level group. At this moment, an officer suddenly spoke up thoughtfully. "Speaking of this, the Superstar Group Alliance has also made great efforts, and they have sent a large number of troops to provide support. When you talk about this, I remembered some abnormal things. The World Tree invasion seemed to have deliberately avoided the territory of the Superstar Group Alliance, and only harassed it on a small scale, so the Superstar Group can free up his hands to help. It's indeed a bit strange. Many officers look strange. In their opinion, the World Tree did not regard the Superstar League Alliance as the target of invasion, which was somewhat strange and inexplicably gave them a feeling of being in a collusion, and the traitor was very suspicious. However, the Superstar Group Alliance did not watch coldly, but took the initiative to provide troops to support the Interstellar Joint Army. This was another good behavior, which confused many senior military officials and reduced their suspicion. The Superstar League did this because of fulfilling the agreement with Han Xiao. If it weren't for the active support, the three major civilizations would have had deeper doubts about them. But now they would have had more confusion than doubts, and there was no sign of internal strife for the time being. Listening to everyone's discussion, Han Xiao's expression was as usual at this time. He persuaded the Superstar Group Alliance, barely suppressing the intensification of internal suspicion, but he had no intention of expressing it, and he hid his merits and fame. At this time, Commander Simon took over the conversation, stopped the discussion in this regard, and returned to the topic, saying, "There are two issues that we need to pay attention to at present. One is to clear the dormant World Tree invaders. Their large forces were driven away, but there was still a small group of troops left in the territory. This is some hidden danger and put a lot of mental pressure on the interstellar community. What do you think?" The three civilizations resolved the first wave of invasions, but the sequelae were serious because the defense line was suddenly crossed by the World Tree, which caused panic among the people and riots. The three civilizations had to spend more energy to deal with the refugee problem. In this regard, there is no difference between the three major civilizations and normal civilizations. After all, the social system of the World Tree, with almost no internal friction, is a minority. After discussing, the result was nothing more than strengthening military control of wartime policies. Now is not the time to talk about freedom. Seeing this, Simon said again, "In addition, we have to figure out the next action of the World Tree and make some preparations in advance. They did not invade the Central Star Sea this time, but they will take action sooner or later. They need to grab time more than us now and can't wait too long." A group of senior military officials discussed fiercely around this topic. Han Xiao and others did not participate and listened silently. After a while of discussion, the military finally concluded a consensus. The meeting was temporarily over and many participants passed the orders. The secondary dimension world, the World Tree family territory. The trees have twisted roots and are entangled into spiral towers, standing in the center of the earth, and are surrounded by buildings formed by giant trees, forming a tree city where countless families reproduce and live. The space cracks bloom from time to time, and family warships come and go, flowing endlessly. Two figures floated in the blue-green sky, overlooking the tree city below. One is the ancestral tree king, and the other is a female figure in a gorgeous robe. Her skin is like tender leaves, with a bright green light. Her long white hair is scattered behind her, and she has a complex and mysterious mark on her forehead. This person is ranked among the 13th ancestor spirit, named Han. Mr. King of Trees, what are you asking me for? I have a task to you. You said, the secret tree king cannot come back. His crown position needs a new master, and we also need a new tree king. Are you interested? Han couldn't help but turn his head to look at the ancestral tree king, with a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. I am qualified to be the tree king. Of course, your magical strength has reached the standard of this position. The zoo tree king nodded. Han narrowed her eyes. I am indeed interested, but there's a magician stronger than me. Why choose me? I just said you were qualified and didn't choose you. The ancestral tree king said lightly. According to the general situation, the position of the tree king is not your turn. I mean, if you want to be the tree king, I can give you a chance. As long as you complete one thing, you can inherit the crown of the secret tree king, which stores the magic left over from generation to generation. I believe you will be interested. What do you want me to do? I know that in your early years, you have mutated with your own magic power, entered the rare warlock branch, forming some strange talented spells, able to hide your existence in a very strange way, and are very good at stealth and spy. Now civilization is facing an unprecedented threat, and we just need your ability to assassinate the young body of the pivot snake protected by the Black Star. The king of ancestor trees said in a deep voice, Are you going to die? Han frowned. The king of ancestral tree shook his head and raised his palm. A ball of black and green liquid substance suddenly oozed out of his palm and sank in the air. Then a phantom of golden leaves appeared beside him, and two things circled in his palm. These are two key items for carrying out the mission. One is a lethal toxic substance specially synthesized by the mother tree to restrain its natural enemies. As long as it is used by the snake, it can quickly deprive the other party of its vitality. Whether it is injection or poisoning in food, it can play a role. This golden leaf is a child treasure evolved from the mother tree, called the Yi-In clothes, which can hide your traces at all levels and strengthen your stealth ability. Han's expression changed and hesitated to take the two items. Seeing this, the king of the ancestor tree said lightly, The snake grows very quickly, and the mother tree has become more and more sensitive to him. You can find its traces by following the guidance. As long as you can kill the snake, you are the hero of civilization. After you come back, the crown position of this tree will belong to you. Han played with the two items, struggled for a while, and finally nodded. I can give a try. The universe has been explored, a desolate universe belt. The lurkers of the Star Covenant were paying attention to the progress of the war in the news broadcast and were somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation. The three civilizations repelled the first wave of invasion of the World Tree, and suddenly suffered chaos and stabilized the situation. They deserve to be a Trinity cosmic civilization, which is indeed not that easy to deal with. The World Tree's offensive is a little weaker. No, it should be said that the resistance of the three civilizations is too strong. They leaked intelligence just to see the World Tree invasion, bringing despair to the three civilizations, but the current situation is far from their expectations. The good news is that although the World Tree is slow to erode territory, it can only make the three civilizations in a state of irreversible destruction by fighting, and there is no possibility of a turnaround. Yes, the resistance of the three civilizations will only gradually weaken and die slowly. I hope that this day can be seen before my life ends. Many lurkers of the Star Alliance calmed down and gathered confidence again. In their eyes, this is a long-term war, which may last for decades or hundreds of years. They decided to wait patiently, no matter how long they will witness the day when the three major civilizations are destroyed. Under the harassment of the full invasion of the World Tree, the interstellar citizens' lives are in dire straits and spend their days like years, spending more than half a year in the war. The World Tree launched a large-scale airborne invasion of various star fields more than once. The three major civilizations resisted endlessly. The two sides went back and forth, and hundreds of thousands of battles of all sizes broke out in the past 6 months. It sprinkled endless blood in the cold universe, and traces of fighting between the two sides were left in many places. The Strategic Command Center counted the losses. Total area of land swallowed by the World Tree is about 3.5 galaxies. Compared with the star domains that often cost hundreds of galaxies, this loss is not much. There are more than a dozen star domains in the universe. The little planet taken by the World Tree is just a drop in the bucket. According to this trend, the World Tree theoretically takes hundreds or thousands of years to defeat the Interstellar Joint Army and devour the entire explored universe. However, the three major civilizations will not relax because of this. For them, they will fight for an inch of land. Many players followed the fleets to fight against the invaders, and their experiences quickly accumulated, and more players entered the disaster level. On the other hand, freshmen such as Carlot and Evans are also running between battlefields one by one. How can they have so many practical opportunities on weekdays? These super A-level strengths grow rapidly. Han Xiao has been guarding the shallow dimension alone. In more than half a year, the World Tree family invaded 17 times, and they were killed so much that they were abandoned and fled in panic, which could not shake the secondary dimension defense line, where he was in charge. In addition, Han Xiao has been focusing on cultivating the pivot snake, find ways to make it branch, mated with the secondary dimension, and give birth to the embryo. He didn't have much hope at first, because the juvenile snake's juvenile body is a baby after all. Reproduction is a pressure that it should not bear at this age. But what Han Xiao didn't expect was that this experiment was successful. Not only did the juvenile snake's juvenile body rise, it was also firm and strong. It hungrily exploded 3 secondary dimensions that gave birth to ignorant consciousness, leaving behind 3 embryos. However, after in-depth research on the specially recorded snake film, Han Xiao also found the reason. Due to the danger of the World Tree and the dangerous environment in the secondary dimension, the living situation of the pivot snake is very difficult. So mating and giving birth to offspring as soon as possible after birth may be the instinct engraved in their genes. The reproduction ability is born mature. You don't need to wait until you become an adult to get the snake's life. Having 3 embryos? Finally, he knocked on the door to the breeding industry. Han Xiao has devoted most of his attention to this during this period, causing the breeder to bleed greatly. However, he did not convert the larvae of the larvae into a virtual life, and was ready to wait for the embryo to mature. After having the 2nd and 3rd larvae, he planned to try this plan, and he was cautious. On this day, Han Xiao received news from the swearing man and Sowery, and planned to visit him together, so he invited the 2 of them to visit the base. In the circular corridor of the observation deck, 3 slow steps were walking side by side, chatting together, and the gorgeous aurora outside the window passed through the viewing window, leaving mottled light and shadow on the 3 of them. Han Xiao held 2 mechanical balls in one hand and smiled. "Why did you have time to come to see me today? How is the war in the main universe?" The Interstellar Joint Army repelled another wave of invasion of the World Tree. "We can rest for a while, and just come to see you." Suai smiled. "What about him?" Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the swearing man. "When did you get together? Even if you make friends with whom I am? Hei Xing, you are such a great official power." The swearing man said with his hands behind his back and curled his lips. "What's this? I'm afraid you will be ruined by Suai. He is an old actor with different opinions." Han Xiao tweeted. "You have no right to say that to me." Suai rolled his eyes secretly. The three of them chatted for a while, and then they started talking about the important things. Speaking of this, in the past 6 months of war, some people in the Super A-level group have been killed. When are you going to recover them? Han Xiao shook his head. I don't have any idea yet. Although I have high authority, it will take about 2 or 3 months to go to the sanctuary. I am not here to stay, and it is easy to cause changes. It is more important to protect the sirens now, and I can't walk away. The swearing man nodded, suddenly changed his mind, and said, when the war is over, I will leave the explored universe, and everything in the Covenant will be left to you. Han Xiao was stunned. What are we doing? What are our grudges? You suddenly put the flag on me, which makes me very panicked. At this time, Sour, who was standing beside him, also smiled and said, I am the same. After the battle, I will leave with him. Why, are you two going to elope? Han Xiao looked strange. This is what you're going to say today. What are you going to do? Why do you want to leave? Sui shrugged. It's just a long journey. Although it's very convenient to stay in the interstellar society, it's just a corner of the world. The universe is so big, I want to go and see it. It's possible for you. The underworld is also very big. Do you want to go and see it too? Han Xiaoxi was full of eyes and complained deeply. You just go when you want to go, but you don't let you go? Or do you want to see me keep you? The swearing man said, that's not the case. The universe is full of unknown dangers. We come here in advance to let you know, hoping that every time you enter the sanctuary, you will use resurrection against us. If we are still alive, it will naturally be of no effect. If we unfortunately die and do not send back the news, you can resurrect us. That's all? Let's go out to wander and have fun. Do you want me to provide you with the best to home? Han Xiao said angrily. That's about it. Sui was not ashamed at all. Han Xiao waved his hand speechlessly. Okay, I remember this. But are you talking too early? There's still no sign of the 8 characters before the end of the war. Haven't you listened to the analysis of the general staff? They predict that this war will last for 200 to 500 years under normal circumstances. Sui smiled. That's for ordinary people. Can we, the senior officials, know? As long as the snails on your side mature, it will be the time for our formal counterattack. It will take so long. That's hard to say. Han Xiao shook his head and said, the snails are similar to most creatures. They have 6 growth stages, namely embryonic stage, infancy stage, juvenile stage, adolescent stage, adulthood stage, and old age. Although the snails of the current snails grow fast, it has only been less than a year since they break out of their shells. At best, it is infancy stage, and it is still too far from adulthood. No matter what, it will definitely not take hundreds of years to become an adult. I estimate that it will be between 10 and 30 years at most. The swearing man judged. That's not short. Han Xiao spread his hands. So the expeditionary force must continue to act and work in 2-pronged approach to find the main body of the world tree. Now we in the world tree have each other's background, so we don't have to worry about the information leakage anymore. The expeditionary force does not have to be as sneaky as before. Sour suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, do you have a subordinate named Harrison? Do you know him? Han Xiao was surprised. I went to support a battlefield before, which was not far from the refuge planet of the Sea Blue Star civilization. So after fighting, I went to Longtan for a walk. Emmy's was not at home, and her chief manager, Jenny, received me. She knew about your relationship and wanted me to bring you a message. What do you mean? Han Xiao was curious. She said she was pregnant. Saurier said tone. Damn it. Han Xiao was shocked. It's not mine. I haven't mate with her. Don't talk nonsense. What are you thinking? Sui raised his eyebrows. She said that the child's father is Harrison, not you. Why are you excited? Oh, that's good. Can you finish talking in one breath next time? Han Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling pain. If Emeth misunderstood that he had an affair with his sister, it would be lively. Sui looked him up and down and said with a smile, a super god-level person is actually afraid of merely Emeth? What does it mean to be afraid? You know, no matter how powerful he has, is not used to intimidate his family. I'm called maintaining family harmony. Han Xiao kid disgusted. Sui did not comment and said to himself, Anyway, Jenny asked me to tell you that she hopes you can persuade Harrison to give up his position as the expeditionary force and not take risks anymore. She doesn't want the child to lose his father as soon as he is born. Hearing this, Han Xiao also put away his joking thoughts and asked Philip to investigate Harrison's current situation. He would not make up for his privacy when he was free, and he only learned about this news today. He only knew that the two had some ambiguous relationships before, but he did not confirm the relationship. After a little checking, he found that the two had only officially got together within half a year. In the past 10 years, Harrison had been participating in the expedition in the secondary dimension and rarely contacted Jenny. He originally thought that he could not take into account his relationship, but Jenny didn't know if no one wanted to be or was old, so she didn't want to waste her time alone. Not only did she have no complaints about this, but her feelings for Harrison became deeper and deeper. Half a year ago, the Expeditionary Army outpost was captured by the World Tree family. The Expeditionary Army suffered heavy losses. Harrison escaped his life. During the period when the Expeditionary Army reassembled, he finally had time to go back to the main universe. He escaped from death. Jenny fled Chileoa. The two finally succeeded in the base. The long-distance relationship was achieved. It seemed that they had made up their minds to reproduce their offspring and did not take safety measures. It had in full swing. And a month ago, Harrison returned to the expeditionary force and left Jenny. Han Xiao looked at the file, exclaimed, and said strangely, "It seems that no one recruited him. He actually voluntarily returned to the Expeditionary Army." Because of the snake, Han Xiao did not continue to force Harrison to participate in the subsequent expedition exploration. Now, is Harrison's spontaneous behavior? Why is this guy so active? Han Xiao was curious and used the King of Unboundary as the transit station to contact Harrison with the brand. A few seconds later, the communication was connected. "Hello, Black Star." Harrison's remote projection appeared, saluting Han Xiao and greeting him respectfully. "No need to be polite. That's right. Jenny is pregnant. I'm going to advise you not to take risks with the expeditionary force. Besides, the large army is not bad for you now. How about it? Should you go back?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. Harrison shook his head gently when he heard this. "I thank her for her feelings, but I won't go back. I noticed that you volunteered to join the expedition this time. What do you think?" Han Xiao asked. Harrison was silent for a moment and said slowly, "When I was in Longtan, I came into contact with many refugees. Do you know their current state? They live in panic every day. Many people cannot bear the pressure and choose to be self-liberated, while the living are afraid of an unknown tomorrow. No one knows whether one day will become the target of the World Tree invasion. Emerging religions are popular, and countless people are looking for comfort in it. Everyone is praying for the war to end soon. You said that my luck is very good and suitable for finding things. I don't know if it is true, but I hope you are right. I hope that this illusory luck can play a role and contribute my little power to the end of the war as soon as possible." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "That's right, you made me feel a little awe. But you should know that now that the snake is in our hands, our winning rate is already very high. The expeditionary force is no longer the only way and may not be useful. The large army does not lack you. Your behavior may be useless, and there is a risk of losing your life. It's better to go back and spend your unborn child." Harrison shook his head. "I don't want to enjoy your protection for these reasons. I have my colleagues here. I don't want to escape at the last minute. Please don't persuade me anymore. I'm determined." "Okay, then I won't persuade you. Be careful." Han Xiao did. "If possible, please tell Jenny from me that I love her. Little brother, as soon as you say this, your Death Star is flashing. Do you know? If you want to tell her yourself, who do you think I am? Your phony tube?" Han Xiao skated and hung up the communication without waiting for Harrison to answer. "Stinky brother, don't thank me. I'm helping you pull the flag and save your life." So he listened to the whole process and sighed. "You have a good cadre." He was not like this before. He was at most a child with strong curiosity, but now it seems that he is an adult now. Han Xiao paused and smiled. This person is a little stupid, but the world needs some such fools after all. Maybe he can really bring me some surprises. More than a dozen refugee transport ships were galloping in the star space, panicking, and behind them was a world tree fleet chasing and blocking them. The atmosphere in the cabin of the transport ship was tense, and a large number of refugees were panicked, especially the most damaged carrier ship of the Baishan. The refugees on the ship almost wrote the word despair on their faces. The reinforcements calling have not arrived yet. If this continues, we will be caught up. The captain of the Baishan ship was sweating heavily, staring at the ship inspection report on the virtual screen. He saw that on the three-dimensional virtual model of the Baishan carrier, the functional modules were in failure red. The entire spacecraft was on the verge of paralysis. 1/4 of the 28 propulsion engine groups were damaged, and the power of the energy core also dropped to 74%. As some areas were frequently invaded by the world tree, they became dangerous areas, resulting in some refugee planets being no longer safe. The Interstellar Joint Army formed a transportation force to relocate refugees in these areas. This small fleet was responsible for this task and transported some refugees. However, when we were halfway through, we accidentally encountered the World Tree fleet lurking in the territory. An encounter broke out. The smaller frigate was wiped out. Most of the transport ships were blown up on the spot, and the remaining fleet fleeing in panic and was still chased by the World Tree fleet. The Baishan carrier ship is the most seriously damaged among the existing starships. The spacecraft module chain failure gradually declined, slowing down the entire fleet. Still, it lasts for 10 minutes at most, and the engine will be shut down. There's a numbered barren planet in front of you. Do you want to make a landing? The trembling voice of the adjutant sounded, and the captain of the Baishan clenched his fists and hesitated. If there is a forced landing, the entire ship's people will have no way to escape, and they can only let the guards on the ship lead the refugees to hide on the planet and delay time and wait for reinforcements. The suggestions from other captains came from the communication channel. Baishan, make a forced landing. Your ships are no longer able to keep up with the speed of the large army. We cannot slow down and wait for you. Sooner or later, you will be alone. Instead of being paralyzed in the starry sky, it is better to hide on the planet. There is at least a glimmer of hope. Let the Baishan stay. Help us gain some time and save more refugees. Some people are from the perspective of rational analysis, while others make naked requests, and they're all about persuading the Baishan leave behind. I understand. Captain Baishan looked helpless and in a sad mood. He understood the mentality of a dead fellow Taoist who was not dead. From the perspective of command, it would be best for their drag to act as abandoned children, stay and delay the rear, and buy time for more refugees from other ships. But with that being said, he felt very guilty. In the report, the group of refugees were just a line of coal numbers, but at this time they were all living people. Using his own ship of refugees to help more refugees may be in line with the interests of calculation, but it was reasonable that he couldn't bear it. These refugees are not soldiers and do not have the awareness of sacrifice. He cannot discuss with the refugees before making this decision. Otherwise, 80% of them will cause a mutiny. He can only silently lead them to leave behind the rear and ruin the hope of escape when others still have hope and still believe in the captain. This makes him feel uncomfortable. Just when he was struggling, the desolate planet jumped into the transport fleet's eyes. Many captains' eyes lit up. They saw a small armed fleet without signs docking on the surface of the planet. It was only when the radar detected the other party's existence. There's a fleet ambush here. It doesn't seem like the people of the World Tree. Are they our reinforcements? Forget it. No matter who it is, they are all from the interstellar community. Hurry, contact each other and send a signal. For a moment, many captains were overjoyed and thought it was reinforcements and eager to send a message for help. On the other hand, Panergon and others were resting on this desolate planet and started discussing. This seems to be a fleeing refugee force, with a World Tree fleet chasing behind it. They are asking us for help. What should I do? Do you need help? Don't help. The interstellar citizens, under the rule of the three civilizations, have something to do with us. Let's go, don't get involved. Everyone quickly exchanged opinions and quickly reached a consensus. These Avengers are not from the three major civilizations. Even if the World Tree is invaded in full, it has nothing to do with them. If you don't take the lead in the three major civilizations, you will be so kind and righteous. Panergon was silent for a while and said, since that's the case, then refuse all their contact applications and leave here immediately. The captains of the transport fleet were looking forward to the reply from this strange armed fleet, but all communication applications were sunk to the sea. And the next moment, their faces changed. The strange armed fleet took off on its own, turned a blind eye to the signal of help, and headed straight in the other direction, obviously away from them, and did not want to support them. They are gone, not our reinforcements. It seems that they can't count on this force anymore. The many captains' hopes were dashed, and they immediately became depressed. Seeing that there was no turning point, the Captain Baishan gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind and ordered in a deep voice. All units should pay attention to separate the ventral carrier cabin, carry all crew members for orbital landings, and set the peeling outer shell to face the attack, so as to cover the departure of the brothers. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned solemn, knowing that Baishan chose to sacrifice. Although they hoped that, they were not very happy when it actually happened, and they were mixed. Soon, the two acted separately, and a large army continued to flee to the distance, while the Baishan slowed down and left the army, turning to fly towards the desolate planet, looking like a lonely stream of light splitting out from a meteor cluster. In the outer space, the Baishan quickly completed the deformation. The thick armored shell was untied from the locking state. The mechanical components moved one by one and no longer choked. The entire carrier bowed like a shrimp, and the cabin on the abdomen suddenly broke away, turning into an iron-gray escape ship. Its body shrinks by a large circle with almost no weapon components, and it is forced to land towards the planet. As for the hull that remained in place, it looked like a hollow armored shell, turning its direction by itself, and the ship-based turret fired violently at the rear, trying to block the World Tree fleet that was gradually approaching. Bang! The escaped ship landed heavily on the surface of the planet, smashing a circular pit. All the cabin doors opened together, and refugees who were forced to replace the simple life maintenance device rushed out of the cabin, looking up at the sky, with despair and panic flashing in their eyes. The World Tree fleet had already arrived in the outer space. A round of fire destroyed the armored shells they left in the outer space, slowly descending, slowly enlarging in everyone's sight, like a shadow that was coming. Why do you have to stop? Why do you land here? You have us surrounded. The refugees were in agitation and stared at the guards beside them with resentment and anger. Without their knowledge, the captain commanded the spacecraft to make a forced landing, which suddenly turned their escape opportunity to zero. Everyone obeyed the orders and followed the warriors along the ship. Captain Baishan did not explain. Now was not the time to say more. He could only put a stern face and harden his heart and give a cold order. He knew that everyone's hopes for survival after the forced landing were almost zero, but he still wanted to make the last effort and hide with the refugees. But the next moment, after seeing the movement of the World Tree battleship clearly, he finally became desperate. The World Tree fleet's muzzles were aimed at the planet's surface, and he was preparing to save time and wash the floor directly. This was absolutely unlucky. It's dead, but it took time for the World Tree fleet to fire a few rounds here, and my mission was completed. Captain Baishan clenched his fists tightly, his face changing rapidly, both unwilling but also a little relieved. But just as the crowd raised their heads and greeted the star-destroying cannons that destroyed them with fearful eyes, a dazzling light suddenly shot from the other direction of the starry sky, piercing through several World Tree battleships and blew up a fireworks. Everyone looked in shock and saw a meteor covered in strong aura approaching rapidly. The powerful martial arts aura erupted wildly, like a heavy machine cannon, bombarding the World Tree fleet, and warships were blown to pieces. Behind Pangong, the armed fleet that had just left was the armed fleet. At this time, he shot back and crippled the not-so-large World Tree fleet in the blink of an eye. The battle did not last long. In the eyes of the crew of the White Mountain, Panergon led the Avengers' fleet to quickly sweep away the enemy ships in the sky. The huge World Tree fleet was left with only wreckage and parts floating in the outer space. This wave of escaping from death made many refugees unable to control their emotions, and the crowd burst into cheers of ecstasy. Captain Baishan woke up as if he was dreaming and hurriedly asked someone to contact the armed fleet to express his gratitude. However, after fighting the World Tree troops, the other party still did not reply and had no intention of communicating. It seemed that he had just helped a trivial little effort. He turned around without saying a word, and even didn't bother to clean the battlefield. This is obviously not the member of the Interstellar Joint Army. What kind of troops is it? Captain Baishan looked at the Avengers' fleet that was leaving and murmured to himself in a daze. At this time, Panergon returned to the main ship, and the other companions surrounded him with subtle expressions. You were really good. I agreed not to get involved in the war, and suddenly asked us to turn around and kill us. If we are targeted by the World Tree because of this battle, it will be troublesome and will not help us accumulate power. Which side are you on? The attitude of several people was quite like provoking a rioter. Panergon didn't care and waved his hand expressionlessly. I changed my mind. Although we will not take the initiative to participate in the war, if we encounter such a thing again in the future, we can save it. The target of our revenge is the regime of the 3 major civilizations, and the ordinary interstellar people have no hatred from us. This is exposing our existence. A companion said dissatisfied. For Black Star, our existence is not a secret. If we have an adverse impact on the war, he may tell the 3 civilizations about our intelligence at any time. After all, he and us have never been the same person. Pangunton paused and said in a deep voice, and most of the interstellar community have guessed that the full invasion of the World Tree was because the traitor leaked the intelligence. Do you think Black Star would suspect us? Everyone was stunned. In his opinion, we have sufficient motivation to do this. What if we don't express our kindness and make Black Star really think it's what we did? So even if we don't participate in the war, we can't be completely out of it. Panergon explained. Hearing this, the few people looked at each other and were slightly shaken. You are just a martial artist, but why do we think what you said makes sense every time you fool us? The secondary dimension world, somewhere. A space crack opened and Han Xiao flew out of it. His figure appeared translucent. With the blessing of special talent spells and Yi Yin's robe, her state at this moment was almost jumping out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements, and could not be observed normally. The whereabouts of the snake are mysterious. The mother tree only has a rough direction and range, and does not have a clear positioning. What should I do? Han was a little worried. After accepting the mission of the Ancestral Tree King, she has been sneaking and exploring all the way for more than half a year to collect information about the appearance of the snake, but she never found any opportunity to assassinate. Moreover, Black Star seems to have been guarding the side of the shoe snake. For her, it is simply the most dangerous place in the universe. She adheres to the principle of not taking risks without taking risks and never dares to get close. After thinking about it, the only feasible assassination method that Han Xiao could think of was to add snake-killing agents made by the mother tree to some secondary dimensions in areas where the pivot snakes often appear, and then wait for the rabbit to wait patiently. If the pivot snake eats one of the secondary dimensions, it will be poisoned. Although this method is very random, she has no better way for the time being. After all, she cannot control the source of the food of the snake, and can only cast a wide net to try her luck. The only advantage of this method is that it is relatively safe, and you don't have to risk exposure to get close to Black Star, giving her a lot of trial and error opportunities. Han Xiao raised her palm, and a ball of black and green liquid substance emerged. It was the snake killer given to him by the Zushu King. With a bent finger, a small drop of black and green liquid separated and merged into this subdimensional earth, with no change in appearance. I hope this method works. Han Xiao murmured to himself, feeling unsure. An expeditionary exploration fleet cruised through the subdimensional world, passing through space rifts. The bizarre scenery outside the window flashed one by one in Harrison's eyes. He stared at the star map, and the coordinates of one secondary dimension after another lit up, drawing the fleet's navigation trajectory. Behind him, the other crew members performed their duties. The adjutant stood beside him, pointed to the star map, and whispered, "Along this route, we will enter the area actually controlled by the World Tree. Although the Black Star killed the World Tree clan in a mess, resulting in a gap in their internal defense, it is still very dangerous for us to go deeper." "I know, but only by going deeper into the enemy's jurisdiction can we find the World Tree body. How can we gain without risking death?" Harrison replied without hesitation. The adjutant pursed his lips and couldn't help saying, "Sir, why do you have to fight like this? With your relationship with Lord Haixing." "Okay, don't say anything like this anymore. You don't need to persuade me." Harrison didn't raise his head. The adjutant smiled bitterly. "Do you think I care about you? The main reason is that if you shrink, we could take advantage of your relationship and go back and rest well." The adjutant said helplessly, "I think we will give it to you for nothing. If you have time to worry, it's better to pray that we will be safe and safe all the way." Harrison answered casually, "If prayers are useful, what else do the army do?" The adjutant murmured in a low voice. Harrison glanced at him and was about to say something. Suddenly his mind tightened, frowned, and suddenly looked up and looked out the window. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The adjutant was curious. "I'm a little uneasy," Harrison whispered. "Hurry. Weapons are charged. Prepare for combat." The adjutant and the other crew members were a little panicked and immediately shouted, allowing the fleet to enter a state of combat. They were not allowed to ignore it. Last time, Harrison was in a state of uneasy and the expeditionary army outpost disappeared. In their eyes, Harrison was simply a broom star. If he had any headaches and fever, it meant that they were going to be in trouble together. Harrison looked at the radar screen vigilantly, but he never reacted abnormally, and the uneasiness in his heart gradually faded, making his brows relax. "Is it an illusion?" Harrison was a little confused, shaking his head. Since he didn't find out, he wasn't sure if his feelings were wrong. "Sir, don't scare us." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, with helplessness on their faces. They thought it was his evil taste. This expeditionary exploration fleet soon disappeared along the space rift, and after they left, a translucent figure emerged in this secondary dimension. It was Hellion, is the exploration team of the 3 major civilizations. Hellion looked at the direction where the fleet disappeared. Her face changed several times, but in the end she still didn't take action. During this period, she has been looking for suitable secondary dimensions to add snake killers, and occasionally encounters troops from the 3 major civilizations. Because World Tree currently has no need to steal intelligence, she didn't take action. Anyway, other World Tree clans deal with these people. She doesn't want to alert the snake and expose herself, and her own mission is more important. However, the expeditionary force was also useful to her. According to the navigation routes of some fleets and the female tree's sensing of the pivot snake, during this period, Hellion selected some areas that may be frequent activity of the pivot snake, and some of which are likely to be selected as the secondary dimension of food by the pivot snake. All of them were added with snake killers. This time is no exception. Hellion silently activates space spells, find the traces of the Harrison fleet, and flew towards their coming lane. Soon they came to a subdimensional with a rugged rock. The violent radiation dust storm turned into tornadoes that were connected to the sky. There was no sign of life in the entire dimension. "This place is good." Hellion nodded. As far as she knows, this secondary dimension that does not have life but has different substances is the food favored by the snake. The pure energy-type secondary dimension is not popular, perhaps because it is a matter of taste. After all, it will be crispy when chewed with substances. She popped up the snake killer and witnessed it blending into the secondary dimension. Then she used the teleportation spell to leave to find the next target. Half a month later, the King of Unbounded traveled through the secondary dimension world with a pivot snake, with dense mechanical troops guarding them like a black cloud supporting them. When passing by the secondary dimensions, everyone would stop for a while and observe the reaction of the shoe snake. If the shoe snake does not eat, then continue to go to the next place. Although all secondary dimensions are food, the snail will not stuff all into the mouth. After all, the appetite is limited, and it takes time to digest after eating, so eating too much will make you last. As long as it is not extremely hungry, it usually takes a secondary dimension that suits the taste, and it is easy to eat from frugality, but it is difficult to get from extravagance. It does not need to find food by itself, so the taste is getting more and more selected. After a while, everyone came to a subdimension with a rugged rock. The snake immediately twisted and fell in love with the food. He ignored others and started to feast on the spot. The white mist on his body spread, and wherever he passed, the substance was ground and swallowed. Seeing this scene, the King of Unbounded and the mechanical force retreated aside and did not disturb the snake's feeding. Seeing that the snake was eating happily, the King of Realm sighed in his heart. It is getting less and less worry-free. It's too difficult. The King of Realm succumbed to Han Xiao's tyranny and was unwilling to be a breeder of the snake. Even though his lifespan was almost endless, when he thought that the breeding career would last for decades, he felt that life gave him a heavy hammer, and his egg was so painful that it was about to crack, although he didn't have this organ. The most terrifying thing is that there are 3 embryos on the Black Star. After they are all hatched, wouldn't it be 4 times the happiness for him, a breeder? Moreover, the subsequent birth of the pivot snakes, the Black Star, will definitely force them to give birth to small snakes. 1 birth, 2 birth, 2 birth, 3 birth, and 3 birth, and the descendants will be endless. It's so fate. When will such a day end? The King of Non-Borders seemed to have seen his miserable future and was shuddered. Just as he was sad about his fate, the pivotal snake that was eating suddenly stopped, twisted manially, and collapsed the mountains, acting extremely painful, just as someone suddenly stuffed a spoonful of mustard into its mouth while eating. What's wrong? The King of Unbounded was shocked and hurriedly came up to control the snake. Many mechanical troops quickly surrounded him. However, the snake, which was controlled by everyone, was still struggling hard, like a lively fish being pressed on the chopping board. Yozu quickly scanned the vital signs of the shoe snake and said in the sequel, "What's wrong? The life force of the shoe snake is rapidly withering, and some unknown compound has spread in its body, like a genotoxin specifically targeting it, which has caused irreversible damage. The damage is still expanding further. It should be a plot. Are there any enemies nearby?" The King of Unboundary was shocked and immediately let go of all his perceptions, but he did not find it. "Our detection radar can't be found either. I have called the master, and he will arrive soon." As soon as Yozu finished speaking, a ray of light lit up next to him, and it was Han Xiao who teleported. "What's the situation?" Han Xiao saw the abnormal situation of the shoe snake at a glance. His face changed slightly. He gave the shoe snake a needle without hesitation, and the battle information immediately popped up on the panel. At this time, Yozu and other mechanical envoys came up and said guiltily, "Sorry, we have been attacked by the enemy without realizing it. This is our dereliction of duty. Please punish me." "Okay, let's retreat first." Han Xiao had no time to pay attention to them, waved his hand, frowned, and looked at the information on the panel. At this time, there is a negative state of severe poisoning in the status bar of the shoe snake. It is a genotoxin specially coordinated by the World Tree. It is only targeted at the shoe snake race. Once it enters the body, it causes the chain breakage of the gene sequence, which is completely irreversible, causing the shoe snake's blood to decline at a rate of 1.5% per second, and the upper limit of life is reduced at a rate of 0.5% per second. He let go of his perception and swept around, but did not notice the existence of outsiders. He asked about the process just now and roughly guessed how the she was hit. "Good guy, I just tampered with it in the meal, and it was really a blind cat hitting a dead mouse." "What's the luck?" Han Xiao's eyes twitched. There's so many secondary dimensions, and the selection of food by the shoe snake is random, but he won the first prize. What is the probability? Is it still talking about physics? Can't so many mascots slightly dilute my Tianjia level luck? Han Xiao secretly complained that seeing that the blood volume of Shu Shi was falling sharply, he took out a tube of Aurora injection and injected it into Shush's body. The effect was immediately achieved, and the blood volume immediately recovered. However, the effect of the poison state has not been weakened and is still hanging on the attribute bar. Although the health value is full, the upper limit is still falling. Seeing this, Han Xiao gave Shu Shi a few injections of Aurora Potion, and the blood was recovered as quickly as possible, but he could not get rid of the poisoning state this time. This toxin is a bit powerful. Han Xiao's eyes froze slightly. Give him some time to try to crack it, but with the blood loss efficiency of this toxin state, it only takes 200 seconds to clear the upper limit of the push snake's health, which is not enough time. Okay, then just try your previous thoughts. Han Xiao's mind moved and used life transformation virtual to the suffering snake. Now he has 3 embryos in his hand, and with the cost of trial and error, he originally wanted to do an experiment on the newborn juvenile body, but he didn't expect that the pivot snake had an accident, so he simply tried this idea directly on it. The shoe snake's body flashed through the data flow, slowly beginning to fade, and its pain began to fade quickly. The toxins in the world tree targeted biological genes. At this time, the life form of the shoe snake began to change and gradually began to be immune to the toxin effect. In this process, since the body of the pivotal snake is becoming virtual, the toxins in the body are automatically precipitated, condensing into a drop of black and green liquid, suspended in midair. Seeing that the situation stabilized, Han Xiao raised his hand to suck the drop of toxin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and activated the bold explorer without hesitation. Although you're not afraid of this kind of method, since you dare to send someone here to do something, you can't let you run away easily. Meanwhile, somewhere in the secondary dimension world, Halian is cruising around, choosing a new goal. Soon, she came to a blue liquid world, popped up the snake killer toxin, watching it dissolve in liquid, and thoughts drifted away while doing things. I don't know if the toxin's buried before work. Halian murmured to herself. She could only poison everywhere, but she didn't dare to go back and check, because once the snake was hit, the black star would definitely be waiting near the scene of the incident. If she passed, there might be any risks. The only way to determine whether the plan is successful is to judge the status of the pivot snake based on the mother tree's induction. If the mother tree's induction of the pivot snake becomes weak or even disappears, it means that the pivot snake is cool. In that case, she does not need to check which trap the pivot snake is in. So Halian felt that her situation was quite safe, and she just needed to bury her head in setting up traps. As long as the mother tree had feedback, she could withdraw directly. Adding Snake Killer to the azure secondary dimension in front of him, Halian was about to turn his head and leave, but at this moment, the voice of the ancestral tree king suddenly came from the spiritual network, bringing good news. The mother tree's sensing of the pivot snake is rapidly decaying, and your method should be successful. It's really successful? So fast. Obviously, the probability is so low, I thought it would take at least a few years before the pivot snake could choose the secondary dimension of my hand and foot. Halian's eyes lit up, and she was very surprised. In her vision, it may take 2 or 3 years to add snake killers to enough secondary dimensions to have a higher chance of getting hit. But the plan has only been started for more than half a year, and there are not many secondary dimensions with toxins added, but they were selected so quickly by the snake. Was the probability and luck? It took less than a year to successfully solve the biggest threat to the world tree, which was a complete surprise. The ancestral tree king was also quite happy. He asked Halian to perform this task with long-term plans, and he did not expect it to work so soon. Don't ask, it's my destiny. This wave is definitely the goddess of luck blessing the world tree. Come back. Wait until the mother tree confirms that the snake is dead. The tree king's position is yours. Okay, I'll go back now. Halian suppressed his slightly excited mood and was about to open the portal and embark on the way back. However, Just as she was excited and ready to return, the ancestral tree king suddenly exclaimed in surprise and interrupted her movements. Wait a minute, the mother tree's induction has changed. Halion was stunned. So what's wrong? The mother tree's induction of the pivot snake stopped decay, and in turn began to become stronger. Strange, this is too abnormal. What happened? The king of the ancestor tree calmed down. The stronger the world tree's induction to the pivot snake, the more mature the pivot snake. Now, it is only a general range of sensing, and in adulthood, they can accurately locate each other. Just now, after the signal of the pivot snake was attenuated for a while, it suddenly rose against the trend, quickly surpassing the previous limit level, and was still rising. Halion stopped his movements and was also shocked. Why is this happening? You didn't do anything extra, did you? The induction intensity was still rising, and the Zushu king felt something was wrong, and his tone was filled with strong suspicion. Absolutely not. I have been focusing on setting traps, and I have never even happened to encounter the 3 major civilized fleets. Halion was anxious and just wanted to swear and directly shared the relevant memories in the spiritual network. The ancestral tree king quickly browsed her experience for more than half a year, but found no abnormality, and his face was solemn. There is only one explanation. Blackstar used some means to save the snake, and it greatly accelerated its growth. Before he could finish his speech, the mother tree's consciousness suddenly became manic, as if he felt a strong panic. The induction intensity of the pivot snake seemed to have broken through some limitations, and a large area sensing range suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye it became an accurate coordinate. The king of ancestral tree suddenly widened his eyes, his mood fluctuated greatly, and he seemed to be in a weightless area, and his brain almost turned blank in an instant. The sensing between the world tree and the pivot snake is bidirectional. When a world tree can accurately locate the pivot snake, it means that the pivot snake has entered adulthood and can also position the precise coordinates of the world tree in reverse. So, the location of the mother tree body has been exposed. If it weren't for confirming that the mother tree would not lie, he would even suspect that the toxins harmonized by the mother tree were actually catalysts for the maturation of the snake. For a moment, the ancestral tree king was a little confused. I asked someone to assassinate the snake. Even if I fail, I will only lose a high-level combat power. But why did I ripen the snake? Not only do we not solve this threat, but we also greatly shorten the time for the outbreak of this hidden danger. We have been dealing with it for decades, but now this buffering time is gone at once, and we're being held in the face without a little mental preparation. What should I do? How could this happen? Halion was stunned on the spot, doubting her life. Just when the two of them had not come back from their shock, a space rift suddenly opened in this secondary dimension, and Han Xiao stepped into the void and walked out slowly. Han Xiao glanced around and quickly locked in a direction that looked like nothing was there. It was actually the place where Halion was hiding and laughed. Do you want to come out by yourself? Or do I invite you? Halion was shocked, and her face changed drastically. The continuous changes made her feel confused. She didn't expect that Black Star would come so quickly, and just glanced at it and saw through Yi Yin's hidden effect and directly locked her position. Stop hiding. You can't escape in front of my perception. Han Xiao did not wait, and mechanical particles flowed along his arms, turning into a circular device, releasing waves of invisible force fields in the direction of Halion. In the empty space, Halion's figure suddenly appeared, rippling like ripples. Seeing that his whereabouts were revealed, Halion was shocked and hurriedly opened the portal and retreated. But at this moment, Han Xiao raised his hand and grabbed it, and a mechanical disc rose from behind his head, like a crown of light, fixed the space, and directly shattered her teleportation spell. Immediately afterwards, the thunder flashed, and a bunch of mechanical gods rushed out along with the force, surrounding Halion, but did not take action immediately. Oh, Halion was desperate. The gap in strength was too big. She could not fight the super god level alone. She clenched her teeth and made up her mind to fight to the death. However, at this moment, The shocked voice of the ancestor tree, King, suddenly remembered in the spiritual network. Wait a minute. Why is the positioning of the mother tree on the snake on the black star? Halion was stunned, glanced at it, and was shocked. I saw that the coordinates of the pivot snake locked by the mother tree were the black star in front of me. What's going on? At this time, Han Xiao did not take action immediately, but looked at Halion with interest and said, "Your idea of plotting against the snake is quite good, but unfortunately it's useless. I know that you have a spiritual network that can ignore the distance and contact each other. Please give me a message to the king of ancestral trees. I already know the location of your world tree. You have lost this battle. What have you done?" Halion couldn't help asking. "How do you mean I solved the genotoxins you released?" Han Xiao smiled, raised his palm, and a translucent snake-shaped figure appeared in the palm of his palm. Hovering, it was the pivot snake transformed into a virtual life. The pivot snake is transformed into a virtual life form, and Han Xiao instills a large amount of data flow into it, nurturing and ripening it in the form of intelligent life. The result made him very happy. His previous idea was correct. The virtual life form of the pivot snake is free from the limitations of the normal growth of organisms and can mature quickly in this way. The information state connection between the pivot snake and the world tree did not disappear due to the changes in the pivot snake's life form, and there is still two-way induction on both sides. Han Xiao saw the world tree's unwilling assassination plan from Bold Explorer. He originally thought he was not lucky, but when he saw that Halion and Harrison had a brief intersection, he was a little unsure and had a bold guess. Perhaps it was the effect of Harrison's halo that made Halion choose the food of the Shurian, which indirectly led to the Shurian being transformed into a virtual life by itself, matured in advance, and since the coordinates of the world tree. Although the probability sounds low for the protagonist, Han Xiao felt that everything was possible. Because virtual life is the life form controlled by Han Xiao, he simply took the pivot snake into the divine body fortress and turned it into a tool. In this way, even if the world tree can lock the pivot snake in reverse, the coordinates obtained are only his position, and he can't avoid him no matter what he wants. Seeing this scene through the spiritual network, the ancestral tree, King instantly looked ashamed and immediately understood the current situation. "I'm afraid there will be no chance to remove the threat of the shoe snake." At this moment, Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and said to Halion, "Although you are here to assassinate the shoe snake, you have done me a favor." He said that it is a hero of our three major civilizations. "I will make an exception and give you a chance to survive. What are you going to do?" "I will seal you. Maybe when we solve the world tree, you still have a chance to survive. You have no way out now, so just accept the seal obediently and don't let me struggle." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Halion hesitated, as if he was struggling. However, the next moment, she suddenly rose up and retreated quickly. A series of instant spells were thrown out, and a path was blown out among the mechanical troops, trying to break through and run away. But before she could make the next move, the mechanical envoys around her took action together and instantly suppressed Halion. Han Xiao flashed and approached Halion and grabbed her neck with one hand. "It seems that you don't give up if you don't see the coffin." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly used force to crush her protective spell and threw it at the mechanical god envoy's troops. The fierce battle broke out immediately, but there was no suspense in the battle process. The one-sided crushing did not last long. The end of the road was ravaged by a group of mechanical gods and almost paralyzed. Seeing this, Han Xiao came to her and pressed her head to mobilize her ability. Not long after, the space-time amber was formed, freezing Halion's sad and humiliating expression. "Congratulations to the Lord for catching the culprit. There is really nothing in the world that can hide from your eyes." Seeing this, Yozu congratulated aside in a deep voice. "Okay, you're not suitable for flattery. Go back." Han Xiao waved his hand and felt relaxed. If it weren't for World Tree's plot, he wouldn't have made up his mind to experiment with the snake so quickly. World Tree had shot himself in the foot. Since the coordinates had been obtained, please ask Harrison to come back. Speaking of which, this wave seems to have rubbed his halo. Han Xiao thought for a while, called the king of non-border as the transfer station, and contacted Harrison. Not long after, Harrison's remote projection emerged. Hisser Black Star, where are you going to find me? Don't participate in the expedition, come back. Harrison was a little surprised and said helplessly, haven't we talked about this before? I remember you promised not to persuade me. I have decided to contribute to the interstellar community. But before he finished speaking, Han Xiao interrupted him and smiled. It's different from the past. The situation has changed. I have mastered the exact coordinates of the World Tree body. I no longer need an expeditionary force. You don't need to continue taking risks in one go. Harrison was stunned, a little unbelievable, and hesitated. Hisser Black Star, aren't you deliberately lying to me to go back? How long has it been since you found the World Tree body? Han Xiao smiled and said, thanks to your luck this time. If it weren't for yours, I might not have been able to determine the location of the World Tree so quickly. So strictly speaking, part of this contribution is yours. You have made great contributions to the end of this war and can retire successfully. It's just decided, and I'll teleport over later and bring you back. After that, he hung up the communication. On the other side, Harrison scratched his head, confused. No, what I did, why did I make a huge contribution? Why didn't I know? There's still later. The world of secondary dimensions, the World Tree Civilization Control Area, the Tree King Palace. The spiritual network with Haley and was cut off. The king of the ancestral tree knew that she had been sealed by the Black Star, and silently closed her eyes with a gloomy and gray expression. What should I do? The king of Dingshu next to me looked over. His tone was complicated. The king of ancestral tree pressed his eyebrows. His expression changed. Some were depressed and lost. Some were resentful and regretful. After a while of silence, he opened his eyes again and spoke slowly, with helplessness and weakness. Retract all the troops outside, return to the subordinated area, and all the troops guard the main body of the mother tree. We're going to give up the invasion. Now is no longer the time to consider how to invade the opponent. It's time to guard against the enemy's counterattack. The Zushu king's eyes were solemn, and a faint reluctance flashed. The coordinates of the mother tree body are exposed. If it were an ordinary opponent, the World Tree Civilization would not be too panic. It can block the dimension and mobilize heavy troops to guard the death. Even if the enemy wants to attack the mother tree body, it must cross countless defense lines. However, the three major civilizations just restrained this tactic. The high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter ignored any space blockade and could pass through any defense line. Once the coordinates of the mother tree were exposed, it was equivalent to giving the three major civilizations the opportunity to steal the house directly and could hit the yellow dragon at any time. The ancestral tree king did not dare to take risks and had to withdraw all troops to defend the mother tree body. The offense and defense had been changed. Now it was his turn to worry about the invasion of the three major civilizations. In the eyes of the ancestral tree king, this practice is just a poison to quench thirst. Even if it can repel the army of the three civilizations again and again, the shoe snake has been completely mastered by the Black Star and can position the main body of the mother tree at any time, which is equivalent to the world tree never having peace. The ancestral tree king almost never thought of a way to turn the tables. Civilization has been reborn and has not been able to reach such a desperate situation for many years. After hunting so many civilizations, I finally encountered a tough problem. I often walk by the river and can't help but get my shoes wet. I've been pecked by geese all day long. Is there really no way? King Dingshu asked in a low voice. Yes, and it's very simple. As long as you kill Black Star, everything will be solved. The king of Zushu looked expressionless. If I could kill, I would have killed it long ago. King Dingshu looked bitter. So the dominance of the war is no longer in our hands. The long-term strategy has lost the environment for execution. All we can do now is to deal with it according to the moves. Zhu Shuang's tone was bitter. At this point, he didn't know where his destiny would go. The Tree King's order was conveyed to all officers through the spiritual network. Whether they were shocked, panicked, or unwilling to accept it, all officers obediently carried out the orders. The World Tree Fleet, which was causing trouble in the territory of the three major civilizations, withdrew from group to group, and the army stationed outside the border of Shining the World also abandoned its strongholds, jumped away with wormholes, and evacuated them all. The sudden withdrawal of World Tree made many support troops of the Interstellar United Army empty, and many people were confused and didn't know what the World Tree was doing. This information was quickly passed on and attracted the attention of the senior management. An emergency meeting is underway at the Strategic Command of the Interstellar Joint Army. The remote projection of the three major civilization heads was also present. They received a report from the General Staff and were very surprised. They attended the meeting together and attended the military to analyze the reasons for the withdrawal of World Tree. The World Tree clearly occupies the initiative and can harass and devour our territory as much as possible, but now it has suddenly stopped invading. Not only that, even the army that shines outside the world's borders has been taken back. This situation is quite strange. We don't know the reason yet. What do you think? Commander Simon's tone was solemn. Everyone present looked serious and stared at the virtual strategic sand table. They're not optimistic that withdrawing troops from the World Tree is a good thing. From their perspective, such unreasonable behavior must be supported by reasonable unknown reasons. In the military's view, the World Tree is probably about to cause trouble, but they don't know the enemy's target, so the atmosphere is quite tense at this time, and the air is filled with anxiety. Tenny knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "According to the calculations of the General Staff, the sudden withdrawal of the World Tree may be a suspicious plan. If we want to mislead our judgment, an unknown large-scale military operation is brewing behind our back. The target is likely to point directly to our central star C, the home star of the three major civilizations." Hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more serious. In this case, we must continue to strengthen the defense of our home star. The World Tree withdraws its troops at the forefront of the storm. The brewing action is by no means a simple move. If we relax, they may really succeed. Simon's expression was solemn, and his voice was sonorous. At this time, an officer from the Zuling sect hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't anyone think that this is a change inside the World Tree?" The Zuling sect turned his head and looked at him and said in a deep voice, "We cannot hope that there's a problem with the enemy itself. We must first consider the worst possibility in everything." At this time, the glorious President Lewis thought about it and said, "The withdrawal of the World Tree must be a reason. Could it be a traitor and secretly leak some information to the World Tree, causing them to make new decisions?" As he finished speaking, many officers looked stern and looked heavier. In the past 6 months, the three major civilizations have resisted the invasion of the World Tree and thoroughly investigated traitors internally. There are a lot of suspects, but they just cannot confirm the culprit. In the situation where foreign enemies are under the brink of the enemy, the three major civilizations dare not rather kill the wrong ones than let go. The cooperation of the Interstellar Joint Army is hard-won, and they are also afraid that they will wrongly accuse their innocent allies and lead to internal turmoil, which is inappropriate. Bruce agreed. This is also a possibility. The existence of traitors is still an unstable factor, which is most likely to lead to various variables. We still need to come up with an effective method to let traitors show their strength. The head of the Zuling sect emphasized. Just as everyone was talking endlessly, another remote projection suddenly appeared in the conference room. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the person who came was a black star. "Oh, the meeting has begun. It seems that you haven't waited for me." Han Xiao looked around and nodded to everyone, and everyone nodded one after another. As one of the pillars of the war, he naturally received an invitation from the meeting, but in order to confirm that the coordinates of the mother tree sensed by the pivot snake were correct, he delayed for a while. "You're late." Bruce was helpless. Han Xiao waved his hand. "Don't care about these details. What are you talking about just now?" Simon took the initiative to explain. the World Tree suddenly withdrew its troops and stopped the entire territory invasion. We are speculating on the motives of their move. The biggest possibility at present is that the World Tree is brewing a wave of large-scale military operations against the three major civilization home stars, and it is also possible that the traitor leaked new intelligence. Oh, has the World Tree retreated? Han Xiao blinked, but he only knew about this now. After thinking about it, he understood the motivation of the World Tree civilization and couldn't help laughing. Okay, don't scare yourself. The World Tree retreated because they were afraid. Are you scared? Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what Han Xiao meant. The head of the Zuling sect coughed and said, "Hey Xing, don't joke. This matter is very serious." Who has the time to joke with you? Han Xiao TSK. I ripened the snake, and now I have mastered the precise coordinates of the World Tree's body. The World Tree sensed this through two-way sensing. They retreated because they were afraid that we would go straight to the Yellow Dragon. So, they went back to defense. There was no other possibility. Have you found a location of the World Tree's body? Really? The three of them were stunned, suddenly overjoyed, and a little frightened, afraid that this was fake. Everyone was also shocked. Their faces changed drastically, and they stared at Han Xiao blankly, their eyes full of disbelief. It was not until Han Xiao gave a positive reply that the three leaders and the officers present were truly excited, and the crowd was excited. How did you do it? Bruce hurriedly asked, and everyone looked at Han Xiao too. Seeing this, Han Xiao did not hide it. He briefly said the assassination of Halian, and emphasized that the snake had unlocked its sensing ability, which made everyone excited. Because of the existence of the snake, everyone has always been very confident in this war, but that is all confidence in the long-term trend. I thought that at least the offensive of the World Tree's entire territory invasion would last for decades before I could wait for the turning point of the victory or defeat. Unexpectedly, Black Star solved the key problems at this stage. This is equivalent to reducing the interstellar community's losses in war for decades and freeing them and other officers in advance. Everyone is excited. Good job. In this way, the initiative is completely in our hands. Bruce clenched his fists violently, overjoyed. While they were still thinking about how to catch the traitor, Black Star had found the key element to end the war and regain the dominance. The two sides were doing things at the same level. Looking at the trend since the war started, there are Black Stars in almost every turn, and now it has brought chances to the three major civilizations. It is said that he alone dominated the direction of the war, but the three of them do not feel exaggerated at all. At this time, Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, "Don't say anything extra. The weakness of the World Tree is fully exposed and completely passive. It's time for us to gather the large army, to take the initiative to attack, and completely end the enemy. In this war, the World Tree is at the end of the road." Simon stood up with a sharp look on his face, and his tone was decisive. "Your Excellency Black Star is right. It's time for us to sound the horn of counterattack." As soon as the words came, everyone suddenly felt proud and stood up one after another, looking at the three leaders and asking for their orders in unison. "Please issue an order." Seeing this, Bruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling sect looked straight, focused their heads, and spoke solemnly. "Okay, from now on, we will make strategic adjustments. The primary goal is no longer to stick to the country. Now, we will completely destroy the world and build civilization as our new strategic goal." "Understand." The officers present responded in unison, with a solemn expression and eager to try. Han Xiao, who was standing beside him, looked at this scene, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although he and the three major civilizations have the common goal of defeating the World Tree civilization, the specific needs are still different. From the perspective of the three major civilizations, the World Tree naturally destroyed the most to reassure them. But from Han Xiao's perspective, he can only say that it is sincere to jointly resist foreign enemies, and it is also sincere to use each other. When the main contradiction is resolved, the differences between me and the three major civilizations will also surface. These people are grateful to me now, and what will happen at that time? Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he thought secretly. With the withdrawal of the World Tree, the fighting between the two sides stopped, causing the exploratory universe to suddenly fall silent. When the interstellar people were not mentally prepared, the war suddenly went out, just like the World Tree invaded, coming and going in a hurry. The top leaders of the three major civilizations have concluded a consensus, and a strategic change quickly mobilized the whole body. The Interstellar Joint Army no longer patrolled and guarded the territory, but began to assemble towards the Central Star Sea. When he noticed the changes in the situation, countless interstellar citizens who were in panic all day long were stunned for a moment and couldn't figure out the situation. There are many different opinions on the internet, and the Star Covenant observers lurking in the desolate universe were also confused by the withdrawal of the World Tree. They didn't know the secrets of the Shu Shi, but were still kept in the dark and could only collect information from the public information on the internet. At this time, they felt confused. Strange, the World Tree should keep eroding the three major civilizations. How did you go? In the secret base, many Star Alliance observers were quite confused. They leaked intelligence to guide the World Tree to destroy the three major civilizations in a major way. Over the past 6 months, World Tree's actions have been perfectly in line with their expectations, allowing them to watch the fire from the other side of the river. Things were moving in the direction they planned, and they were watching the show and were having fun, but the World Tree suddenly slipped away, and the observers of the Star Alliance were caught off guard. The World Tree must have a reason for doing this. They may not be satisfied with small-scale quarrels and are shrinking their troops and preparing to make a big deal. Captain Observer analyzed for a while, reached a conclusion, and his tone was firm. Upon hearing this, many team members also felt it made sense, and their inner surprise turned into expectations. At this time, these lurkers of the Star Alliance did not know that they were the tools of their plan to kill people with a knife, and the World Tree civilization that they had high hopes for was now a clay Buddha crossing the river, and they were unable to protect themselves. News of the reversal of offense and defense quickly spread across the top leaders of the Interstellar United Army. The civilizations of allies who were originally overwhelmed by the World Tree invasion of the territory were greatly surprised. They cooperated with the assembly operations of the three major civilizations. The legions of each star field flowed to the Central Star Sea like a sea of rivers. Han Xiao's contribution to ripening the snake in advance was also spread, and was known to all major civilizations. Although the Black Star guided the war more than once, the impact on the top leaders this time was still shocking. Everyone was prepared for decades of hard struggle, but suddenly they found that they no longer needed to suffer and had the opportunity to achieve their goals. If the invasion of the World Tree is a disease, then before the health of the interstellar society suffered huge damage, Black Star developed a special medicine to solve the disease, saving countless lives. With decades of war, countless refugees and soldiers were able to be preserved. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is immeasurable merit. Although it is a bit stingy, many civilized officials feel that it is completely fine to use the word hero to describe Black Star's contribution to this war. As an important part of the Interstellar Joint Army, the senior executives of the Superstar Cluster Alliance also received this information and were a little stunned. I didn't expect the situation to become so fast. In the joint conference room, senior executives of Superstar Group gathered together with complex expressions. Half a year ago, Black Star came to the door and forced them to terminate the migration plan. Although the Superstar League bowed its head, they naturally felt resentment in their hearts. Due to the agreement between the two parties, they could only stay for the time being, but they still did not give up the plan to move. They originally wanted to spend 2 or 3 years to wait and see the situation, but once the situation is not good, they should restart the migration plan at any time. But unexpectedly, in less than a year, the good situation was reversed by Han Xiao. The full invasion of the World Tree was disintegrated, resulting in the loss of restraint of the three major civilizations. In this way, Even if they wanted to migrate, they would lose the prerequisites. The current exploratory universe has no chaotic environment for them to implement this plan. If they insist on doing their own thing, the three major civilizations will have enough energy to free up their hands to deal with them. Oh, I can't leave now, but I want to leave. It's all because of Black Star. We didn't seize the opportunity. Some people were upset. The leader of the Star Ark shook his head and said helplessly, "You're wrong. We're a blessing in disguise this time. If there was no Black Star to stop us from implementing this plan, it would be trouble now." Everyone thought about it, and their scalp was numb. No one foreseed in advance that in just half a year, the World Tree was unable to withstand by Black Star. If they really initiated the migration, they would be cheated. This time is not enough to complete the entire migration plan, and they can't go far. At the same time, if they lose the way back, they will be regarded as traitors who leaked intelligence and become targeted by the public. In this way, this wave is a blessing in disguise, and I have to thank Brother Blackstar. Everyone was a little chilled when they figured out this. At this time, the leader of the Star Ark thoughtfully and pondered. I think that Black Star has actually expected the changes now. After all, he has always been in control of the snake. The current situation is controllable for him. He came to the door and demanded that we give up the migration. In addition to taking into account the overall situation, he might have a vague reminder to help us avoid this pit in his way. Hearing this, the eyes of many senior executives of the Superstar Group flashed. The leader of the Star Ark glanced, paused, and continued. Black Star did this, naturally, not because of any friendship with us, but from the perspective of interests. As he said, after the war, the contradiction between the three major civilizations and the Super A-level association still existed. He needed an allies with sufficient weight to help him complete further expansion, so he would help us in this wave. What a dangerous guy. Many senior executives of the Superstar Group shook their heads and lamented Black Star's foresight. While they were still focusing on the war, Black Star had already begun to plan the post-war pattern. What was revealed from it was Black Star's firm confidence in this war, and he believed more than anyone else that the interstellar community could win the final victory, because the key to ending the war was in his hands. On the other hand, when the Interstellar Joint Army gathered, the Super A-Level Association also learned about the change in the situation from Han Xiao and was shocked. Beautiful Black Star, you have captured the lifeblood of the World Tree. In the conference room of the main star of the association, this good news inspired many Super A-Level expressions. They have been rushing to help everywhere for more than half a year, and have only been passively responding to the invaders, without any room for counterattack, and they are all holding their breath. Since the war started, there has been only the invasion of the World Tree. Now, we can finally counterattack. Most of the Super A-Level audience are excited and eager to try. The eyes of Han Xiao were mixed with deep admiration and admiration. Han Xiao knocked on the table with his knuckles and said, I have provided the coordinates of the World Tree body to the three major civilizations. They are gathering large troops and preparing to achieve their contributions in one battle. Everyone should also do their best. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, we will do our best. My cannon is already hungry and thirsty. The Sun Hunter waved his hand, and his small body exuded a great passion. Manison said indifferently, I finally ended this war once and for all, which was earlier than I expected. Most people were quite happy. Although there was a sanctuary to protect me and were not afraid of casualties, it was better to have short pain than long pain. No one wanted to die a few more times in the long war. Han Xiao raised his hand to press the pressure, signaling everyone not to be so excited, and said slowly, In this war, our winning rate is more than 90%. Defeating the World Tree civilization is only one aspect. After the war, we have more things to deal with. In order to avoid destroying bridges across the river, I need your strong support. Hearing this, everyone restrained a little and waited for the following. What are you going to do? Sowery asked for everyone. I'm going to use the aftermath of the war to change the organizational nature of the association, become a civilized regime, and form a real third polar force. With our reputation in the war and our own powerful strength, the three major civilizations must recognize them, even if they pinch their noses. Now let me share my anger with you first. Then I will shout my name, and you can support them with all your strength. Han Xiao explained briefly. Is it finally here? Don't worry, we will cooperate. Everyone was excited. This is a key step in the transformation of the Super A-level group. Everyone had expected it, and there was no objection. At this time, Manison suddenly said, "Be careful of one problem. The three civilizations may have different thoughts when they're sure to win, and may look at the power of the world tree. We help the three civilizations defeat foreign enemies, but we cannot sit idly by and watch them control or conquer the world tree, which will turn into a powerful weapon to deal with us. This is absolutely not possible." Hearing this, everyone nodded deeply. The world tree has proved its terribleness. The combination of Super A-level association plus Superstar Group alliance can compete with the three major civilizations. If the three major civilizations control the world tree, then the power will expand to a new level and threaten the survival of the Super A-level group again. This result is something that everyone will never want to see. Han Xiao's eyes moved, and he smiled. So be careful when fighting. Pay attention to the three major civilizations, and don't let them hinder my actions. The three major civilizations specifically divide a gathering area in the Central Star Sea. With the continuous arrival of the army in various star fields, the scale of the fleet on standby here has reached an astronomical number, which is simply boundless. The Glorious Federation almost took out all the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters in stock and arranged them neatly and in an orderly manner. Because the world tree shrinks its troops to protect the main body of the mother tree. This battle can only be head-on, which is the true meaning of both sides to do their best and never die. The scale of the war is the largest since the war started. All the soldiers in the ships looked serious and filled with a decisive atmosphere. And on the player forum, related posts have been flooded. The player group naturally would not miss this big scene. Basically, everyone gathered over and accepted the same task, acting as the way forward of a large army and exploring the distribution of the troops of the World Tree Civilization in the ontological dimension. The player group has no objection to this and even enjoys it. After all, no one is more suitable for this task than them, and there is room for performance in such a big scene. However, most players were not mentally prepared for the sudden change in the war situation and were surprised. Isn't the version called the whole country invasion? I thought the World Tree's offensive would last longer. Maybe it was wrong that the main and secondary. The opposite side of the invasion is the real meaning of the version name. Speaking of this, for such a large-scale war, I feel that our influence is very limited. Damn, I don't have to look at CG again, right? I don't think this battle will end in a short time. I'm afraid it will become a meat grinder battlefield, which should be very tragic. It's hard to say. It's not that the enemy doesn't work hard, but our army has black stars. The player group has been discussing it on the forum. Although there are a lot of complaints, they're still looking forward to the counterattack of the three major civilizations. On the other hand, the Strategic Command is intensively deducing the tactical arrangements of this battle and various possible situations. Senior officers such as Simon and Tenny discussed fiercely, and Han Xiao and others were able to listen. Our first wave of the Immortals is the vanguard of the way, bringing back more positioning data, and then using the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter for firepower bombing. With 200,000 keys of destruction as a batch, 20 batches were first deployed, and then cycled like this several times to try to damage the enemy's living power. After this, we will put the main fleet in batches. Because of the transmission efficiency of the teleporter, we can only use the oil-adding tactics, which will take a certain amount of time to alleviate the disadvantage of the troops, so this period will be the stage with the highest combat loss rate. The enemy will inevitably guard the World Tree body strictly, and our goal is to break through the enemy's defense zone, open a path to the World Tree body, and decapitate it. This requires the cooperation of advanced combat power. Speaking of this, many senior officers present turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao knew what everyone meant and said slowly, "I will act as an arrow at that time and lead the Super A-level advancement. You're responsible for providing firepower support. All the direct lines of Super A-level will obey your commands." Simon's tone was solemn. Super A-level has strong individual combat power and flexible mobility, and is the only candidate for progress. According to the tactical deduction of the three major civilizations, this battle is likely to open up the situation with advanced combat power. So the importance of Black Star and a group of Super A-level in this war is self-evident. Han Xiao was mentally prepared. He was interested in the forces of the three major civilizations, which could help him break out to the World Tree body, and then he could implement the real plan. Although the three civilizations did not mean to fight a blitzkrieg, with the speed of the violent soldiers of the World Tree, a large number of new troops would be added every day, and the three civilizations could not help but speed up the agglomeration speed. A few days later, the three major civilizations saw that the troops had been almost mobilized, so they brazenly launched the battle without hesitation. In the vast universe, teams of fleets carrying players drove into different high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters, and a light flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the secondary dimension world, the World Tree ontology dimension. The area of this space is far greater than the general dimension. A giant tree that runs through the sky, and the earth stands in the center, with lush branches and leaves and lush green. Around it are dense space cracks, countless roots extending from the giant tree and inserting them into it. This giant tree is the essence of the World Tree. At this time, layered protective covers enveloped the World Tree body and surrounded by an endless World Tree fleet. It has been waiting for it for many days, forming layers of tight defense lines, and countless weapons and devices have been installed. Buzzing, suddenly, lights suddenly flashed across the distant sky, and the Pathfinder composed of players came and was revealed in the vision of the World Tree fleet. Here, on a branch on the top of the World Tree, the Ancestral Tree King opened his eyes and looked in the direction where the enemy appeared with a stern expression. The light of the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter faded from sight, and the scene outside the portholes of the player warships had turned into an extremely vast green world. The huge World Tree body stood in the distance, and the boundless World Tree fleet was guarding beside it, like a green sea of light. The distribution of the World Tree troops jumped into my eyes, as if it was spread all over every inch of space, extremely strict, enough to arouse the intensive phobia of ordinary people and make the scalp numb. I saw countless ship-based weapons adjusting their muzzles at the same time, aiming at the direction of the player's appearance from afar, and spitting out endless firepower at any time, breaking the invaders into pieces. The nose seemed to smell a strong breath of death, but many players were not afraid at all, but their chests were hot and blood was hot, and they felt like trembling fanaticism. "Ah, little tree cubs, you have today too. Brothers, rush up. For the tribe. The sacred forum connects us. Wow, die for me." Tens of millions of players shouted excitedly and dispersed. The warships that were teleporting moved separately without hesitation, scattered like sparks in the sky, charging forward in all directions, like the two hussars. "Fire!" As the Ancestral Tree King boldly ordered, countless artillery fire suddenly came out, and the light cannon tsunami with almost no gaps in form was shot down. A wave shot down, instantly crushing large areas of players, the shields and hulls, and all of them were beaten into annihilated powder. With just one encounter, huge casualties occurred in the player fleet. However, some high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters operate in groups, forming a 24/7 transmission chain, and new troops are transmitted out at every moment, while the remaining high-dimensional apocalypse teleporters operate in clusters, specifically responsible for large-scale delivery. The two transmission methods cooperate to ensure that there will be no vacuum of force on the front line. A large number of players were killed, and new players were continuing to enter the field, bringing back detailed information from the World Tree's ontology dimension. Due to the restricted information and communication, It is difficult for normal Pathfinders to convey messages to the headquarters, and the players who can be resurrected are the least restricted intelligence officers. The World Tree Army's firepower was endless, blowing enemy ships into fireworks. But at this moment, the players' troops suddenly stopped teleportation, replaced by dense keys of destruction. Shield! The roar of commanders at all levels sounded in the World Tree's spiritual network, and the outermost defense circle immediately activated the response measures. The space extended, stretched the distance, and turned into a deep area used to buffer the firebombing, which was the Rielbo space protection belt. The next moment, batches of keys of destruction burst out with dazzling bright light, as if hundreds of thousands of rounds of shining suns were rising, and violent energy poured out like a flood. Rumble, the ultra-high density of energy explosion reaction, distorts the space, and the source of the explosion seems to have become a singularity, and the surrounding space-time collapses towards it, presenting vortex-shaped space folds. Immediately afterwards, the light burst out like a world-breaking burst, spreading rapidly, and then it slowed down after entering the Rielbo space protection belt. Its momentum gradually slowed down. Finally, it barely touched the giant anti-bombing shield of the outer defense circle, exploded with crackling strong light arcs, leaving large cracks on the shield. The floor washing of the key of destruction was repeated many times. Most of the power was reduced by the space protection belt, and the remaining power shattered layers of protective covers, causing considerable damage to the World Tree fleet in the outermost defense circle. But the maintenance fleet interspersed in the position and constantly repaired the shields, so that the effect of the key of destruction bombing stopped at the outer defense circle. If it were a general secondary dimension, under the explosion of energy at this level, it had already burst from the inside. However, the toughness of the ontological dimension of the World Tree is far beyond common sense, and the space intensity is even greater than that of the main universe, and it was reinforced by the World Tree fleet with a large number of space devices, which is extremely strong. The tactical cycle of player exploration plus key of destruction washes the floor several times, scraping off the World Tree battleships, while the warships inside kept coming forward to fill up their positions and maintaining the shield. One side was acting as a bomb, and the other side was defending the position and defending the defense. After another batch of keys of destruction exploded, the official forces of the Interstellar Joint Army finally arrived and waves of teleported. Due to the limitation of transmission efficiency, the task of the Vanguard is to withstand the offensive of the World Tree, buy time for the subsequent troops, and allow the high-dimensional Apocalypse teleporter to be continuously deployed to the troops until the troops are sufficient. The first phase of combat mission can be successful, and the next phase of large-scale hard work can be entered. The Interstellar Joint Army that arrived immediately took action, with a clear division of labor. The engineering troops established positions and built space gates, wanted to directly access the main universe and add new channels for deployment, while the escort troops were surrounded by the surroundings, preparing to resist the offensive of the World Tree. And the task of harassing offensive was temporarily handed over to the time and space-cutting expendables. As the depth, the Rielbo space protection belt lengthens the space distance and separates the two sides regardless of enemy, and us, causing the Interstellar Joint Army to sail for a long time before they can pass through this deep area and reach the outermost defense circle of the World Tree. But on the other hand, if the World Tree wants to attack the Interstellar Joint Army, it does not need to trek through the Rielbo space protection belt and can directly teleport across, because this is the ontology dimension of the World Tree, solidifying the function of the World Tree Express. All World Tree members have the ability to teleport quickly here and can appear in any corner at any time. The World Tree civilization has home advantage here, easy to defend but difficult to attack. The next moment, green light flashed by, and batches of mobile fleets of World Trees flashed, directly crossing the Rielbo space protection belt. Looking at the three major civilized armies outside the window, countless World Tree soldiers showed a look of looking at death on their faces, and the hearts and networks were filled with tragic emotions. Although the thoughts are controlled by the World Tree, The members of the World Tree still have self-awareness and regard the World Tree as a totem. Now, there's only one idea left, which is to repel the counterattack of the three major civilizations at all costs. For the Mother Tree, kill all the enemy bandits. The World Tree soldiers made a shrill battle cry and controlled the warship to attack. Stop them. The officers of the Interstellar United Army also shouted angrily and issued instructions. One side was holding the anger of revenge for his compatriots, and the other side was determined to fight back and forth in a strong collective consciousness hedging, entangled into a spiritual undercurrent that ravaged the entire audience. In a trance, countless people seemed to see two giant beasts biting one piece. Immediately afterwards, the torrents of the military formations of both sides collided, and in an instant, the movement was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had sunk. As soon as they fought, the situation became one-sided. Due to the large gap in the forces present, the World Tree Fleet quickly gained the upper hand and defeated the Interstellar Joint Army on a large scale with its numerical advantage. The vanguard of the Interstellar Joint Army was struggling to support it, and the pressure came not only from the huge forces of the enemy garrisoning the main dimension, but also from the harassment of the main body of the World Tree. Whenever the new forces of the Interstellar Joint Army teleport to the battlefield, space cracks will bloom around them, and dense roots of world trees will extend out, slapping at their military formations and smashing starships one by one. In the ontological dimension, the Mother Tree consciousness can control the roots of the World Tree to block the enemy by itself, and its lethality may not be strong, but it is definitely a sharp means to disrupt the situation of the war. The special scientific and technological forces of the World Tree and the Interstellar Joint Army were not resting. Sometimes they used genetic bombs, sometimes they used two-dimensional space weapons, and sometimes they used online viruses. Various technologies were staged one after another, and they were fighting each other, making moves strange phenomena. A batch of fleets were killed, and more troops were teleported. The roller coaster of troops generally increased and decreased, but the overall trend was still rising, and the speed of combat losses was not as fast as the high-dimensional apocalypse teleported deployed troops. The army of both sides was killed in a mess. The battlefield was in chaos. The formations were intertwined, and the male and female were fighting head-on. Every minute and every second, there were millions of casualties, and the sacrifice numbers rolled and refreshed at a terrifying speed. Attack and attack. Never let the enemy defile the Mother Tree. The fanatical fighting intention spreads in the spiritual network, infecting all members of the World Tree. However, no matter how excited the mood is, it cannot determine the direction of the battle. The two sides have been fighting for a long time, and the Interstellar Joint Army has passed the most dangerous early stage. At this time, the troops present have reached a scale, gradually getting rid of the disadvantages and starting to compete with the World Tree Fleet, and a stalemate has begun. In the chaotic battlefield, a World Tree mobile warship flexibly shuttled between the barrage, teleported from time to time to avoid the attack without dead corners, and continuously shot out a series of light energy missiles, shattering enemy ships like a whip. The driver gritted his teeth, his eyes red. As it approached a combat squad of the Interstellar Joint Army, the firepower coverage came towards us, and the pilot directly activated the teleportation, and the entire spacecraft disappeared from its original position, avoiding a round of firepower. The next moment, his spacecraft appeared in the center of the squad. The pilot did not hesitate to remove the limiter of the reactor, turning the entire spacecraft into a large bomb, trying to self-destruct and eliminate the enemy squad. However, at this moment, an invisible force field suddenly suppressed, directly pressing his spaceship into powder and pressing his roar that had not yet been released into nothingness. In the increasingly large military formation of the Interstellar Joint Army, hundreds of super-level players appeared together, and justice came from the sky, instantly destroying a large number of attacking World Tree troops. A huge mechanical god was also exposed to the vision of both sides, emitting super god-level energy fluctuations. It was Han Xiao's supreme heavenly priest. His strong presence instantly attracted the attention of all soldiers and officers on both sides. The members of the World Tree already had a psychological shadow on Han Xiao, and countless people were in awe at the same time. The soldiers of the Interstellar Joint Army were just the opposite and were overjoyed. All people pay attention. The Super A-Level Association has been dispatched. Official counterattack. The entry of advanced combat power is a signal, which represents the entry of the strategy into the second stage, from defense to offense. The Interstellar Joint Army accumulated enough troops and no longer focused on defense. It finally launched a fierce counterattack and advanced towards the World Tree from all directions. The Rielbo Space Protection Belt can stop them for a long time, and the enemy will be unable to invade our formal defense circle for a while. We can use the deep zone to cause greater damage to them. Seeing this, many members of the World Tree flashed the same thoughts, but at the next moment they all changed color and caused a sudden change. Han Xiao Supreme Heavenly Lord raised his arm and grabbed it in the direction of the World Tree Fleet's defense circle. A strange space fluctuation was released, covering the Rielbo Space Protection Belt in an instant. The next moment, the Rielbo Space Protection Belt quickly failed, and the extended space quickly contracted and returned to normal. But the changes are not only that. Even if the Rielbo Space Protection Belt fails, the military formations of both sides are still a little far away, but suddenly they are shortened in the reverse direction. The large forces of the Interstellar Joint Army are close to each other in the blink of an eye, and there is no need to waste time on the road. The space constant debugger of the universe treasure technology provided by the St. Turks clan has been perfected and improved by Han Xiao. Once used, it shines brightly, and the role of the Rielbo Space Protection Belt is directly neutralized. The shortening of the space depth has greatly helped the attacking joint forces, and the World Tree civilization was frightened. Follow me. After doing this, Han Xiao Yishuan, the Emperor Skyblade, and the huge supreme heavenly venerable body advanced forward, tearing open the military formation of the World Tree Fleet like a wave. The ghost waves were spilled out like money, paralyzing the enemy ships. Many Super A-level looked grim, followed closely, and kept making final efforts. Everyone seemed to form a sharp blade, penetrated into the World Tree defense circle, the deepest. Wherever they passed, the World Tree battleships exploded one after another. Such an arrogant advance immediately encountered a large-scale fire from the World Tree Fleet, and the Interstellar Joint Army was escorting the deathly guards to provide cover. Just as Han Xiao was barely drilled through the outermost defense circle, another super god-level fluctuation suddenly came, sweeping the entire audience like a hurricane. The Ancestral Tree King had abandoned himself and burned the super god's legacy in stock and activated the arrival of the tree god. If there is no super god-level Black Star among the enemies, the Ancestral Tree King still has room for operation. You can use the information rebirth mechanism of the tree god to make the World Tree lose on the surface, but in fact it regenerates in other places and return to the dark to recuperate. But in the face of super god-level information erasure, this road is no longer possible, and the pivot snake will never die, the World Tree will have nowhere to hide, and the Ancestral Tree King has no way out. At this moment, the tree god, driven by instinct, was left with the remaining high-level combat power of the World Tree, facing Han Xiao and others, and all burst into a tragic fighting spirit of looking at death. Even if you die in battle, you will never let you go. Kill. Now that the enemies meet, there is no need for any extra words. Bam! Han Xiao ran into the arms of the tree god without hesitation, stabbed it in with a knife, and galloped towards the tree god. Two huge super god-level figures were wrapped around one piece, rolling in the battle formation, crushing the starships in the sky. End of this chapter. The Emperor's sky-splitting blade hovered like a light wheel in the hands of the Supreme Heavenly Lord, bursting out countless dark blue high-density phantom light blades, smashing all the starships and mechas along the way, and drew a blank area in the dense defense circle army formation, leaving endless light marks. Brush, brush. The light blades slashed on the tree god one after another, and the twisted roots were completely broken, but tree buds quickly grew at the fracture, repairing and bonding the wound. The mechanical force gushed and stormed, blessing the black mechanical legion, like a black and gold thundercloud, entangled and fought with the green energy tsunami set off by the tree god, causing the two giant objects to explode. The two of them released the inner space at the same time. The lightning-roaring gray-blue void realm collides with the green tree god realm, squeezing towards each other, rubbing back and forth like grinding tofu, causing a crackling and dazzling arc. During this process, Han Xiao and the tree god both expanded endlessly, rolling and fighting together. And in an instant, there were thousands of collisions, and the shockwaves flew away all the spaceships wherever they passed. This is not the first time the two of them have fought, and the tree god is still in an irrational and incomplete state, but Han Xiao clearly feels that the power of the tree god has increased a lot. Not as easy to deal with as last time, especially the strength of the tree god realm has increased greatly, which makes him feel a little pressure. The closer you get to the mother tree, the stronger the power of the tree god. Especially when you are in the dimension of the world tree. The tree god's ability is blessed, and it also has the ability to teleport without cooling. It is extremely flexible. The most disgusting thing is that the flesh level is equally amazing. Even Han Xiao finds it difficult. With the strengthening of various factors, the tree god temporarily curbed Han Xiao's momentum of progress, and even forced Han Xiao to retreat and stay away from the mother tree's body. It seems that it is not that easy to solve this guy. Han Xiao thought to himself. As expected, he had expected that the tree god would be strengthened in the main dimension, and it was not surprising. He was not anxious at all when his progress was blocked. He calmed down and fought against the tree god. In the fierce battle, he waited silently for his various specialties to take effect and continuously improve his combat power. The last time he extracted the ability of the tree god, he got some obscure information, guessing that the enemy would pay a huge price to summon the tree god, and it was not a long-term method. So Han Xiao is not eager for quick success and instant benefits at this moment. In his opinion, as long as he drags into a protracted war, the tree god will sooner or later decline. If he hadn't hit the hometown of World Tree, he probably might not have been willing to use this trick to stop him. When the two super gods fought, the super level 2 sides met on a narrow road, and the new and old hatreds were particularly jealous. In an instant, they were like thunder in the sky and earth fire, and they were so fierce that they were out of control. All super level mechanics temporarily put aside their personal rifts, and the mechanical legion formed an array without distinction, pouring out fierce firepower. The magicians summoned their own mage towers, connected them to each other, and established a large magic circuit, like a moving position, releasing various large-scale attack forbidden techniques in all directions. A number of mechanical gods were raging in the battlefield. Manison's silver-white body waved its trident and swept a large area, with immortal weapons guarding each other, majestic. Hebelong finally had the opportunity to take revenge, killing the special kills, tearing apart the roots of the dancing world tree and making a silent roar. On the other hand, the strange god and dozens of clones were walking through the battlefield, and the various supernatural powers played with many world tree powerhouses in their palms. Not far away, Evans activated the energy control superpower with all his strength, mobilizing all kinds of energy accumulated in the battlefield, and smashed it towards the World Tree fleet with considerable destructive power. Hela looked stern, controlling the red tide of death, setting off waves after wave and swallowing up enemy ships. Aurora looked solemn and exuded vitality. She kept treating her injured teammates and summoned a large number of heroic spirits from time to join the battlefield. Suri burned an infinite amount of blue, and his mind power surged, shattering the thinking of countless world tree clans. In another area, Fording held the soul-turning instrument with his hand and walked through the battlefield. A large area of battlefield around him became a forbidden area for life, and all the souls of the enemies were crushed to pieces. Many martial artists no longer fought alone, but formed a formation. Sierra, Metes, Heber, Veru, Jaina, Kohler, and others launched a collective iron-headed charge, stirring up the defense circle of the World Tree Fleet, with continuous fists, and Eula's voice resounded throughout the dimension. Carlot was also among them, driving in silver shadows, racing in the sky and rain, smashing enemy ships one by one. Quantum Demon Spirit Judith, Guardian, Rama, Mechanical Queen, Morniza, and others set off waves of data offensives in the virtual network. Military Flag. Enid mobilizes his ability, inspires the Halo to cover all his members, and together with Aurora, strengthens the overall combat power of the Super A-level group. Because he had spared no expense to invade the Interstellar Society some time ago, many advanced combat forces in the World Tree civilization were killed and had not yet been reborn. At that time, they did not expect to be counterattacked by the three major civilizations so soon. Now, this weakness has become a pit, resulting in the current scale of advanced combat power far less than that of the three major civilizations. So not long after the battle, the Super A levels of the three major civilizations showed their magical powers, knocking the World Tree Strongman to the point of bleeding. One holy tree messenger after another, and the ancestor spirit stared at the blood-red eyes and died one after another with strong reluctance. Advanced combat power is a sharp knife, and it advances the deepest. In other directions, the army of the three major civilizations is also invading the World Tree defense circle, and the front lines are stalemate and moving back and forth. The situation is beneficial to us now. The longer the battle time, the more troops we deploy, and the pressure on the World Tree will continue to increase. It is impossible for them to keep the front line. At the Strategic Command, all senior officers gathered together, watching the real-time battle situation presented in the virtual strategic sand table, and the atmosphere was serious and tense. Simon pressed his hands on the table, his eyes as sharp as a falcon, and said in a deep voice, "I roughly divided the World Tree's defense circle into 5 layers. Our main force is fighting on the first floor of the outermost periphery, and the Super A-level group has advanced to the 2nd floor. Black Star was about to break into the 3rd floor, but was entangled by the opponent's Super God level and forced back to the 2nd floor. The World Tree civilization is also desperate. It seems that it is difficult for us to penetrate the enemy's defense circle in the short term." An officer said. Simon nodded in agreement, with a solemn tone. "We consume the World Tree troops at the outermost periphery, and the troops inside will come out to repair the defense. And because the World Tree fleet can teleport unlimitedly in this space, we do not have a breakthrough in the normal sense. Either push the enemy into the hinterland or defeat the enemy's legion. So before the forces on both sides are consumed to a certain extent, our main force is basically impossible to open up the situation." Everyone had a serious expression and understood what he meant. This is a tragic and bloody protracted war, and casualties will be astronomical. As the offensive side, we have the initiative and have an advantage in the short term, but in the longer term, our prospect for protracted war are actually not good. Simon paused and pondered. Our troops' replenishment speed is far less than that of the World Tree. The World Tree is violent every minute and every second, transforming from the roots, and can immediately return to the battlefield. Although we can use the increase in the pounds tactic to continuously increase the pressure on the World Tree, if there's a long stalemate, the situation may be reversed when all the troops we gathered are put into place. Everyone was shocked. This situation is not impossible. If the World Tree civilization really burst out with amazing resilience and withstand their ever-increasing offensive, then at a certain point in time, their offensive will decline from prosperity, and no matter how many advantages they have accumulated before, they will be taken back. At this time, Simon changed his tone and pointed to the Black Star in the strategic sand table, and said in a deep voice, "The main force cannot count on the victory or defeat for the time being. The one who is most likely to break the deadlock is the only group of Super A level, led by Black Star. As long as they can solve the obstacles of the enemy's advanced combat power, they can advance quickly. They are the breakthrough point in this battle, and may be able to influence the result of this war. All the officers present and the heads of the 3 civilized civilizations who were listening nodded one after another. Although Black Star seems to be unable to get rid of the tree god for a while, after experiencing so many things, everyone has strong confidence in him and has high hopes. Bang, 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 bang. 2 super god-level collisions were countless times. As various feats were activated, Han Xiao's attributes were gradually improved, and he became more and more courageous in the battle, gradually putting the tree god at a disadvantage. Because the tree god has extremely high absorption of energy attacks, Han Xiao basically used physical entities to attack him. The black torrents composed of mechanical particles transformed into various forms, leaving scars on the tree god's body. Soon, Han Xiao began to advance again with an unstoppable momentum. The tree god hurriedly released the world tree roots and wrapped them up, trying to hold the supreme heavenly lord. However, all of these roots were torn off by Han Xiao and pinched them into powder. There is no rational state of incompleteness. If you rely solely on instinct to fight, you can't fully exert your strength. It's a pity. Han Xiao flew away with a sword and cut off the tree god's head. Seeing the tree god's head regenerating quickly, he shook his head secretly. But at this moment, the tree god suddenly shook, and the chaotic emotions of the beast faded away. For the first time, a clear mental thought came, which was the consciousness of the ancestor tree king. Black Star, don't think about passing this level of my level. Hey, have you regained consciousness? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, curious about what methods the ancestral tree king used to actually regain his rationality and replace the control of the tree god. Just as the ancestral tree king took over the body of the tree god's fighting style immediately changed, and the fighting style was no longer as rough as before, and a lot of detailed operations were added at once. Although the hard power has not increased, the actual combat power exerted by the tree god has increased significantly, almost completely different from the two. At this moment, in the inner space of the tree god, the illusory figure of the ancestor tree king floated here, and the senses connected to the tree god's vision, staring at Han Xiao with a determined expression. Until just now, the ancestral tree king was still trapped in the panic consciousness of the tree god and was in chaos. But the world tree finally realized that it was in trouble. The mother tree will arrive, so that the ancestor king woke up alone and took back the tree-crowned throne of the Dingshu king and the Jinshu king, and handed them all over to the ancestor king. The meaning was very clear. That was, let the ancestor king fight on his own. This operation was learned by the world tree from the process of the tree king's impact on the super god level, the information state basis of the burning ancestral tree king, allowing him to enter a state similar to the super god level advancement, but still under the control of the world tree. In this way, the ancestral tree king's consciousness can connect with the perception of the tree god and can control the tree god alone. The price is to temporarily deprive the ancestral tree king of resurrection. If he can survive, he will be able to withdraw from the tree god state and return to the embrace of the mother tree. However, once he dies in this state, the ancestral tree king will never be able to resurrect like those tree kings who failed to advance to the super god level. This is the disadvantage. But this is the task of the mother tree's will. The ancestor tree king has no right to choose, and he will become a good person if he fails to succeed. Han Xiao's tone was calm. With your control, the tree god is indeed much more powerful. But if you think this change can stop me, then you'd think too much, let alone how long can your state last. Do you think you've won? The ancestral tree king looked stern, and without saying a word, he brazenly launched the tree crown position liberation. In a vein, the crown throne that represents the martial arts system was broken. All the experience and skills accumulated by each generation of martial arts tree kings are integrated into the tree god. At the same time, the original power of the crown position seems to have become a catalyst, instantly causing the tree god's combat power to rise. It seemed as if endless power suddenly surged out from the depths of the body and spread throughout the body in the blink of an eye. The intense pain invaded the spiritual body of the ancestral tree king, making him unable to help but let out a soul roar. However, his mental strength did not weaken, but was stimulated and quickly strengthened. The next moment, a bunch of bulging green muscles suddenly appeared on the tree god's body, and the originally dry tree body suddenly became burly and round. This feeling is like the original tree god was just a skeleton, and until now, flesh and blood were born on the skeleton. The tree god field, which was originally at a disadvantage, instantly rose sharply, pushing Han Xiao's void field open. Tree crown position, liberation. It can strengthen the combat power of the tree god and need to sacrifice the corresponding tree crown position. If you lose the qualification of a tree king for a long time, it will take thousands of years to recover, and the cost is not too high. In order to reduce the losses, the ancestral tree king did not hesitate to sacrifice the martial arts crown position. The emotions of the ancestral tree king were affected, as if a pile of dry firewood was stained with sparks, and it was ignited at a glance, and the fighting spirit increased. My power is far from the limit. Black Star, only when you die can we be at peace. The surging martial arts aura burned, and the tree god's movements became faster and his strength increased greatly. He suddenly grabbed the attacking emperor's skyblade blade, stopped the sword force, and stuck it in the air. At the same time, the tree god's body shot out from the surface, and the ends were curled and coiled, as if a knot was tied like a hammerhead, like thousands of fists, launching a storm-torn combo towards the body of the supreme heavenly lord. The fist shadow, flashing with green light all over the sky, penetrated the joint shield built by the mechanical legion, bombarded the body of Gao Tianzuan, and continued to shake, and cracks were everywhere. Qi and energy penetrated from the back of the supreme heavenly lord again and again, bursting out a green shock wave like a long rainbow. The remaining momentum was endless, and the warships behind were smashed like a cow beating across the mountain. The melee ability has increased greatly. This should be the crown position of the king of trees, right? Han Xiao felt the impact force of the body and analyzed calmly. He had seen the move, tree crown position liberation, when he was drawing the ability of the tree god. The last time he fought, the tree god had never used this skill, and he only saw it this time. Seeing the actual effect at this time, Han Xiao felt a sense of familiarity. He felt that this move was a bit like a character card, used to obtain the super energy system power stored in different tree crown positions. There are 5 in the world tree. Oh no, now there are 4 tree crowns, which means that the tree god can explode at least 4 more times, and its power is constantly superimposed. The final combat power is probably amazing, and this does not consider whether the tree god has other explosive abilities. Han Xiao quickly thought about it. When the tree god uses out his one-time burst ability, the best way is to avoid his edge, but the situation does not allow it. The high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter is one way. If the large army wants to teleport back, a group of new teleporters must be set up here. Now, the large army has been hard to distinguish with the world tree, so naturally there will be no retreat halfway. Otherwise, many soldiers will die in vain. Besides, Han Xiao also wanted to fight head-on and fight against the tree god in the explosive state. After all, with his current level, it is hard to find an opponent. He finally met someone, so how could he not love him well? It seems that I have to show more real skills. Let me see how many methods you have. An electric light flashed in Han Xiao's eyes. He had known that the tree god had explosive ability, but the ancestral tree king thought he was unaware of it and wanted to give him an unexpected attack, but he had been on guard. On the other side, the ancestral tree king held the emperor's sky blade tightly, preventing Han Xiao's weapons from being out of control. A steady stream of force gushed out from his body, and he fought with the supreme heavenly lord, and even gained the upper hand, pushing Han Xiao backward one after another. While Han Xiao could not move, the Ancestral Tree King controlled a large number of roots to attack the chest and abdomen that was wide open with the Supreme Heavenly Lord. The Mechanical Legion also reacted and began to constantly block the attack of the Tree God. At the same time, the mechanical particles flowing on the body of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable also transformed into pieces, intercepting the roots and hitting them halfway, which was extremely fast. Bang, 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 bang. From a distance, countless blurred afterimages of streamers appeared around the two super gods, interspersed and collided with each other. Metal and tree roots intersected at high frequency, and continuous shock waves exploded in the air. Your power is already below me. The Ancestral Tree King looked fierce and twisted the Emperor's Skyblade, poured the power in his arm. I was about to exert force to carry out the subsequent combo. However, at this moment, a terrifying force that could not be resisted suddenly came from the blade, instantly overwhelming his force. Boom! The next moment, the Emperor's sky-splitting blade, which was originally frozen in the air, suddenly collapsed the posture of the tree god and slashed down on the ground, instantly swept past, slashing from the tree god's shoulder to the waist, leaving a huge wound, and the tree god was almost cut in half with one stroke. What? The king of the ancestral tree was immediately frightened, and instead of retreating, he quickly stepped forward and hugged, trying to use the force after the crown position to control Han Xiao and stop Han Xiao's subsequent offensive. But the result was far from what he imagined. The tree god was ravaged by the supreme heavenly lord with huge force, and almost dismembered like he was Ling Qi. The power brought by the sacrifice of the martial arts crown position was actually suppressed by Han Xiao. The ancestral tree king was frightened and finally detonated the martial arts aura and escaped. The tree god's body was already in rags, and the newly born flesh and blood were peeled off countless pieces and was recovering. Han Xiao cut off the roots of the world tree that intercepted him to pursue, looked at the tree god from afar, and said with a tickling dissatisfaction, "You are so clamoring, but it's the level. You." Feeling Han Xiao's rising energy level, the ancestral tree king looked gloomy. He thought that he could gain the upper hand after using the crown position of liberation, but reality gave him a big mouth. Unexpectedly, after the explosion, he was still no match for Han Xiao, and his combat effectiveness continued to rise. The king of Zushu gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Don't be too happy too early. I'm not at the limit yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the crown position of the secret tree king shattered. The new original power was released, like adding fuel to the core furnace of the tree god, and the energy level once again broke through the limit. Countless mysterious magical knowledge suddenly poured into the brain. At the same time, large and exquisite and complex magic circuits appeared on the tree god's body, forming enchanting runes. In an instant, the power of the magic crown position was also blessed on the tree god. The tree god realm has expanded again, almost squeezing the virtual spirit realm. A stronger load came, and the spiritual strength of the ancestral tree king soared again, but at the same time it also brought him more severe pain. The soul let out an irresistible wail, and his emotions further intensified. He endured the severe pain, mobilized a new force, and launched a stronger offensive towards Han Xiao, who, rumbling, I saw the surging mana formed a dense forbidden technique, which almost drained the free energy of the nearby battlefield and turned into colorful strong light, which suddenly drowned Han Xiao's entire body, and the brilliance contained extremely fatality. While maintaining the magic bombing, the tree god rushed into the light of the explosion and chased the body of the supreme heavenly lord. The fists and roots containing amazing martial arts aura continued to fall on Han Xiao, making a roaring explosion. The ancestral tree king stared at his blood-stained eyes and tirelessly attacked and attacked again. Black Star, I will never let you destroy my civilization. The roaring soul waves swept across the battlefield, instantly touching countless people. But at this moment, the rich, bloody energy of the extreme doubt suddenly burst out in front of him. Buzz! Before the ancestral tree king could react, the cold light suddenly lit up. He felt a huge force hit his chest, and the Emperor's sky blade flew towards him and penetrated straight into his chest. The next second, the ancestral tree king found that his arm was firmly fixed. Not only that, all the roots hit by the combo suddenly stopped and could not be pulled out. The light of the magic bombardment dissipated, revealing the appearance of the supreme heavenly lord. Han Xiao was surrounded by blood and pinched the arm of the tree god. The mechanical particles formed countless tentacle arthropods stretched out from his back, accurately entangling the roots of each world tree and stalemates together in the air like bridges. The power of the supreme heavenly venerable increased rapidly, and soon exceeded the second stage crown position of the tree god, making the ancestral tree king unable to escape. "You!" The king of Zushu stared wide. But before he could do anything, Han Xiao suddenly hit him with a head hammer, making him dizzy. Immediately afterwards, the supreme heavenly lord grabbed the tree god's arm and pressed him down. At the same time, he bent his knee and raised his legs. A violent knee hit the tree god's head, exploded the green shock wave. Immediately, Han Xiao stretched out his hand and stabbed into the gap on the tree god's head, straight to his chest, grabbed a messy root, and pulled out a large piece of broken root. If it is a normal living body, the spine and internal organs have been pulled out, and even a tree god with a special body structure will be very uncomfortable. At this time, Han Xiao pulled out the Emperor's Sky Blade, inserted into the tree god's chest, and then used the virtual creation to transform countless physical cannons around and aimed at the tree god. Rumble, a volley, I don't know how many physical projectiles of planetary mass directly blasted the tree god into an unfamiliar way, and with chips splashed everywhere. The terrifying kinetic energy pushed the tree god and flew out, crushing a blank area in the battlefield. Han Xiao followed closely and rushed all the way to the middle of the third level of the defense circle. It was not until this time that the ancestral tree king stopped retreating and launched teleportation. He hurriedly avoided Han Xiao's pursuit, jumped apart for a while, and quickly summoned more world tree roots to urgently repair their injuries. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his blade and said lightly, "Is this not possible? Is there any more?" Few people can beat him in the quantity and quality of the attribute amplification ability. The tree god exploded twice in succession, and his combat power has been greatly improved, but it is still not enough to see it in front of him. Although he has not been in the super god level for a while, as long as all bonuses are activated, his combat power can jump to a very amazing level. Han Xiao is not sure what level he belongs to in the super god level when he explodes with all his strength. Upon hearing this, the ancestral tree king became more and more excited, and his mind was filled with anger, shock, and unwillingness. Sacrifice to the 2 tree crowns, but at such a great price, the combat power is still not as good as the Black Star. The ancestral tree king is already in a difficult situation. For him, the stalemate is meaningless. If you can't kill Black Star, then the other party can make a comeback countless times. Now there's only one way to go, that is, kill Black Star regardless of everything. All kinds of chaotic thoughts flashed by, and the ancestral tree king glanced at the mother tree's body, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Seeing that the Zushu king did not answer, Han Xiao was about to continue the attack, but at this moment, the world tree fleet around him was charging towards him like crazy. Protect the mother tree. Go up by the tree god's time of breed. Fight for home. Countless world tree warriors shouted and fought fiercely. Seeing this, Han Xiao exerted his firepower casually. He saw that batches of approaching fleets were destroyed, and new troops were added later. Many world tree soldiers went to their deaths with their lives, and formed a line of defense to block his pursuit of the tree god, just to fight for even one more second of recovery time for the seriously damaged tree god. However, in the face of the absolute power gap, the determination to die is meaningless. No matter how many fleets are, they will be the result of complete destruction under the Phantom Wave. Countless world tree families swarmed in like moths to the fire, leaving behind paralyzed warship corpses, and the ship was left with dead silence, and the crew had been killed and injured under the secret waves. Han Xiao was almost unhindered. He stepped on the corpses of countless world tree warships and pointed directly at the seriously injured tree god. The huge figure of the supreme heavenly lord exuded a desperate aura. Seeing this tragic scene, many players who were fighting were also moved. It should be a match that is equally matched, but why do I feel like an adult bullying a child? Looking at the style of Black Star, I'm a little confused. Which one is the villain boss? Come on, the big brother who plays with Shu Jin. Just as the players were anxious that the world was not in chaos, Han Xiao, with the power of destroying the world, bumped into the tree god who had not yet recovered and advanced rapidly against him. The tree god statue lost its ability to resist and could not stop Han Xiao's footsteps at all. The two of them were entangled together and directly broke through the third and fourth levels of defense lines. Not long after, they reached the fifth level of defense circle inside. The body that supported this dimension was still close to us. The Interstellar Joint Army and the World Tree Fleet focused all their eyes. As the Black Star approached the World Tree, everyone's hearts instantly hung. But at this moment, the green field of the tree god suddenly expanded. Buzz! The green light flashed, covering the figures of the two, and then suddenly shrank into light spots, flashed for a moment, and then disappeared. The two were swallowed up and disappeared on the battlefield in full view of everyone. Any detection device lost their traces. This scene was beyond the expectations of the Interstellar Joint Army. Countless people's hearts suddenly shrank, panicked and confused, not knowing what was going on. At the same time, the strategic command of the Interstellar Joint Army. Simon rushed to the table, excited, staring at the signal point disappearing into the sand table with wide eyes, unable to hide his shock. Where's the Black Star? Where's the big Black Star? Where are the two of them? This is a deep and vast space, like a real universe, with green star dots on the black velvet curtain, dazzling and dazzling. Suddenly, a green light emerged out of thin air, spiraling and expanding, turning into a wormhole-like vortex, spitting out Han Xiao's figure. Han Xiao quickly stabilized his body and turned to observe the environment, quite curious. Where did this bring me? He glanced at the panel, and the battle information showed his status at this time. He was suddenly swallowed into his body by the tree god. This cosmic world is the inner space of the tree god. The next moment, Han Xiao immediately felt the repulsion of the whole world. Pressure came from the space from all directions, suppressing his power. The void domain was squeezed so that it could only stick to the surface of the body, almost forming a flat film. At the same time, Han Xiao also found that the unknown corrosive force was continuously reducing his health, which was displayed as digestive function of the world tree in the status bar. So, I'm falling into the stomach of the world tree now, Han Xiao said intimately. Buzz! At this moment, the green light in front of Han Xiao's eyes contracted, condensed into the body of the tree god. The injury had recovered, and he was confronted from afar. The king of ancestral trees said in a deep voice, Black Star, our battle is not over yet. Han Xiao looked him up and down. This is your inner space. You dare to suck me in. You are really not afraid of death. There are no sequelae when releasing the inner space domain, because it is just a projection of power, just like the arrival of the secondary dimension. But sucking the enemy into the inner space is the opposite, which is a dangerous operation. If the inner space itself is destroyed, the super god level itself will also be severely damaged, which is equivalent to actively exposing the vital points to the opponent. However, in the inner space, the enemy's power will be greatly suppressed, and the self will receive higher blessings. So this is a double-edged sword. Even if Han Xiao is very fleshy, he is unwilling to suck any enemy into his body, as this will only increase the risk. In his opinion, the Zushu King's move was undoubtedly a desperate bet, but he was not smart. If you don't die, the mother tree will never have peace. This is your place to die. The king of the ancestral tree had a fierce tone and launched another attack without hesitation. Crazy, endless green light spewed out and shot towards Han Xiao's on, like a meteor cluster. Seeing this, Han Xiao lifted the emperor's robe, and the thick secret shield blocked the dense rain of light and burst into pieces. At the same time, he ordered the mechanical legion to open fire, but did not attack the tree god, but bombarded in all directions, triggering expansion energy groups. Under normal circumstances, attacking the inner space is like turning the whole world upside down in the opponent's body, and the damage will be fed back to the tree god. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened to Han Xiao. The tree god was not affected at all, and he also gave up all defense. His offense was extremely fierce, and he seemed to be not worried about damage to the inner space. Han Xiao was a little surprised that his void realm was suppressed, and the inner space of the tree god was like a fish in water, and his strength increased, and he was a little passive for a while, and had to take a defensive stance. Interesting. Will your inner space be damaged? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed the flow of energy while resisting the fierce attack of the ancestral tree king. Not long after, Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He noticed the clues and laughed. So that's the case. I probably guessed that your inner space is connected to the world tree and transfers all the damage, right? The king of Zhu tree felt tight and did not answer, and the offensive became a little more intense again. Things devoured by the world tree form a mother tree world in the body. They also have planets and life, most of which are in a state they are devoured and will not increase or decrease naturally, which is equivalent to a special exhibition hall. If the members of the world tree are unwilling to appear in the outside world, they will live in the mother tree world. The so-called transformation entity of the world tree, from the perspective of performance, is like spitting something out of the body to the outside world. The tree god is closely related to the world tree body, so the inner space is also connected to the mother tree world. Strictly speaking, the space inside the tree god is a clone and a mezzanine of the mother tree world. The king of the ancestor tree can share the damage suffered by the space inside the tree god into the mother tree world. In this way, the world tree body will suffer certain damage, while the tree god will not be injured and will be able to maintain its peak state. Generally speaking, the ancestral tree king will not let the world tree body bear this risk. But now, it is more important to improve the tree god's combat power, and he can only make temporary choices. Therefore, in order not to cause further damage to the world tree body, the ancestral tree king chose to fight quickly and resolve this enemy before Han Xiao caused greater damage to the internal space. At this time, seeing Han Xiao notice his weakness so quickly, the ancestral tree king's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Even if you bet on the future, you must kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the crown position of the king of Dingshu was shattered. The powerful crown original power surged in, and the power of the tree god jumped sharply again. Precision mechanical armor spread rapidly on the surface of the tree god's body, and at the same time, mechanical warriors flashing green light were generated on a large scale around the tree god. This scene was like a super god-level mechanic launching virtual creation. But the ancestral tree king had not stopped yet. He endured the surge in pain and took over the resource allocation rights of the king's relics from the mother tree's will. Sacrifice to the crown of the tree is a way to strengthen the tree god, but it is not the only way. Among the abilities that Han Xiao did not see, there are other ways to strengthen it, and investing more super god's legacy is another way. If the super god's legacy is the firewood that burns the power of the tree god, then adding more firewood can naturally make the flame burn more vigorously. Over the years, generations of tree kings have failed to attack the super god level, leaving behind some king relics, which are strategic materials, and one portion is less. Originally, only one portion was needed to be consumed every time the tree god was summoned. But the ancestral tree king couldn't take care of much at this time and directly burned half of the inventory. Bang! The violent energy tide spread. The energy level of the tree god climbed in half, and the rich and bright green waves gushed, as if they were about to fill the entire space. Good guy, another explosive? Han Xiao grinned his teeth secretly. It's too much, your Scion. Oh no, Scion tree. He sacrificed 3 crown positions and burned half of the super god's legacy in stock. The fighting power of the tree god soared to a higher level, and the fighting style also changed. In addition to using the basic skills of the power of the world tree, various magic, martial arts, and mechanical systems formed a delicate cooperation. A person was like a strong man in the 3 systems, fighting very fancy, but also amazingly powerful. For a moment, the violent attack penetrated the shield, leaving various scars on the body of the supreme heavenly lord, and one device after another was scrapped. I still can't underestimate this guy. I have the foundation of world tree civilization for many years as a support, and the space for combat power to float is very large. Han Xiao felt great pressure from the waves of attacks of the Ancestor Tree King, and felt a little awe-inspiring in his heart. If he had never sealed the crown of the heart tree, the tree god in his complete state might have been able to completely suppress him after accepting so many enhancements. But now the tree god is innately incomplete, and its foundation is weakened, so the explosive effect is also reduced, and it cannot reach its peak. What a pity! If this was your all-out effort, then I wouldn't be the one who died today. Han Xiao's tone was narrowed. Boom! Before the Ancestral Tree King could react, the energy level of the Supreme Heavenly Venerable suddenly began to increase sharply, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the combat power level of the tree god's explosive seed. Various strange abilities exploded one after another, and suddenly curbed the attack of the Zushu King. Han Xiao immediately regained the initiative, counterattacked fiercely, and regained the situation in an instant. The Ancestral Tree King suddenly widened his eyes. You are... Tisk, do you think the explosion is your patent? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the continuous new power merged into his body, bringing an unparalleled sense of power. He almost felt that he could pierce the universe. The reason for this change is the use of the inventory character cards, which immediately achieved results. Since reaching the peak, Han Xiao has not used character cards much, because there is no need for this, so he has accumulated a large amount of inventory in his hands. Before this battle, he prepared for the future, deliberately used all the blank character cards, replicated different Super A-level abilities, and mastered a large number of resources. After finally accumulating a lot of money, Han Xiao activated one character card after another without any pain at this time. Almost everything was used. He felt very happy and felt the joy of Saw. After so careful calculations, I finally became a rare luxury. Compared to the explosion of the small universe, we are the experts. When he noticed that the Black Star's combat power had caught up again, the Ancestral Tree King's mentality exploded. Every time he finally opened up some gap, he would eventually be caught up. The unfathomable trump card of Black Star made the Ancestral Tree King, who was already unstable in his soul torture, completely fell into madness. Black Star! Bang! The last tree crown position exploded, and the Ancestor Tree King decisively sacrificed his crown position. He threw away any concerns behind his head, and all the super god's legacy and stock was put into the body of the tree god, and all burned. Resolutely push up the power of the tree god. The power surged at an astonishing speed, but at the same time, a faint green crack spread on the surface of the tree god's body, and the huge load was already at the limit of the tree god. The tree god itself has a limit, like a container. When the accumulated power exceeds the maximum capacity, it will rise and break from the inside. Perhaps in a perfect state, the capacity of the tree god can withstand the power of this moment, but the incomplete tree god is like a container smaller than the first size, unable to withstand such loads, and injuries begin to accumulate rapidly. But the Zoo Tree King directly ignored the overload situation and launched an indomitable attack on Han Xiao with a surge in force. At this moment, he only had one thought left, that is, to kill Black Star. Come on, Han Xiao was in a high spirit of fighting and bravely met. Bang, 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 bang. The two of them overflowed with terrifying power, attacking but not defending, bombarding each other countless times, and the energy crashed, forming an ultra-high-density explosion area. Here, time and space were distorted, almost condensing into a singularity. The two of them abandoned all distracting thoughts, with only their opponents left in their eyes, and they attacked tirelessly, traveling all over the universe on the battlefield. The space trembles and shatters, and the stars are dim and fall. The battle lasted for unknown amount of time, as long as eternity. And this war between hang on versus 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 hang. Only by burning the super god's legacy can the existence of the tree god. The tree god finally ran out of oil and the lights were gone, and the power obtained from the explosion quickly weakened. The tree god's body was already covered with cracks in the overload explosion, like a porcelain piece that was broken and spliced together. Click! The tree god's chest suddenly cracked, causing a chain reaction. The huge body was centered on the chest, and the whole person collapsed and turned into fragments of light in the sky. This scene represents the death of the tree god. The tree god is also alive. Once killed, the fused tree king will also be severely damaged, and the arrival of the tree god will cool down for a long time. In addition, because all the 4 tree crowns have been sacrificed, the world tree can no longer summon the tree god. In the sky, the body of the ancestral tree king floated, and the whole person seemed to have overdrawn all his life, becoming old and wrinkled. As the tree god dissipated, the ancestor tree king was slowly turning into ashes, and life was already a candle in the wind. I lost. Sorry, Mother Tree, I let you down. It's just a little bit. I'm not willing to. The ancestral tree king's consciousness gradually became disintegrating, and he murmured to himself. Han Xiao still did not relax. He received the intermittent brain waves of the ancestral tree king, and said mercilessly, "What a bad thing. From beginning to end, you have no chance of winning at all." The ancestral tree king turned his head, stared at Han Xiao tightly, and said hoarsely, "I haven't saved my civilization, but sooner or later, you will also taste my current despair. I curse you. Don't look like you are suffering and deep. When you destroy other civilizations, you should be mentally prepared to be destroyed." Han Xiao did not want to talk nonsense to him anymore, and stretched out his big hand, directly held the ancestral tree king in his hand, and suddenly held it. Puff! The ancestral tree king was crushed into light dust, dissipated, and his consciousness completely fell into darkness. Han Xiao was not interested in waiting for him to burp slowly and ended it directly. He was not a villain who didn't know how to finish it. Because of the operation of the world tree, the ancestral tree king has lost his ability to resurrection. In this state, he is really dead and disappears. I finally got it done, good guy. Almost squeezed me out. It was not until this moment that Han Xiao finally relaxed his nerves and was exhausted. Although he won this fight, Han Xiao was also exhausted. In the final stage, the tree god seemed to have activated the extreme mind of freedom. He was so fierce that he almost smashed his supreme, heavenly venerable body several times. Strictly counting, it was not Han Xiao who killed the tree god, but the ancestor tree king himself. The damage caused by the overload and the super god's legacy burned out are the main reasons why the tree god's oil was exhausted and the lamp was gone. If the tree god is in a perfect state where the 5 crowns gather, Han Xiao feels that he is probably not really an opponent. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. KLA, just as the tree god was completely dead, the inner space began to collapse rapidly, cracking like a broken mirror, and dazzling light flowed in each crack, all leading to the outside world. Han Xiao calmed down and took back the seriously damaged Mechanical Legion back to the fortress of the Divine Body, controlled the huge Supreme Heavenly Lord, entered one of the cracks, and disappeared into the light. End of this chapter. The world has created the dimension of the ontology, and the war has entered a white-hot stage. The Black Star and the Tree God have disappeared together for a long time. Due to the transformation of the elbows and armpits, the Interstellar Coalition forces did not know the situation. Countless officers and soldiers could only endure the uneasy and panic and continue to join the war. Due to the lack of the sharp knife of Black Star, the advancement of the large army has also become slow. At this time, the Interstellar Joint Fleet had barely entered the second level of defense circle, and the World Tree family added defense line regardless of spending money. The battlefield was like a millstone, squeezing warships and soldiers into powder, and the casualties were nowhere to be counted. And no matter which side, it was a serious injury to energy. Without the support of Black Star, the progress of the Super A level group was also hindered. However, the quality and scale of combat power still exceed the existing advanced combat power of the World Tree. The two sides fought for a long time, and the Super A level in the Interstellar Society has caused the opponent's advanced combat power to be damaged. However, because the Super A level group lacks the force of the large-scale interstellar battlefield like Black Stars, even if they beat the World Tree, they cannot go deeper. Instead, due to the fierce artillery fire of the World Tree clan, they dare not rush too far and be regarded as a target. So they had to retreat near the large army to conduct cooperative combat. Although there is not much danger with Aurora's assistance, the Super A level group is temporarily unable to reverse the current stalemate. After all, the World Tree has too many troops. I don't know where Black Star was taken. Can you contact him? Sowery pressed his hand between his eyebrows, and while manipulating his mind power to shatter the enemy's ships, he asked in the Super A level combat channel. His tone was not without worries. It's impossible to contact. 80 mostly. The Tree God prevented the Black Star from continuing to advance. He used a killer weapon to bring him to a different space. It is estimated that only by deciding the winner or loser can he come out. Hela answered casually, rolled up the cold current of death, swept across a fleet, and saw that red ice crystals grew inside the warships, breaking the hull. Black Star probably won't lose, right? Ulu asked hesitantly. There is nothing to be afraid of. No matter whether Black Star can win or not, he will come and go freely. Hala was not worried about Han Xiao's safety at all. It's hard to say that the World Tree civilization has developed to this day, and no one knows what kind of killer weapon is hidden. Maybe Black Star will also be hit. Although Hela, Aurora, and others are not worried, but many Super A-level people are worried. They are not unbelieving the strength of Black Star, but just a war this scale? No one can tell what happened. The so-called care is chaos. Black Star shoulders the responsibility of leading the association and is also the controller of the sanctuary's recovery. It is difficult for some Super A-level people not to feel nervous, especially at this moment they know nothing about Black Star's situation. At the same time, Yao was at the strategic command. Erno's long-range projection was also present, watching the battle. Most of the Super A-level interstellar society have been involved in this war, but Erno's is not among them. When Su Ling came to him, he still refused to participate in this battle. The reason was the same as before. He needed to stay in perfect state at all times. He did not want to lose energy in other aspects, so as not to miss the opportunity to enter the Super God level. Because Black Star, the genuine Super God level player, participated in the battle, the Zuling sect did not force Ernos to go out, but Ernos made a request to watch the battle and was not rejected. The officers and staff members on the side discussed the situation over the war. Ernos did not interrupt from beginning to end, and stood alone as a marginal person. He looked at the battlefield scene silently. He was not very interested in the battle situation and asked to watch the battle. He mainly wanted to see a Super God-level battle and planned to use it to inspire his own inspiration. But this idea was lost at this time. The Black Star and the Tree God should fight in the alien space? Unfortunately, I can't see. Erno sighed. He only watched the two of them fighting in the main battlefield. He did not use all kinds of methods to put in the bottom line. He couldn't help feeling sorry for not being able to see the subsequent battle process. He felt that he was still unsatisfied, and he felt itchy. If he could watch the entire battle between the two super gods, he might be sure to get into the super gods again. Just as he was secretly regretting, a strange feeling suddenly came to his mind. Unable to explain it, it was an inexplicable intuition, as if he had missed something in the dark. Strange. This feeling came and went quickly. Ernos pressed his heart, a little confused. Before he could think about it, the officers around him suddenly burst into screams. Ernos turned his head and saw that the black star that had disappeared for a long time appeared in the battlefield again, which immediately caused a change in the situation. The fifth layer of the World Tree defense circle was right where the two disappeared. A broken green light suddenly burst out, and a huge figure flew out. It was Han Xiao, Supreme Heavenly Lord. Black Star is back. The Interstellar Joint Army was overjoyed and hurriedly widened their eyes, waiting to see the tree god appear together. However, the next moment, the green light exploded and turned into a sky full of light, but the tree god never came out, as if it had really disappeared. Where's the tree god? Where has he gone? Many people were excited and had a guess that made them faintly excited. Before they could ask, Han Xiao reconnected to the combat channel and confirmed their guesses. I have removed the tree god. He will no longer hinder our actions. Keep attacking. Han Xiao exhaled. Seeing that the battlefield was still in a stalemate, he felt relieved, fearing that he would be entangled by the tree god for too long, which would lead to changes in the battlefield. There are no unexpected situations now. Without delaying, he threw down this sentence and continued to rush towards the body of the World Tree without hesitation. He fought against the enemy's concentrated fire and drilled into the defense circle alone. Everyone saw that Han Xiao never mentioned the battle process. Although they were curious, they didn't ask much. For them, it was enough to know the result. Come on, Black Star. Victory belongs to us. The morale of the Interstellar Joint Army was greatly boosted, and they all followed closely, launching a more fierce offensive. However, what was somewhat unexpected to Han Xiao was that he thought that after the tree god died in battle, the morale of the World Tree family clan would be depressed and defeated, but the result was the opposite. Not only did the World Tree troops not retreat, but the counterattack was more intense, abandoning all their concerns and fighting against the enemy. The casualties were extremely tragic, but the World Tree clan never retreated. The fleets on the periphery successively abandoned their fronts and teleported to the fifth layer of defense circles in batches. They launched a suicide charge towards Han Xiao like a moth to the flames, building a barrier with their lives and slowing down his advancement at all costs. In fact, all the members of the World Tree see the entire process of the tree god resisting the Black Star through the spiritual network. Every time the tree god explodes, everyone knows what the price the ancestor tree king has paid. Seeing the tree king, who is like a totem in his daily life, trying his best, countless members of the World Tree empathize with it, nervously cheering up, hoping that the tree god will defeat the Black Star with the explosive seed. However, after much hope, they eventually turned into disbelief. Seeing that the ancestral tree king paid such a great price, he was completely killed by Han Xiao. A huge tragic thrill crashed into the hearts of all the members of the World Tree, leaving only despair. All the members of the World Tree understood at this time that no strong man could stop Black Star, but this inspired their final determination. The so-called mourning soldiers will win. The morale of the world-class family has not only declined, but has also increased sharply. No one gave up. Everyone was willing to die and drag the enemy to die together. If you can't rely on the tree god, then rely on them. All the timidity and confusion faded away, and only the determination to die with slackening. This is the last counterattack at the end of the road of civilization. Rumble. The dense warships blocked the road ahead. Han Xiao took action again and again, and the sword light and artillery fire flashed continuously. Each stroke could crush a large ship, but there was always someone to fill the space in the vacant area, making it difficult to clear a path. The continuous high-density explosions surrounded him, and Han Xiao felt as if he was deeply trapped in the mud and was struggling. The fire-focused attack ahead even exceeded the pressure given by the tree god. What a tenacious civilization! Han Xiao was slightly moved. Although he was an opponent, he had to admit that the tenacity and resilience shown by the World Tree civilization exceeded his previous judgment. In the previous life, even the interstellar society that was unanimous to the outside world was slightly weaker than the momentum that broke out from the World Tree at this moment. In the final decisive battle, the World Tree fleet in the previous life did not show such determination. Although the World Tree is a deformed civilization, one thing is to say they may not find any opponents in the entire universe for the degree of unity and cohesion. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. He admired the World Tree's desperate struggle, but unfortunately, without the tree god, the World Tree could no longer stop him, and all this was futile. Han Xiao looked back in the fierce battle, looked at the large army that was following quickly behind, and his eyes swept over the super ill-level group that was leading the way. The hint of this glance was understood by many associations, and they quietly spread out and spread in front of the army, forming a loose formation. If you don't look closely, you will not be able to find that they have secured the front-run fleet like a net. The victory has been decided, and the issue we need to consider now is to pick peaches. Oh no, it should be to prevent others from picking peaches. Seeing this, Han Xiao turned around, his eyes flashed, and he suddenly opened a character card. Golden Ring, Ulu character card. Golden Treasure Ship, Crashing Corner. The dense stream of light suddenly appeared on the Supreme Heavenly Lord. He adjusted his direction, then started suddenly, aimed at the World Tree body, and launched a charge in the domineering state. The World Tree fleet that was blocking ahead could not resist it at all. It directly smashed the shield of the Supreme Heavenly Lord's body surface, and the wreckage flew out everywhere, sprinkling everywhere. The Supreme Heavenly Venerable was like a giant golden meteor, directly breaking through the last defense circle and hitting the body of the World Tree. Bang! Countless shackles were as if struck by lightning, and suddenly rolled up, and even the space in the entire body dimension was shaking. Let me see what you are. Han Xiao hooked his fingers and suddenly inserted it into the tree body, filling it with energy. At this moment, the World Tree body, which seemed to have been sitting there waiting for death, finally opened its secret card. Buzz! In an instant, the pan-conscious body composed of all the World Tree members turned into an unprecedented lethal mental impact and rushed towards Han Xiao's brain along the energy link channel between the two sides. This spiritual impact is so strong that even if all the super A-level interstellar society join forces to resist, they will be crushed to death in their breath and become idiots. The World Tree itself is not powerless. When the two sides build a material or energy connection, she can launch a general consciousness mental impact on the target, because only by invading her with energy can she establish a soul connection with her, take the initiative, and turn her into a controlled universe treasure. This move is her trump card for protecting herself from being enslaved by outsiders. But at this moment, Han Xiao, who was already wary, unhesitated another character card without hesitation. The Underworld Onisilu character card. The origin of 10,000 souls. Immune to all mental attacks. In the brain, the undercurrent of the destructive mind bombarded Han Xiao's spiritual body, but it was like a gust of light breeze, causing no damage, but instead turned into pure energy and was absorbed by Han Xiao. I've been on guard against your actions. Come and see your natural enemy. Han Xiao's eyes lit up strong light, and the next moment, a sharp translucent snake shadow shot out from the middle of his eyebrows, and his body size skyrocketed at an incredible speed. The pivot snake has become a virtual life. Its body shape can be stretched and contracted at will in the material world. In the blink of an eye, the body shape becomes the same size as the world tree, hovering and entangling on the body of the world tree, opening its big mouth and biting it without hesitation. After taking a breath, the snake finally established an information bridge with the world tree, and countless information began to exchange rapidly. Buzzing, the whole world tree trembled violently, like a person struggling in pain, causing violent shocks in the space. In order to conquer the world tree, Han Xiao naturally came prepared. Establishing a soul connection is only one aspect. The biggest problem is actually to dismantle the resistance of the world tree, and his trump card is the pivot snake. After the pivot snake transformed into a virtual life and quickly became an adult, it automatically awakened a new ability, which truly demonstrated why it is the natural enemy of the world tree. The independent consciousness of the world tree is its food. It was not until that time that Han Xiao understood the meaning of the existence of the snake. It could transform the world tree from a special living body back to an unconscious universe treasure. It was precisely because of this trump card that Han Xiao finally made up his mind to implement the plan to conquer the world tree. Something he didn't do, is unsure of. Crack, crack, crack. The huge pivot snake tangles on the world tree, biting bit by bit. Although it is just a phantom-like virtual life and generally cannot harm physical matter, the way the pivot snake causes damage to the world tree is the information channel, which is only aimed at the will of the mother tree. The roots dance wildly, and the world tree itself struggled wildly, trying to get rid of the pivot snake, but the waving roots could not touch the pivot snake's virtual body, and they were photographed lonely. Although the world tree is strong, the reason why the Shushi is a natural enemy is its unsolvable restraint. The mother tree has no time to take care of Han Xiao, and her spiritual impact is directly silenced. She is made up by the Shushi and struggles endlessly, like a girl who is eager to pull her clothes and not let people take off her naked. The continuous flow of machinery flowed out from the fortress of the divine body and merged into the supreme heavenly Lord, which made Han Xiao's body soar in the storm. His arms could gradually wrap around the main trunk of the tree, as if he was about to pull up the world tree. Taking advantage of the chaos of the mother tree's will, Han Xiao, without hesitation, invaded the body of the world tree with his own energy, tried to form a soul link, dye the other party his own color, and turn it into his own shape. For the world tree family, this feeling seemed to be humiliated by faith. Countless people launched a new round of suicide charges towards Han Xiao with red eyes, blowing up in batches halfway. Because of Han Xiao's actions, chaos inevitably occurred in the World Tree Fleet. The Interstellar Joint Army naturally would not miss this good opportunity. The fleet quickly drilled through the defense circle and quickly reached the 4th level, which was hit by a more fierce counterattack. The Vanguard's large army was not far from Han Xiao, and they provided firepower assistance to help him intercept World Tree troops. The energy beams came and went, and detonated a series of warships on the battlefield. On the other hand, seeing Black Star successfully breaking into the World Tree body, many officers and commanders at the Strategic Command were cheered up. Okay, Black Star has stepped on the vital point of the World Tree civilization. It's up to him to destroy the World Tree. We have to escort him and let him concentrate on solving the World Tree. Even if it's conservatively estimated, our chances of winning have reached more than 95%. The World Tree no longer has a chance to turn the table. Many officers were excited. The goal of the 3 major civilizations to start this war is to eradicate the enemy in one fell swoop, hoping to achieve the best of the battle. So they gathered most of the troops that have explored the universe. Although it is impossible to say that one will succeed if one fails in this battle, the 3 major civilizations will be greatly damaged and the gain will not be worth the loss. Therefore, before going to the expedition, many officers issued military orders. Only winning is allowed, but not losing. However, many officers do not want to deceive themselves. Their confidence is actually not very firm. Their real confidence actually comes from Black Star and Shoe Snake. If there is no such trump card, They dare not say that they will definitely be able to decide the outcome in one battle. At this time, seeing the Black Star kill the tree god, break through the siege, and pull down the mother tree, almost one person pushed the direction of the battle. Everyone was excited and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that they believed in the wrong person. Sure enough, the war still had to rely on the Black Star to see. However, the heads of the three major civilizations were not happy together, but instead looked solemn, as if they were worried. The head of the Zuling sect hesitated for a moment and pondered, "Why do I think the Black Star doesn't seem to be destroying the body of the World Tree?" Hearing this, many officers were stunned, suppressing their inner happiness and carefully observing Han Xiao's actions towards the World Tree. The more he looked, the more strange it became. It seems that this is true. He did not continue to attack, but it was more like subduing the World Tree body. He is trying to control the World Tree. Everyone was shocked and immediately understood that the situation was complicated. The officers turned their heads and looked at them, and as expected, the faces of the three leaders became extremely ugly. What a Black Star! I guess that he had other plans. He had such a big appetite. Aren't you afraid of dying? Lewis showed a look of shock and anger. Our worries are indeed correct. He used us to defeat the World Tree troops and created an opportunity for him to conquer the World Tree body. We must not sit idly by and watch him achieve his goal. The head of the Zuling sect was angry and decisive. The World Tree is too powerful. No matter who falls into his hands, it is a threat to the three major civilizations. The three major civilizations just want to destroy it directly, and they don't even dare to take risks to capture it. Black Star is already an exceptional existence, and the three major civilizations have long been unable to control it. If Black Star gets the World Tree, it will be a threat of qualitative change. It is equivalent to someone getting a cosmic civilization, which is enough to compete with the entire explored universe, and even to some extent transcend it, enough to shake their ruling foundation. Although internal conflicts have been temporarily suppressed by foreign invasions, the three major civilizations have not forgotten the fear of individual power being out of control. They still have irreconcilable contradictions with Black Star. Once the war is over, these problems will surface again, and the three cannot sit idly by and watch the Super L-level group control the World Tree. Moreover, the war lasted for more than 10 years. As the first victims of the war, the three major civilizations were wasted so long in the war and destroyed countless resources. Now, they have finally reaped the fruits of victory. Of course, the three major civilizations are unwilling to make Han Xiao a wedding dress. It is clearly because we mobilized the army to resist the World Tree and suffered the most losses, but in the end we created opportunities for others. Who can tolerate this? Even if Black Star works hard and makes great contributions, that won't work. In the eyes of the three, Black Star's actions at this time were exactly what the picture was revealed. What is fighting against the enemy together is an exaggeration. The reason why Black Star stayed to help them resist foreign enemies is that its real goal is to use the interstellar community's troops to seek a World Tree for him. That must be it. The three of them actually had some guesses about Han Xiao's selfishness, but guessing was useless. War still depends on Black Stars, and it is almost destined to get to this point. You can't let the Black Star succeed. What should I do? Could it be that I'm going to fire at the Black Star? You're crazy. We haven't really won yet. The enemy is still brave enough to turn against each other. What are you thinking about? Many officers were excited and argued. Simon made a quick decision and shouted, "Notify the three civilized direct troops to stop providing fire protection to Black Star, and all attack the World Tree body. Be sure to blow up Black Star before it succeeds." He wants to stop Han Xiao, but cannot turn his eyes on the enemy, so he can only temporarily change his tactics, compete with Black Star for time, and quickly open fire and destroy the target. But everyone knew that the World Tree fleet would definitely protect the Mother Tree to block their firepower. In addition, Black Star could not be unprepared and would inevitably take certain measures to block them. It's up to people to do it. Many officers flashed this idea with a stern face and were not optimistic. The order was passed down quickly. The three direct, civilized troops did not think about it carefully, and directly poured firepower towards the World Tree's body. However, most of the attacks were stopped by the World Tree fleet halfway through. Just when the three civilized fleets made such a move, all the joint forces of super-level forces, such as the Black Star Army, also responded, and immediately began to paddle, passively slacking off, and at the same time began to move, deliberately blocking the attack direction of some of the three civilized fleets. Many members of the Super A-Level Association also took action. Some of them deliberately guided the World Tree fleet to attack the three civilized direct troops around them through various moves, and the other part activated the no distinction between enemies and us AoE fighting style. And even the enemy led the three civilized fleets together, indirectly disrupting the formation of the three civilizations. Because many our own people were making trouble, the cooperation of the Interstellar Joint Army was inconsistent. The offensive suddenly slowed down, the sudden progress fell to a standstill, and was dragged into a melee by the violent World Tree fleet, and they would be unable to get out for a while. Damn it! The head of the Su Ling sect was furious and wanted to punch the table, but the remote projection could not touch the entity, and his fist directly passed through the tabletop. I just said Black Star was prepared. Mar Bruce also had a bad face. Both sides knew their respective goals and were obstructing each other, but they still had to pretend to fight together on the contrary, as if all actions were to concentrate on attacking the World Tree. Such a situation could be said to be a different dream. The three leaders did not want to affect the situation because of breaking the bridge across the river, but they felt that they had no choice. Due to the intrigue between the two sides, the Interstellar Joint Army faintly split into three parties. One is to destroy the three civilized direct troops of the World Tree, and the other is to provide cover for Black Star, which makes things difficult for each other. Finally, the rest of the allies who were fighting seriously were shocked by the routine from both sides. They were very confused. They didn't know what was going on. Suddenly they pulled each other up. There was riots in the Interstellar Joint Army's military power, but the conflict between the three major civilizations and super-level forces did not cause much interference with Han Xiao's process of subduing the World Tree. Han Xiao's strength continued to penetrate deep into the body of the World Tree. The will of the Mother Tree had been killed by the snake and was thrown away by the armor, which could not stop his invasion at all. In the spiritual entanglement, Han Xiao's eyes flashed with illusions and saw the history of the development and reproduction of the World Tree. When they were weak, they were worshipped by a certain ethnic group and offered various sacrifices. The will of the Mother Tree slowly sprouted in this process, providing various development conveniences for the ethnic groups under them, while guiding them to expand to the outside world. Only after completing the original accumulation did the World Tree embark on the bloody road of rise and become a cosmic hunter. One race after another became vassal, and one civilization after another became food, gradually spreading, and its abilities became richer. Countless paths appeared in front of Han Xiao's eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see a small sapling sprouting and growing rapidly, finally covering the stars and standing on the top of the starry sky. Countless wormholes emerged between the treetops, each leading to a different world. The endless cosmic radiation storms swept by, but it was like a breeze, which could only make the lush leaves sway gently. Tens of billions of family members and believers were spread over the roots, worshipping them devoutly. This picture exudes awe-inspiring grandeur and mystery. Buzz. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes cleared, and he retreated from the illusion. A new existence had appeared in his senses, which was the World Tree that successfully formed the soul connection. At this moment, the Mother Tree's will finally reached its limit, and was chewed by the pivot snake in one bite and completely swallowed into its stomach. The next moment, the World Tree itself stopped struggling, lost any subjective independent ability to act independently, and instantly turned into a dead object. Han Xiao was shocked, and a stream of information suddenly poured into his mind, including various abilities of the World Tree and manipulation authority, such as in our instruction. Although the Tree King has high control authority, he is still a subordinate of the World Tree, and Han Xiao's authority is above the Mother Tree and is not controlled. The surging new power poured into Han Xiao's body along the connection of the soul, providing new blessings, pushing his energy level up one step further. Hiss! Han Xiao was so happy that he couldn't help but take a breath. His whole body was filled with power. He was about to take back the pivot snake, but found that the pivot snake did not stop, but instead plunged into the body of the World Tree and integrated into it. Han Xiao's heart moved and looked at the panel. He saw a new suffix on the name of the World Tree. World Tree, complete body. Hey, can the snake not only be a natural enemy, but also integrate into the World Tree and make up for it? Han Xiao was secretly surprised. This ability is not reflected in the attribute panel of the Shu Shi, and he has only seen it now. Just as the snake merged into the World Tree, Han Xiao discovered the change. He had just established a soul connection with the World Tree. It was only the shallowest first layer and was still very fragile. However, at this moment, the soul connection was suddenly strengthened inexplicably and became many times tougher. If my previous strategy progress on the World Tree was 10%, then it would have suddenly surged to more than 80%. Can the snake help the controller better control the World Tree? Han Xiao's heart moved. Suppressing his inner surprise, Han Xiao felt the power of the World Tree and could not be more satisfied. The independent will of the World Tree has been eliminated and has become a tool without thoughts, completely controlled by himself, and can be used with confidence. Due to the characteristics of devouring transformation, the World Tree can be regarded as a growing cosmic treasure, but it does not need to start from scratch because the World Tree is now in a mature state. If you control it, it is equivalent to getting allegiance to the entire World Tree civilization. The power of this thing is many times more terrifying than the underworld heritage inherited by the two sisters of Hela. No wonder the three civilizations are going to destroy my target. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the battlefield. His eyes flashed and suddenly activated the authority of the World Tree to recall all World Tree fleets. The World Tree fleet, which was still fighting back in fear of death last second, suddenly stopped fighting at this moment, turned its head and dispersed without saying a word, flew into the roots, turned into an information state again, and entered the world of the Mother Tree. For a moment, the battlefield became much empty, and only the interstellar joint army troops were left, and suddenly became silent. Originally, the members of the World Tree all had a heroic spirit of fighting to the death, but at the moment when the Mother Trees will fade and Han Xiao replace the control, everyone's hostility suddenly disappeared. Just when they were confused, a new mission came, and they would not violate the orders of the World Tree and directly cease fire to withdraw. Even if the momentum of counterattack is tragic, it is just a group of controlled puppets. If you change your master, you will be obedient. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao sighed secretly. However, no matter how sympathy is, he will not be foolish in letting the World Tree civilization and freedom. These are the foundations of the World Tree. Seeing the enemy evacuated and disappeared, many interstellar joint troops were stunned, and then they looked at Han Xiao next to the tree and immediately became ecstatic. We're winning. We're still alive. Ha ha ha, I knew I could trust Black Star. Countless soldiers were overjoyed, and the atmosphere of excitement and surprise quickly spread throughout the army. Every combat channel was filled with crazy cheers of mountains and thunder, and even many players who had not spent the resurrections were infected and cheered. However, when most of the fleets ceased, the three direct civilized troops still did not stop and continued to pour fire into the body of the World Tree. Without the obstruction of the World Tree fleet, the three direct civilized troops were unobstructed. This scene immediately brought the cheers to an abrupt end, attracting the shocking gaze of countless comrades. Oh, you're not giving up. Do you want to pretend to be ignorant when I haven't noticed it and try to destroy the World Tree for the last time? Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and knew the ideas of the three major civilizations. He waved his hand suddenly, and the thick phantom barrier surrounded the world tree, resisting the fleet's shelling and explosions. At the same time, Han Xiao shouted in the channel, "You can cease the fire. I will control the world tree." After waiting for a few seconds, the serious voice of the Su Ling sect leader suddenly sounded in the channel. "Since that's the case, then destroy it. It is still a threat to stay in the world. No need. I have conquered the world tree. Not enough. Only by destroying it can we completely ensure that the hidden dangers will be eliminated. Even if it is you, we are not relieved. Cross the river so quickly." Han Xiao smiled. "You misunderstood. We are just considering the viewpoint of maintaining interstellar peace. No one in the interstellar community wants to face such a disaster again," said the head of the Zuling sect in a deep voice. Han Xiao shook his head. "Stop. Don't make the situation too ugly. We have just one. Do you want other allies to see the internal strife between us now?" Before the leader of the Zuling sect answered, Bruce interrupted and said coldly, "Black Star, we cannot compromise on this matter. It is you who should stop. You have made enough contributions. Don't be obsessed. Let go. You are still the hero of the universe that ends the war. It seems that you will not shed tears without seeing the coffin." Han Xiao shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the three leaders and many officers suddenly became solemn and awe-inspiring. They knew that Black Star would not give up easily and were ready for a conflict, but their goal was to eradicate the world tree. Although there was a suspicion of destroying bridges across the river, the starting point was to eliminate hidden dangers and be accepted by others. In their opinion, if Black Star killed them, it would inevitably arouse public anger, and the reputation accumulated in the war collapsed immediately, and other civilized allies present would also stand on their side and resist Black Star together. So no matter how nervous the three of them were, they were not afraid of Haitian fighting back, and they even vaguely looked forward to such development. However, the next moment's accident made Bruce and the other two widen their eyes. Han Xiao did not take action, but raised his hand to pat the world tree. The huge world tree body shrank rapidly, turning into a green light, and flew into Han Xiao's palm, disappearing directly in front of everyone. This, Bruce and the other two were stunned. The previous war in the World Tree Fleet gave them the preconceived impression that the Mother Tree could not move, so they felt that they had the dominance. So the three of them would rather risk angering the Black Star than gather large troops to destroy the World Tree on the spot. But the three of them did not expect that Black Star could actually put away the World Tree and do what the World Tree family could not do before, which made them unable to react at once. This is a big deal, and the abacus was lost all of a sudden. In fact, Han Xiao couldn't do this at the beginning because the snake made his soul connection soar, spanning several stages, which unlocked more power, including the introduction of the World Tree into the super god level inner space. Because strictly speaking, the inner space is also a kind of secondary dimension, and the World Tree can also take root in it. In this way, the inner space will be greatly strengthened and become extremely tough. In addition, there is no need to care about the enemy's weakness in the body of the World Tree. It is equivalent to carrying the Mother Tree with you, which is very convenient. Han Xiao originally planned to use other methods to force the three civilizations to stop, but head-on conflicts are inevitable and will somewhat damage his reputation. However, with this new operation, he temporarily changed his plan and directly caused the three civilizations to lose their goals, which would save more effort. The three leaders were at a loss when Han Xiao's long-range projection suddenly appeared at the Strategic Command Center, smiling. "Three. What do you mean now?" Bruce and the other two looked gloomy and did not respond. Only when the World Tree is exposed to the army can they have an opportunity to take advantage of it. There is no chance now. As for letting the Black Star take the initiative to hand it over, the three of them still have a sense of it. No matter how inflated they are, they don't feel that they have such a big face. "Hey Xing, you succeeded. You must be very happy now." Bruce's expression was complicated, his tone was sour, and he also had a hint of unwillingness and mockery. "Yes, I'm really happy. The war finally ended, and everyone was cheering. Aren't you happy about it? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The three of them looked serious. If we are happy, there will be ghosts. Who knows if we have just left the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den? Seeing this, Han Xiao smiled faintly and did not continue to tease them. Anyway, if you take advantage of yourself, don't behave well if you get the advantage. In the future, he doesn't plan to care about what happened just now with the three of them. Now is not a suitable time. At this time, Han Xiao changed his mind and said, "Okay, I won't talk about them more. Let's talk about the serious matters. I have a plan. I hope you can cooperate." "What plan?" The three of them were a little surprised. "We have just one. What tricks are Black Star going to do?" "We defeat the world tree civilization. You block the news and don't leak it out. This interstellar joint army has complicated components. It's best to control them for the time being." What are you going to do?" Bruce was puzzled. Han Xiao smiled and said, "Aren't you always chasing someone who leaked the information? I said it was a third party, but you just don't believe it. I happen to have obtained the technology of the Information Status Alert Network from the World Tree. I don't need to explain the effect. You have experienced it. This may be the traces of third-party forces. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bruce and the other two suddenly lit up their eyes. This proposal was very constructive, and the three leaders took it seriously. After thinking for a while, they quickly finalized the preliminary plan with Han Xiao, and then asked the Strategic Command to withdraw the orders to the three civilized direct troops. The three of them aimed to destroy the World Tree, rather than deliberately opposing the Black Star. Although they were unwilling to accept Han Xiao's conquering the World Tree, it would be useless to worry about this. Bruce and others could only suppress their inner fear and wait to discuss a targeted plan in the future. Anyway, there is no way out at the moment. We can't really start the second round of war with Black Star. Whoever wins and who loses is still the second, and the third party may still be eyeing them in the dark. Even if they want to turn against each other, at least they have a super God-level direct line. Erno's is the greatest hope, and they may advance one day. The three civilized direct troops stopped firing, and silently retreated to the siege. The tension in the field quickly subsided. Just now, the brief confrontation between Han Xiao and the three major civilizations made many soldiers of the Interstellar United Army confused. They realized that the conflict between the two sides reappeared and were very nervous, fearing that there would be internal strife just after victory, and another big battle would come. At this time, when the two sides stopped, countless people breathed a sigh of relief. They felt their moods fluctuated and felt a little weak. No matter what the contradictions were, the three major civilizations were the main force in the fight against the World Tree. The Black Star was the hero who changed the situation of the war, and they were all heroes in the war. They joined forces to defeat the foreign enemy and turned their backs in front of everyone, which was unacceptable. No one hoped that they would be extremely happy and sad. However, the World Tree was not destroyed, but was subdued by the Black Star, and this reality also made many people feel subtle. Although Black Star has made too many contributions to the war, but this last wave has made them suspect that Black Star is using them to achieve their goals. Of course, Black Star may have a reason, but the impression it gives everyone is still quite complicated. But everyone didn't worry about this. They quickly put this idea behind their minds for the time being. The contradiction between the Black Star and the three major civilizations, that is the conflict between the big figures, and it is not their turn to worry about it. At this moment, these frontline combatants just want to enjoy the ecstasy of victory and the glory of surviving the disaster. We won. May the Empire last forever. For a moment, the cheers of countless soldiers sounded again in the combat channel, which was deafening. Many officers did not stop them and allowed their soldiers to vent their emotions. In fact, they were also very excited and couldn't help celebrating with their subordinates. On the other side, Han Xiao removed the Supreme Heavenly Lord. He took back his troops, crossed the three civilized direct troops who gave up blocking, and returned to the military formation of super-level forces. Many super-level troops surrounded them at the first time. "It's so dangerous. I just thought that the three major civilizations were going to do their own thing. They would not hesitate to trigger a civil war. The Sun Hunter wiped a cold sweat that did not exist. Sui casually analyzed. That won't be. They're still very capable. We are clearly on the side of Black Star, and Black Star has obtained the troops of the World Tree civilization. The three major civilizations dare not do anything. They know what the result will be. They will not seek death. Speaking of this, Mr. Black Star is too risky this time. We don't know your plans in advance. Someone murmured quietly, and many members of the association looked at Han Xiao for no reason, and these people were unaware of it in advance. Because there is a superstar cluster secret in the association, Han Xiao was unwilling to leak the news in advance. So he only explained his plan to conquer the World Tree with his confidants such as Sui. The statement to the entire association was to prevent the three major civilizations from planning for the World Tree and making a comeback. So not long ago, some members of the association were still in the dark. Even if they had any doubts, they did not make a real contribution. They could only cooperate with their teammates to stumbling over the three civilized direct troops according to the original plan, and by Han Xiao for time, and create opportunities, and dare not do it easily. To be honest, if Han Xiao had expressed his goal to conquer the World Tree from the beginning, many Super A-level people felt that they might not be willing to help him. They should be more inclined to completely destroy the World Tree, just like the three major civilizations. After all, the World Tree is quite similar to the underworld, but its power is further improved, and it can control the individual's thinking. Even if the Black Star is temporarily his own person, who knows what will happen in the future? What if Black Star ambitions expand to the extreme one day and want to use the World Tree to devour everyone? Not to mention that there is no such possibility. Holding a sharp blade in his hand, the murderous intention arises. He Xing didn't have this idea before, just because he didn't get the World Tree. Many Super A-level people have to consider safety from their own perspectives and secretly fear it. Seeing that many Super A-level faces were complicated, Han Xiao didn't mind and smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. I subdue the World Tree for other aspects. One of the intentions is to use the power of the World Tree to make the three civilizations look scared and consolidate the security foundation of our Super A-level association after the war. In this way, we can completely let go of our three civilizations and give up suppressing us so that we can let go of all our worries." Manison nodded slowly and echoed, "This is similar to my original idea, but we were not rich at the time, and my ideas were too advanced. Now our forces are expanding rapidly with the help of war, and the time is ripe." The strategic significance of the World Tree is actually the same as the virtual rebellion virus, but it is more suitable as a strategic deterrent weapon, so that the three civilizations will never dare to attack us again. After saying that, Manison gave Han Xiao an admiring look, as if saying, "We are indeed the same kind of people." He was also afraid of the threat of Han Xiao's acquisition of the World Tree. But if he was in that position, Manison would have made the same choice. How similar is the situation at this time, when he seized food and occupied the virtual mutiny virus? It's just that he failed, and Black Star succeeded. After hearing these words, some members of the association were unhappy and could not say anything. The main reason was that the situation was done, and it was useless to oppose it. Seeing this, Aurora moved away from the topic and smiled and said, "We have won this war. Everyone is happy." Hearing this, everyone relaxed and smiled. No matter what, now it is time to enjoy victory, and the nurse still has to give her face. We finally solved this strong enemy. We can take a vacation. Hey, these years have made me very tired. Don't wake me up if I don't sleep for a month when I go back. I have survived the difficult times, and a beautiful tomorrow is waiting for us. Many Super A-level players have taken off their burdens, relaxed all over, and talked and laughed at each other. At this time, someone remembered something. "By the way, Black Star, when do you plan to recover the recently killed Super A-level battle?" In the past year's war, some Super A-level battles were killed. Before Han Xiao could recover them, his name was still hanging on the Soul Consolation Monument. After a while, I still have some things to do and cannot leave for the time being, especially the establishment of a civilized regime. The right time, place, and people are all in our hands. I convinced the three major civilizations to temporarily track down the third party and take advantage of this buffer time to let our troops complete the final preparations for the transformation of the association, and then we will be in place. Han Xiao replied casually. He took out the technology of the Information State Alert Network to persuade the three major civilizations to search for third-party enemies. On the one hand, he did not want the enemy to continue to lurk, and the fishermen benefited. On the other hand, he temporarily removed the focus of the three major civilizations and gained time for the association's final stage of preparation for the founding of the country. The two plans are implemented in parallel, killing two birds with one stone, so that some people are busy and they have to hurry up and have no time to study in depth how to complete the virtual world creation. However, when it comes to the recovery of the sanctuary, Han Xiao thought of the issue of iteration. He once planned to disclose information about the sanctuary to the three civilizations at the right time and work together to study how to pass the iteration. The time was not right before, but now that the world tree has been obtained, it has truly had the power base for equal cooperation, and this plan can also be officially put on the agenda. If I remember correctly, there should be a related task lying in my panel. Because of the world tree's alchemy-like material transformation ability, you don't have to worry about collecting materials for the sanctuary keys in the future, and you can generate new keys at any time. For him, most sanctuaries are back gardens that you want to enter, so you are not afraid of the three major civilizations studying the sanctuary together, and the other party does not have such unique conditions. This wave is really Flying Dragon riding the face. Han Xiao was secretly happy. The world tree mechanism is combined with the sanctuary, and the profit prospects are unimaginable, and the two are simply perfect matches. He secretly decided to come down. When the situation after the war completely stabilized, he would show up to the three civilizations and pull the three civilizations to study the sanctuary together. Rather than letting these slingers spend their energy on how to deal with them, it is better to let them study how to solve the iteration problem, so as not to waste resources for internal conflicts. To be honest, I definitely moved the star C. Han Xiao shook his head secretly. We are really worried about the peace of the universe. It is unreasonable to not win a few tons of medals. At this time, Emmys came over with a playful look on his face and said with a smile, "You made a lot this time." The entire interstellar society suffered heavy losses in the war. Trillions of lives died in the fire of war, but in the end you became the biggest beneficiary. What do you think? How come? Are you trying to awaken my shame? Then you have found the wrong person. Han Xiao shrugged and said frankly, I ended the war early and saved countless lives. The dead are gone, and the living are like this. What do you think? Of course, I have a clear conscience. Emmy spread his hands. Okay, there is nothing wrong with thinking like this. After this war, you are very respectful. You will never be as busy as before. How about it? Take some time to accompany me. Han Xiao was a little moved and was about to speak. But at this moment, Jatina suddenly appeared and snorted coldly and interrupted. Sir Dragon, the Legion commander doesn't have that much free time. Don't always pester him. It will only make him distressed. Hearing this, Emmers raised her brows and turned her head to look over. Jatina was not willing to be outdone. The two eyes collided in midair, and the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Han Xiao noticed a murderous aura and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He quickly flew to the side, not wanting to get involved in the fight between the two women. The two women stared at each other. One side was ashamed, calm, with majesty and plainness, while the other side was aggressive, with obvious provocation in their eyes. Both sides did not give in, and neither side ignored Han Xiao and ran away. Oh, it's all my fault for being too good. Han Xiao sighed helplessly. He flew to the side alone, thought for a while, and took out the space-time amber of the King of Heart Tree. After obtaining the World Tree, Han Xiao had fully understood the mechanisms of the Tree King and the Tree God, and found that the Ancestral Tree King had left him a mess. All the super gods' legacy was burned out, all the crown position was shattered, and the troops were consumed very much, and the advanced combat power was almost wiped out. The world tree civilization was severely damaged, and it took many years to recover. However, Han Xiao did not feel disgusted. After all, if he didn't beat the enemy in such a miserable appearance, he would not have the chance to conquer the world tree. He could not have both fish and bear's paws. He still understood this truth. There was no need to be pretentious if he got the greatest benefit. However, Han Xiao originally had an idea that if the timing and price are right, it would be impossible to consider selling Erno's a super god's legacy to the future in a long time. Now, I can't give it to you even if I want to give it to you. Lao Wu once again missed the opportunity to be promoted to the super god level. Han Xiao can only say that Shi Yi is lucky. The only intact tree crown position is on the king of heart trees. This guy has become the only seedling in my hands. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. Although the members of the world tree are brainwashed and loyal, they are not puppets without self-consciousness. They have independent thoughts and their lives on weekdays. His entry has not affected these things. In a way that is easy to understand, he controls the world tree, which is equivalent to replacing the mother tree will with his own will. For the world tree civilization, the two have similar meanings. Therefore, Han Xiao also needs to find someone to manage the world tree civilization. Due to the waste of the ancestral tree king, for a long time, the world tree had only the only qualification of the tree king, and the heart tree king was the best choice. Thinking of this, Han Xiao did not hesitate and removed the amber. Bo, the king of heart tree, broke away from the seal and retreated without saying a word. His whole body shone with light and was about to explode. Being locked in the amber of time and space for many years, the king of heart tree has never been regretting his indecisiveness at the beginning. He told himself countless times that as long as he had the opportunity to unblock, he would immediately free himself. But just as he was about to self-destruct, the world tree's spiritual network was connected to him again. The message from him made the heart tree king suddenly stop moving, and his expression became extremely shocked. World tree civilization was defeated. He quickly received the information from the spiritual network and finally understood the war process that he had been sealed over the years. The ancestral tree king, the secret tree king, the ding tree king, the tree king, they were all dead, and they were destroyed with the crown of the tree. Instead, I became the tree king who survived. The prosperous world tree army was blowing away like this, and the familiar colleagues were destroyed. Even the entire civilization belonged to someone else, and a new master was changed. More than 10 years have passed, and things have changed. For a moment, the king of heart tree was stunned. His heart was mixed with bleakness. Han Xiao did not interfere with the king of heart tree to accept reality. It was not until this time that he spoke. I guess you already understand why I let you out. I need you to help me manage the world tree civilization. It may not be a bad thing for you. As long as you do well, for a long time, you will be the only king of trees with the power alone. I will not interfere too much in your management. You are under one person and above billions of people. King of Heart Tree came to his senses and looked at Han Xiao with his eyes extremely complicated. He didn't expect that as soon as he woke up, the culprit who sealed him back then turned into a direct boss. Due to the world tree's thinking control, the King of Heart Tree could not develop any hostility towards Han Xiao at all. I understand. I will follow your will. King Xinshu sighed and lowered his head to agree. He did not refuse to obtain power. Han Xiao nodded and raised his hand to slap it. He saw the King of Heart Tree turning into a green stream of light, blending into his body, and returning to the world of the Mother Tree. After doing this, Han Xiao looked back at the cheerful people, smiled slightly, and did not participate, but replaced the emperor and quietly disappeared from the spot.